Hello, a very good morning to all our dear educators. Namaste and welcome to India's largest learning festival for educators.
Orange Slates and All India Educators Forum is extremely proud to present LearnFest 2022, a day of learning for all educators.
Orange Slates is India's fastest growing platform for upskilling educators on a wide range of pedagogies, teaching strategies, and latest tools. With its highly engaging and hands on live programs and on demand courses, over 10,000 plus educators have upskilled themselves and have become future ready.
All India Educators Forum is a UN SDG 4 registered group with a membership of more than 30,000 educators across India and the globe. The aim of the group is to empower educators in all aspects of teaching while specially providing opportunities to teachers to become resource persons and master trainers through their mentorship program.
We also have wonderful partners with us who have played Santa and stocked our goodie bag with exciting stuff. 3D Bear has offered 6 months free subscription. Cami offers 4 months free premium subscription for their classroom tool. Padlet gives you 20% off on its annual subscription. Your Story Bag gives you 20% off on their next program, Tickle Your Story Balls. All this and much more comes your way. And we are your host, Dost, Sutradhar for the day. I am Rishali Sheth, co-founder, product head Orange Slates, a tech geek, Google certified educator, trainer, and innovator.
And I'm Vishal Kotel, co founder at Orange Slates, and I'm passionate about education and technology. Before we start our learning journey today, some hygiene points for all our educators. The entire event is streamed on YouTube Live, and all the interaction will happen on live chat. All your queries can be put there, and we will do our best to respond to them. All the sessions will be streamed on the same YouTube link, so you don't have to go anywhere else. The recording for all the sessions will be available to view later. We will not let you miss any of these great sessions coming up. For all those who have already registered with us, you will receive the goodie bag by today evening. For those who are still not registered, I would share this link on chat. Please go and register and spread this news with all your educators as well who have not registered as yet. All of you who've already paid for the certificates, do not worry. We'll be sharing them within 24 to 48 hours of the event completion. All right. So here we begin. All stories, whether we see or hear, revolve around themes that depict life and living. And our story has a screenplay to it as well. For our viewers today, we bring to you the story of an educator, your story.
We are all perceived to be ordinary, aren't we? Maybe that's the tag we are given at birth. People around us slot us in ways that we appear to them. Well, time and circumstances script stories differently, don't they? We are telling a story today of our own journeys. Our lives as teachers and educators, as we knew it, had a beautiful, charming stage, the classroom stage. We went to our respective schools and colleges. We taught, we assessed. The year ended and another dawned. In the course of the year, we had events, exhibitions, sports, and so on. There were days, usual, routine, predictable. Achhe din the. Good old days.
Before we continue with the story, let's pause and take a look at exams. We've been learners, and one of the early learnings we've had is being asked questions in a non question form. State, describe, compare, contrast, evaluate, create, apply, and so on. Blooms crept into our vocabulary even before we heard of the term taxonomy. Then BEd happened to most or maybe all of us, and it all began to make sense. Today, Bloom's is in our everyday dictionary for a lot more than just assessments. Cut to circa 2020, the mega event of the 21st century rocked our boats. COVID came by and we did wait a little. We tried to shoo it away with some prayer and some clatter, some song and some lockdown. COVID refused to go. It conveniently changed form and reappeared, while life as we knew had to go on. And we ended by altering our scripts, this time digitally.
And when we talk about digital and blooms, there is no better person than Vasundhara to talk about it. Vasundhara Kaul is a trainer and mental health practitioner with 16 plus years of rich work experience across various sectors, education institutes of various geographies. Passionate about empowering people to communicate better, be future skill ready, and improve well being, she has curated programs for children to adult populations. She is also currently pursuing a PhD from Department of Education, Mumbai University, and is the founding partner of Carpe Diem EdSci Consultancy. Let's deep dive into New Age Bloom's taxonomy. Over to you, Asundra.
Thank you, Roshali. Thank you, Vishal. It's such a pleasure to be here this morning and to be starting off, right in the morning with Bloom's taxonomy is really something else, right? If you can just give me a little while to just share my screen and the
Sure,
presentation, and if you can
sure.
confirm that it is visible to everyone.
In the meanwhile, I'm sure so many participants have already joined in. So, if you want to put in your chat, if you have any questions regarding the session that is going on, you can post it in the chat and we'll take up towards the end. And if you want to share right now what Bloom's taxonomy means to you in your life, you can put it in the chat right now. We would love to know experience of Bloom's taxonomy that you use in your classroom.
Uh, Roshali, is the
Yes.
presentation visible?
No. Yes, it is. It is. Yeah.
It is.
Yes. Yes. Over to you, Asundra. We'll just drop off.
Yeah, I'll just give everyone a little while to catch up, rush in at 9 o'clock, and so therefore gives me a little time for a little bit of a storytelling as well of my own. Rishali and Vishal beautifully started and introduced the Bloom's taxonomy to everyone. I think my journey with the Bloom's taxonomy and Bloom's and taxonomy was exactly in the same manner, right? When you enter the B.Ed curriculum, you know that you're going to be taught a lot of theory, and up until you get into actual practice and working in your classrooms, you're not very sure how a lot of that theory is actually going to come into practical use. For me also, it was similar. When I was introduced to Bloom's for the first time, I was very sure that it is something which makes a lot of sense. It is a concept that makes a lot of sense, but not until I started using it on an everyday basis did it make a lot more sense to me than it did when I gave my exams for the B.Ed. And I think it's true for a lot of us as well. And Corona and all of it has really pushed us in a different direction. So just as Bloom's changed from 1956 to 2001, I think 2021 has also pushed us into making it all new all over again. So how I plan to do this today is to really delve a little bit into my understanding of Bloom's taxonomy, so that we are all on the same page in terms of what we see out of Bloom's taxonomy, and also then move on to how you should be able to use it in the classrooms by using the digital know-how, and also in life in general. Because for me, Bloom's taxonomy now no longer is only about objective setting, right? So that's what usually happens, right? We use the Bloom's verbs, we put them into our objectives, and then we slowly forget about them when classroom transaction happens. So we'll delve a little more about that. And since we are closer to 9, I would want everyone to have a little bit of a reflective thought process time as well. So I want you to look around your room, look around your environment. If you're sitting in school and attending this piece, look around the classroom. Just imagine you're on the road, anywhere, right? And just pour your ideas into the chat in terms of the one idea, the one innovation, the one creative thing that has been built across the years, which you feel has made life easier for us human beings. It could be as something as simple as a safety pin, a pencil, a pen, to as complex as a rocket or a spaceship or a robo or AI and machine learning and everything that comes with it, right? So whatever your answer may be, for me, even a safety pin. This morning, I was struggling, and I was reminded of how important a safety pin is, because I'm quarantined. I'm in a single room with very little resources in my room currently, and that explains my voice. So you will have to pardon my voice today. And I was, like is usual for all my workshops, wanting to wear a sari, and looking around for a safety pin. And then I said, do I have a paper pin? Do I have something to clip my sari together? And that's when I realized how important a simple thing like a safety pin was. And what if no one had ever realized that a safety pin is going to be a useful idea? And what if we had not realized that the car was required? And what if we had not realized that the aeroplane was needed? Now, all of these things, all of these creative ideas definitely don't come in from rote memorization, right? They definitely don't come in from that space. They definitely come in from someone having that bulb, that eureka moment, that thinking mindset. And that is what Bloom's taxonomy is for me. And that is how it should be for all educators, that you are not restricting your learning, or you're not restricting the students in your class to the rote. Now, we've said enough about not talking about rote or not pushing them towards rote, but really, how much do we actually put this into practice on an everyday basis, and how much do we actually move towards higher order thinking and creating a thinking culture in the classroom is the real question, right? So this is what I'm going to be covering today. I'm going to be covering the conceptual understanding of Bloom's taxonomy. How do you adapt Bloom's for the digital or hybrid environments, and adopting a thinking culture in the classroom? Why and how? So, why is it so important, and why is it that I truly believe that Bloom's taxonomy, though may seem like a very, very theoretical concept, is actually one of the most practical concepts that you can actually learn during your B.Ed and be able to apply them in your classrooms today and forever. So, you can keep adapting it, but the base concept remains very, very strong and fundamentally correct. So that's what we're going to be doing and covering today. My section one, like I said, is about the Bloom's taxonomy and the conceptual understanding. I did think that though I'm going to be doing digital Bloom's taxonomy, it is important that we are all on the same page on what our understanding of Bloom's is in the first place, right? So where do each of us see us taking Bloom's in our classrooms, and where do we see us benefiting ourselves as educators, and how do we ensure that we are able to actually manage a student-centered curriculum, which is what actually Bloom's talks about. So I'm going to slow down here and really allow you to take in everything on this busy slide. Right now, the reason this is so busy is because I've tried to put together history, what has happened during this entire process of the Bloom's coming out in 1956 for the first time, where really it came out as a taxonomy for educational objectives. So how must an educator write down objectives in the classroom is how David Bloom actually envisaged it in the framework. And therefore, it first started off with 6 categories, which we all know were knowledge, comprehension, application, analysis, synthesis, and evaluation, right? Where we were concentrating on ensuring that our objectives, our learning objectives, got written down in the correct format. Right. Later on, when cognitive psychologists of the Iowa University, 2001, they realized that there was uplifting of the taxonomy that needed to happen, and actually it could be used in far greater lengths and breadths of concept, rather than just restricting it to the educational objectives. Of course, writing educational objectives using the Bloom's vocabulary still remains one of the most sought after concepts, and something that a lot of us do in our schools on an everyday basis. But what I would like to draw your attention towards is ensuring that the taxonomy is viewed from a teaching, learning, and an assessment standpoint, right? So you're not just looking at it from the entry, you're actually looking at it through the entire systemic process. So you're looking at it in terms of the input, what is going to happen in the classroom in terms of all the processes that happen in the classroom, and also in terms of what is the child going to give as output. So it is the entire system of education that Bloom's can actually touch if you've actually implemented Bloom's taxonomy correctly. Now, of course, when it got upgraded, the vocabulary also changed a little bit, and the knowledge started being called remembering, and so on and so forth, from remembering, understanding, applying, analyzing, evaluating, and creating. Now, a lot of us might be familiar with these vocabulary. A lot of us may not be. A lot of us may have heard it theoretically, but not be using it. And therefore, I would just want to spend a little more time to be able to break this down further, to make it as laymanish, if I may use that word for the lack of a better one, to make it as simplified and as practical as possible. So, what really is remembering? You'll ask me, what really is understanding, and what really comes into creating and evaluating? Now, these are all fancy words, really, until you are able to break it up. Now, one of the simple things that you must remember is that the lower half of the pyramid is really talking about low order thinking skills or low order cognitive functioning, right? So you're very clearly doing the very basic cognitive functioning if you're only doing remembering, understanding, and applying, right? If you're only expecting the child to rote memorize, recall facts, if you're only expecting the child to understand those recall facts and maybe apply them in a given situation. So the child knows how to add and subtract and is able to do HCF, LCM. The child knows words and sentences and therefore is able to write paragraphs. If you're only doing that much, you're pretty much catering to only the low ordering thinking skills. And I'll take you back to the earlier reflective process where you actually said that the rocket and the spaceship and everything that goes with it is actually something that is going to be what you're going to look forward to in the future. So you will want students that pass out be thinking oriented. You would want them to be innovators. You would want them to be contributing back to society. And therefore, very clearly, we do have to move towards higher order thinking skills as well. Now, please understand, and we tend to confuse this very often, and therefore I want to lay it down straight up front, that higher order thinking skills and lower order thinking skills is not equivalent to lower IQ and higher IQ. All right. So, on an average, any population, any sample set that you may take, we have a very small percentage of any population that actually have a cognitive disability. So, therefore, a larger portion definitely has average, above average, or higher levels of IQ. So, when you're talking about lower order thinking skills and higher order thinking skills, you're essentially saying that the cognitive functioning, the amount of cognitive functioning that the brain needs to do for these tasks is lower versus other tasks, which is much higher. Right? So you can, and that is why it is a step-by-step process, because you're actually building towards that higher order thinking skills. You're actually making the child skilled enough to be able to take on that higher order thinking skills, because they have the prerequisites to be able to take on that higher order thinking skill in that area of expertise, right? So one is not saying that if you are able to do creating in maths, you may be able to do it in astrophysics as well. You will have to reach that level to be able to do it in astrophysics as well, right? So that is a very important consideration to have when you are considering this. Now, this is an interesting video which I found on YouTube, and I don't intend to play it just now. This is going to be part of your online goodie bag. The reason I call it Lemon Tree Very Pretty is because it's describing the simple concept of, when I see a lemon for the first time, what is it that I must remember? Yellow in color. It is, a little sour when I taste it, and I can, feel it. It's a little rough on the edges and things like that, right? So the next time I see an orange, I will not call it a lemon, right? That's my remembering step. And so on and so forth till I'm able to apply and use the lemon to make lemonade. And then I'm able to use the lemon in many more ways and be creative. So I invite you all, post the session and maybe once the goodie bag reaches you, to have a look at this video. reflect on how you would implement the Bloom's taxonomy in your classroom. Every concept that you take in your classrooms can actually be broken up into the various levels and into the lower order thinking level, right up till the higher order thinking level for that given concept. Right. So we're going to move on and spend a little more time on what is actually going to entail the Bloom's taxonomy from a digital standpoint. But before that, how do you look at it from a student's perspective, right? How do you actually look at the Bloom's taxonomy from a student's perspective? Why did I put this in? I put this in because very often we only remember that Bloom's taxonomy is for writing learning objectives, and therefore we only think of it from the teacher's standpoint. Okay, you're only thinking of the taxonomy to say, okay, as a teacher, what do I want my children to remember, understand, apply, analyze, da 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 da, and therefore what are the verbs that I'm going to be using, and therefore my objectives are nicely, beautifully written out, and we get used to using Bloom's over a period of time. But I want to invite you today to really reflect and think that Bloom's is actually a student-centered pedagogy, right? If you're actually thinking Bloom's and you're actually implementing it in your classroom, you're actually putting the student right up there at the center of your entire process of thinking. Because what is it that you're actually doing? When you are thinking of your learners' objectives and you're thinking at the remembering and understanding stage, you are ensuring that you're putting down tasks, you're putting down steps, which will ensure that students are acquiring and understanding information, right? So from the student's perspective, those are the steps which are taking care of the input side of it, right? Then there's processing that happens, which means that I'm actually applying, I'm analyzing, I'm figuring out whether something's making sense to me, whether there's an alternative solution. I'm deducting, I'm drawing inference, I'm doing all of that when I do have the opportunity to apply and analyze. Now just imagine if as a teacher you've not put an analyze step down. If you've not put it down, the child will never be able to analyze and figure out whether they actually disagree with something, agree with something, or what is it going to be. They might still be able to apply because you've given them a difficult question, and that's the height of application that we can think of, right? So therefore, very clearly, when you're thinking of applying and analyzing, you have to think in your head and say, okay, whatever are the steps, whatever is the activity, whatever am I expecting the student to do, are they being able to deduce, are they being able to infer, what is are they being able to do? If not, then I'm definitely missing out on a step, and I then need to go back onto my drawing board and figure out what is it that I've missed out in my entire planning process, right? And my favorite, like you would have figured out by now, is step number 3, which is evaluating and creating. Now, evaluation here as well is not restricted to you evaluating that, oh, okay, the child has understood this, or the child has not understood this, or they figured this out, or they've not figured this out. Okay, it also includes assessment as learning. It includes children being able to self-assess and self-evaluate to say, have I understood this, right? Do I have doubts? Is it making sense? Do I agree with everything that the teacher and my friends are saying? Don't I agree? Right? And if I don't agree, if I don't agree with everything that is being said, can I create something new? And even if I agree, can I still create something new? Right? So are they able to generate new information? That's how the theory of knowledge works as well, right? Only when you question previous knowledge, only when you do not accept this in as is form, will you keep wanting to continuously improve upon it. And that is when all innovations and all improvements happen. So if a student is actually questioning you in the classroom to say, no, but ma'am, why? The next time you have a student doing that, don't say, oh my God, don't ask so many questions. If your child is asking you and you're a parent, don't say, oh my God, this is how it is done, and this is how you must accept it. And we did rote, so you must do rote as well, because certain things are just rote memorized. Yes, laws are to be rote memorized because that is someone who said it. But what if I want to change the law? What if I want to disprove that law? Then most definitely I'll be questioning the law for sure, right? I may still memorize it and I may still see logic in memorizing it. Because if I then memorize it, then I know what is it that I'm questioning. Because then I know exactly what the law states and what is it that I have in question, right? So that is how you actually need to look at Bloom's taxonomy in the first place. You need to be able to ensure that you are looking at it from the student's standpoint, right? So cognitive processes is a very big part of how you would break down the Bloom's taxonomy. So again, my apologies for if this appears to be a busy slide, but concentrate on the way I present the slide, and we can then go back and forth on this if required slightly later. So when you are looking at those six golden words, so you're looking at remembering, understanding, applying, analyzing, evaluating, and creating, what is it that you are actually breaking it down to? How do you figure out that, am I getting all the steps in? Now, these are some of the easy ways of doing it, and of course there are multiple verbs under this, but what you at core that you need to figure out is, at the remembering stage, are children being able to recognize things that they've been introduced to? Are they being able to recall in terms of the what it's called, what it's about, and things like that? So are they being able to recognize? Are they being able to recall? So when I introduce prime numbers to them for the first time, the next time I ask them that what are prime numbers, are they being able to tell me, even if it is in their own words? It doesn't mean that it is a rote memorized definition. Are they being able to recall what is a prime number? Okay. Understanding is interpreting, exemplifying, classifying, summarizing, inferring. So am I being able to pick on that idea, remember that idea, and then be able to explain it, be able to interpret what the idea is, being able to put things into categories and classify? Also, when I read a lot of information, can I summarize it? So if I've read a story, can I tell you the moral of the story? That means I've understood the story. If I've read 2-3 research articles, can I tell you what the core of these research articles are? What is the inference that I've drawn? That means I'm understanding. If I'm able to infer, if I'm able to interpret, that means I'm showing understanding, right? If I'm able to implement something, I know the concept of prime numbers. I know that prime numbers mean this. I know that if I know, I'm given a set of numbers, am I able to identify the set of numbers which are prime versus not prime, and then be able to apply them in a word problem and things like that? Am I executing and implementing? Right. From here, after the first three steps, the next three become the more complex steps, become the more higher order thinking steps, right? And therefore, they may appear as replications of the first three, which means that obviously I can't differentiate till I'm not able to classify, or I'm not able to interpret, etc. I'm not able to organize if I can't recall, if I can't execute, etc. But it's definitely at a more complex level, right? So you are going to be able to do evaluate, which means I'm going to do checking, I'm going to do be critiquing. I mentioned that a little while earlier, that you should be able to also critique. You should be able to say, I don't agree with this law, and here's why I don't agree with this law. Eventually you may be disproven, which is fine, but at least you had the thinking process, you had the thought process to say that, okay, this is not true because of these reasons that I quote. Now, how many times as children do you remember that you've gone into a classroom and you've had a question in your head and you've not asked that question, and that question has kept troubling you till such time that you did have the strength to ask that question? And these days, of course, children just Google it, right? So now that brings me to a most recent experience that I've had with my son. So he asked me the meaning of something, and I've forgotten which word it was, but it was simply quite a simple word, and I gave him a meaning, right? And he looked at me and he said, he didn't look satisfied enough, and he says, Mama, why don't you Google it? So my husband automatically reacted. He says, so you're not believing Mama, you're believing Google? He says, yeah, because she may have been very generic, you see. I want specific answers, right? So that's the generation you're dealing with. That's the generation that really is going to question. And that's the generation, rightly so, is going to be critiquing. And therefore, you do have to get into that higher order. And we're going to be looking at how you'll do it digitally as well. So creating, of course, comes in. And I found this research very interesting by Reeves 2015, which really says that creation and the creative thought process really is a culmination of 8 domains and dimensions. dimensions. And these dimensions really include research. So whenever you're creating something, you'll definitely do research. It definitely is not straight jacketed into a single subject, into a single discipline, which is the most beautiful aspect, right? Life does not happen in subjects. Life does not happen in a physics, chemistry, maths, right? It happens as life. And therefore, in life in general, you will be applying physics with chemistry, chemistry with geography, geography with history all the time. You will not be studying it as a silo subject. So if the child is able to apply multidisciplinary practices and create something new, no matter what your subject is, that is something that will be a very beautiful part of the creative learning process. It also gives a lot of clarity of thought. It ensures that new products and processes are born. The most beautiful part is that normally when you're creating, there is a collaborative process that happens, whether the teachers ask the children to be in a group process or not, whether the child is collaborating with their parents at home or with some bhajiwala because they want to do some project, or with some neighbor, etc. There's definitely an element of collaboration that is going to come in, which is one of the most critical life skills and critical job skills that children need to learn today. And therefore in the creative process, you automatically have practice and you have error correction, because you get used to losing. You get used to the fact that your inventions can go wrong. You get used to the fact of being corrected, and therefore there's never a dull moment also, right? So that's the bit about the creative process. So typically, if you were to imagine a lesson of prime numbers using Bloom's, you would do exactly all of this normally up till the applying stage. I will invite all of you to always do it right up till the creating stage, and you will see what a difference it'll make to your students' lives. Right now, I'm halfway through and also halfway through my presentation. And therefore, enough about Bloom's and the background about Bloom's. But what you clearly need to remember is that all steps are critically important. We are going much beyond the learning objectives. And therefore, let's try and apply this to the digital age. How are we going to do this if we are only going to work in these online and hybrid environments? Remembering, like I said, is about recalling, right? Is about recognizing. So can I put things down in bullet points? Can children be highlighting on a Word document? Can they bookmark a website? Social networking is also part of remembering, right? Where I remember I bookmark on the social media pages as well. This is a video I want to watch. This is a post I want to go back to. All of that. So you have a social bookmarking as well. And even as the basic fundamentals of Google is also based on your cognitive functioning of remembering. I do need to remember what keyword I'm going to put in there, right? I can't go on to Google and say, okay, Google, please imagine what I'm imagining. Right. So my basic cognitive function of recalling has to happen. And I should be able to recall what is my core keyword. Now I want to find out prime numbers. I want to find out about what are the best universities to go to. I want to find out which is the best book to read by a particular author. I should be able to remember the keywords. I should be able to remember usually how is it that I'm supposed to Google, right? So therefore, those at the very basic cognitive level would be steps that you would be using when you are digitally adapting this to the classroom, right? So making the children Google something, making the children write something in bullet points, highlighting things in the document, bookmarking particular websites, all of that would go into the remembering process. All of that would be your step one. Maybe they even make a Word document, they do an Evernote. So they put down their Evernotes and they write notes on that to remember. They use a mind map, a basic mind map. We'll come to the more complex mind map and the uses later, but a very basic mind map to try and remember everything that was done in class today. Okay, can I just put down the basic concept and all the words around it like a word cloud? My remembering tactic is done. I could use apps for that. I could use Mind Master. I could use multiple other formats. I could simply use a Word document and make a mind map on a Word document, right? Now, that's how you would do your step one of Bloom's taxonomy in the digital age, in the hybrid learning environment. Now, what I do invite you to do is, as we go through each of the steps, you will realize that we are obviously going higher order. Right now that these examples will come in, you will realize that you will go higher order. Apart from my examples, you could pen down whatever comes to your head as an example for each of these steps, and you could put them down on chat for everyone's reference as well. right? So go ahead and do that. If ideas come to your head, it'll just help everyone learn better. So anything that you've done which may not be mentioned here, which you think is relevant to a particular step, go ahead and do that. Right now comes to the understanding level. What do I do at an understanding level when I am wanting the child to showcase whether they've understood the concept that they recalled and recognized? You could apply it in a more detailed Google advanced search mechanism. So can they put in even better filtered keywords when they are searching? Can they go into Google Advanced and do a better search? Can they do some reading up of blogs? Can they do some journaling, categorization? So some form of classification, which means my folder should be better organized. I can't have all my files all over the place. Am I able to put various research papers or various documents or various notes that the teacher has given in the requisite folders? When the teacher looks at the folder, is she able to understand that, okay, the child has put the information in the right place, which means that they have understood, right? So if I've been able to do categorization of my folders, of my notes, of my data, that means I'm very much understanding what I'm talking about, right? You could also do annotating. So there are lots of options of annotating. Now even PDF offers you editing. You can highlight, you can annotate, you can leave comments. So you can get into annotating. And annotating is a beautiful way of ensuring that you figure out whether the child has actually read an article that you have given for referencing, right? It's also a beautiful way of ensuring that the children actually ask you the right set of questions. So when they're annotating, it is not just about underlining and highlighting, right? When they're annotating, they have to put down questions that might come to their head. They can also annotate and link up concepts. They can also annotate and highlight things that they have not understood or want to share or find very interesting. So all of that annotation will definitely tell you that if they've annotated correctly, they have understood correctly as well. So you can use that. Subscribing to something. So the level one, which was bookmarking of a article, they've now got down to saying, okay, this particular newsletter or this particular website, etc., is very good for me, so I'm going to subscribe and then keep reading the articles which make my understanding become better. That is a part of Bloom's as well. Now Jeopardy Labs is just one of the examples. There are loads and loads of other examples that are available. So you could use various gaming mechanisms which actually tell you whether the children have understood or not. So I'm sure I don't have to be the one telling you this. So any software that you've used during this last 1 year to create games for children to figure out whether they've understood, to create quizzes, you may have used Kahoot, you may have used multiple other ways. Any of those works very well, and that is going to take care of your understanding process as well. Right now, applying. Now, I want to again bring back my son, and I love bringing back stories because I keep observing things that are done in his class, and what are the ways in which it works for him, what are the ways it doesn't work for him. So this is an example about the use of Padlet. Okay, now this is right when lockdown started for the first time, phase one. And the English teacher at that time had made my son in charge of ensuring that his group submits everything on the Padlet, right? So they had been given a topic and they had to showcase all their information on Padlet. Now, the tool itself was new for all children. So very clearly, children were struggling with how to put information on Padlet, what were they going to do and things like that. And because my son had been made responsible, I found him going on to YouTube videos, finding out how Padlet works, then training all his classmates up, okay, on telling them, saying, okay, click this, whatever. Then they had various versions of laptops, various phones and things like that. So different people would struggle with different things. So he would again go back and say, okay, what is your Windows version? Can I go back and find out, what is the Windows version? How does Padlet work there? What are the kind of icons that are going to come? What is step 1, step 2, step 3 in a Windows 7 versus a Windows 10, and all of those kind of things, right? And as a mother, as a teacher, as an educator, I noticed that beyond that topic that they really learned, right? Of course, they learned the topic, they figured out what the topic was about, and they all presented beautifully, etc. I think this entire process that they went through was actually application of knowledge in a whole new way in itself. And for them to be able to recall, remember, understand, present, do all of that, actually brought in the beauty of the digital age in the first place, right? So ensuring that you find multiple ways in which children can present their information, multiple ways in which they can upload and share their information, edit their information. Again, there's this other example of just to keep my son busy during those lockdown days. We had subscribed to this animation software, right? So he had gone through this workshop, and they had said that, why don't you use this software? And it was a very useful software, so he got hooked onto it. And eventually, a lot of times when I do my workshops, when I do my live workshops, he's building my videos and my animated videos now, right? So pretty much as teachers, you can use there's so much available on the digital platforms. It's just a question of where do you make the children do it. So I'm sure all of you have done this in the last 1 year. You just have to put all your ideas together and figure out, okay, am I consciously doing this? Am I ensuring that it does have a learning objective linked to it? Am I ensuring that I'm evaluating that? So I may have done it, but am I evaluating that? Do I know that the child has presented? Do I have a rubrics for that presentation? And have I moved from there? Even editing is a task, right? Even editing is a skill, and therefore the quality of editing, does it become part of my rubric or not, right? So I move on from here to another part of the presentation, but I leave you with this trivia to say that I've put YouTube as an icon here, and which means obviously means that you can use YouTube on your applying stage, but can you use it in other levels of your taxonomy as well? You can keep thinking about it, and as we go along, you'll find your answers as well. And if you do have the answers already, you can put it in as well. So I move on to analyzing. So analyzing, what I want you to remember is the title of this slide: harnessing the information overload. If I have all the information that I want in this world on that Google Baba ki jai, and I have it, right? But if I'm not able to make sense of that information, if I don't have the capability of putting things down in a logical manner, if I can't link concepts up, if I cannot reverse engineer and figure out, okay, if this is working in this context, can I use that information and use it in another context? If I'm looking at Google, finding the first website that comes to my house, head, and showcasing that as information, I'm not analyzing enough, right? And therefore you have to ensure that children get into that mode, which means you're not getting copy pasted assignments. A lot of us as teachers have that problem, that we struggle because digital age is ensuring that children are giving us copy pasted assignments. What you have to remember is that you're possibly not putting in the right rubrics in, right? If you put in the rubrics which force them to analyze, which is evaluating them on validating their information, if it's evaluating them on how many surveys they ran, how many polls they ran, how much referencing they did, whether they are able to do the correct amount of referencing, how many articles that they actually read, what did each of these articles tell them, and then they submit an assignment to you, trust me, you will not get a copy pasted assignment, right? So therefore, whether you're getting the children to do SurveyMonkey, Poll Daddy, any of those other softwares, essentially you are ensuring that they get into the habit of validating information, get into the habit of linking up things that are coming to them, because that's what's going to be the future, right? They're not going to be told to remember definitions at job, but very clearly there's going to be lots of information that comes to them. A lot of my work is going to be done by AI and machine learning. But what is not going to still be done is the human intervention and the human interface. So that skill of being able to add that element of that human empathy, that human understanding, will still have to be done by me. And therefore, I should ensure that I get into the analyzing mode. And even if I have to make AI become better, right? I don't know what is next for us. Double I, triple I, God alone knows, right? So the second last one is evaluating. How are you going to evaluate? So you are going to evaluate by ensuring that the children are able to post on external blogs. Now, you and I know, right, when we are posting something on social media, usually some of us don't, but yes, usually most of us would be thinking twice, thinking thrice, and then posting something, right? Of course, we all make our share of errors, but you would definitely be moderating that information and putting it down when you're putting it down in the public forum. So if you get your children also to go look for blogs that make sense and are related to the topic, go comment on that blog, share a screenshot with you, you know that they are being able to showcase that confidence, or being able to understand, being able to evaluate, self-assess that, okay, I'm good enough, I can go and comment on a blog, right? And apart from that, which is the most beautiful part about evaluating and this entire piece of evaluating to creating, is actually the entire collaboration piece, right? So here's where I want to just quickly touch upon Carpe Diem as a team. So we have four of us in four different cities. I'm based out of Bombay. My partners are based out of Bangalore, Pune, and Calcutta. We haven't met in the last 2 years, courtesy COVID. We were supposed to meet this week, but God has had other plans. And therefore, we've survived in the last 2 years through collaborative work, through communication on Google Docs, Google Slides, leaving comments for each other on the slides, on the Excel sheets, etc. Sometimes, if timings don't match, or each of us are in our own engagements, we leave comments, and that there's a lot of interaction that happens just through that digital mode. And the same thing can be done with your students as well, where they share documents, they have projects, they are able to organize themselves better, and are able to then present a final collaborative work. They get to use all the applications of Google, not just the mail, Google or whatever. Even if you're using Microsoft Teams, so be it. Whatever are the elements that allow you to collaborate in the softwares that you are using, right? Now, the creating piece is really the ball is in your court. Okay, what is it that you can actually get your students to do? What is it that they will actually land up doing may surprise you sometimes. So here I'm just going to leave you off with one simple example. What if you started off and you wanted to teach the children about the environment, right? And you were an environment science teacher, and you were going to teach them about climate change, etc. And you eventually led them on to a TED talk, like a pseudo TED talk, a school-led TED talk. That entire process that they will go through of figuring out, going through other TED talks, how are TED talks are conducted, what is the kind of research that goes in, and then eventually coming onto stage as the climate change enthusiast, is the entire creating piece, right? So you will be surprised as to how innovative children can be. But there are a few things that you will have to remember in this entire process. So we've spoken enough about the steps. Hopefully, I've given you enough food for thought. I could have spoken for the entire day if I had the time, and I had been given that opportunity. But I do need to leave the stage for multiple other beautiful sessions that are part of the Learning Fest. And therefore, I leave you off with a few things before I sign off, right? So a lot of thought process in terms of what are the first two sections telling you to do. I just need you to remember these 6 simple things, right? You must use all levels. Okay, it is necessary for you to use all levels. It is spiral learning, so you will start from your level 1, go up till create, and then go all the way back and start all over again. But definitely at every level you will be able to find technology which can be used. I have given you some examples, but just by application you should be able to find tons and tons of more examples. Let your students lead the way. They will give you many more examples and many more suggestions and many more beautiful ways of doing it than you could have ever envisioned. But still remain the facilitator and the person who plans that entire project piece for them. Have your rubrics in place, have ways to evaluate them in place, and give points for all levels. You cannot leave any level unevaluated. If you do that, that means you're not implementing it in the correct possible manner. So you definitely have to keep that in mind. And the last thing that I leave you off with is this. One of the most common responses from groups is that in a culture of thinking, there is a sense of purpose to the learning, right? This is one of the quotes that I read every day of my life, and something that drives me every day of my life, that unless I can find a purpose to learn something, I can't learn it, right? And that's ditto for children as well. So if you are sticking to lower order thinking and not moving to higher order thinking, if you're not building a thinking culture in your classroom, the next time someone wants to wear a sari in the morning and is looking for a safety pin will not remember you or your student, right? And so 2020, whatever, 2021 to 2045, 50, 3000, wherever we are and wherever we meet again. All the best. And I hope this session has helped everyone. I'm going to stop sharing and go back to Vrishali, and in case there are any questions for me.
First of all, thank you so much, Vasundhara. And what a start! It was a bang on start. And Bloom's taxonomy is all time favorite topic for all educators. And Vasundhara, it was beautiful. Thank you so much. We have few questions for you. Some are
Sure.
pertaining very specifically to slow learners. Okay, there were multiple questions on how effective Bloom's taxonomy is for slow learners and how to implement it. If you can throw some light on that.
Yes. So first things first, thank you for asking this, because I take every opportunity and every occasion to answer this one. If I walk slowly, it makes me a slow walker. Okay. If I cook slowly, it makes me a slow cooker. Okay. But there's
Okay.
no concept of slow learning and fast learning. Okay, so I'm going to leave everyone off with that concept first, that we all learn in our ways. We have different ways of learning. There's no concept of speed of learning. The speed is impacted by the fact that you're not teaching me in the manner that I should learn, right? So if I'm a visual learner and I have an auditory teacher, I'm not going to learn, right? And if I am a auditory learner and I have all pictures all over my PPT and I can't hear the teacher saying a word, I'm still not going to learn. So it has nothing to do only with my IQ or the lack thereof, right? So that, having said that, you would have diversity in your classroom. You would have children with a diagnosis of learning disability or autism or ADHD, and you would have children who might be struggling with learning, even if they don't have a diagnosis, right? So there could be children who might be just struggling with certain aspects because maybe they've not had the previous knowledge in place. There could be multiple other reasons for these learning difficulties, right? Having said all of that, the Bloom's taxonomy actually is the most beautiful way of ensuring that you actually have learning happening in the classroom. Because, like I said right in the beginning, the lower order and higher order is not to do with low IQ and high IQ. It's to do with the say, it's like saying that, okay, when I start driving a car, the first thing I get introduced to is the brake and the clutch and the steering wheel. Now imagine if I just put my foot on the brake and the clutch and put my and I don't start the ignition. I can keep standing in one place, right? So I'm going to be on lower order thinking all my life, be sitting in Vadala all my life and not reach Vishali and Mulund ever, right? But if I want to
Very
drive
well said.
till where Vishali is and where Vishal is, right? If I want to go get there, I need to do it in a step by step manner. And therefore, I just need to figure out, okay, how is it that my child with learning disability is going to remember this? Do I have those cues in place? How is it that my child with learning disabilities is going to understand this? Do I have those activities in place? How is it that my child with autism, okay, so if I have planned a session and there's a child with autism in my class, there are sensory issues, and I have this bright video playing, I will have to be careful and sensitive to that. But that is very different from Bloom's not being applicable to children in the classroom. It's absolutely applicable to you and I and everyone in daily life. I hope I've answered that
I
for
I
everyone.
hope yes it was, and it was so well put that we all start from low order thinking and then we move on based on what we
हाँ मतलब
see,
मैंने
what
गाड़ी चलानी डायरेक्टली स्टेयरिंग व्हील से नहीं सीखी थी, बट गाड़ी चलानी तो सीखनी पड़ेगी ना.
सीखनी पड़ेगी. पहले दरवाजा खोल के गाड़ी में बैठना भी पड़ेगा ना मैम.
Exactly.
नहीं नहीं, lovely lovely, thank you so much. One more question.
Yes,
uh,
please.
so there's a question that I wanted to know is teaching works on micro teaching or revised Bloom's taxonomy? So this, I think, terms are confusing for our educators. If you may throw some light on that.
So I'm not sure if I understand the question correctly, but I'll try and answer it in the best possible manner. And Vishali, you could feel free to add to my explanation. Now, usually we work on the revised Bloom's taxonomy. So you are going to ensure that you're looking from remembering right up till creating. Of course, micro teaching and the concepts of micro teaching are intertwined as well. So it's not as if you are none of these concepts in education can be held in silos, right? They are going to marry into each other at one point in time, but you will definitely, like I said, your revised Bloom's taxonomy is not only talking about learning objectives. It's talking about your classroom transactions right up till assessment. So you have to keep in mind all aspects as well. So you will assess for creating, you will also teach for yeah.
I think I think we are at the end of our time, and thank you so much, Vasundhara. It was really a bang on start, and the start that we needed for LearnFest 2022. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to interact with you.
Thank you, and all the best for the rest of the day. Signing off, and everyone do have a lot. There's a lot of learning opportunities during the day, so stay tuned and stay tuned till the end of the day. Yeah. Bye. Thank you so much
And take care
so
of yourself,
much.
Vasundhara.
Yeah. Bye bye.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Bye bye, Vishal.
So yeah, we have already shared the feedback form link in the of this session. I request you to fill that. We'll be sharing it again. And if
I'll post
anyone
it
is
again for
interested,
reference.
yeah, thanks, Vishal. And if anyone is interested in a certificate of New Age Bloom's taxonomy, here is the link. We are placing that also in the chat. You can take 30 seconds and post it. And for those who have already paid, already registered, you don't worry. You'll be receiving your certificates in 24 to 48 hours from event closure.
Yeah, I think it's a good time to revisit all the pointers for our viewers who joined in slightly
Yes.
late.
Yes, please. Yeah.
So we have questions coming in about certificates. We have questions coming in about goodie bags. We have questions coming in about recordings. So I'll just take them all one by one. This entire event is streamed on YouTube, and the interaction will happen on live chat. So all your queries can be answered there. These sessions will remain and be available to all our viewers for perpetuity. So you just need to visit the same channel again, and these sessions will be available to you on YouTube. There were some users who said it's going a little too fast for me. I'm not able to follow. So you can always revisit and go through the recordings again. And any doubts that you have, you can view the videos again. And this is the exact same video. Will be streaming all the sessions. You don't need to go anywhere else. Just stay live on this channel, and all the sessions, all 11 sessions from morning till evening, will be broadcasted on the same YouTube link. Uh, all of those who have registered with us and have paid for the certificates, do not worry. You will get your certificates in your registered email within 24 to 48 hours. So you don't have to worry about the certificates. Those who still haven't registered and would want to apply for certificates after attending the session, we will share the link on the chat itself. You can go ahead and pay for the certificate right away for this particular session. And the
Yes.
goodie
And
bags will be again sent to you on the same email registered ID that you have by the end of the session today evening. So do not worry about I have not got a confirmation. I have not got a because sometimes email reads go in junk, they go in spam. Do not worry about that. Uh, any queries, any concerns beyond what we have answered, please do write to us at support@orangeslates.com, and our team will be there to help you out. It's a busy day, so we might be likely to be delayed in responding to all your queries. And yeah, so moving ahead.
yeah, just hold on a second. So again, so if anybody is asking for separate recording, there is no separate recording. It will be available on YouTube, and you can just go to the channel and search for LearnFest 2022, and you will receive the YouTube link. So there's no separate recording. This is the recording that you will have forever with you. All right. Thank you so much. Moving ahead, we would now like to welcome Miss Harsha Agarwal from the Homework app. Homework app is one of our goodie bag partner who is providing access to super amazing app to all our registered users. An alumnus of Christ University, Bangalore, Harsha is the growth manager at the Homework app. Homework app allows teachers to make homework personalized and engaging. Harsha, please enlighten our participants about Homework app.
Thank you so much, Vishali, for that amazing introduction. And thank you so much, Vishal. So I'm just gonna share my screen and we'll start with the same. Okay. Can you all see my PPT? Is it visible, Vishali? Can you please confirm once?
Yes, we can see it, Harsha. Thanks.
Okay, all right. So, hi, teachers, and very good morning. And thank you so much for taking out time and joining our session. Really means a lot to us. So, who are we? We are basically the Homework app. And right now, we are available in the Google Play Store, and we have more than 5 to 6 lakh users already in a very short period of time. But what do we actually do and where do we come from is a very, very big question. Okay. So it's a creation of an IIT Bombay alumni initiative wherein Mr. Harshvardhan Mandal, who is the CEO of our application, has worked on it a lot, okay, with his IT team. And that's how we'll proceed with what the application does. Now, in this pandemic era, we know that teaching is something which has evolved a lot, right? From the traditional forms of teaching, wherein we used to stand in a classroom and speak for, let's say, an hour or two. Right now, we are just sitting in front of our laptops, okay, and we can teach around 1,000 students at once, okay, rather than just, okay, 100 or 200. And I think that's the advantage of technology, okay, which has come, in today's world. So some our application, what does it do is it provides solution to some very basic problems, okay, to the teachers, and it makes teaching creative. So summing up is, what do have we created? So we have 7 lakh plus pre-type questions in application, right? So homework app is basically an educational app wherein all the teachers, principals, and professors can find access to at least 7 to 10 lakhs question per subject. So let's say if you're a mathematics teacher, if you're an English teacher, if you're a science teacher, right, you don't have to waste your time, energy, and effort in typing out the questions for students, or in brainstorming on how to make the question papers, because we already have done that for you. So if you open our application, the first thing you see is basically, okay, a plethora of subjects, and each and every subject has at least 2 to 3 lakhs questions, okay, in the question bank itself. And you can just select the questions, okay, on your own. Okay, you can just type out any questions, okay, if you want, and you can create multiple things like quizzes, applications. Then we can create question papers. Okay, you can everything is automated there. So you can generate homework, revision. You can create test, and we basically ensure that there is learning and there is growth, okay, on both, okay, the children's and the teachers part as well. So what we want is basically to improve student participation in this pandemic era, because it's very difficult to sit on a Zoom call of 40 to 50 minutes, okay, and then just focus on what the professors are saying, right? So to make it fun, to make it engaging, is what our aim, okay, of the application is. And we definitely want to create participation which is beyond the normal kind of learning, and to make students more engaged, okay, when they are in class. So how does the evaluation happens? So there's an auto evaluation technique, right? So when you have given a particular quiz, okay, we already have a question bank, we already have pre-typed questions. You can add on your own questions as well, which other 5 to 6 lakh teachers can also access all throughout India. And the best part is, even after everything is done, when the student submits their question paper, or when the student submits their quizzes or answers, you don't need to correct, okay, or you don't need to keep a track of their marks, because even that is what our application does for you. It will create an automated, okay, report card as well. It will send the report card to the students as well. And moreover, if there's any content you want us to create in the application on demand, we do that as well, right? So that is a basic, very basic introduction of our application. Right now, moving ahead will be the quiz to test students' knowledge, right? So how does the quiz section work? So as I told, that our application already has around lakhs and lakhs of pre-typed questions, and more can be added as well. So you can auto generate quizzes in just 30 seconds, and that is something we really, really stand on. You can really create a quiz in just 30 seconds, set deadlines, change deadlines. You can monitor the students, okay, who have submitted, who has not submitted, okay, the quizzes. And you can save time with the auto scoring facility, or the auto scoring side of our application as well, right? That is how the quiz section, okay, works. Moving on, obviously. Now, at the end of each and every chapter, right? So let's say if I am a sixth standard student, and today I have learned about what are stem cells or what are plant cells. And at the end of each chapter, each and every teacher wants their students to retain something when they go home, right? It's very, very important. So how do we do that? And how do we do that very easily in just 30 seconds to 1 minute? Okay, 1 minute with the least amount of effort, but with the greatest amount of creativity. So here we have that. Okay, so we have around, again, 50 plus reference book, for each and every subject. Okay, if you are a mathematics teacher, names like ML Agarwal or RS Agarwal, or Dhyan Chand, these are some of the names, okay, which resonate with each and every teacher's mind, right? And similarly for other subjects like SST, science, biology, chemistry, physics, we have around 50 plus reference book. And for mathematics especially, our standard 10 both syllabus is updated to the core. Okay, so obviously it's referring, it would be a boon to both. Now we have extra practice questions, and which can be obviously generated by using the auto generated MCQs. We have auto corrected submissions, okay, and again, which can save time a lot. We have an answer key as well. So from the question to the answer key to the marking to the generation of report card to keeping track of the students to setting deadlines to taking submissions, everything is automatically done by the application. And the best part is it's completely free of cost, it's completely free of use. And around right now we already have partnered with a lot of other big schools like DPS. Okay, we have Kalinga Institute, okay, and there are many, many institutes, okay, which we have partnered with right now, and the teachers are using our application. So yeah, a thorough revision before the exams. Again, something which is very, very important, right? So using the pre-typed, or we can add your own questions, as you can see on the screen that you have your own advantage of adding the MCQ and the subjective questions. And as a teacher, when you add your own questions, be respected enough to give you access that when you add a question, it will be available and visible to the 7 to 8 lakh users, okay, across India as well. So if you want to add something of your own, we are more than glad to offer you that facility as well. Evaluating the submissions, obviously, and you don't have to download, okay, or fill your memory space, okay, in the phone, because our application provides its own memory, okay, and our application requires a least amount of internet speed to run. So even if the students are, let's say, not in a very good network area, or if you are facing some network issues, application won't stop running, okay, and that is the best part, okay, right now, as we all know how the network is, at different places. So you can just evaluate the submissions, in the application itself, and you don't have to download it, okay, or go somewhere else to do that, right? We already have, some online tools like a pen, like a comment section, an editing tool, okay, which can make you correct, okay, whatever the students have submitted. Then we have chapter wise MCQs questions and chapter wise subjective questions, as well. From, again, as we said that, from 50 to 80 books per subject and per class, right? As a teacher, if you teach, let's say, multiple classes from 6 to 10 or from 5 to 12, you can create multiple classes in the application with multiple subjects, and then you can access the same and see your student submission, okay, and see your students homework, okay, and we can proceed with the same, right? As discussed, okay, again, we have the auto correction facility. Now answering some of the very, very basic question, right, that students are not interested in classwork, okay, we know that as students, even I was a student, okay, very recently, and as students, we just become bored. An average human attention span, as told by the researchers recently, is just 30 seconds, okay, it's just shorter than 30 seconds, actually just 8 seconds right now. And to actually capture the attention of these students and to make sure that they retain something after the classes is very, very important, I think, for us as teachers. So students are not interested in classwork, so how do we actually make them interested, okay, in the classwork is something which is a core concern of each and every professor. And we have to improve students learning with enhanced engagement, and as I told in the beginning of the session, that is what our aim is, right? To make the students engaged, to make homework, to make classwork, to make practice fun, and not just some boring cumbersome task, when again you have to sit with a pen and a paper, you have to scan, and then you have to submit, and make it just all a very, very gory, and a very cumbersome process. Now, what is the hour spent on typing out a test? So as we said that our application makes sure that you have to spend the least amount of time, effort, and energy in these kind of tasks, okay, because what we feel is that it's not only about hard work, but it's also about smart work. And in today's era and in today's world, when we are stepping into 2022, which is a completely digital era, I think such kind of applications are very essential to upgrade ourselves and to upgrade, okay, the particular learning styles in schools, right? So there's an auto created homework, there's an auto done, auto evaluation facility, and it saves around 80 to 90% of the teacher's time, and just within 30 seconds to 1 minute, everything can be done in a flow. Okay, now large classrooms are difficult to track, right? This can be another question, that how do I track large classrooms or multiple classrooms? But it's not at all difficult to track, okay, because it's very smoothly designed, okay, in our UI or user interface of the application. Now start. Okay, so smart student reports, okay, for easy performance analysis are created. Each and every student will have their own report, and these reports can be downloaded in the form of an Excel sheet and shared, okay, with the teachers. A huge amount of data to store. Don't worry about it at all. We have our own space and we have our own cache, which will provide you for storing your data. So your phone memory will not at all be hampered. And again, you don't have a laptop, you don't have a PC, so all you need is just a phone, right? So there's no hard and task rule. Coming on to the last, okay, and in last slide and concluding it for all. So how to get free access of our application, right? So you basically have to download our application from the available link, and then there's a memorandum of understanding which the principal or the head of the school or the director has to sign with us, and all this is completely free of cost. We don't charge even a penny for it, right? So it's very easy. You just have to download our application, get us in contact with the principal or with the head of your school, and sign an MOU, so that we know that we have partnered with you and you are working with us. And then the homework camp team will conduct the training onboarding sessions for all the teachers, and we have a support team as well to support you in any of the hiccups you face. And then, yeah, so why MOU? Obviously it's for trust
Harsha,
building.
I think we have the next schedule already lined up.
Oh
But
my
thank you
god,
so
I'm
much
very
for
sorry. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
no
Sure,
worries.
sure, sure.
For
It's
all the users, the homework app is part of one of the parts, so you will get access to the homework app in your goodie bag, which will be sent to you at the end of the session. So please do try it. I think it's a wonderful thing. On the one pain point that all parents don't complain about, and mostly the teachers as well. How do you make homework more pleasant and engaging for students? So please give it a try. Thank you, Harsha, for joining us today and taking our teachers through
thank you so
what
much
it can do
for
to
giving me the
solve
space.
homework issues at their lives. And yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Harsha.
Thank you.
And for all the participants, the link of how to download the homework app and everything, details will be provided in the goodie bag that you will receive after the session gets over. All right. So, yeah, moving on. Like we were saying, meanwhile, life as we knew had to go on, and we ended by altering our scripts, and this time digitally. But I must admit, there has been bad days and even worse days. Days when we thought everything around was too much to handle. We didn't know how to do a host of things. There are days when we have been upset, but the show must go on and we do put on our bravest acts and faces. Every day was a new learning curve.
Teachers are actors on classroom stages, and our next session is all about applied drama in the curriculum. Miss Chetna, Mr. Roshan, and Miss Leni are graduates and applied theatre practitioners. Over to the medium of theatre.
Hello, Chetna, hello, Roshan, hello,
Hi
Lini.
everybody, namaste,
Welcome, welcome.
namaste.
Hello everyone, namaste.
Okay, so thank you so much. How are you all doing? Hello. Yes, you can all see
Hello
us.
everyone.
लेकिन मुझे
Good
थोड़ी थोड़ी
morning.
आवाज सुनाई दे रही है. यस 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 रोशन जोर से लेनी बोलना है सबको. हेलो.
Come
Hello
on,
everyone.
everyone!
Okay, so namaste everybody. My name is Chetna, and we have today with us Lini and Roshan. और दो friends और हैं. अभी पता नहीं कहाँ रास्ते में रह गए हमारे दो friends. They will come back. Roshan, I think you can call them up. So who are we? As you can see, Chetna Rangbhumi, Lini Rangbhumi, Roshan Rangbhumi. They are not our last names. Definitely, people will confuse us with that. So we work at Rangbhumi, and at Rangbhumi, we work in the area of applied theatre for almost 10, 11 years now, and we work with schools, with children, teachers, corporates, and senior citizens. And applied theatre, we will get to it. What is applied theatre? Today's session is about applied drama in classrooms. I can see the amazing comments and the amazing energy in the YouTube channel. So we will get to know about what is applied theatre, what is applied drama in classroom in a while. And excuse me for my throat just up from a while, but I think my two friends have come. And what is applied theatre? I will have to figure out what are they asking, what are they speaking. Hello, Lily, Roshan, where are you going? Are? Oh, my friends have come. Okay.
Namaste, everyone. My name is Lini, and for me, applied theatre is a medium of learning where one gets to open up about their self, understand the surrounding, and enhance the independence of thinking. I feel energetic to talk about applied theatre.
Can I speak? Okay, yeah, I would like to share my feelings. Yeah. Okay, this is my thought. Thank you so much. Namaste everyone. My name is Roshan, and For me, applied theater is like a huge ocean, because in this ocean there is applied, there's theater in education, there is drama in education, creative drama, playback theater, theater of the oppressed. There are so many things in this applied theater. So I feel amazed about this.
Oh, कौन से पेश आई? Oh, is it playback?
Wow.
कौन से पेश आई?
Namaste, everybody. My name is Chetna. Applied theatre has been a part of my life all through. I think in my schooling, when I taught Shakespeare through image theatre, evaporation by getting wet in the rains, that's what my teachers used to do. So I think applied theatre is a part of our everyday life. अरे अलग थोड़ी है हमसे. And I feel absolutely excited about the possibilities.
ये भी हो सकता है.
So many
ये
possibilities.
combination भी है.
So many people can enroll. Even children, even adults. So many people.
ये combination भी है.
So thank you. Yes, so ये हमारे दो दोस्त थे, two friends and me too. Yes, what is applied theatre? Yes. So let's get to see what a little bit on the theory content, a little bit on the theory. So Roshan, if you could share the slides, we will get to the slides. So what is applied theatre? Let's start with Rangbhoomi. Who is, what is, where is Rangbhoomi? We are in Mumbai at present. And Rangbhoomi is an applied theatre organization which was founded with a vision of spreading joyousness, abundance, power of expression, compassion, love, and sense of equivalence amongst people. Yes, we love a lot of colors, and all colors are welcome, and hence the name Rangbhoomi, land of colors, a happy playground. Yes. So what is applied theatre? Yes, that moment has come. All of us are wondering what is applied theatre. So let's see what is applied theatre. We will move on to the next slide. So applied theatre, if you see, applied theatre is an umbrella term which embraces a wide range of theatre practices. And if you look at it carefully, it talks about the intentionality of applied theatre to shape social change. And there are lots of modalities: theatre in education, theatre for development, youth theatre, disability theatre, museum theatre, reminiscence theatre, and prison theatre. And applied theatre is beautifully, what I personally love, the definition is the next slide speaks about. Applied theatre if you see, we will come to the history of applied theatre in a while, but applied theatre helps to build self-esteem, confidence, also helps people to manage anger, not control, but manage anger, heal so psychological wounds, create new approaches to learning. Yes, there was a person in the history of the UK in the education called Henry Cook. Mark this name, Henry Cook. And he said every curriculum in the school can be taught through theatre. Yes, and he was declared weird. But now here we are, where curriculum are taught through theatre. So it creates new approaches to learning, promotes participatory theatre, promotes community development. Community development could be teachers in community, students in community, school heads, senior citizens. Yes, Lini has come up with an amazing idea of a concept that we're soon launching about playback theatre for citizens and youth together to develop community and conversations among community. Or it also, applied theatre works in the aftermath of trauma. Yes, so yes, applied theatre has very beautiful cathartic effects. Yes, we will come to that in a while. How does it do? So what are the various modalities? Let's see. Well, Roshan is going to flash a list. Yes, and there are more. So these are some of the applied theatre practices. We do work with children in schools, with teachers in schools and school heads. There are drama for learning and reflection, theatre in education, playback theatre, very interesting, creative drama, theatre of the oppressed, as I always say, is a very, very amazing. I don't know if you can see me on the YouTube or not, but this is a book that I recommend, Pedagogy of the Oppressed. You can take my screenshot. Yes, Pedagogy of the Oppressed, which is Theatre of the Oppressed work by Augusto Boal and Paulo Freire, Pedagogy of the Oppressed. Participatory research theatre programs. Yes, this is an amazing work that you can do. We have taught children sounds. Yes, physics sounds through a participatory research theatre program. Civilizations can be taught through participatory research program. Grips theater is a form of theater from Germany where adults play back to children about the issues children face. It could be bullying, learning issues, anything. Performance art, and now we also have added online applied theater programs. Yes, we are doing a lot of work online for past 2 years across borders, as I must say, and across the regions, localities in rural India. So this is about applied theater. अभी हम स्लाइड्स थोड़ा हटा देते हैं. सो ऑडियंस, आई वांट टू आस्क यू नाउ, आपने ये थिएटर शब्द बहुत बार सुना होगा. यस, सो व्हाट डू यू थिंक इज द डिफरेंस बिटवीन ड्रामा, थिएटर एंड ये तीसरे लोग, तीन लोग, हम लोग लिनी रोशन तीन, ये तीसरा तीन दिखाना काम भी है, क्या है? व्हाट इज अप्लाइड थिएटर देन? सोचिए सोचिए, हमारे पास कम टाइम है, लाइक 15 seconds आई विल गिव यू. 1 2 3 14 15. ओके, एनी मैथ्स टीचर प्लीज पार्डन. सो अब पहले हम ड्रामा की बात करते हैं, ओके, और थिएटर की बात करते हैं. सो थिएटर, व्हाट इज थिएटर? I know theater halls have been asked to shut down in a while, but we say I am going to the theater hall. लिनी, आप यही बोलते हो ना? This is what you say.
बिल्कुल.
You know,
देखने के लिए थिएटर चलते हैं.
हाँ, you don't say चलो ड्रामा चलते हैं.
Yes.
Yeah? So theater comes from a Greek word called theateron, which means to watch. Yes, a spectacle. So mark my words, theater and drama are a little different. And drama also comes from a Greek word called drawn, yes, which means the action, the process. So theater, eventually when you have your annual concerts, events, culmination, where a theater will result into a production where you can go and watch the Greek ancient theater, the Greek theater Epidaurus, 10,000 people, watching. And drama is the process, what you go every day, you go through every day as a process. मिक्सी में हम लोग वो डालते हैं ना टमाटर सब चटनी बनाने के लिए. So जो process churning is the drama. और चटनी जब प्लेट में सर्व हो जाती है, and that is theater, that's the spectacle you can consume. Yes, but the applied theater क्या है? Applied theater, applied theater, book को लग confused. My boss once told that if you can't convince, confuse. But anyway, I will try to convince. No problem. So what is applied theater? Applied theater is a very, very early term coined in 2000s. A lot of work was already had begun in 1950s. Well, we also have comments here. Drama is performing art. Yes, drama results in a performing art. It may result, Mehek, or it may not result in a performance. Yes. So applied theater जो है वो 2000 में इसकी coinage हुई. And it was happening in 1950s by people in Brazil, by Augusto Boal. Paulo Freire, an educator, wrote about the teacher and the child model of learning. A lot of work happened in, please everybody mark this word called Dorothy Heathcote. Yes, Dorothy Heathcote was contributing a lot, yes, in the theatre and education field in the UK in early 50s, 60s, and post World War II, a lot of funding came in schools and theatre and education in the UK. Jonathan Fox in 1975, Peter Slade, Brian Way, many people contributed to applied theatre umbrella. Now, applied theatre, by its very texture, is very immersive. व्यू ऑडियंस, आप लोग वहाँ चाय वाय पी के से आप वहाँ पे बैठ नहीं सकते, आपको हमारे साथ जुड़ना पड़ेगा. अप्लाई थिएटर डजंट लेट यू सिट. और निखिल जी, मैं आपको कमेंट देख रही हूँ, यस, टीचिंग इज 180%, 100% एक्टिंग, नो प्रॉब्लम. स्क्रिप्ट पूरी याद, परफॉर्मेंस, यस, यू आर राइट. So applied theatre जो है is highly participatory. If you come to our sessions, watch us, we only will speak. अभी भी हम लोग, जैसे अगर आप लोग होते तो हम 10% ही बात कर रहे होते. The audience is active. Audience is very active. Yes, you co-own the theatre space. There is no hierarchy कि भाई हम लोग थिएटर ऊपर देख रहे हैं और ऑडियंस नीचे है. No, it's a non-hierarchical space. If you teach children math, science, we are all exploring together. I am not, as a teacher, the one who knows more. Yes, it is inclusive. If a child learns through running, let him run. Theatre tells you to run, do some exercises. If a child learns through journaling, writing, there is a journal session at the end of an applied theatre session. If you want to color, draw, it is inclusive of all learners. You want to talk, you're a verbal learner, do that. Yes. Asifa, yes, acting makes people very happy. And so applied theatre is immersive, inclusive, It's non-hierarchical and highly participatory. अरे मेरी खांसी है. Who's this?
Someone is coughing. Is it my?
I think
Who's
Lily
there?
is very serious, very serious. Yes, somebody is there. Who's this?
It's been raining all day long. This pneumonia, this pneumonia is going to kill everyone.
Who?
And freeze, 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 freeze. I know it's raining, but who is this person who's entered? Hello.
That is what I was also wondering, Chidna. Who is this?
But there is a session going on here, and it's been raining all day long, and people are okay. Lini, I think we can ask the audience. Come on, Lini, you ask the audience. Who do you think?
Yes, yes. Okay, so audience, you need who do you think is this person? Just look at him holding umbrella, wearing this hat. What do you think? Who is he? And where is he? What is he talking about? The pneumonia. You can type it on the chat box also. You can write it on the comments. Come on, we are waiting.
Yes. Who do you think this person is? मैं guess करती हूँ, Lini. I think I will guess that you are asking.
Okay.
So yeah, I will answer. I'm a good student. Yes, I think he looks like a wanderer. Somebody wandering on the streets.
No. Look, see, I am seeing something he's holding in his hand. I think he must be someone else. Why is he wearing hat in the rainy season?
Oh, I know. He's an artist. Yes, he's an artist. Oh, Krunal says Poparlal. Oh, yes. I know.
Possible.
Yes, Poparlal.
He looks like from Rajasthan.
He looks
Someone
like
is
from
writing.
Rajasthan. Edu Spring Fun Learning. He looks from Rajasthan. Hey, I also think he's from Rajasthan. Colorful, no? That's why.
Yes.
Okay, trouble creator Poonam Mehrotra ji. Okay, we have enough of responses. Okay, so this what you saw today, all the teachers, educators, people are watching, is something called as freeze frame. Yes, if somebody is on the YouTube, please can you type freeze frame. Yes, this is freeze frame technique, a drama convention. Maybe Lini, if you can write on the private chat so that somebody can put it on YouTube. Freeze frame. So freeze frame is you can do it in your classes. You can also freeze. And this is a second convention called TIR, teacher in role. Yes, so you can become that character. This is a character we'll get to know soon who the person is. But you can do teacher in role. You can say that today I will take this scarf, and whenever I take this scarf or whenever I wear that jacket, I will be that character. So teacher in role is the second convention today, drama convention, an applied drama convention you can do in the classroom. And freeze frame के बाद आप पूछ सकते हैं कि आपको क्या लगता है मैं कौन हूँ, कहाँ से आया हूँ. So this will encourage children to talk about their live learning experiences, maybe imaginative learning experiences. आप abstract concept को concrete कर सकते हैं, concrete concept को abstract में लेके जा सकते हैं. Yes, this is now concrete experiences that they will say. Rajasthan, trouble creator. You are just speaking, and every perspective is welcome. So second convention done. Let's move on to the third convention. Now I will say 1, 2, 3 live, and this character will be live, and he will tell us, or they will tell us, or she will tell us who this character is. We don't know right now. So Lini, come on, let's say 1, 2, 3 live.
1, 2, 3, and live.
Yes, please.
I am Burman. You know what? I am going to paint something here. My friend, this Johnsy, she thinks that once the last leaf will fall down, she will die. What a stupid thought is this?
Wait. You're going to paint. Please. Who will die? Okay, let's ask. Okay. So freeze. And we just did the third convention. You can say 1, 2, 3 live, and the character can come alive, or you can come alive if you are teacher in role. And you can come like this in the classroom. Yes. And make children will love it. Children in fact love this character more than what you are as a teacher. Yes. So this is Mr. Burman. Can somebody guess Which play or which story is this character from? Mr. Berman, please, please, please.
Oh,
Yes,
yes.
there we
The
are,
last
the
sleep.
last sleeve. Yes. So Mr. Berman is going to paint the last sleeve. So what we are going to do is let's Mehla, that's right. So let's ask Mr. Berman. So let's do something, Lini. Let's do hot sitting. Yes, our fourth convention today, hot sitting. First freeze frame, teacher enroll, 1, 2, 3 live, and now hot sitting. We will invite Mr. Berman. Looks very परेशान, बहुत परेशान लग रहे हैं. English आप हिंदी समझते हैं. So Mr. Berman, please can you come on the hot seat? Our audience will like to ask you a few questions because we don't know really about you. Who are you painting for? What's happening? Please come on the hot sitting. Please come. Yes, Mr. Berman. Hey, come. Oh, Mr. Berman is here. Yes. Now we can ask Mr. Berman any questions. Come on. Yes. So any audience from anybody would like to ask any questions? Come on, go on. You can ask Mr. Berman.
Yes, you can ask anything.
Yes. Lini, why don't you ask? Why don't you begin asking?
Okay. So, Mr. Berman, who is John C?
John C is my neighbor, just like friend, but she stays on 4th floor. She's also a painter.
I have a question, ma'am. Lini, ma'am.
Yes. You can also ask Chetna. Come on.
Mr. Berman, do you eat pizza?
Pizza? No.
Yes,
no.
Mr. Berman.
What is
You
pizza?
don't know what Hey, he doesn't know what pizza is. Lini, ma'am, he doesn't know.
The century from which, the time from where he is, maybe Mr. Berman, if you don't eat pizza, what all other things do you have in food? Can you
I
say
have
something
salad.
about it?
I have
Salad.
Salad.
Okay.
Oh, I know, sir. Ma'am, then mashed potatoes, ma'am. I think he's an American, ma'am. I know he's an American. Yes.
Okay.
And
I have others also asking. Rinku is asking from where you bought this colorful umbrella. Yes,
This
Mr.
is
Berman.
from Greenwich Village Market.
Greenwich Village Market.
Hey, Greenwich Village. It's in US, is it?
Yes.
Oh. And somebody's asking Asifa, why are you so confused? Asifa is a very good classmate. She's very, 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 very intelligent. Why are you so confused?
I don't know what should I do. Actually, I was supposed to go there and paint. this because of this John C. I think that I should paint. But what if my health deteriorates? What if I'm not well? What should I paint or should I go back home and rest? Because pneumonia.
I know pneumonia is like buy both hat and umbrella. Adishri is asking. Okay, Adishri, I know. Adishri, paper leak. Adishri is leaking paper. Okay, buy both hat and umbrella, please.
I don't go anywhere without my hat.
Oh, artist. Okay. So please, audience, now we have a moment of dilemma. This is going to be a 5th drama convention. You can do it in your class. You're teaching history or English literature, Hindi literature, or even maths. If you have a probability sum or if you have any question, you can do something called as Decision Alley. DECISIONALLEY. Decision Alley. Whoever wants to say that Mr. Berman should paint the last leaf, because if he doesn't paint the last leaf, John C. will die because she has a limiting belief. Yes, she has a limiting belief that if the last leaf is not there on the tree, I will die. But Mr. Berman wants to paint the last leaf in this rain. So who all of you think here that he should paint the last leaf? Come on.
Write it on the chat. Come on, write it on the comment. Fast.
People who say no, you can say a no also. Yes, each opinion is welcome. No problem.
Yes.
Yes. Come on. We want to know who says yes and no.
I say yes. He should go and paint to help his friend.
Okay,
yes.
So let's do something. Mr. Berman, let's say all the teachers, educators watching us, you can make these 2 lines in a physical space. Online, you can ask the children to type and rename yourself as yes and no. And then you can ask Mr. Berman to go through that alley. It's like an alley, and you can go to the yes line, you can go to the no line, and let's see. Okay, so Lini, please, why do you want them to paint? Yes, please.
Okay, because I think friendship comes friendship is very important for me, and most importantly, Johnsy will die, Baba, if he doesn't
No,
paint. So
I
let's
think
save
he should
Johnsy.
not paint. No, no, I think he should not paint. I'm for no, because hey, Mr. Berman, what you can convince her? Why do you want to risk your life? See, epidemic, COVID, pneumonia. I don't know. You will also die.
Yeah,
Don't paint.
No, no, no.
you're
Mr.
right.
Burman, you can treat yourself. No, you can treat yourself later on.
Treat it. It's so difficult. Okay, Mr. Berman, hey, kya friendship? Huh? Take this device and do close your door and do Instagram. No
Okay,
friendship
okay. I'm
required.
going. I'm going. I'm
Hey,
No,
going
Mr.
home.
Burman, no, no, no. Mr. Burman, you have to paint. You have to paint for Johnsy. Come on. You cannot do this.
no,
She's
no,
your
no,
friend.
no,
She
no.
needs your help. And come on, there has to be some sympathy, empathy, some friendship. We have to
Stop
save our
empathy,
human
friendship,
developing.
and all. Okay, freeze. Let's freeze everybody. So this is how you can freeze all the people in the class. And let's go back to Mr. Berman and see what his decision is. So, Mr. Berman, tell us your final decision.
Everyone is making me confused. I don't know. I want to paint, but I want to take rest for my health. But what if she dies? What if she dies? I must go and I must paint. No, I won't listen to anyone. I'm going there and I'm going to paint my masterpiece. See, I will paint.
Hey, Mr.
Go,
Berman, it's raining.
go, Mr. Burman,
Okay.
go.
Okay, so wonderful. Thank you, Roshan, for playing. Thank you, Lily. Wonderful, wonderful. So, all of you, this was, yes, now as Lily has taken off, yes, the teacher in row, we can also take it off now. I can also take off and yes. All right. So this was a session, a piece from the last leaf. That's your right. And we have been at Rangbhoomi teaching English literature curriculum for schools through applied theatre, grade 1 to 8. Yes, and we've done a lot of things. Maybe you can also see like we've also done the giving tree. If you can see the text, you can do. There are other methodologies called story whoosh that you can do. Rumors, amazing, amazing. Thank you, Shrija, and fabulous. Thank you, Revanch. So here we are with all the drama conventions. Yes, you can also do that in history. Maybe if you have a conflicting time, should Tanaji, for example, in the NCRT book of Maratha history, should Tanaji climb the fort or he should be there for his son's wedding? So you can have a decision alley where you can talk about should Tanaji listen to the voices of his or voice of his son that he should stay back, or the voice of his dutiful honor as a soldier of that Maratha clan, what he should be doing. And then you can do it in maths, you can do it in civics, rights and responsibilities. So this is, do you think this could be the responsibility of a citizen, that a citizen should be doing this or not doing this? So this will help children to make their own decisions, which is not taught as a subject in school. Have critical consciousness, yes, critical thinking, awakening of their reasoning, which is required in all subjects. And they can give you answers beyond the text. Let's leave this control. Let's breathe and exhale more. They can give you so much responses. So what can we do now here is, yes, it can be used for science chapter magnets. Yes, that's a great idea. We can call it magnetic alley. Yes, why not? Yes,
Superb,
plus.
superb. Good, good.
Good.
And
Okay.
yes, applied in mathematics also. Yes, Rasha.
Yes, mathematics too. Yes, we can do it in mathematics. Suppose you're teaching scientific measurement, like we have hand measurement, we used to have, and then you can invite children, or if you're doing, I think, any problem, or maybe HCF, LCF, you will have steps to that problem. Yes, you have steps. So what you can ask children to do is, do you think that I should take this as a method? Do you think this is the arrival? Sometimes, what we also do, we give a wrong step. We solve the question, but we give a wrong step to the children. There is an answer, and the wrong step can then be asked from children. Who do you think this is the right method? Who do you think is the wrong method? And then the teacher can walk in, teacher enroll, that children can say, come, this is the right method. This is the step right. Yes, or this is the wrong. This is the step right for me. Yes, so maybe both are wrong, both of them are right, but they are thinking. Yes, get them to think. Okay, so Roshan, can you flash the slides of the drama conventions?
Yes,
All
we can
right,
see.
yes, you can take a screenshot or visit these slides later. And yes, Mantle of the Expert also we can come to a little while. So first, we these are some of the drama conventions. There are about 33 applied drama conventions. Yes, applied to drama in preschool is the best thing. Yes, Rashmi, a lot of preschoolers can use, and sadly, National Curriculum Framework has a position paper which is given in your goodie bag also, which Vishali will send it to you about how drama can be taught from preschool to grade 12. Yes,
Yeah.
grade 12. Everything is written in the position paper of music, arts, and theater. But sadly, it's not taught in curriculum of when you get educated as a teacher. Please read this. Available on internet for free. Yes. Yes, science can be taught. Teacher enroll is first thing that we all did. Yes, we all donned the role. Yes, we teacher enroll. Then mantle of the expert. I'll come to that in a while. Hot sitting. We asked Mr. Berman to sit and we asked him. You can ask children to ask questions. What does he eat? Where does he live? Like Lini said, I think he stayed. He is in some other era. Yes, forum theater. Yes, forum theater is another great technique where you can invite. Maybe in this, if you were live present with us, we could have invited one of you and asked you to talk to Berman one to one. Yes, you could have then be the you could change the possibility of this play. We all know what happened, but why can't we just come and just change and play with the possibilities? Who knows? Yes, then left freeze frame, when we all froze in the freeze frame, like, and we all guess what is it, what the character is. Letter writing, like in one of the examples that we give, we did Kabuliwala with grades 5 and 6 children, and there we invited the children to write letters to Rabindranath Tagore. That why do you think you write like this? What is your main idea of writing plays like this, like Kabuliwala, The Post Office, yes, Charulata? So why do you write these plays? So children started to read about how Tagore himself went through a loss in his personal life, death of his children, his wife, and he gave all his love to the literature. They start to empathize, in fact, the social political realities of the author. Let them write a letter. And then collective drawing. After all, maybe if you do a chapter in a day, take 5 minutes in on a whiteboard on Zoom, or if you are in a physical classroom, ask children to do a collective drawing so that they will learn teamwork. Arey, ye meri jagah hai, this is all. And they do brilliant work. They do brilliant work. It's also a recap of the session. So, Mantle of the Expert, would Roshan or Lini, would you like to speak about a little about Mantle of the Expert?
Yeah, sure. So Mantle of the Expert was developed by Dorothy Heathcote, just like Chetna has previously spoken about it. So Mantle of the Expert in this, what happens is this, there are three things. There is a client, there is a commission which is being given, and I'll just quickly, with an example, I will explain to you. So like say, for example, if you have, like in literature, what we did was this, that we were going through this story, and what we brought, like for this artist itself only, for the last leaf. So we commissioned Minister of Culture, and Minister came, and they asked students that what can I do good for these artists, for the Greenwich Village, in this last leaf itself only, what can I do? So we asked the students to become experts. They chose what kind of experts they can become. They can become either they can become the experts for the artists, they can become architects, as an experts of architects, as finance, as sales and marketing. So they chose that, and they came up with a plan to help the Minister of Cultural and Development, so that the government can help the artist bloom. So this was a small example of Mantle of the Expert, which
Thank
we did.
you. Thank you, Lini. That was wonderful. So, in Mantle of the Expert, as you say, you don the mantle of the experts. You give children the agency to become that expert, though they have not gone through what a finance person is, but you trust them with the wisdom. How will that space be when you're trusting? The children with the wisdom. So there is client, there is a client, there is a task, and there is the expert. Three things. Remember, client, you can become the client, the government agency. Then there is the expert, which are the children, and there's a task. How can we save the art from in Greenwich Village? The children become the expert. Acha, we can have more studios. We can have a psychologist. We can have this. We can have that. And then you come after 10 minutes. Yes, what is your thought? And you can ask finances. How much input for the paints? How much input for this? And children will tell you amazingly. So this is Mantle of the Expert. Okay, now we have a surprise for you. Roshan, you can take off the slides if you are there with us. Yes, so now we are going to show you a last drama convention. Yes, it's called the tableau form. लेकिन मैं ज्यादा नहीं बताऊंगी इसके बारे में. आपको खुद सोचना पड़ेगा ये कौन सा कैरेक्टर है और क्या होने वाला है और किस. अच्छा सब्जेक्ट बता सकती हूँ. Okay, let me give you a hint. This is from HISTORY, history. This is from history, but I'm not going to tell you who these characters are. You will tell me on the chat that which part of the history does it belong to and which is the significant moment being talked about. So I am coming on the off-screen mode, but don't get me out on the backstage because I have to play music. Okay, our actors are ready. So here is our last drama convention. It's called the tableau. Tableau in French means a poster. You can do it with children. Yes, and this is a new way of learning as per NEP. Yes, Anju, that's right. So let's begin. Actors ready. So these actors could be a group of children. Yes, you can divide the children into 4 groups or 2 groups or 5 groups. And we can have 5 major lines. So what is the first line? Started as a revolt from the Indians in the British Army when Mangal Pandey revolted against the use of cow meat in cartridges.
Inqilab Zindabad! Inqilab Zindabad! Inqilab Zindabad!
It led to the execution of Mangal Pandey, which infuriated more and more people.
Yeah, Azrin!
Soon after the kings, zamindars, local feudal lords of various parts of India, led by Rani of Jhansi Lakshmibai, revolted together and started taking back the forts one by one.
Yeah, Allah Akbar!
That lady is coming here! Yes!
हमने सुनी कहानी थी, वाह वाह. Then superior weaponry meant British clawed back and quelled the revolt after the death of Rani Jhansi, and Britishers with their supreme army got back all the lost regions in the north.
Left, right, left, left, right, left.
But this paved way for the future revolutions. Also, they led to the emergence of many revolutionary movements across India, which gradually weakened the British. And yes, one of the most prominent names in this revolutionary series is Mahatma Gandhi.
अहिंसा परमो धर्म स्वदेशी अपनाओ अंग्रेजों भारत छोड़ो.
Thank you. Actors, you can release. Yes. Bloom taxonomy in action. Yes. Thank you. So this, आप बताइए कहाँ का किसकी बात हो रही थी? किसी ने बोला 1857. Yes, 1857. The Sepoy Mutiny. शीजा, आपको कपकेक का बॉक्स मिलेगा. आप कहाँ हैं? आप एड्रेस भेज दीजिए. So yes, this is Mutiny of 1857. So this is how you can do the chapter with the children and just for fun engagement. And see, drama का जो एक importance होता है that it engages the muscle memory. And muscle memory जो आपकी साइकिल की तरह है, जो आपने 6 साल में सीखी थी और आप 36 साल में उसको शुरू करेंगे तो याद आ जाएगा आपको. From 6 to 36, even if you You forget it. Once you are on the bicycle, you know how to ride the bicycle back. So muscle memory is very strong. So it works on psychosoma level. The more you do, is more you remember. खाना जितनी बार आप बनाते रहते हैं उसमें परिपक्व हो जाते हैं. You get matured into it. Yes, so this is how you can divide the children into 4 or 5 divisions. और इसमें ज़्यादा जगह की ज़रूरत नहीं है. You don't need a lot of space in a classroom. You just tell children to stand where they are. On a Zoom, they can stand where they are, and you can say, Group 1, I will read the first part. Group 2, first, second part, fourth part, fifth part. And sometimes you can invite the children to create their parts. Group 1, can you give your part, first part? Group 2, or they can, third variant is they can give each other. Yes, one group can prepare at the end of your जो आपका social science test revision होता है, आप बोल दीजिए group 1 आप आज सिपॉय म्यूटनी करेंगे, group 2 World War II करेंगे, group 3 consequence of World War II करेंगे, और आप movement feudal odd movements कर सकते हैं, and then they can play back the chapter in 5 parts. इतना जल्दी, yes. Okay, so I think we are done with our presentation, and we will love to have any questions or suggestions or thoughts.
It's a pleasure to watch you on screen. I'm sure this was a webinar mode for participants. The energy was so contagious. अगर सामने ही होते तो क्या ही होता, क्या ही energy होती. It was just so awesome. I have no words to say. There is a question which has been repeated again and again and again. How to be part of this? How to be part of Rangumi Applied Theatre? This question has come up multiple times, so that's the first question I'm taking up. Yeah.
Ji, thank you. So we are in Mumbai, and we can also post our link, our email address. Roshan can go onto YouTube, and you can write to us. Please, we also do these smaller workshops. Orange Slate has been quite a visionary to hold our workshops last month, and we will be with Orange Slate doing these workshops very often. So it'll be great that you also write to Vishali. We will be hosting that on their platform very soon. More workshops.
Absolutely. Please do. Yes, we are going to host. We are going to book your calendar, ma'am. Don't worry. Very soon. Right. Any more questions? We can take up a couple of questions. Yeah, there was one. How to use
The
it?
one
So
question on
yes,
sorry,
please. Yeah, Vishal.
there was one question how to use it on accountancy as a subject.
Yes, sure. So there is one of our professors, mentors, who teaches in a university economics through applied theater. It's a university. Yes, so all of this can be taught. So drama convention. Let's say if you're doing any chapter from accountancy, you can pick. And let's say today, I'll give you a very quick example. Let's say if you pick the convention called Story Whoosh, there's a convention called Story Whoosh. Yes, and any subject is always a storytelling. I believe all subjects are storytelling. So in accountancy, if you have a problem statement or a math statement or a narrative, what you could do, for example, Lini, if you have the text with you, text number 1, we can do like a 30 to 40 seconds. Maybe I can do, maybe Lini and Roshan can be the actors.
Yes.
So for example, if you have a narrative in accountancy, you can read that. You can read that as an accountancy statement. So for example, if you say, I'm reading a text from The Giving Tree, the boy said to the tree that I am too big to climb. Okay, so I'm going to read. So I'm going to say, an actor's bush. Okay, I'm too big to climb and play, said the boy. I want to buy things and have fun. I want some money. So tree says, I'm sorry, I don't have money, but I have apples you can take. And story, every actors, or whoosh. So let's see, the actors don't know what they have to become. So they became something. So in accountancy, you read the statement, you can say whoosh, and children or students where they are, they can become that problem statement. And then you can guess. So one is a boy and one is a tree. And life.
I want money for me. You are my friend. Suggest me something. Come on.
Boy, I don't have any money. But if you want apples, you can take all these apples.
Okay, and freeze. So here is the concept of money which came in. And then we can talk about what is money for you, when did it start, barter system, and all that can come as a transdisciplinary learning. This is how you can do your accountancy too. Get into the problem statement and to the skin of the problem. Actors release. Yes. Thank you.
Great, great. And one more question that's coming up is how can we use drama, applied drama to
For
with
preschoolers.
preschoolers? Yeah.
Yes. So applied drama is an amazing concept. If you go to schools in the UK, entire school is based on applied drama. There is no pedagogy used like ICSE, CBSE. UK में सारे schools applied drama या mantle of the experts से ही govern होते हैं. Now, preschoolers, you can use a lot of movements and songs. Today, what we start with our session is we do a lot of body warm up. Second thing is we do movement with voice gymming with songs. Yes, and then there are these conventions like how we did right now. Story Whoosh is what we do with preschoolers. In fact, in one of the audience late sessions, we had a preschooler teacher who is now using this in a preschool sessions. You can read a story, ask children to sit in a circle and tap on the children's shoulder and say, come, if I read a story, let's say The Thirsty Crow, I will read first two lines and any two people can come in the circle and become any character, anything. Sometimes children may say, I'm the rainbow, which is not in the story. How great is that? Who could have thought of that? Yes. So that is a great method. Music, movement, story whoosh, and also I think there are many other conventions that we can use. I think that if you come to our workshops, then we can teach you and share with you more. Yes.
Sure. And dear participants, the details about the reference read and all is available in the goodie bag. So we'll be sharing it with you once the session gets over. Great. The energy is so much right now. I have no words to speak about. It's such amazing session. You left me visualizing things I can do, and on a positive note on self discovery. I can do this. I'm sure our educators can do this as well. Thank you so much, Chetna, Roshan, Lini, for the energy and beautiful presentation. Thank you
Thank
so much.
you,
Thank
Vishali.
you,
Thank you,
everyone.
Thank you, Vishal. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
We'll be sharing the feedback form in the chat. And those who are interested in the certificate for program on applied drama and curriculum and haven't already registered and paid, please click on the link given in the chat.
Right. We'll
Vishal, you had
just give
shared.
everyone about, yeah, we'll just give everyone about 15-20 seconds to click on the link and go ahead with the payment for those who already have. Those who already registered and paid, you don't need to do it again. We will be sending the certificates within 24 to 48 hours of the event completion.
Sure. And in the meanwhile, I'm just sharing my screen and I'll showcase the programs that are lined up. So we are already done with our first session, the bang on start on New Age Bloom's digital taxonomy. And we had our second session on applying drama in your curriculum. We have amazing sessions lined up. I'm just sharing my screen. Yeah, so we have how to become an EdTech savvy teacher at 11, then pedagogy of experiential learning, implementation of NEP, strategies to help learners learn how to learn, 360-degree report card building, gamification in teaching and learning, augmented reality in classroom using 3D Bear, pedagogical power of storytelling, and last but not the least, self care and self compassion for teachers' well being. Amazing programs are lined up. We hope to see you for all the programs and we hope that they're going to help you a lot. So,
Yeah, so moving on. Now we have Mr. Ashwini Purohit, who is the co-founder of Vinyall. Vinyall offers educators and private education institutes in India a white label app that allows them to create their own brands online through its subscription-based SaaS platform. Since its launch in 2018, this edtech startup has reached 3 lakh students through 20,000 educators. Mr. Ashwini, over to you.
Thanks, Vishal, for such a warm introduction. Hi, Vishali. Hello, everyone. I'm Ashwini, the co-founder and CEO at Vinyall. And we started Vinyall back in 2018 and with a vision to help every single teacher and educator in the entire world to take their coachings digital, right? What we have seen in past 2 years is a massive change in terms of how teachers have started teaching and students have started learning things, right? Almost 90% of the teachers have been using Zoom and Google Meet to take their classes, but that's not the convenient way, right? And in fact, if we talk about, let's say, conducting quizzes, taking assessments, that another level of challenge for a teacher. So for that, we do bring your own branded platform that not only helps you to take online classes but also helps you to grow your business. As a teacher, let's say I will be having a couple of challenges, right? I need to take classes online. I need to create online courses and sell it to wider audience. I need to also build my own brand and be a teacher in myself. For all of these things, what we need is a platform where we could promote ourselves rather than anyone else. And for that, we started Venue. What else you could do in this is you could create your online courses. It could be a live course, it could be a recorded lesson, it could be a test series, it could be just sharing notes with your students. Once you do that, you can just start sharing those courses with a link, or you can share your own app link on the Play Store. And once your students download that, students can access and pay you upfront, and the money would be collected in your own bank. So this is what we do largely, and again help all the instructors to go digital. In last 2 years, we have helped more than 1 lakh teachers and about 11 lakh students in total to take classes online and manage their coachings. Apart from that, we have also helped around 10,000 educators to create online courses and start their online businesses. The courses could be easily integrated with channels like YouTube, Facebook Live, Zoom, etc., that you can leverage and can start making your business. So yeah, that's largely it, and would love to connect with everyone and take it forward from here. If you wish to create your own branded app, or let's say own branded platform, and teach on that, you could simply go on venueall.com. I'll just type it up in the chat. And Vishal, if you could help me out with that.
Yeah. So,
Uh,
for all the viewers, Vinual has been generous as a partner for the event to share an offer for all our users today. This will reach out to you in the goodie bag. There is a free subscription for all the participants who have registered to start using it. So, one question for you, Ashwani: is it only for individual teachers, or it can be done for schools as well?
it's for schools, individual teachers, colleges, coachings. All you need is a platform to teach, and if you are a teacher, that's for you.
Perfect. I'll just quickly share the website link for all the users. You can go ahead and have a look at the website, understand what the tool is and how it can change your lives in an immediate click. And again, a reminder for all those who have registered for today's sessions, any of the sessions, you will get a amazing offer from Vinuor in your goodie bag at the end of the day. Please use that, experiment with it, take your classes online. Going into the future, we see every educator being actively involved in this edtech movement, and we would want to empower every educator to have the right set of tools, resources, and content so that they can go alive and make their own brands available to all the students across India.
Likewise.
Right.
Thanks, Vishal.
Thank,
Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
thank you, Ashwani. Thank you so much. Thank you for being a partner for us. Yeah.
All right. So, how is the learning happening, dear participants? Are you enjoying? You can put a yes in the chat. You can also take a screenshot and post it on social media that you're comfortable with, and put hashtag LearnFest 2022.
And all of you, please share the YouTube link with your colleagues who have not registered, who are not attending sessions. We have amazing, what, 9 sessions more to go throughout the day, right?
Yes,
So,
yes.
yes,
We are 2 down, 9 more to go.
right. Okay, so moving on.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much for participating. And this energy is because you are participating with us, with our trainers, with our mentors. So great. We have an activity planned for you before we go to the next session. So I would like to invite my colleague Gunjan.
Hello everyone.
Hi,
Hello, hello,
Gunjan.
hello.
Hello
Yes,
everyone.
now we see you as well. Yes.
We heard you
So we
and
are
we see you.
getting tremendous response, right? So we will post a slide with some mistakes in the picture. Quick, start answering on the chat box. If you can share the slide, Rushali.
Absolutely. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share one slide, which is one picture, and it has some mistakes in it. Okay. So what we want you to do is observe very carefully and start putting what mistakes that you find in the image. Right, Gunjan?
Yes.
Absolutely. So let me share my screen. Just give me a moment. And here it goes.
Remember, there's a timer to it.
Yeah, timer is 30 seconds. So let's count 30 in our mind. And yes, you can see the image. You can start posting the mistakes that you see. I see so many mistakes here. Gunjan,
Yes, I do too.
I'm sure
I
our
hope
participants observe that as well.
so. These are very simple exercises, but they're creativity boosters for your classrooms. So there's a reason for which we do everything.
Yes, we are getting response. Caught
Yeah,
babies upside down. Not a great way to hold
true.
a baby. That's true. There's a snowfall in the cupboard. I wish it's a Narnia, right? It's like opening a cupboard and reaching Narnia. Amazing.
Somebody
Temperature
has
is
typed
different.
square wheels. Square
Ah,
wheels, yeah.
square wheels. Awesome. Day and
Who's-
night, yes. Square wheels are square. Winter night inside the cupboard. Yes, a lot. Come on, come on. We
Great,
have
great.
just reached to cot. We have reached day and night. We have reached square. What else? And the baby, of course.
Shoes. Somebody has written shoes.
Yes, shoes. I don't know how she's walking with one heel long and one heel. I don't know whether it's a heel or not. I don't know how she's walking. Absolutely.
Yeah, the crib
Crib
has
has
no
no
bed.
bed. Yes, yes, correct. Yes, we have a wonderful observant audience, Adashri. Absolutely. Come on. There is one more thing. There are actually multiple. Let's see.
So let me give you a hint. Look at the box.
Can you find anything here?
Chair. Chair. Where is the chair? I can't see a chair.
Is this a chair? Come on. Okay, one more. Can you see this? What is this? Baby
Yes,
is not in the
wheels.
crib. Yeah, baby is not in the crib and in the hands in a very wrong way. Baby will fall. I don't know whether fall or not, but iron in the box is unsafe. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
I
So if it so these are drawers and there is no handle to open the drawer, right? And
and there's
yeah,
a suitcase in the toy box.
there's a suitcase in the toy box. Yeah. All right. So yes,
Yeah,
you all have
somebody's typed some kind of medical instruments.
yes, right.
Ears, ears. Oh,
Okay. Yes, absolutely. Great. So these are creative boosters. Gunjan, would you like to share something about creative boosters?
yeah. So they're simple exercises which boost creativity in your classroom. They are quick, they are rooted in exploration, and they can act as creative stretchers, at the beginning of the day or when, the classroom is going a little lull. So a few minutes every day can make the class fun. And remember, you never assess these creativity boosters. They're not meant to assess.
They are just boosters. It boosts your
Yeah,
creativity, right?
true.
Great. I'll stop sharing. Thank you so much, Gunjan, for energizing the experience. Thank you. And thank you so much,
Thank you,
participants,
Rushali.
for answering and being very observant. Thank you so
Oh, we are
much.
still getting answers, huh?
We are still, oh, no handle in the cupboard. Yes, yes. Everybody observed snowfall in the cupboard and everybody imagined they are in Narnia, right?
Somebody's
Thank you so
even
much.
written these kind of chess draws. Do they exist?
Great. Thank you so much, Gunjan. Thank you. See you soon. Bye bye. Okay, so coming back to our hero's journey. Oh, the pandemic will go away soon. Son, please set up my Zoom meet. Beta, why is my meet not working? Students, please do not remove me from my own classroom. These were mere glitches. The real issues are engaging, connecting with our learners and retaining their attention once they are in the session. EdTech savvy is not merely being a tech geek, but choosing the right tool for deep and immersive learning.
Our next speaker is Ms. Sarika Kaushal, who is a senior faculty with over 23 years of teaching experience. As a subject expert, she's written books for classes 1 to 10th with various leading publications. She's an Adobe Creative Educator, she's a Google Class certified educator, and has completed Augmented Reality by School of Innovation from Facebook. She's also conducted many workshops for teachers on various quizzing and animation tools, augmented reality, and Google Apps. Over to you, Sarika ma'am.
Thank you so much, Vishal and Rushali, for having me here. And I've been watching your previous sessions also. I must say, really, really interesting. So, it's a great platform and great initiative, definitely by Orange Slates, which you people have taken over and involving and engaging and helping the I mean a lot of people, a lot of educators, everyone, if I say, not restricting to the geographical boundaries. So well done, first of all. And
Thank you so much. Thank you.
so let me just start, and I'll start the session by sharing my screen. I'll share my screen, and I think that's the best way of presenting the whole thing. So okay, I hope you all can see my screen.
Yes, ma'am, it's visible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So basically, we're talking about technology being in this pandemic situation, definitely where technology has actually become necessity in life. Okay, and it's there for all of us. And I would just like to start with this presentation by saying that if we all have been using mobile phones, we all have been downloading various apps depending upon our own necessity and choices, and some wishes and all. Then that means we're using technology. So technology, when we are trying to incorporate in our classrooms, definitely it will help not only our children to engage, but it will give us a chance, an idea, and definitely a mode of inspiration for our own self also to explore more. So if I just say, why technology? Why do we need technology? Because definitely technology is not restricting you for any opportunities which requires learning. You try to expand yourself, to try to explore more on various ways, various, you start using your own ideas to uh, find out more about how you can do something more related to your own respective subject. Definitely it increases students engagement, because children, they always, we all know that we all deal with children, we have our own kids also, so we understand that children are, sometimes they become very impatient, and they get bored, because once they start feeling that things are a little monotonous, so they start losing that kind of interest in it. So we have to make them engage by certain ideas. So this is the ideas that I will be talking about. I'm sure it will definitely going to help you out, and I will show you one or two examples which I have also used in my own classrooms. Definitely it will be enabling the teachers to improve their instruction method, because we love to talk, we love to speak, we love to interact, but there are so many other ways of interacting with our children. So we'll talk about that also. Definitely the collaboration is encouraged. Why? Because according to even the new education policy we talk about, we want children to get involved themselves when it comes to the teamwork. So working in a team, sharing the ideas, implementing the given ideas and all, is something which is definitely the need of the hour. And yes, learning beyond the geographical boundaries. So there's no restriction. Anybody having even a mobile phone in any part of the world can just be there to learn. So technology is definitely for all. And I'll start this presentation by just saying that we have to teach the children the way they want to learn. That is the most important thing. It's not how we are teaching, but we have to change ourselves so that our children love to listen to us. They start getting themselves involved in the class. I started this session by saying that, we all can, because we all get to learn so many things. We all will always be learning, and we should always be ready to explore. Children, they are smart to understand. Definitely, they have. They have been using the technology since the time they were born. Like in our times, we had to struggle because I think mobile phone came in late 90s or something. So we learned so many things, and we are again there to learn. But then let me tell you one very important fact. The difference between children and us is that, children, they are pretty comfortable with the tools. Why? Because they are never hesitant to explore. They have the tools with them and they love to explore. We think 10 times. So I think this is something that we learn from the children. We should learn from the children that we should never be hesitant to explore. We should always be open up with the ideas and open our minds with new ideas so that we start exploring. So for exploring, we learn different ways, we learn different areas, so that we get that spark back in the classroom. And let's talk about how do we get that. See, when we are talking about engaging our children in the classroom, there are so many ways of doing it. We talk to them, we write on the board. Of course, nowadays, since the offline classes have been stopped, we are writing it on our laptop screen with certain boards, and also there's so many ways that we are using. I think we should just try and understand which is the right tool for us, so that we can start engaging the children back, and we can not only start engaging, but at the same time we can start making sure that, what we are trying to deliver, the children are able to understand that. Okay, so if I start with the very first thing, we should not restrict ourselves to one form of presentation. So see, we all have been using PowerPoint, we have been using Google Slides, but there are so many other tools. Like one of the examples which I'm showing you right now through this presentation is a Prezi tool. Again, see, a lot of us, we think that, these tools that we are using, we have to pay for that. So I have always been experimenting with a lot of tools, and my first priority is that I don't have to pay anything, for those tools. And I think the people who have been, starting coming up with the new ideas and the tools, they have been generous enough to help us to explore their tools by giving us, to certain extent, those free subscription. So as for teachers, I think there is a lot which is available online, and we should always be ready for that, to explore more. So Prezi is something that you're seeing right now through my slideshow. I have used Prezi. Apart from that, you can even go for ThingLink, you can go for Earth idea, Google Earth, which I just would like to show you through this. Okay, so when I talk about the presentations, again, what do we need to show in the presentation? In the presentation, we need to show more of visual effects, at the same time some way where, children get involved, so that they can participate in the class also. At the same time, when I'm asking question to them, we are giving them the interactive assignment so that they can start writing. So all these options that we have, like in Google Slides, if you just get an attachment, you can do so much. You have Microsoft PowerPoint, with again a lot of class points that can be attached with Microsoft PowerPoint. You download and you start asking questions while you are actually taking the class. Of course, Prezi is something which I am using right now with you all. Google Earth, a lot of people think that Google Earth is again a tool which is restricted for social studies teachers. No. As I said, all these tools are available. We can create presentation. It's just that we should start exploring our own creativity to tell, to see that how that tool can be used to introduce a topic. So if I talk about, say for example, a ThingLink is one of my favorite tools. Why it is one of my favorite tools? Because with ThingLink, you can connect one part to another part. I'll just show you if I have something open in ThingLink. Otherwise, I'll click here, and certain things like, yeah. This was taken in one of my presentations, where I wanted to introduce a topic by showing this lady, and I started asking a question to my class.
Could you please identify this lady?
So I used my own voice over, and then I asked the question to the children on the and then I started getting a response. And apart from that, if I want to introduce again, sometimes children, we want this content is very much there. I just picked up that content from the internet, and then this content was very much there, but then I did not want to read it. I wanted to get something extra on this. So what I did was, I used the option where the system read it for me.
Helen Adams Keller.
So putting an emphasis on every word what you're writing, and I think the system is brilliant. You can do that in Hindi, you can do that in English, there are other languages which are available. So this was one of the tools which I really like. And then connecting those tools from one area to another area is something which is required. You can even connect this with a presentation, which is further connected to a YouTube video. So you can link so many things with this. That means if you see just a single slide, and connectivity is there in so many ways. So something which while introducing a topic, again, this was an example of Helen Keller, but when you're introducing some other topic, maybe in geography or in physics or in science and all, you can always explore and find it. It's, as I said, it all depends upon your creativity. So ThinkLink I have been using now. EduCandy is another very very interesting tool. It's basically for small children, where you can get those tools in your classes, and it shows you those nice pictures and those cartoon kind of things. But then the only restriction with EduCandy, on which these people are working on, is that it's an app. You need to download, and then you need to work on your mobile for this. So you can have an interactive session with your children, create nice presentations, but on a mobile app, not on the system. Okay. And but I feel this is also pretty okay, because having certain tools which are restricted to just mobile phones are okay, because a lot of us are actually sometimes taking classes on mobiles, using mobiles, or the children are actually using, most of the time they're using mobile phones to even get those classes. So when they're actively involved by um, answering your queries and questions that you're putting in the class using mobile, they're pretty comfortable. So this is, as I said, one of the areas. Then the second thing is, you have to express your imagination. You have to be a storyteller. See, again, I don't have to be an English teacher just to tell the story. If I have to introduce something to my class, I have to get certain ideas, and as I said, net is full of ideas. It's just that you should know which tool you need to have to be using in your class, which you feel comfortable with. I am again repeating, we should not be restricting ourselves just to one or two areas, and thinking that it might be difficult for me. Nothing is difficult. If we all know how to download the app from the mobile, we know how to use apps like InShot to create videos and wish our loved ones. I think if we can do that much, we can very easily, very conveniently explore all these tools also, because they're equally simple. So one of the few of these tools which I would like to let you know, to so that you can express your imagination, is Animaker, Powtoon, Video, Canva. A lot of people have been using. Bytable and Kizo are also extremely simple. Now, what is the beauty about these tools? The beauty about these tools are, lot of templates are given, so you don't have to create anything from the scratch. No, the best is the templates are given. You just have to incorporate your own content inside it, your own beginning part, pictures, and the things are ready. It's as simple as that. So again, for videos, you can as I gave you an example in the previous case, where using ThinkLink, you can just incorporate or embed your YouTube video, and you have lots of videos which are available. You can restrict the timings of the videos also using these tools. So you have video is another animation tool. Kizoa is again working on the similar lines. So Bytable, Kizoa, and video, they're almost all same. Again, Canva is something, you want to prepare a birthday card, you want to wish your friend using a GIF image, or you want to have a small nice picture kind of thing. All these features are provided by all of them. My Simple Show is also again one of the tools where you create videos in the form of, I think I've opened My Simple Show. Yes. So these were few videos which I created. Like if I am a geography teacher and I would like to introduce about, give some introduction about the metamorphic rocks. So I think it's just going to take a second and you will be able to see this. Yeah.
Introduction to metamorphic rocks. Metamorphic rocks arise from the transformation of existing rock types in a process called metamorphism.
Now, what is so important about these kind of video making tools? It's important because it's a proven fact that if we teach something by showing them few examples or those key areas which we want to put emphasis on, children will be able to retain those topics for a very, very longer period of time. So if I'm talking about or giving an introduction about the topic called rocks, so a metamorphic rocks, so I have to use those words again and again. Same way, I have to show them with the help of some pictures so that they are able to connect those key areas, key points, and they are able to retain it for a longer period of time, because anything which is visual will definitely going to help them. So as I said, with My Simple Show, there is no need to go for a full subscription if you first want to experiment with that, because they already have a lot of pictures, they already have a lot of templates which are already ready. So you don't have to think that, oh, I need to start with this particular tool, do I need to purchase? No, you don't have to. They all give you some time, and most of the apps, they give you free lifetime subscription, of course with limited facilities. But I feel as a teacher, those limited facilities are also a lot for us. We all can do so much with that. Okay, so My Simple Show is there, Khan Academy, and of course, Animaker is one of my favorite tools. Now, if I just give you an example, I've already opened that. Animaker is, I took one workshop with NCRT on Animaker only. And with Animaker, the best part is that it allows you to make your own character. And at the same time, it gives you that feeling of, again, the templates are given every month. You can actually create few number of presentations which you can download and you can present to your students. And every month that changes, which means that every month you can recreate your own character, and you can start using it and you can start exploring. So if I just show you something which I made for my class in the beginning was the morning assembly kind of thing. So when I made something for the morning assembly, I'll just show you what I did. So like I was little bothered that the attendance suddenly was low in the homeroom period. So I thought, why not to involve my children in the morning with a small video where let me ask them whether they would like to go for yoga or meditation, they want to sing a song. So let me just do it in a creative manner. I tried creating my alias kind of thing, and then with some content which I thought, again, as I said, I just picked up a template. I used a template, the templates that you see in shots in your mobile phone. I just picked up, I created my this alias, and then I used my own text. As far as the making of the animation is concerned and compiling of the whole video, everything was done by Animaker. I did not have to do anything, and then I downloaded and started playing. The only thing is, when you are not paying for these subscriptions, you see a logo, which is absolutely fine, I feel, because as long as you're experimenting, I think it's fine. And with your class, you can show that gets kind of life back in the class. So this can be used when you're introducing a topic. This could be used when you are talking about a particular concept in the class. Again, on the basis of what I showed you using My Simple Show, we have something called as Powtoon also. With Powtoon, yes, I found a little restriction where it's free for initial 15 days, and after that, of course, you need to pay. But I feel you can go ahead with Animaker, you can go ahead with My Simple Show, you can go ahead with Canva, Bytable. Kizoa and video, they all are wonderful tools when we talk about providing a video in our class. So these are the tools which will help you to be more creative in your class, because what is required is creativity. We all are creative, and believe me, it's just that we have not been exploring our inner self. So that's what we need to do more with this. Then if I talk about using multiple tools, so ultimately I'm trying to say that don't restrict yourself to you just keep using only ppts or just videos, or just start experimenting with a lot of tools. As I have already shown you a couple of examples of ThinkLink and Google Earth. Then Padlet is something that you're seeing right now. So this is nothing but a Padlet. I use a lot of times I use this Padlet to engage my students in the class, where I do a collaborative work. I provide a question and I divide my class into roll numbers. Right now you can see it in this form. So this is one of the section, this is another section, this is the third section, and so on. But what I do with my classes, like one of the examples where I divide my class into 5 groups, and then 1 2 3 4 5, you can have more groups in your class. And I start posting a question for every group, and I divide it with respect to the roll numbers. So each roll number from 1 to whatever number of, suppose you're dividing it into 5 and you have a class of 40 students. So you can say 7 students approximately will fall in one particular group. So start posting a question for roll number 1 to 7, then 8 to 14, and so on. And they will be doing a collaborative work, and that too live in your class. So they will be engaged in doing that. So again, as I said, Padlet is another wonderful tool which I use a lot in my class. And with definitely with Padlet I have taken a subscription. The reason being, it's not that expensive, and at the same time, since you get to do a lot with it. You can connect, you can get your Google Drive data in this. You can connect one part of the section with another part of the section that you already have. You can create small videos of yours. You can embed those videos in Padlet and show it to your students, which will be there. It gives you some free space, where it will, in the cloud memory, it will be storing some data of yours, in the cloud, which you can use it later on in any part of the present, and you can create unlimited Padlets. That's a wonderful thing. Okay, so as I said, we should not be restricting ourselves only to one form of presentation. Use variety. But we need to think that if I'm using a particular tool, give some time to it. Just sit with that tool and explore more. Because see, once I was taking this presentation on Microsoft Office, of course, how to create those quick presentations with the PowerPoint. But then Microsoft PowerPoint just had one restriction, that if you want to create wonderful quick presentations, you need to have the version of 2009 and above. So that was a restriction. But I think nowadays everybody has already upgraded themselves. If you have done that, you can create wonderful presentations. So introduction to your topic, or maybe for your homeroom, or maybe like the example I've already given you, or maybe if there is a fun element that you want to get into the class, because within the class, like, you want to give those 5 minutes or 10 minutes break to the students, and you want to show them something nice, go ahead with these tools. So but once you start doing it, I think you'll all start loving it. So that is another thing. Yes, this is important. See, we all know that nothing can take back the charm of the offline classes, and we all love to write. I must suggest all of you to please, in case you have not purchased a stylus, you must purchase, because in any case, there are different, children. Different children have different approach to see, when it comes to get the ideas, or to see the things, or to retain the concept. Some of the children feel very comfortable with videos. Some children feel very comfortable when they start listening to the audio, but some of them still want to get that touch of a class, a subject teacher back, when the way they used to write on the board, whether you call that as the notes, or you call that, I mean, otherwise, but then that touch classroom feeling has to be back. So Jamboard, Micro, Whiteboard.chat, Limnu, OpenBoard, they are wonderful tools. They are all free tools. I'll tell you which one is my favorite, so that you can start experimenting with that. And why is that my favorite, I'll also tell you that. See, Jamboard is something, these are all whiteboards that you have. So okay, so my favorite, frankly speaking, is Micro. I'll tell you why. Whiteboard.chat is completely free. You can have those you know uh, simple, see, we when we use my whiteboards, what is the thing that is required? The first thing that is required is that you need to write. It should be convenient for you to write, so of course with stylus it is very convenient. Number two, when you're writing something on the board, the second thing that you need is, will it give you an option to have the pictures and the images? Yes, it will going to give you the option. So that is nowadays provided by all these whiteboards. Even Jamboard also provides you that. Third is, can you create a PDF out of it so that you can share it with your students? With Jamboard, if you're working with Google, you just have to share it with them. But the one that is, as I said, the one which is my favorite is this one. Why Micro? I'll just show you. Because a number of times we need to draw certain flow charts, and we need to show maybe in the some data in the form of in an expression through different boxes, so that we are able to incorporate, or we are able to deliver what we actually want to deliver. So it provides you these templates which are there. You can create your own board. Otherwise, you do have these options of flow chart, or so the templates are already provided. You can create a mind map. They're all boards which are already there. Yes, the only restriction is if you have a team, it allows you to create 3 boards. But what I feel is, you start creating a new board, start drawing it, convert it into PDF, delete it, recreate a board, as simple as that. So once you have these boards, they are providing you more of an option, where you're not just restricting to just writing, but at the same time, because when we are writing, sometimes we find it a little difficult, especially when we are teaching say maths, or we are teaching when we require these symbols and all those things. So definitely this will going to help you out with those cases. Or otherwise, if I want to draw a timeline, like if I am talking about, I'm teaching a chapter in history, so I need to draw a timeline. So this becomes more neat, and you just have to write those key points and share it with your students in the form of a PDF, and that will be wonderful. So these boards are actually pretty good, pretty cool, and I think one must explore all of them. Then open board is again absolutely free of cost. It is used by a lot of teachers. It is used to incorporate or to embed pictures in it. It is used to convert the data that you're sharing with your friends, with your students, in the form of a PDF. And it gives you much more uh, it gives you a lot of help otherwise also. See, I'll tell you what I sometimes use. I have a screen brush. You can see right now, this is a screen brush that I have. So this is provided with both the OS. It is there with Mac also. It is there with Windows machine also. So if you have a stylus, and if you've shared your entire screen with your friends, or with your students, so what you can do is, you can connect with your stylus and you can use the screen brush. So screen brush allows you to write on the screen. At the same time, it allows you to create a snapshot of what you have actually taught, and then you can further convert into PDF and share it with your students. So as I said, there are numerous technology tools which are available. We just need to start using them. So screen brush is, again, as I said, is a wonderful tool. Limno is also good. And Jamboard, as I said, a lot of us have been using it. It's for online collaboration, so the children, once I've shared with them in the class, they can also further, if you give them access, they can write also, or they can read it, they can go through it. Whiteboard.chat is again a wonderful tool which is absolutely free of cost. And then, so I am just trying to say that you have to do little bit of, but believe me, once you start using these tools, various tools, you will start loving them. I forgot to tell you about one particular tool, which is in videos and animation, that is called as Khan Academy. See, Khan Academy is again an educational app, and you can form a group of teachers over there. You can further invite your students and within your class, and it is absolutely free. It's again a nice tool, where it's an app where as a group, you get to share your content, you get to know a lot of content, you get to uh, work with the other teachers, which are again irrespective of the area or the geographical boundaries. So you get to learn their ways also, and once you're there in a single room, and you can expand your whole environment. And then let me tell you, now this is very important. Gamification is important because children love to the acknowledgement. They love, we all know that children love to play games, but at the same time they love to get acknowledged also. So once you have done a particular topic, how do you make whether a child has understood or not? Maybe if not all 100%, maybe at least 90%. So start making small interactive quizzes for them. Of course, gamification will be covered in detail in the later part of the day today, so you'll get to know more about it, but I'm just touching upon these topics where I'm talking about certain tools. I think a lot of us have been using Kahoot, Mentimeter, but again, if you ask me, quizzes is my favorite. Why? It is my favorite because when I talk about quizzes, this has lots of questions based on a particular topic already posted. So if I want to take reference from already existing tools, I have an option. In this same way, if you're using Google Forms, a lot of us have been using Google Forms. So with Google Forms, of course, nowadays it can be used for doing proper assessment also of the examination and all, where uh, not a direct proctoring can be done, but then if you already have the taken the Google this one, you're attached, your school is attached with Google, so you do have an option where you can freeze the child's screen, and the child should not be allowed to open a new tab, and the moment the child opens a new tab, his form is submitted. Something like this is there now, that they have introduced, but a lot of schools, I don't think so, have started implementing. They will be, I'm sure, starting working on this. But Google Form allows you that if you have a content in Microsoft, like Excel, if you have questions in Excel, or if you have questions in already existing forms, you can take the data and you can start using in your own form. So that's wonderful tool. Metal is again for assessments, but again, Metal with online assessment will give you only when it comes to free, with few questions, just like Kahoot and just like Menti. So Menti nowadays is used to even make presentations, apart from doing the online assessment or interactive presentations. But children love Kahoot, children love Mentimeter. I have been using these tools a lot. I have even been using So Creative quizzing tool, where I can create the quizzes on the similar lines, and when you get those elements of a little bit of nice soundtrack at the back, they love it. And then the best part about this tool is, if you don't want that the names of the students should get disclosed, then these tools allow you to uh, uh, choose the students their own other respective names, which are their random names, not the names, the actual names. So that way the children privacy is also secured. It allows you to connect it with the Google Classroom also, if you want. Otherwise also, you just provide a class code, and they'll go to the app, and they'll just start accessing through that particular code, and they start working on the quiz. So there's so many options which are given in gamification, but gamification, believe me, children love. Why they love? Because they first love to explore whether they know something, or whether they've understood a particular topic that has been done recently. Apart from that, again, they get to they come into that feeling that, okay, wow, I mean, there's something which is on the move. So when you are giving a certain time limit for every question, that enthusiasm is, it is there, believe me, and they love it. So gamification is something which I think all of us must use in our class from time to time. I'm not saying in every class, but yes, it can be used after maybe a couple of classes, like after 2 classes or 3 classes, once you finished a course. But gamification must be included. So try introducing your topic with a nice presentation. In between, embed a nice video, use a lot of whiteboards, and then once a topic is finished, use gamification. So gamification is something which I think we all must use. So when I'm talking about, apart from this, what else can I have in my class? See, if we are trying to do something more, we know that a lot of artificial intelligence experiments are nowadays there. So I think you can do a lot of experiments with Google. I mean, you can just start searching for those online experiments, and it's a fun way of teaching also. Like if you're teaching them about physics topic of sound, or when we talk about high pitch, low pitch, wavelength and all. So we do have a number of experiments of AI which are there in uh, this case. So if I just click here, I will be able to see those experiments. Yeah, so you can launch an experiment and you can share it with your students. They can just start working on this, or maybe you can share a link with them, depending upon your. So there are lots of experiments, not restricting to again a topic, but sometimes we need to get those fun things back in the class. So this is again one of the ways. The other way is semantris. Now semantris is very good when it comes to mind games. Secondly, it is very good when it comes to, again, it's also an experiment by Google, when you're teaching children about words. Okay, so like what comes when I talk about the word called as moon, what comes into your mind? So for every word that you're thinking, you, again, there's a time limit, and then you children start writing, typing. Again, it can be done online, and at the same time, for every correct answer, the points are given. So that is a fun way of teaching the children with the help of machine learning, the words. Okay, so words, and connecting one type of word with another type of word. Okay, now I thought I'll definitely going to talk about Duolingo. Now, Duolingo is something which I really like. Why I like this tool? I think we all must see this tool. This is specifically for those who are, either trying to learn foreign language like German, Spanish, French, or a lot of other languages are there, or especially for teachers who are teaching foreign languages, because this tool provides you, by taking your feedback, it provides you way to learn the language from the language that you understand. Like for example, if I'm very comfortable with uh, English and I want to learn Japanese. So it will start you from the basic level, and then it will going to increase you to that intermediate, and definitely the hard level. So by asking you a lot of questions, by telling you through pictorial representations, it's a wonderful, wonderful tool. So for language teachers, it's a must tool to introduce your students to. And even if you as a teacher would like to learn, like I wanted to learn German, but once I started opening, yes, when I came to know about this tool, I started experimenting, and a couple of words, what do you call milk in German, milch, and same way, what do you call tea? So once it shows you with the help of those pictorial pictures, the data, you tend to, and it's something which helps you in a very convenient way to make and form sentences. So it's wonderful tool. This is nice. Wheel of Fames, I think some of you must be knowing. It's just that when you're talking to your class and suddenly you'll say that, okay, let me just ask randomly some question to the child. So then Wheel of Names is something that you can show to your students. You can just type the names of all your students over there, and you can change the settings, so you can customize it, what will happen once the wheel spins, the name is chosen. So especially young children, they love it. I mean, children of grade 1 to grade 6 or 7, they just love it. And when their name is called, and then you can say, okay, now my next question is to you, so you just spin a wheel by just clicking over there, and the wheel is spinned. So it's something that is pretty nice. And pixel art is, again, I just thought I'll just tell you, a lot of us have been using Adobe Photoshop. So pixel art is again another tool where it's a free online tool, comparable, I will not say of course to that extent what we have been working with. The Adobe Photoshop is extremely good, but to certain extent, maybe 70%. Pixel art is an online photo editing tool. If you want to create your own pictures, and you're pretty good with your creativity, you can explore pixel art. So I think these are the tools, and the link is already will be provided to you in the e-manual that will be given by Orange Slates. And I'll just say that, last but not the least, don't restrict yourself to one mode of delivery. Please use stylus, please use audio, video. Duolingo is one example I've shown you. Khan Academy, be part of a teamwork, and a team, and start sharing your knowledge with others, so that maximum people should get a lot of benefit with that. And we should remember that we have created the machine. So no machine can do the work of one extraordinary person, because we all are extraordinary within ourselves, as said by Albert. So start exploring, start getting your hidden uh, inner self, in your creativity out, because you all are amazing, you all can do a lot, you are all wonderful in your own respective fields. So just get that extraordinary spark that you have within yourself, related to your subject or otherwise, out, so that you can start getting that life back in the class, with the children getting involved. So I would just like to end my presentation by uh, these words. So over to you, Vishali.
Thank you so much, Sarika ma'am. It was so informative, and we have a lot of questions for you.
Yeah.
Um, okay. So, first question is, I'm sure you would have anticipated this. How to balance technological and physical world in students' life from teachers' point of view.
See, definitely when it comes to the physical life and online and all, definitely offline nothing can beat. We all know that. So that human touch is something which is, I can say, is missing. But looking at the current situation and scenario, we can't do much about it. So I think. Uh, if you have noticed me when I'm talking about these tools also, I'm speaking a lot. So I think we need to talk a lot, even if we are there on the online mode, even if we are teaching. I mean, teaching continuously for 40 minutes, 45 minutes is not a very good idea. But then we must start talking. And one of the things which I feel is little bit missing with us as teachers is, when we are teaching and we are not of course children are not forced to switch on the cameras, but I think as teachers we should be always switching on our cameras, and we should be talking, because they should at least be able to see us, with that connectivity will always be seen otherwise. So I think this is at most, at least we can do as teachers. Always switch on your cameras, talk to them, and keep calling them by their names, so that every child feels connected. If you call them and you say, yeah, Rushali, I can understand what you're asking me, of course you'll feel that ma'am is listening to you, you're getting connected. Because otherwise it's an unprecedented situation which nobody can avoid. So yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. So, a lot of questions have come up to subject specific apps that for mathematics, senior classes, and for science, and so on. So, I think in the Padlet PDF that is there, you have mentioned that. So, all the participants, I know there are multiple places where people have asked that they want this Padlet. It is beautifully organized by Sarika ma'am. Yes, you will receive it in your goodie bag. We'll be sending the goodie bag after the session, after the Learn Fest gets over. To by the end of the day, you'll be receiving the goodie bag. So it actually we call that as pitara. because it has so much of resources. This is just one of this one session that Sarika has collated so beautifully. All the information will be available to you in your goodie bag. So don't worry, you will have all the data, all the tools, and all the information that you need for better execution. Okay. So you said stylus. Does it work on mobile phone?
No, stylus as such, but yes, if you are having iPads, uh, that works, or you have to get the latest mobile phone like Samsung Galaxy and all. So, as such, that will be a lot of difficulty because, yeah. So, that's why I think with stylus, it's pretty comfortable. If you can't, if you just have a laptop, stylus is not something which is very expensive. With mobiles, those which come with the, that pen and all, you can use. But then again, there's no point working even if you have a connector also, because when you try to present your screen, the whole screen with that, in any case a mobile screen is very very small. So I have always felt that when we are teaching, it's always better to use a laptop.
Okay. Vishal, any questions you want to take up?
No, I think in such a short time spoken about so many tools. I think it'll take a lot more days for teachers to finally start exploring all of them. But one thing is very clear that whether it is COVID or anything else that impacts schools, teachers need to get edtech savvy pretty soon. A lot of them have already done a lot of work in this space, and a lot of questions about the urban and rural divide in terms of technology. I think yes, there is still some access issues across the country, but the pace at which we as a country are getting digitized, I think it's faster across anywhere in the world. The cost of data is probably the lowest across the entire planet. So if we don't use technology, I don't think anybody else will. So we need to lead this way. Schools
Absolutely.
get disrupted for many reasons. COVID is one big one, but if it's pollution in places like where I live in Gurgaon and Delhi, or it's elections, anyway, school gets shut. I think it's to change the mindset. The school is not shut. The learning doesn't shut. It's just a building that is closed, but the
Yes.
learning goes on forever. And I think, ma'am, your session is going to really help every viewer who's live with us today, and probably all those who keep accessing this YouTube video for perpetuity to understand how they can become tech savvy. Thank you, Sarika, ma'am.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you so much,
Yes,
Vishal, and so much, Rushali. And the only thing I would like to just say is that, we should, I have been emphasizing on just one thing, that we should always explore ourselves. We should not restrict ourselves. I am not saying to use all the tools. I am just saying at least start with one and start experimenting. There is so much that we can do. Children would love it. It's like Vishal, you just mentioned that when we talk about those remote areas where people are not able to have the accessibility of a good connection and all, but if it's our voice, talk to
right.
the children, record your lessons, share with them. Nobody is stopping, and it hardly takes any data, it hardly takes any time. And when
Absolutely.
you speak to them, speaking is more important. That should never stop. Whether you're taking an online class, you're taking an offline class, speaking is important. You need to connect, talk to them, call their name, which that personal touch should always be there. So
True.
technology is just one of the tools that we're using because we have created it, and
Right.
but then that personal, I hope that you understand what I'm trying to say. That personal touch should
Absolutely.
never
That
go
has to be there.
as a teacher.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
ma'am. Absolutely.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Sarika, ma'am.
Thank you,
Uh,
ma'am.
Thank you. And for those, yeah, so those interested in certificate for program on becoming EdTech savvy teacher and haven't already registered and paid, please click on the link given in the chat. So we are sharing a link here. And also provide feedback for the session. How did you like it? And I saw certain questions on if we can have sessions on how to use this tool. Of course. So Orange Stage is a platform where we take up teacher training, teacher upskilling. We'll be organizing these programs and we'll be sending you our calendar, so you can register for the course and upskill yourself. Thank you so much. Um, yes. So yes, next we have a very important session for all the educators. Like even Sarika ma'am said that what we have to do is speak, right? And here, voices hold magic. While the screens take over our eyes, the voices. Who doesn't love a well narrated story or a beautifully delivered poem? Now we move on from tech to voice. I welcome Miss Vandana Sengupta, who will guide us to love our voice. Vandana ma'am, over to you.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm so delighted to be here. Thank you so much, Ushali. And it's a great joy for me to be here as a voice trainer. And I congratulate Orange Slates that you're having such a beautiful Learn Fest. मतलब मजे ही आ गए पूरा दिन सीखते ही जाना है, especially all the educationists, all the teachers, professors, that we use our voice each and every moment to connect to our students. And look at the times today that online has become such an important platform for all of us. So, as a voice coach, as I always tell everybody, that first thing first is that you have to be in love with your voice. You have to love your voice. So I always start with something as simple as telling my own self that I love my voice, and you all also have to start loving your voice. So, first thing that I want to tell about voice is that voice is a response to an impulse. And how beautifully just before me, Sarika was explaining about different tools. And when she said that we have to speak, we have to bring in that personal touch. So I would just love to pick from there and say that yes, there is the personal touch. When you connect to people, you use your voice, and when you use your voice, you have to decorate it with many these tips that I would be giving you. You need to modulate, you need to involve yourself, and you need to make a picture in front of your students to give the message in totality. Like as I told in my Orange State last session also, that your voice has power to give imagination to your students. And a teacher is just like an actor on a stage who's trying to form a connect with his or her student, right? So you have to be involved. You have to be involved, and you have to simply imagine what you have to say and give that imagination to your student, because your voice has a power to give imagination to your students. And the more involved you are, the more flavorful, the more attractive and meaningful your presentation or whatever you message to your student is, or your lecture or your subject, whatever you're going to training, will have a very, very beautiful impact on your student. So I'm going to be giving you 3 points in short here today. So first thing is, you can please make a note of it, all the teachers. It is our voice that command the attention of our listeners, draw them in, and alert them to the value of our message. I'll repeat myself. It is our voice that command the attention of our listeners, who are our students, and draw them in and alert them to the value of our message. So this is one thing, and I will tell you after I finish all these 3 points that how we can add value to how we are speaking. You can communicate a great deal with voice and no speech, but you cannot communicate anything through speech without voice. So, how important the voice is. And the last one, when words are seen, tasted, touched, felt, they penetrate and break up patterns of thoughts. So they reach into emotions, memories, associations, and they spark the imaginations. In fact, I can write all these points and pass it on to Vrashali later, and you can think about it and elaborate on it and think that what is it that I'm trying to express at this moment. So your voice is so important, and how you can now I'm going to give you few points that can really help you take your voice from one level to another. First is your words. Your words have to be very, very clear. Your pauses have to be correct. The silence between the two sentences is very, very important. So, how can you get it? So, first thing is to focus your voice. And how do you focus your voice? By very, very simple basic voice exercises that I explained to you in the last session also, and in future sessions also I'm going to bring in more exercises, but here I'm just going to give you very light very simple voice exercise which is called gliding. It's a warm up exercise. It opens your voice, so whenever you're going for a lecture, you can just do it in a corner and then go and attend your lecture. So it is like this. It's called gliding. So you just free yourself. You just say, take your voice from one pitch to any other pitch that you want to and come back. So it goes like this. You can do with me. So it's called gliding. So you just open yourself. You just feel great about it. Free your voice. It's called freeing yourself. So once you do this, what happens is your voice is homogenized in your body. Like how when you take a cough syrup and you shake it, so what happens, it is homogenized. So same way, when you're doing gliding, what is happening, your voice is getting warmed up, it's getting distributed in your body. And as you glide, you can glide yourself also. So this is called gliding. You can use this and do a little bit of facial exercises like speech organ exercises, like you can work on your jaw, like a, e, u, I, like that. Then you can work on your tongue by doing this exercise. Okay, so these three exercises I have given you, you can do it every day, teachers, and you see a very beautiful change in the way you speak. Second is called humming. It's a very beautiful voice focus exercise. You can just say hum, sit in a corner. It's not yoga, it's not a meditation. It's a simple voice exercise. So how you have to do is hum, hum. Once you get tired, then take a fresh breath and do it. Hum, hum. Okay, so this is one which is these are the voice exercises, breathing exercises. So I'll just recap these with you once again. We did a, e, u, I for our jaws. We did har for our tongue. We did hum, gliding. And then we did humming. These are very, very basic exercises. And as we go ahead, I'm going to add more and more dimensions to these exercises. So now coming back to what voice is all about. Voice, as I told you, is a response to an impulse. It's a communication tool. So first things that you need to understand that you have a voice and you have to recognize your voice. You have to do voice exercises, breathing exercises to get your voice in focus. And then you have to start loving your voice and then start involving yourself in whatever you are saying. When I say involving yourself means that put a little bit more uh, your stress on how you are using your words. Which word in a sentence you would like to stress, which has importance. Like for example, if I say, मैं happy हूँ. So which word you are going to stress here? So I will show you how when you put a stress on a word, how you can change the meaning of a sentence. मैं happy हूँ. मैं happy हूँ. मैं happy हूँ. So see how the stress is shifting. The meaning of the sentence is also changing. Every time you change the shift stress of a word and you are changing the stress, what is happening? A new flavor is coming to your sentence. So you have to, these are the steps that you can get involved slowly and slowly. Then where are you going to pause? You have to take that one little pause to give a better meaning to the sentence which is coming ahead and the sentence that you have just said. So I'll repeat this again. Taking a pause on a right place will help you give a better meaning to a sentence that you have just said, and the meaning that is going to be coming from a sentence which you are going to say now. So these two things, please think about these things. And of course, I'm here that I can answer all your questions. Pause and stress the words which are important. So there's a lot to voice, and just Roshali, I'll quickly recap everything that what we discussed today. Is that I gave you some small exercises that I gave you, and then I talked about how stress and pause is important and how involvement is important. And again and again, Roshali and Vishal, I just stress on this point that love your voice, because this is the first step, and voice is answer to all our questions on its own. So thank you so much for having me, Roshali and Vishal, and it was a great joy. But come time tha, I think we weeks and weeks are also not enough. But I'm sure we'll be again back soon on this.
Asha ma'am, this is just a start.
Absolutely, ma'am.
And this is just a start to a very, very great thing. Like you said, every day, 2 minutes for themselves, and
Absolutely.
it's going to help them. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Vandana ma'am. It's always a pleasure to host you. And of course, many, many more sessions coming up with you on Orange
Yes.
Slates. Look
Yeah.
forward. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Thank you so much.
All right, so we continue the story of self discovery with a memory. As educators and role models, there always comes a time when an ear, an advice, or a mentor has made a significant mark on the path of our story. Can you think of that one incident or one decision that changed or impacted the course of your life? There is always that one person who has been the catalyst for our transformation. Now, can we pin that one person to that moment or decision? Someone has rightly said, we might not remember what you taught us, but we surely remember how you made us feel. Experience is a game changer. We have done new things. We have been voice artists, we have been animators, we have been instructional designers, and more. You created awesome experiences for children despite all odds.
Our next speaker is Ms. Aishwarya Taneja, who is HOD Economics and CBC resource person with 18 years of teaching experience, a recipient of Global Teacher Award, Dr. Sarojini Naidu Award for Working Women, and Dronacharya Award for Excellence. She is also a Microsoft Innovation expert and an internationally certified career coach. We are so glad to have you, Aishwarya. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Vishali, and thank you, Vishal. Delighted to be here on a rainy morning. Yeah, it's raining here in Delhi and it's raining heavily out here.
Yes,
So good to be here, good to experience. And as you suggest, I can start whenever you say.
right, ma'am.
Please, please,
Right away.
the stage is all yours, ma'am.
Okay. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Orange Slates. And yes, of course, we all are here and we are going to experience something which we all have been actually introducing in our classes. This is called pedagogy of experiential learning. It is not something which the terminology which has recently come into the picture. So we are going to make it very, very simple. We are going to use the tools which are available to us. Something, if whether it is a remote area, whether it is something that we do not have, we will be using something which is very around us. And experiential learning is an opportunity for each one of us to understand that even if the child would not understand if you're telling him something, but the child would definitely remember and will be able to comprehend if we are if the child is able to do that particular activity. So I, without much ado, I will start sharing my PowerPoint presentation. We will be interactive throughout. The chat box is open. We can talk and share our questions accordingly. So I hope my screen is visible. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, madam.
For the things we have to learn before we can do them, we learn by doing them. A very powerful quote, and that is what the basis of experiential learning is all about. There are so many words that we have been using again and again: joyful learning, art integrated learning, sports integrated learning. All these are nothing but a part of the bundle of experiential learning. So, the learning objective and outcome of this particular workshop for 30-45 minutes that we are going to have is we have to identify what exactly do we mean by experiential learning. How do we implement it in the classroom, whether we have the resources or we have to use the resources which already exist and we do not know that we can use them for experiential learning. Adopting an inquiry approach for teaching and learning to create or to find out what is the link between NEP and experiential learning. And of course, most important, how do you plan your lesson plans? Because this is what will decide whether you, when you go back after this workshop, you would be implementing experiential learning in your class or not, right? So these are different roads to same destination. Everybody, I mean, today since morning, Orange Slates has been doing so many webinars on various topics, whether it is gamification, whether it is storytelling, whether it is theater based learning, joyful learning, fun games and studies, sports integrated learning, collaborative learning, learning by doing. These are all nothing but different names for experiential learning. So before I begin with actual activities, I just want to explain what exactly do we mean by an experiential learning cycle. So first you begin with a concrete experience, a reflective observation, then abstract conceptualization and active experimentation. Now the point is, what do we actually mean by all this? Now, one, the first stage, that is the students actively engage in an experience. Now, what do we mean when we say actively engage in experience? That they are doing a role play, they are having a panel discussion, they are making a rap song, they are engaging with each other, they are observing, they are giving feedback, there are peer reviews. So students are actively engaged in an experience. Then reflective observation. Now reflective observation means that they are reflecting on what they have done and they are trying to, chart it down, they're analyzing it, they're documenting it. If there is any problem, they're identifying, they're working on the feedback that they are receiving, which is very important, whether for a student or for a mentor, both. So they are aligning their experience and their prior knowledge. So conceptual thinking, the third stage. Now, when they are reflecting on it, they develop new understanding. It's like improvisation, finding out that whatever they're doing, whether they can improve upon it, whether they can do it better in a other fashion, do they require, do they need to engage somebody else, or it is basically, improvising on the same topic that they are already learning. The last stage is active experimentation. When they have gone through the stages of, reflection, feedback, they start planning and testing their hypothesis or conclusions by applying their knowledge to new experiences. So these are the phases of experiential learning that every individual goes through. So if you are having experiential learning classroom, what is it that how does it benefit the students? Now, what does it do? Of course, it is understood that you learn more by experience. You offer more opportunities to students to think freely and operate differently without losing any confidence. And of course, when they know that they have to do a particular task, they are motivated and they want to do it more often and experiment it. So there's a child who's saying that, okay, volcanic simulations, okay, I know about Japan, I know about this is how a volcanic simulation happened. But if I am able to experience it, if I'm able to visit such places, if I'm able to go for an excursion, then bye bye rote learning. I no longer need to learn from the book. I have already experienced that particular activity, and that means that I will never ever forget it. So here it becomes very important as a mentor for you to understand that generally we keep on saying that we conducted an activity in the class. Now, when we are talking about experiential learning, we are talking about a step ahead of activity. So try to distinguish between what is an activity and what is a project. Now, what is an activity? You want students to write about what is electricity. That is an activity. You want students to talk about demonetization. You want them to talk about symptoms of COVID 19. Now, this is an activity when it is an instantaneous response based on whatever instructions that are given to them. So that is a narrow version of the engagement that you're having for a student in a class. Now, when it comes to project, now that is what experiential learning is all about. You have to focus on extension of the activity, that is a project, where you are mapping that, okay, we are talking about demonetization, then how about doing a research, how about finding out how many people benefited out of it, how much of money was brought back to the RBI, was black money a factor in it. So when you are analyzing around, it's something like COPAI. Now, what is COPAI? When it comes to project, you are following all stages of statistical study. You are doing collection of the data, you are organizing the data, you are presenting the data, then you are analyzing it, you are interpreting it. So in the process, you're doing research, you are interacting, you are taking feedback, there are reviews. So there are, that means it need not be only one subject, but it can actually be interdisciplinary. When you are talking about demonetization, mathematics, geography, physics, everything can be a part of demonetization because it is financial literacy. So when you are doing or trying to practice experiential learning in your class, always be able to distinguish between what is an activity and what is a project. So like I said, research and presentation is an activity, but when you are conducting a survey, brainstorming, analyzing, and finding about maybe the breakthrough after demonetization, the cashless economy, we all know that we wouldn't have able to survive pandemic without a cashless economy. We all have been able to do, the e-commerce got a major uplift because of the introduction of the cashless economy, and demonetization played a very, very important role in it. So these are the some things that the student need to analyze when he or she is doing a project, and that is what experiential learning is all about. When you do show and tell, when you ask students to make something out of waste, that is a kind of an activity that can extend to a project. So always never stop at an activity, but try to take it to the level of the project if you want the students to pass through all the four phases of experiential learning. So ask these questions regularly whenever you are in your class. Now, what are those questions? Does your classroom demand enough thinking? Are your students asking you enough questions? Does your classroom provide balance between doing and thinking? Is it always just the thinking and not actually application of the task? Is the thinking a result of the reflection on doing? So when they are doing a particular task, are they reflecting on it? Are they ready to get positive feedback? Are they improvising on the task when they are getting the feedback? So these are some of the questions as an experiential learner educator you have to keep asking yourself regularly, and that is the key to your success. So I'm going to start with a very, very simple concept when it comes to experiential learning as such. So how to make Meri Wali Maggie. Okay, so everybody has a distinct way of making Meri Wali Maggie. So everybody has a preconceived notion about Meri Wali Maggie. Somebody might say that I like my Maggie with veggies. Somebody might say that I like my Maggie with lots of salt or maybe lots of masala. Or somebody would say that I like my Maggie bland. I like to cook my Maggie, or somebody would say I like the 2-minute Maggie. And so there are a lot of preconceived notions about the Meri Wali Maggie that you have. So if you are introducing a concept in your class, so like I am introducing Meri Wali Maggie in today's class. So each one of you has.
Sorry to interrupt, ma'am. Can you just remove the that ribbon that's coming for sharing? I think it's blocking part of the presentation. Just hide that. Yeah,
Yeah, I
that's
have
it.
it.
Thank you so much. And sorry, please
Okay,
continue.
right. So, how to make Meri Wali Maggie? So, each one of you has a preconceived notion that what kind of a Maggie that you would like to have. Now, these are the same steps that you have to follow for experiential learning topic in your class. Okay, so Meri Wali Maggie, you use the chat box. Yes, what kind of a Meri Wali Maggie would you like to eat? uh, I mean, what is it that you like about Maggie? What is different from your Maggie to your friend's Maggie? Why your Maggie is better than your friend's Maggie? So these are some of the questions which need to be asked. Okay, so like you can use a quiz, you can use games in your class, you can ask about their individual opinions. So first of all, whenever you start with experiential learning topic, you have to ask them about what they know about that particular topic. Once that has been established, once this is known that yes, Meri Wali Maggie is of various types, and I mean some of you wouldn't know that there is, or there was once a time there was Maggie also launched a sweet Maggie in a strawberry flavor, which is of course something which many people don't know, that Maggie also comes in a used to come in a sweet flavor. So these are some of the preconceived notions that the students should be able to share with you freely, and then you know that this is what they know about a Meri Wali Maggie. The second step in the experiential learning topic is, once your Meri Wali Maggie is established, you need to do the research. Why that Maggie is better than my Maggie? Does it taste better? How about I make Maggie as per my friend's recipe, and maybe how does it taste different from my particular Maggie? So they can go for research, they can have a survey, they can conduct a survey in their society and ask about the various types of Maggies that people like to have. Do the people know about sweet Maggie, or do they know about the rice Maggie, or how is atta Maggie different from whatever that they having? So it is same in a similar fashion when you're doing an experiential learning topic. Once you have established the preconceived notions, you start with the research and they find out more about that particular topic. Once the students, yes, Meri Wali Maggie is little spicy, fusion Maggie, now I'm getting answers, very nice. Experience learning is learning by doing through their experience, absolutely yes, right? So that is very important. Maggie with boiled eggs or Maggie with chicken, whatever the way you like. So it's very important. Once the preconceived notions and the introductory activity is over, it is very important to go for research, go for surveys, and find out more about that particular topic. Because as a 21st century skill learner, the very important skill that a student needs to have is to be ability to adjust to the ideas which others give. That is a part of a 21st century skills. Now creativity, which is a 21st century skill, it may seem that of course thinking out of the box, getting an idea, maybe a different idea, that of course is creativity. But at the same time, it is very important for a student to understand that the idea has to be viable, and if your idea is not acceptable, then you should be ready to build on somebody else's idea. So being adaptive and adoptive is also a 21st century skill. So this is something which happens in the second stage. Once research has been done, then the plan of action, finding about how now to make Meri Wali Maggie, what kind of tools that you require, pans and pots that are required, and of course, what is the ingredients that you require. Have you chosen a particular Meri Wali Maggie that you felt can be better than Meri Wali Maggie? So what is your plan of action? What are the quantity of ingredients that might be required for making a Meri Wali Maggie? So that is the plan of action. So what is it? We are doing the task rather than just thinking about it or watching an advertisement or just talking about it. The action is being taken. Once the action has been taken, of course, then the feedback. Of course, you share your Meri Wali Maggie. What is Maggie without sharing? So you share your questions with your peers. You ask them how do they like it, what is the description, the appearance, can we improvise on it? This is all about getting a feedback and life skill. If there is a positive feedback, accepting it positively and improvising in it. If there is a negative one, and of course taking action on it and making sure that you improvise next. Feedback here is very, very important. And then comes the reflection, that in the end, when you all sit together, when there is either a one-to-one interaction or a group discussion. Now here, with the online technology, a lot of things have changed. In a physical classroom, you may have a group discussion or maybe a one-to-one interaction. But here, when it is online, you can even go for asynchronous feedbacks. You can ask, you can share a Google form or a Microsoft form. You can ask them to record videos on Flipgrid. You can ask them to write comments on Padlet. So reflection, written, oral discussion, anyway. So that is possible. And again, the process starts that once you are reflecting, how do you want to improvise upon it? So Meri Wali Maggie was just an example of finding out how do you proceed with an experiential classroom lesson in your class. Okay, so when it comes to national education policy also and NCF 2005, it is very important that we introduce experiential learning in our classroom. That is, your shift from rote methods. Examination is flexible. That is the purpose of NEP and NCF 2005 and connects to real life. We all have seen the changes in the board examination. We all have experienced term one. We all know that the difficulties that the students faced because of a non-experiential learning. And that is why it is very important that whatever education that we are doing, whatever we are doing with our students, whatever topic that we're teaching them, it is connected to the real life. And that is one of the aims of national education policy, to understand that our education has to be rooted in our culture. It has to be connected to it, and at the same time being real, because we don't want to teach them something which is only present in the books. So curriculum goes beyond textbook. NCRT has also already started the practice of reducing the syllabus so that more application oriented topic can be included and the students are more focused on doing research, surveys, brainstorming sessions rather than just focusing on completing the syllabus. So the purpose of NEP and NCF is, of course, nurturing a wholesome identity informed by democratic principles of our country. So this is the experiential learning model, right? From the teacher's perspective and from the student's perspective. So let's just do that in brief. So one is expressing notion. Now, what is expressing notion is expresses experiences of things in the world. Like I said, Meri Wali Maggie, or you're talking about demonetization, or you're talking about what is electricity. So what is it that they already know? That is very, very important for you to find out, because you need to know what is the learning style of your classroom. So if you know what is the classroom learning style of your classroom, then it would become very easy for you to find out about their experiences, and you should always encourage them to share their experiences with you. Number two, once they have shared their preconceived notions, like we couldn't have a discussion over here, but immediate feedback is very important. Yes, that comes from the point of view of the teacher. The teacher has to facilitate conversation so that whatever they are discussing, it has to be meaningful for them. They should understand that what they're discussing, it is meaningful. If they're talking about electricity, if they're talking about maybe India on the eve of independence, or maybe about the COVID-19 vaccination. What is the notion that they already have? We all know that age group 15 to 18 is now getting vaccinated. So why not have a discussion with them regarding that? They must be having preconceived notions. They must be thinking, they must be having notions about getting vaccinated or maybe going out of their houses. So whatever is it that we can they can express their notions, and it is the role of the mentor to strike a conversation and make sure that they share it with them. Exploring and researching. Now, once they know about COVID-19 vaccination, they can gather the information. They can gather it from internet. They can ask their peers. They can ask their teachers. They can ask in the community. They can ask each other. So, exploring and researching about a particular topic, that comes next. Now, here the teacher's role is, of course, very, very important. Feedback is the only word which has A, B, C, D, E, F, right? So that means it covers giving quality feedback and giving it timely. That is very, very important from a teacher's perspective. So it's very important that the teacher provides them with the feedback on this activity so that they can brainstorm, they can think about it, and they can improvise about it. Once the immediate reflection is over, then comes the creating an artifact to consolidate their knowledge. That is creation. That is a part of Bloom's taxonomy also, on whatever they have gained, whatever they have, like I said, Meri Wali Maggie, whatever you have gained. Okay, if I add an extra dose of masala packet, I'm going to sure I'm going to make a better Maggie, which my taste buds or my palate is going to like better. So that is creation, that is improvisation, which they have gained from previous activity. And again, the process from the teachers, the correct feedback. The feedback. Now, feedback need not be that the teacher providing the feedback. It can be, through Microsoft Forms. It can be through Google Forms. It can be through Flipgrid. It can be peer reviews. It can be parent reviews. It can be a podcast for that matter. Whatever students have created, it can be put on a school blog or a classroom blog where they can get positive feedback and or negative for that matter. An immediate feedback is very, very essential. Number 7, reflecting on learning experiences. So whatever you have done in 1, 3, and 5, it's very important to reflect. Like I said, oral, written, audio, visual, whichever way, synchronous, asynchronous, group activity, one-to-one interaction, whichever way, it's very important for students to reflect upon whatever activities that they have done and whatever they have learned. And last but definitely not the least, the teacher's role is to provide feedback, and to summarize whatever they are brooding upon the topic, whatever they are researching on the topic. So that is how an activity becomes a project, and it becomes very, very important. And the student will never forget when they learn by doing rather than just by listening. Yes, reflection time is very important, Asifa. Yes, creativity being explored. So, strategies of experiential learning, very, very important. Yes, you all know this is not something new. You all have been doing it in your class, but yes, jargon sometimes becomes very, very important. So, you all have been doing it, but like I said in the beginning, we all have been doing it as an activity. You have to give it an extension to the project. So, art based activities, pure tutoring, games and puzzles, field trips, virtual trips, guest speakers, documentaries, portfolios, role plays. All these are activities that you already have been doing in your classroom. The only thing that you need to remember now is you have to make an extension and make it a project which involves students to learn by doing rather than just do an activity, forget about it. It's simple art, like I said, art based activity, simply drawing, or maybe they're drawing a scenery, something that we all have drawn, experienced it. We all have experienced, somebody tells us to draw a scenery, I know what to draw. I know I will draw three mountains. I'm going to draw a sun at the back. Then I'm going to draw a hut, and I'm also going to draw a road, maybe a river beneath, and some grass. Okay. Now, why not go beyond that activity and tell them to experience by analyzing where can you find this kind of a scenario? Where is this scene? Why do you think have you made this scene? What kind of a weather in such a scene can exist? What all tools that you require to survive in such kind of a scene? So convert a simple activity into a project which enables them to do rather than just finish an activity and go for the next task. So readily available resources around us for experiential learning. So you don't need to go far. Your resources are already available. Your first resources are students, right? Role plays, games, songs, dances, quiz, art. You can use them as your resources for experiential learning. When it comes to school playground, maybe poster competitions, games, exhibitions you can have. Now, since we are not outside anymore, it can be, yes, online games, exhibitions, posters. Every school has been doing these particular tasks. A school garden, observing them, finding biology, finding about the various species, germination, etc. Waste management by taking care of old clothes, by community outreach programs, finding out how to recycle the objects. Computers telling you about hardware, software. Then the fee counter can be utilized for basic mathematics, communication skills. Principal's office, of course, role play, communication skills. A mom's kitchen, knowing about spices, finding out about food storage, how can we keep food safe, hygiene. So many things. The resources are already available with you, but you only have to utilize them and convert an activity into a project. It's simple as that, right? When it comes to newspapers, the newspaper is something which students generally, they get in the morning, they wrap it and they put it in the bag. Or maybe online, now they all receive it online every morning, but nobody opens those or activities. So why not involve newspapers? Why not give them an activity every day from the newspaper itself? So it improves for reading skills, for analyzing, for evaluating, for communication, for geography, for role play. Anything that you want to use for newspapers, they are readily available. Post office, now recently, Azadi Ka Amrut Utsav, it was started that every school must tell their students to write postcards and share it with the Prime Minister. This is also an interesting way to know about the modes of communication, and of course something which we no longer use, postcards, and also to know about it. So I guess most of the school students now know about postcards. They know how it looks, they know how it has to be put in the letterbox, and how it can serve their purpose of sending a small message, or maybe drawing on it, or sending a card or something. It's not only e-communication, but yes, writing, that is something which they learn by doing. So how do you plan your experiential learning plan? How do you plan it? Because it's very important. You have to write a lesson plan, right? So first of all, choose realistic goals. Okay, something that you can achieve. Something, because that depends upon the learning style of your classroom. If you feel that your classroom, if the students in your class are active, they will actively respond to whatever activity they're doing, they're participative, then you choose goals accordingly. However, if you feel that they are non-participative, they would not respond to your questions, like most of the complaints that teachers have, they don't switch on their cameras. So if you feel that this is something that is going to happen, you choose your realistic goals accordingly, right? So it is very important for you to know what is the learning style of your classroom. Step 2, pick up exciting topics. Okay, something which would interest them, such something which is connected to real life, something which they can associate with. Whatever topic that you're doing, always have a real life connection to it. And this is something which I've learned by experiences whenever you're doing formative assessments in your class. Now, this is something, bone of contention. The school decides what kind of a formative of assessment the students are going to go through. Instead of that, the multiple enrichment classes, the subject enrichment, the multiple assessments that you have, let the students choose what kind of activities that they want to be assessed for. So if it is a 5 mark assessment, let them choose, let your classroom choose together that they want to go for a Nukkad Natak, or they want to have a panel discussion, or they want to make a rap song. So whatever is that, a 5 mark that they want to be judged upon, let them choose that exciting activity for being assessed. So pick up an exciting topic, let them choose, because assessment is very important. Let them choose how they want to be assessed. Step 3, know your students needs and talents. That's what I said in the beginning. Know your learning style, know what your students would like. Or do they learn more through visual aids? Do they learn more through audio aids? Are they more comfortable when you do concept maps? Are they more comfortable when you do flow charts? So know your students needs and talents. Use a range of teaching approaches and methods. Yes, of course, there are a lot of, you can use fishbowl, you can use realia, whatever pedagogy that you choose, you need to have a mix and match of activities. Now, fishbowl is a very, very interesting way of doing an experiential lesson plan. Now, what happens in a fishbowl is some of the students do the activity, which is of course an experiential learning lesson, but there are others who are sitting there, the other group actually observes what they're doing and continuously keeps on providing them with the feedback. Now, this means that the both parties, both groups are equally involved in that particular lesson. Step 5, select appealing resources and experiences that are relevant and linked to the children's lives and context, real life. The assessment, why, if you want to make it a fair assessment, let them choose the rubrics. If it is 5 marks, they want to do a rap song, they want to have a role play activity, or they have chosen some other activity, they want to do a Kahoot, they just want to share videos. Let them choose the evaluation parameter for formative assessments. And very, very important thing, whatever assessment that you're doing, please provide rubrics of that to the student beforehand. Because when I started this webinar, I started with the learning objectives and outcomes. The student should be know that which destination that he or she is going to reach once they start. Similarly, you should know that your student is aware about the rubrics. The student knows that if I work an extra hard, if I do this survey, if I do research, I would be assessed accordingly. So never ever shy away from sharing the rubrics with your students and telling them what is their assessment pattern. And for formative, never shy away from letting them choose what they want to choose. So this is an example. This is a lesson plan. I mean, I just wanted to show it to you. It's available at the CBSE manual. So it's a class 9 chapter, poverty as a challenge. Like, you feel and do the concrete experiences, then you watch, that is reflective observation, then you conceptualize, that is you arrange the data, and of course you find out a particular solution. This is the lesson plan that your experiential lesson plan should have in the class. So this is also another example of understanding advertising. That is, you find out about famous advertisements, find out about what are the advertisements that you like, what is the difference between the advertisement of surf and Nirma, and the Vim bar that you have, does it actually has lemon in it? So reflecting observation, preparing a survey and flowcharts on it. Then of course conceptualization, maybe making a jingle, maybe finding out, maybe giving a different title to it, and then of course setting a marketplace and actually selling that advertisement, like the ad mad contest that you have in your class. Yes, every child has to be heard and valued. Collaborative learning is very, very important. So this is your roadmap to experiential learning. So only thing that you need to remember, I'm just summarizing it in the end, that you have to remember that your students will learn more by doing rather than by listening to you. You will learn more by participating in their conversation rather than being just at the, standing there and telling them what to do. So this is a roadmap to experiential learning, a step by step approach for the classroom that you all wish to have and you all already have. But yes, this will definitely improve when you shift from activity to project. So, analyze the needs of your students and their prior notions, plan the experiential activities, select which type of experiential activity that you want to do in the class, plan in advance. Yes, your syllabus, the annual pedagogical plan, the syllabus has to be planned in such a manner that you have a lot of experiential learning tasks embedded in that. So, your pedagogical plan has to be ready. Then prefer to integrate arts, very important to have musical, the intelligence, the painting, everything to include in your cognitive experiences. A very important factor, time it, because this is the question which everybody asks. How do we fix all that? How do we introduce everything in a 45-minute class? So time it. I'm sure you'll be able to do it. Give simple clear instructions for conduct of a group activity. Do not use too much of jargon. Be clear, be simple. Like I said, a lot of jargon word that you are having, experiential learning, competency based educator, then there is blended learning, then there is hybrid learning. So don't be afraid of the jargon. Be simple, give clear and simple instructions. Ensure that the resources that are required for experiential learning are available and are useful. Be flexible with the time frame. Be flexible with the feedback. Be flexible with the walls that you have. Be flexible with the area that you choose. Be ready that if your student just wants to talk in an online class one day and they don't want to have a class, or maybe they want to share a cup of tea with each one of you in the classroom, then be open, be flexible with that. So it's just a way of connecting with them, which is very, very important. Make the classroom environment colorful and aesthetic with student work displayed. If it is virtual, yes, you are the one who is going to make the classroom environment happy. So connect with them, talk to them, be present for them, and that can be both in asynchronous and synchronous fashion. So do have a starter activity like we had Meri Wali Maggie, and use daily objects for learning, something which is available right there, something which they know about, something which they can associate with. Use body, space and movement for holistic learning and greater engagement, and of course positive emotions for joyful learning. Be happy yourself and they'll be happy too. Never ever make sure that once they have done mistakes or intimidate them. Allow mistakes, but at the same time there has to be a certain a regulation also. Never accept work beyond a deadline, and give them feedback so that they can reflect on it, and next time they're able to serve it within a time frame. So experiential learning is incomplete without reflection. So reflect through group work, through asynchronous activities, through individual interactions. And yes, concept map is a very, very important tool for reflection in the class. Once you have reflected, yes, peer evaluation is a very important tool for reflection. Like I said, you can use technology for using peer evaluation. And yes, teacher's role is one who takes the initiative, who makes sure that this entire interaction happens and there are positive improvisations. So this is very, very important. So you all know that you all are required to make digital portfolios. You all are required to make for digital portfolios 9th to 12th, but this is something which you should start from class 1 itself. You can use online tools like Google Sites, Flipgrid, and whichever way. I always tell in my workshops, find your collaboration space. Whichever way you feel that your students are comfortable, encourage them to make digital portfolios, encourage them to arrange all their activities in one particular place, and so that they can reflect upon it as and when they want. So with this, this is up also there in the Padlet. You will get it as a part of digital bonanza that Orange Slates is giving you. You can use this to regularly reflect about experiential learning in your class, that what was the purpose of the activity, why did you plan this activity, what did you hope your students will learn from it, how did you conduct the class, and how did you check students learning. So do share this Padlet, do write in it, so that we can have a meaningful conversation. So keep on adding lesson plan in your classroom, keep reflecting, whatever resources that you currently have, you use them. And of course, very, very important, nothing is possible if you do not collaborate. So feedback is equally important for you also. So collaborate, take positive feedback from your teachers, from your peer teachers, and convert your class into an experiential learning classroom. So with this, I sign off, and over to you, Vishali and Vishal.
Thank you, ma'am. A brilliant session. Just going by the comments, people are loving what you have spoken about today, and I completely agree. No amount of collaboration between teachers can be enough. They need to share, uh, learn from each other, experiment, and encourage each other to keep on experimenting in the classroom. Uh,
Absolutely.
we look at teachers not only as teachers but scientists themselves. If they don't go and experiment and share their research with others, I think we will not have progress as we can. But thank you so much. It was a lovely session today. Uh, okay,
We'll just
so
pick up one question that is there, Vishal. Just one question. So, ma'am, there's one question. Is experiential learning and learning by doing, they're same, they're different? If you can just highlight that, please.
Well, experiential learning, what do you do with Berry Valley Maggie? No? Maggie, or how to make a cup of tea. You actually learn by doing. Nobody has ever learned making a cup of tea by an online tutorial. You only learn making a good cup of tea when you actually make it. So experiential learning, and when you actually experience all the five senses. So experiential learning is nothing but learning by doing and enjoying yourself. It's joyful learning.
wonderful.
Thank you.
Okay,
Yes, Vishal.
so we will just share the feedback form for the session in the chat box. I would encourage every viewer to please put in your feedback over there. Like ma'am says, feedback is essential for any process, and we would also get to what more we can do in our future events. Also, all those who have not registered and have not paid for the certificates and are interested in getting certificate for this particular session, we'll be sharing the link again in the chat box. You can go ahead and make the payment for that. Again, certificates are optional, but since you attended such a great session, why wouldn't you want to tell the entire world that what you learned today in form of a certificate? All right. Thank you, Ashwarya ma'am. It was wonderful having you over for this event. And okay, so moving on, shall we have something for us? Yeah.
Yes, of course. So, on 21st December 2021, last year, we did a panel discussion talking about requirements for a new age teacher. Let's hear what one of our panelists, Dr. Mridula Mahajan, had to say about importance of teachers being active learners.
My question is that how can we encourage our teachers to become more active learners, from teachers to more active learners?
So I would like to have a question for a question.
Yes.
Yeah. From since your childhood to your adulthood or till date, did we all notice the change in the food habits? Are there changes in clothing? Are there changes in jewelry? Is there a change in the footwear that we have? The habits, the thoughts, the facilities, the amenities, the, let's say, technology, transport, media. Are we seeing that the chefs have changed? Are we seeing that designers have changed? Have our mothers changed? Then my question is, should education change? Yes, it should. And if there is a change, then who will study that change? Who will learn about that? And exactly this is the need why teachers should be trained once again.
This video gets us thinking, what will it take for our institutions to bring about this much needed change in our teachers? To talk more about this, I'd like to welcome Adishri Periwal. A teacher at heart, Adishri is a passionate educationist. With a certificate in education management, teaching and designing has become second nature to her. In a career that spans over 14 years, she's worked as a teacher, a curriculum developer, and an instructional designer with various prestigious institutes. In her most current avatar, Adishri heads the institutional vertical at Orange States. Over to you, Adishri.
Thank you, Vishal, and thank you, Vishali. And it's been a great session going, and lovely to see such active participation from all our audiences. So thank you, one and all, for being such an amazing audience. So coming back to what we are doing today. So schools are aiming towards making students ready for the future. And this can be done by raising students to be resilient, empathetic, creative, knowledgeable, responsible citizens of tomorrow. And this is not going to be possible unless we empower and train our very own teachers to handle the ever changing dynamics of education system, a large onus of which lies in the hands of management by making learning opportunities available for teachers, opportunities to facilitate teachers to learn and apply newer ways of teaching in their classrooms, opportunities for teachers to expand their knowledge and industrial insights, opportunities for teachers to have better planning and organizational skills. At Orange Slates, we are working strongly towards empowering teachers for achieving goals of education. We invite you to explore our offerings for schools and institutions.
Welcome to Orange Slates, India's fastest growing community of educators where the most experienced and certified trainers come together to provide effective trainings to teachers across India. At Orange Slates, we are fortunate to have trained 5,000 teachers from 550 schools covering more than 150 topics under the expert guidance of our team of 100 trainers. On our EdTech platform, individual teachers choose to get trained on the topic of their interest. They choose from our live and self-paced training programs. We have designed and delivered customized training programs based on the goals and vision of the schools. Schools choose their training plans from our 3-tier engagement levels as per their training needs, their training calendars, and of course, their training budgets. Schools have trusted us for their annual, quarterly, and monthly training needs because we guarantee quality training at a very competitive pricing. Think training, think Orange Slates. Striving to make educators future ready.
So, yes, how about choosing us to become your training partners? So, there is going to be a form in your chat boxes. If you're interested, kindly fill the form, and any questions, we can take it up right now.
Yeah, so Adishri, I'm sure teachers are very excited to know more about this institutional trainings that Orange States offer to schools. Can you throw some light on how they can get in touch with you for the same?
So they can definitely call us, or they can write to us on support at orangeslates.com. Also, they can fill the form right now and choose the customized training option or partnering with the Orange Slates, and we will definitely get back to them on the same.
All right, perfect. And like you said, that schools can take up customized trainings. Uh,
Yeah.
what if school doesn't know what kind of trainings they need, what kind of training they want? How will Orange States be able to help them?
Sure, Vrishali, amazing question. Yes, so there are schools who have come to us and said that, okay, we want training, but we really can't make out exactly what we want. So we do conduct a training need analysis for their teachers. And then there is a whole lot of planning that we do, and according to what schools need, we design and we deliver the training that they need, and that is going to be add value to their vision and goal.
Great. Thank you so much, Adarshi. If you have any more questions, you can ask now, or you can fill
I
the
have
form and we'll get in touch with you. Yes,
I
Vishal,
have a
please.
question for Aditi. Aditi, can you just talk about certain examples of where we've already done this training across the country and what are the outcomes schools can expect to emulate?
So yes, in the past we have done almost trainings for I think more than 700 schools and 700 trainings. Schools like Don Bosco, schools like Podar and Sunbeams, they have partnered with us and done training need analysis with us. And according to that, we have given them the trainings and delivered the trainings, and we have got amazing responses from them. And I mean, what more to say, because they have come back to us saying that yes, they would like to conduct more, and they would want to partner with us for more, not just one or two trainings, maybe annual, and maybe annual training partners and something like that.
And is there any geography restriction that trainings are restricted to any particular area?
So as we are currently doing live trainings, and we are conducting this kind of session, so it is going to be virtual till the time everything sets. But we are also looking into going offline, if fingers crossed. But yes, so far it's going to be virtual and no geography boundaries as such.
Wonderful. Thank you, Adishri.
Any more questions?
Do we have any questions from the audience you want to ask Adishri about how we can get trainings done in your institutions? Please go ahead and
Yeah,
put them
there's
in the
one question. Some kind of topics covered in the training.
So trainings have all sorts of trainings. Again, it requires depending on the need that you have for your school. But we do tool trainings, we do model training, that if at all hybrid. So last we had was hybrid training, and we also do leadership training for the leaders of the organization. And also we do uh, what do you call mm,
Google tools, art
Google
integrated
tools, and
learning.
exactly.
Yeah, yeah, and
So
so on.
yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Adarshi. And if you have any questions, you can fill the form, and we'll definitely get in touch with you. Shall we say? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adarshi. Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
Adishri. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, Vishal, and thank you, Vrishali.
All right. Moving on. Those who have joined us now, let us take you through our journey till now. We started with telling a story of our lives as teachers and educators. When we paused to look at exams and Bloom's taxonomy, moved ahead and suddenly encountered the new situation of online learning, and where we are helped by applied drama to make our jobs easier. Many of us were wary of new situations and wished the pandemic to go away. But the yo yo of opening and closing of school has thrown us into more uncertain waters. And suddenly, July 2020, NEP greeted us. A flurry of questions followed and still continue to.
Although our next trainer needs no introduction, Mr. Matthews Thomas, our partner for the LearnFest 2022 and founder of AIF, has 25 plus years of teaching experience in Don Bosco School, New Delhi. He's been a master trainer with NCRT and a moderator with CBSE and NIOS. He's conducted more than 100 webinars for educators and students across the globe on various topics. He's the author of the acclaimed bestseller Redefining Education, A Vision for a New India, Implementing NEP 2020, and the popular book Gaming with Mathematics, which integrates maths to real life. Welcome, Matthew, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much, Vishal, for the introduction. And thank you, Roshali. You've been, it's like I felt like I was in a cricket match, you see, waiting in the pavilion for my chance. You have 11 players today. So,
Proper cricket match with 11 players.
yeah,
We
with
are
purpose.
4 down. Yes.
So I was just waiting in the pavilion
So,
for my chance, and they were all our opening batswomen were excellent. So,
Hitting centuries.
really,
Everybody is hitting century today.
yeah, everybody
and by
is.
the same analogy, Mr. Matthews, you are the middle order batsman. The entire
Yeah,
innings was
absolutely.
around you.
So I was thinking I am like Kapil Dev, you see. So I'll hit a few sixes and then go. So
Absolutely.
No,
amazing
yes, sir.
sessions so far from the morning, and I was glued. It's like I just went for a small break in between, and then I was always constantly what's going on. I have to check. So every 5 minutes I used to come back and check. And amazing session, amazing interaction, and our participants have been very active on the live chat. And also kudos to you for handling from morning itself with the same energy. It's not easy because that same momentum has to be maintained throughout the program. So congratulations first of all for organizing this.
We're just absorbing the energy from our trainers and our participants, sir. We're just
Yes,
feeding
yes,
off that.
correct. So since my topic is the National Education Policy, NEP 2020, which came after actually a very, very long time. I mean, people were sick and tired actually of studying the same thing, and people used to ask, sir, this must be how many years you're teaching the same thing, and same happened. And, teachers, the younger teachers probably, and they studied the same thing and they're teaching the same thing. So they used to take out their old copies from the cupboard and teach the same thing. So nothing changed for a very, very long
Absolutely.
time. And everybody, students, educators, they were all hoping and praying that uh, uh, that something new should come up. And we are glad that we got this NEP. On paper, it looks very good now. Implementation is the tough part in our country. So,
Absolutely.
how to implement the NEP and how to understand the NEP is the topic for today. And I'll try to do justice in the next 40 minutes in covering the major aspects at least. Because I know that there are specialized training on the report card. I saw that there is a trainer who's going to speak about the report card. Probably I can skip those areas. 360-degree report card somebody is sharing. So amazing. I mean, I love the energy. And as Vishal correctly said, I am the middle order batsman for today. So the NEP
Right, sir. So,
2020.
moment people talk about policy, people get slightly taken aback that it's going to be serious, it's going to be complicated,
Yeah,
it's
it's
going to
going to be
be
very
over our
serious.
head.
Yes, yes, yes. That's the thing.
But
So I'm going to try
I don't think we
to
can
put as
find
much
anyone
closure as
better than
possible.
you. We don't think we can find anyone better than you to make it easy, simple, and very practical for teachers to apply in the classroom and
Absolutely.
schools to employ and this way. Right, sir.
Yeah. So the whole NEP, the crux is make learning enjoyable. So if the teacher is not enjoying the whole session, then obviously the children are not going to enjoy the session. So on that note, I think I will
Absolutely.
start, and you can just let me know if my screen will be visible.
Yes, sir. The screen is visible. You can go into full screen mode.
Yeah, yeah. So as Vishal was saying that we are on a serious topic of policies, the national education policy is something which is made by the government after a very, very long time. And I'm glad that we are, or as educators, we are in school teaching right now, because this is the most exciting phase to be a teacher, right? Because so many changes are going to come. And it's actually a vision for the new India. 10, 15 years back down, or even 20, 25 years back, we used to talk about India as a powerful nation in maths and science. We used to produce a lot of engineers. They used to go to the US. We have a lot of engineers in NASA. We say so many doctors percentage are Indians and so on. But gradually over a period of time, what happened was we lost that race somewhere in between, because the world was advancing and we were stuck with the same curriculum. Unfortunately, we go by curriculum in India, not as Ashwarya ma'am was saying, experiential learning, which had already started in many of the countries before. So this is actually the difficult part in India, that we are living in a society which is bound by rural areas, urban areas, the haves and have-nots. There is a digital divide. So there is a lot of parameters to be considered. So considering that, what is the best way to implement? I think it's a beautiful way where the minimum learning outcomes can be expected. So this main policy difference is that earlier it was the 10+2, and now we are breaking up into different stages. That is the 5+3+3+4 stage. So earlier when we talk about school education, it was always 10+2, right? So in states like Kerala, they had only up to 10th, and then 11th and 12th was not part of the school. They used to call it pre-degree, and it was not part of the school system. It was part of the college, right? So 10+2, 12. And suddenly the government realized that this 10+2, this 10 is a huge, thing. So whatever happened in class 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, nothing happened. Schools were free to do whatever they want. And the first board exam came in 10th and then in 12th. And that there was a hue and cry about the whole thing, that there is a lot of pressure on the child because suddenly you are judging the child on the basis of one exam, so on and so forth. So this is a very beautiful, if you see these two pillars side by side, it's been classified into 4 parts, that is 5+3+3+4, which is very good, because earlier the foundational stage was totally neglected. Now, if you count this 5+3+3+4, the addition comes out to be 5+3, 8, 8+3, 11, 11+4, 15. Earlier it was 12, now it is 15. So how did that 3 extra years come in? So that's many people think that, that probably we are, by the time we are 20, 21, then only we are going to pass out school. It's not like that, right? So what has happened is that they are now going to start this education system from 2 years. That means earlier there was some auntie or uncle who used to open a small center, a play school where children could come and study basic alphabets and numbers and all that, right? That was unregulated. There was no syllabus. So there could be an auntie or a teacher or a housewife or somebody who is teaching a child 1 to 10, and there could be another center with modern infrastructure doing 1 to 20 at probably 2 years or 3 years. So that was totally unregulated earlier. But now with the new NEP, we are starting from the base, which is very good, because unless your roots are strong, we know the tree will fall, right? And that was happening. We have, when the survey was taken, we realized that there are students in class 7 and 8 who don't know basic maths. They cannot read properly, they cannot write, but they were going from one class to the other because of the no detention policy. But this system allows at every stage to check the minimum learning outcomes. That's the beauty of this policy. We are not neglecting that foundational stage. The roots have to be strong. If the root is strong, you will grow and to be a good tree, and you will bear fruits definitely. So we are not neglecting that. So from the Balvatikas, from the Anganwadis, all that play schools, that's going to be regulated, what is going to be taught, what is the infrastructure required, all that. So that 5 years, the first, that is 3 to 6, and then 6 to 8, 5 years is actually your play school, nursery, what we call KG, class 1 and 2. So the first 5 years is actually only up to class 2, because you are counting the play school, you're counting nursery, KG, and then you're going to class 1 and 2. And then we have the next stage, that is 3 to 5, class 3 to 5, that is ages 8 to 11, where the learning takes place not by rote learning or memorization. These are normally what I, these are the tables of 5, these are the tables of 7, just memorize it. No, it has to be a play way method. There has to be discovery in that. There has to be interaction in that. So as our previous that session we had on drama, that's a beautiful way of incorporating in the primary classes. The children will enjoy, they'll go mad, I think, because of the interactive elements that you can add to a lesson. So an English class or an Hindi class or a maths class, I was seeing through the comments that, how can we apply to a science class, or how can we apply to a maths class? See, that depends on the creativity of the teacher. Once you know the concept of what drama is and how we can incorporate it, then the teacher can incorporate those methods in their practice. So it's just a matter of getting some ideas, putting into practice, and then seeing the getting the feedback, and then improving upon yourself. Then we go to the next 3 years, that is the middle stage, that is 6, 7, 8, where the maximum changes are expected, because there were so many companies which came out with coding courses, because NEP said that they're going to introduce coding in the middle classes. There were a lot of people who suddenly said that enroll your child for coding, because coding is going to come in a big way. Then artificial intelligence, then virtual reality, all these concepts they started introducing here, and that's what we are expecting in this middle school. And finally, the last 4 years, that is from ages 14 to 18, they have clubbed now the 9 to 12. That is also excellent, because earlier what used to happen was the child could decide on science, commerce or arts only after 10. Till 10th it was compulsory, there is no choice, unless it's a special case, right? You had to study this. So some people would say, sir, I'm not interested in social science, or I'm not interested in science, but I have to study, I have no choice. So that was true. There was no flexibility, unlike the National Institute of Open Schooling, which gives you more flexibility. There was no flexibility here. So this is a very good thing. From ninth, you are able to make a choice, and it is multidisciplinary in approach. So you are studying about one thing and you are connecting about it to other subjects. So that's the beauty of this program, that this 4 years, 9, 10, 11, so you can make a choice of maths, music and art. Earlier, when students used to go for some singing practice or something like that, the teachers used to ask, oh, where are you going? Why are you missing my maths class or science class and going for the singing practice? That is not important. So they are saying that now all subjects are important. There is nothing called curricular or extracurricular. Earlier we used to have curriculum, okay, math, science, English, all these subjects. And extracurricular was your sports, your singing, painting, all that came under extracurricular. So now they said that there's nothing doing. All the subjects are equally important, just like in European countries or the US. Every subject is of equal importance. So when I'm giving equal importance to every subject, what happens is that uh, your maths and music are actually at the same level. You get marks for both, and both are going to give you an average. In fact, there are a lot of studies that listening to music improves your maths, or how maths can be incorporated in music. There are a lot of mathematicians and a lot of musicians are. So it's a beautiful way of connecting two or more subjects. So this 9 to 12, which gives the student a choice right from class 9. If you want to go in sports, okay, let that student go in sports. So if somebody is good in painting, allow that child to go in painting, because we are not living in that past ages where everybody had to become a doctor or engineer to become successful. Now we are living in an age which is skill based. If you know a particular skill, I think you will do well in life. You learn one skill and you develop it and you are the best in your field, I think you will make a mark in life. So we have to move to skill based education rather than this rote learning and memorization, which has actually destroyed our students in the past so many years. Because see, especially in the online mode, you find that the students are not studying. But at the same time, I always tell my students, develop some skills. This is the time that your God has given you. Why don't you make use of this time to develop some skills? Because that is going to be effective for your career, or you can choose that area as your career. It's no longer those big degrees are not very important. In fact, the very big companies, Google, Facebook and all, are not seeing your degrees. They will see your skill. We have students in class 11 and 12 who are working for Google already. They don't have a PhD or they have a post graduation, but they have the requisite skill. They know coding, they know stuff which probably the adults don't know. So that is the beauty of this program. And the whole system, if you see, this is a picture, a photo where the students are actually sitting down and meditating. There is an important this is actually a center run by my better half, Nina. So the children, this is of course before the COVID, where children come and then they share and they meditate, things which don't happen in a normal school, right? And see, the what happens in this kind of setup is that the children learn more, because it's not studying from the textbook. It is doing and learning stuff. And nowadays, the children are so restless. They can't sit quiet for 5 minutes, 10 minutes. So exercises like meditation, yoga, all this is going to be increase the mental faculties and also help in emotional stability of children, which was gradually being lost. Indoor and outdoor learning. So there has to be indoor learning, there has to be outdoor learning. Our classrooms were basically indoor learning. 99%, I would say, indoor learning, because we couldn't take our children out. Whereas, in the olden times, the nature was the best teacher. Why don't we take our kids out? everything in science, maths, or whatever, it's you can find outside, right? If you're talking about friction, you're talking about momentum, you're talking about projectile motion, you're talking about a rainbow, you're talking about colors, you're talking about plants, everything can be found outside the classroom, but still we are very satisfied within the four walls of our classroom, right? Because our system doesn't allow us to take the kids out and probably explore things. Experiential learning outside the classroom happens very less. So with the NEP, I'm sure that things are going to take a positive turn towards learning outside, learning from nature, right? And the teacher has to be part of this. You can't leave the kids and say, okay, go and explore. It has to be a directed one. So here, I'll just show you a small video where the teacher is actually sitting down with the kids and doing stuff, and that is what is going to help. Okay, so that's, I think that there is that issue with that player. So no problem. So anyway, what is important is that the teacher has to sit down and actually take part in the activities of the kids and be involved with the kids, and then the child will understand the true meaning of learning. Now, this was the timeline given to us by CBSE after a lot of planning, and unfortunately, this was done in 20. We call it NEP 2020, and we were supposed to implement it from 2021. Unfortunately, COVID struck, and due to the pandemic, everything has got haywire. The planning was not in the proper mode. People couldn't meet physically to design the curriculum, so everything has got postponed. So we are not in a position to implement it at 2021. So we got it to 2022. And now we are hoping and praying that it is going to, at least in phase one, we call it, it's going to be starting in 2022. Okay, the textbooks are about 70 to 80% ready, and they're racing against time to see whether it is possible to release everything by March, so that when the new session starts in April, we can at least start some of these at certain stages. Now, remember, NEP is not going to be spread across all from KG to 12, nothing like that. It's going to be at different stages. So if I look at the last stage, is going to start with class 9, or it will start with class 1, or it will start with the play schools, or it will start with class 6 at different phases, different stages. So this was the timeline given, but it has got delayed. So we'll have to, let's say, add 1 or 2 years to the timeline. And remember this, the whole plan is going to take about 8 to 9 years, because 2030 was the target. And since it is already delayed, we may expect it to be completed by 2031 or beyond that. That is, I'm talking about the first phase. So the policy is going to be fully operational only by 2040. That's even later. So that means the complete education system of 15 years is going to change only by 2040. And also, if you are reading about NEP, the teacher education also is going to change in a big way. So considering all that, see, because all of us have already done B.Ed, so they cannot say that all your B.Eds are irrelevant now. So the new batches, they're going to train properly. So by the time it's 8 years, 10 years, you are going to get a new batch of teachers who are going to join the teaching profession, not by chance, but by choice. So there is a big difference in teachers becoming, by chance I became a teacher. Then what will happen? You may not give your 100%. Okay, I didn't qualify to become an engineer, or I didn't. And there's a general saying that, this person did not get anything else, so he became a teacher. So that's the kind of stuff which people say. But at the same time, when you look at this NEP, it's so designed that only if you're serious about becoming a teacher, you can become a teacher, because it's now going to be a 4-year integrated course. So right after 12th, you need to decide whether you want to become a teacher, you want to go into education. So that's also a great move, so that we have more quality teachers and not teachers who are coming just to earn money or just to take the salary. So there's a big difference when they teach, because you can see the amount of passion, the amount of the experiential learning, or the joyful learning, or how they engage their students. That becomes a very different criteria. So that is why, children, when you ask kids who's your favorite teacher, and share one experience of yours with a teacher of yours, what they normally is not, they will not suggest the names of teachers who may be exceptional in teaching. What they remember is how you have made them feel, right? So everybody is not good in academics. That's what we have to understand. There are students who are not very good. And what happens is normally a teacher would say, okay, this student does not work hard. They will try to find all kind of excuse with the child. The child is not studying. You are talking too much in the class. That's why you're not scoring. But we need to remember that every child is unique. So what happens in our classes is that we always try homogeneous methods, although we know that we have heterogeneous groups in our class, right? We are trying the same method for everyone. It's not a, that headache comes and then you are giving Saridon and everything goes away. That headache is gone. It's not one medicine for all. Every student is unique. So different strategies have to be adopted. And that's why art integration plays a big role in this, because we have visual learners, we have kinesthetic learners, we have different types of learners. We have audio learners. So different children are learning in a different way. But here what is happening at the present system, every child is given the same formula and same technique of teaching. I don't blame the teacher. The reason being because we have limited time to cover a course. Our system was like that. So when you are reducing the course, now as per the NAP, the course is going to get reduced by about 30%. And when we are going to reduce the course by 30%, it gives flexibility to the teachers to try out different things. And this flexibility will enable for more engaging lessons. So when we look at the early childhood education, which is so important, the early childhood education is so important, where the child is actually learning most of the stuff, right? What we have studied in our formative years, we remember for our life. That becomes our habit. So habits are formed in our formative years. So whenever we are interested in a particular thing, it is a duty as our parent, as a teacher, as an educator, as an elder, to encourage kids to do what they like. Okay, I have seen many parents saying that, okay, don't go for sports or don't go for painting or don't become the head boy of the school because you are going to waste time in all these things. You don't, because they will discourage all these students from participating in extracurricular activities. And when they go for interview or later on in life, they regret that because, they have become a bookworm. They have got 90% probably. And at the end of the time, when the interview, they cannot open their mouth. In a group discussion, they cannot participate because they have never participated in any event in school. So this is what the damage that is being done. There has to be an overall development of the child, and that is very important, that the child participates in everything, because sometimes you never know what clicks. Something clicks and the child becomes exceptionally good in that. So we had a student in school. He never used to do anything, any subject. All the subjects he flunked, basically. But ultimately, he had an amazing interest in chemistry, and the interest was so much that in his storeroom he started a chemistry lab in his home. And then what happened? Chemistry labs, he used to mix chemicals and do funny things. And some days there were minor explosions as well. But his parents were very encouraging, and he did exceptionally well in chemistry. Not as far as marks are concerned, marks were very poor, but at the same time he had an exceptional knowledge about stuff because of his experimenting nature. And ultimately, these kind of students, this I am talking about some 15 years back, right? That student did not have much scope in India because ultimately he was 50% or 60%. He couldn't qualify to any good college. But ultimately, he applied in a college in the US and they recognized his potential and they gave him full scholarship. So that's why I'm comparing the difference between a student who was in the previous curriculum and the present. There was no chance for experimentation. A child could be good in so many things, but we always used to say, tera kuch nahi hone wala, because there is no future in sports. He may be an excellent cricketer or an excellent thing, and then we will say there is no future in sports. In fact, I have seen and heard many teachers, snatching the PT periods and saying, today I'm going to take your class, don't go for physical, your sports. And that used to be the most irritating thing that students, because they waited for that one sports period. And then the teacher would say, I'm going to take an extra class. And that's the most, I would say, disturbing thing that for a student to miss sports, because that is something which every child enjoys. And then you expect India to win gold medals. That is the funny part. That's the paradox, that you tell that no sports period, let's cancel all these sports periods. one PT period is enough, 40 minutes, and you want to produce sportsmen out of these 40 minutes. So there is a whole lot of paradox in that whole situation. So that is why it's important that we give enough encouragement to our sports, and those who are actually winning medals in Asian Games and Olympics. It's a great thing, because in spite of very poor infrastructure, not enough support, they're doing so well against the best of countries, which is giving so much of support to their athletes. And from the schools they identify. Whereas in our schools, what happens? What happened? You are first in zonals. Okay, that's enough. Now get back to studies. This year is boards, so no play. The parent will normally say, "Sir, don't put him in any school team this year because he is having a board exam this year, and this child is lost 1 year." Right? So this is not the parents' fault. Also, the system is such that parents are forced to think that way. So I'm sure that learning now is going to be holistic, integrated, enjoyable, and engaging. How beautiful is that? Learning should be holistic, integrated, enjoyable, and engaging. Not 40 people just sitting down quietly and listening to you. There is a one-way traffic. You are just giving some information, and the student is absorbing that. Information is there in plenty to the student. There are apps now which are solution to all the problems. You can just Google search and you get all the answers. There are books, there are reference books, more than enough material. Teacher is not required. So the role of the teacher is now not of someone who gives information. Role of a teacher is someone who is going to be a facilitator and a mentor. Right. So this is, I am very positive about this, because there are so many things as an educator we can do, we can experiment, and all our, in fact, our creativity we can use to make our classes so beautiful. In fact, it started with the art integration last year, and you may be amazed at the kind of work that your students have submitted to you. Beautiful work. And these are guys who normally never participated in your class, and suddenly they're getting the opportunity to probably sing or speak something, or make PPTs, or put something on clay and artwork. So they are coming out with so many things, and ultimate aim is learning. It's not memorization of an answers you will get on Google also. Why do you want to memorize that? Okay, the future, they say, is that you have a chip where all information is there and you put it inside your head, you get all the information. But how to make the information is important. You see the universities in India now, they're having an open book test, right? In spite of that, students don't know where the answers are. They are not able to find the answers. So this is important, that the child is taught how to find the answer, how to apply, not memorization of 1,000 words. And some teachers will say, okay, the wordings are different, I will not give the marks. Flexibility was not there, right? And there were a lot of teachers who used to dictate stuff and stick to that. Okay, write this only, not other. Don't use your creativity, because it's an effort, right? If you are a maths teacher, use only this method, don't use any other methods, because the teacher has to then correct or check whether those are correct or not. Because if it is the method which you have taught, you know that it's correct, right? And if it is something which is a different method, you have to go through whether the logic is correct or not. So that is why we were insisting use that. So NEP changes all that. Give flexibility, make it enjoyable and engaging, and that's how the learning experience can be beautiful, both for the educator as well as the student. So we are moving to the highlights of the whole program. The highlights will be checking of core competencies, art integration, artificial intelligence, experiential learning, virtual reality. I think many of these topics are already covered today. We saw art integration, that drama can be integrated. We saw Sarika ma'am was talking about a lot of apps that can be used while teaching, and Aishwarya ma'am was talking about experiential learning. So everybody has contributed a topic which is actually essential for our NEP. So CBE, competency based education, is one of the highlights of this program, where we are going to talk about the minimum learning outcomes. Minimum learning outcomes, not the maximum learning outcomes. So if you are in class 1 or class 2 or class 3, is the student knowing this much minimum? That is enough. If the student is not knowing the minimum, then there is an area of concern. You have to take extra classes, or you have to find out the reason. But is there a minimum learning outcome taking place at every place or not? And another beautiful thing that has come out is the multilingual teaching. I really love this. And in fact, we have started now webinars also in different languages, which is actually a very, very brilliant thing, because In cities, we are okay. But what about in states, in rural areas, where the child is very comfortable with the mother tongue? I may be comfortable in understanding in Gujarati or Bengali or Malayalam or Punjabi. And, because the child is talking that language, and suddenly you're talking in English, and then the child is probably not able to understand what you're talking about. The reason is because that's a foreign language. It's like you listening to Spanish or French if you don't know that language. The child may be brilliant, but the language is a barrier. So this is an area of concern. We are not talking about a language. Because of the language, the child should not suffer. So this is something very beautiful. So we are no longer going to get restricted. Even if it's an English medium school, I may use a little bit of Hindi because I'm teaching in Delhi. So students will appreciate that, because there may be students who may not understand English. So somebody who is not very good, a first generation learner, or could have problems in understanding English, and he may not be able to give an answer in English. So why don't we allow that child to speak in Hindi or whatever language? So that is also something great which has come out in the NEP. Let's not emphasize on any particular language. It's going to be multilingual teaching. Ultimately, what is our aim? Our aim is to give our best so that the output of this NEP comes out brilliantly. So it's going to be interactive classes, multilingual teaching, experiential learning, and where we are going to focus on the core essentials. The core essentials are the most important thing, and we are going to go from one class to the other and teach these minimum learning outcomes. And there is a booklet already available. You can just do a search on the net. You will be able to get the minimum learning outcomes. Okay, this is what I'm teaching in this class. This is what my students should be able to know. So that's that. Respect for diversity. So every state will have a local flavor, right? So we cannot have a centrally governed textbook, because, let's say we are doing history. So if I'm in Bengal, I will study more about the leaders of Bengal. That will make more sense, because that local flavor. I will talk about the art and craft of that particular state. I will talk about the handiwork of that particular state. And under the Ek Bharat Shresh Bharat, last year in the art integration, this CBSE brought out a beautiful thing, that if you are belonging to a particular state, you study about another state and you incorporate those things in your work. So, for example, Delhi, we had incorporated handiwork and handlooms and artwork and dance forms of Sikkim. So Delhi and Sikkim were a pair. So students in Delhi were doing the work of Sikkim, and Sikkim were doing for Delhi. And similarly, all the states in India were given these pairs. That was beautiful, because there was some amazing stuff which children learned, and respect for diversity comes from this. Otherwise, you don't know. Many of them don't know, perhaps, that there are some states in the Northeast, and they think that that's not part of India. So this is respect for culture, respect for diversity comes, and national integration definitely is going to come when we study about cultures, especially in particular states. With all this, what is beautiful is also the fact that community is involved. So far, what was happened, I am the teacher, I go to the class, I come back. I could not invite a third party into my classroom. Now, with community participation, they're talking about bagless days, right? So we are talking about a community. You can invite someone. What is important is that life skills are developed. I know of engineers who don't know how to fix a small fuse. They are calling the electrician. Okay, अरे भैया जल्दी आ जाओ, the fuse खराब हो गया, and he's an engineer. So this is the paradox. So what happened to your engineering degree when you can't fix a simple fuse circuit in your house? You have to call the electrician. Or small leakages, and you have to call a plumber. You are dependent on so many people, right? So what happens in this bagless days and in this community participation? Invite people and let the children understand and learn from these people who are specialists in those fields, at least the basics. So when in 12 years you are inviting, your community is participating, career counseling. So many students are totally confused what they have to do. So what will you become in class 10? There'll be 50% who will say this, because probably they're influenced by their parents or their relatives. But the other 50% is totally blank. They may not know what to do. So this is a big thing. So you call people who are already established in these fields, doing unconventional things. Call a farmer. You are talking about manure and fertilizer, how to grow plants. Who knows this best? The farmer knows it best. The farmer can be called, a person who cultivates land can be called into a classroom, and he will beautifully explain with his hand how to sow a seed, how to put manure, what are the soil conditions, how do you check for that, whether it is acidic or basic. So more than theory, when actual farmer comes and explains all this, how to grow good quality crops, I think the children are going to learn more. So that's also a beautiful aspect of NEP. So if you see, there are so many aspects that you get overawed by the things that you can introduce, because it's a totally different system of what we were and what we are going to achieve. Health and wellness, okay, that's important. We have, especially in the cities, students going and buying chips. They are fond of going to McDonald's, eating what is that, French fries and McDonald's burgers and Pepsi and Coke. Cold drinks and chips are their breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So what will happen to their health? Obviously, it's going to be not very good, and they will not realize that. So after a certain point of time, obesity, and they're not participating in sports. They're probably sitting and studying, or sitting down playing games. So all these are going to have problems in their health in the later years. We have students who are developing diseases like diabetes at the age of 15, 16 because of faulty habits, increased weight, obesity, and use of too many processed foods. They don't eat anything else. So there, I know of a boy, of a friend's son, who was eating Maggie, I think, for the past 10 years. He never used to eat anything else. So he used to eat only Maggie. And ultimately, what happened? All the maida got, entangled with his intestines, and he had to undergo a surgery. So these are the severity of having bad food habits. And I think the schools are now going to play a very important role because of these annual health checkups which are coming, the importance of sports that is going to come, and hiring of counselors also has made a big difference in the lives of so many students. Special educators we are having, so everybody is taken care of. Every child is going to benefit from this. And experiential learning is always the best form of learning, and Aishwarya ma'am has talked in detail about experiential learning. So I could move on to the next part, that is how to make your classes innovative. So innovation is the key to an interesting class. Unless you are innovative and creative, your classes will fall flat. So what are we going to do for this innovation? Integrate and see these webinars that we are having, like Orange Slates has done over a period of so many years. We at All India Educators Forum has done so many webinars, and most of our webinars are taken by teachers, not by, initially there used to be a guy who is a PhD or so and so of some organization, and they used to talk stuff, and we used to whisper, this person has never stepped into the walls of a classroom, and he's coming here to teach us with these utopian ideas which will not work. So it's important that ideas should work. So if you are giving an idea with no experience of teaching, it doesn't work. As a teacher, if you are suggesting things, it will work, because if you have tried in your classroom, it definitely is going to work for everyone. So it's great privilege and honor for me at All India Educators Forum to get associated with organizations like Orange Slates, which is also promoting webinars just like us, so that, and we are collaborating in an event like this, which is benefiting thousands of educators. So in the same time, you need to collaborate with each other, attend the programs. The learning is continuous. Previously, it is always said learning is continuous. We cannot step down and say, okay, to now I'm 40 years old, now I'm 50, now I'm 60, now I'm even 70, and sit down and relax. Okay, so we have people who are in their 70s still eager to learn, learning and teaching, learning and teaching, learning and teaching. Don't keep this knowledge for yourself, share it with others. So there are so many educators who learn all this and then they share with others. So it's a beautiful way of expressing your concern to the teacher community, to the education community, by sharing what you know. And of course, for all this, I agree, the curriculum was vast. The schools were hell-bent on saying that finish the curriculum, finish the curriculum. Teachers will say, what about the syllabus? Every webinar you ask, the common question was, what happens to my syllabus? So definitely there will be a 30% reduction. And with that 30% reduction, I'm sure we are going to implement all this. We are going to have exams at different levels. And these exams, just like the previous, we used to have earlier 10 and 12. Now we are going to have at different levels. at the suggested track is 3, 5, and 8 to track the achievement, just to find out whether the minimum learning outcomes are achieved by the student or not. If the minimum learning outcomes are achieved, good. Otherwise, we need to take steps to improve that quality of learning. Yeah, excuse me. Yeah. So we go ahead. So encourage students to perform to their potential as per their niche. This is very important. You cannot ask a fish to climb trees, right? Nor can you ask somebody who doesn't know to swim to go and dive into the pool and do something like that. As I told you, every child is unique, so allow students to perform to their potential. That is important. If somebody is at 40%, encourage him to get 60. If somebody is 60, allow him to get to 80, then 80 to 100, like that. But we cannot keep a target that everybody has to get 90%, otherwise you had it. There are some teachers, everyone will get 90% in my class. There cannot be a 60% or 70% person. That's impossible, right? Because that child may be good in certain other activities which the school has not discovered, or her parents have not discovered, or the child has not discovered himself or herself. So holistic development has to be encouraged. So what is important for us is to understand that what is the focus of whole education. It has to be an integrated approach and holistic approach, where vocational skills, technical skills, technological skills, soft skills, which we are actually neglecting over a period of so many years. Soft skills. There are so many people who cannot talk in a gathering. They may be very well educated, but at the same time, when it comes to talking, it's not possible. I know of many educators who have been teaching for 20, 25 years, but they feel shy to take a simple webinar. So they feel, hassled. They are not confident. So that is important. Develop that skills. So who's stopping you from developing that skills? Whether you are a student, parent, or educator, all skills that we are talking about today can be developed. We can develop these soft skills. We can learn all the technological skills. We have access to anything anywhere in the world. Suddenly in these 2 years, we have learned so much, and we'll keep learning. And I think this is going to be a trend in the coming years as well. And of course, the board exams reformation has already started. We are already going into the semester mode, which is, I think it's going to stay for some time. We had a full objective exam for the first time in the history of boards, that we are having a full objective exam. We had just now in December, conducted very successfully. And the general thing was, objective, it's very easy. But ultimately, when they started doing it, they realized it's not so easy, because either you get that 1 mark or you lose that 1 mark. It's not step marking. So the board is going to emphasize a lot on objective marking, which I think is good. Okay, because there were because either you know the answer or it's just to check the knowledge of the student, not writing 1,000 words essay about stuff. So you can also test the knowledge very nicely with objective. In fact, most of our entrance exam, medical, IIT, or any exam which is of a professional is always objective. So the CBSE has done a beautiful thing, already introducing a part of NEP by making the majority of our questions objective. And we are hoping that in the coming years also, when the proper description about the exams come, they will give more weightage to the objective and less to the subjective, so that the student is tested on what they know and not on what they don't know. So when we make a question paper, we can make it in two ways. One is you are testing what the child does not know. You make a very tough paper, and then you say, then the teacher is very proud. See, nobody got above 20. I told you, you have to work very hard. And the teacher feels very happy that the student is not getting marks, because the paper was very tough. And they say, this is our school paper. Our school papers are very tough. Don't be like that school or this school which are setting easy papers. So there is there's a different category of schools which does all this. But at the same time, when we talk about reforming exams, a board exam is a common exam throughout. It's not a A grade school or a B grade school or a C grade school. And when we test the core competencies, I think we are all at the same level. So you have maybe somebody from a government school studying in a village with no facilities to electricity. Probably he's getting 98%. And we may have a city guy with all facilities, all laptops, everything, tutors, reference book, and still able to score 50. So it's a level platform when we come to an objective examination, right? So the mental and physical health, we are going to focus on disabilities, if there is any, there is special educator, there are counselors to take care of our kids now. So basic training in first aid has to be given, especially in the present circumstances where emergencies arise any point of time and our hospitals are already overwhelmed. I think it's very important that our students are trained in basic first aid. All this is going to be standardized. Now, many of you asked this question, that how is this going to be standardized? How are we going to ensure that all the schools are going to do this or not? So there is going to be a setting up of the standard school standard authority, SSSA, who's going to ensure all this, that everybody is doing this. And to effectively implement all this, please remember that planning is required, right? So if you are failing to plan, then you are planning to fail actually. So a planning is important. So when I interact with some of the teachers from other schools and ask them, how are you planning for the NEP? They say that we have no plans. So I'm surprised, because the NEP was released almost a year back, and still people don't know, not bother to read the document. So as educators, I would really strongly recommend you to read the document of the NEP, and how, because we have to be prepared. Unless we are prepared, we are not doing justice to our jobs, and our students will also, as a result, suffer. And we are going to summarize this by saying that there has to be innovation, and these are the 8 I's of innovation: implementation, investigation, illumination, inspiration, ideation, iteration, identification, installation. Each word is very important, and you can actually bring in a lot of innovative stuff in your lesson planning, in the way you deliver, so that art integration can be introduced. There are different forms of art integration: painting, drama, music, whatever suits you, you can do that. Last 1 year, we have been taking so many webinars on art integration, and you yourself have done so beautiful things, amazing things, which actually can be developed, and not because it's mandatory from CBSE. Okay, it's not that we are doing this because it's mandatory. We do it so that we are more creative in our classrooms. And the new textbooks, which we are all waiting for, hopefully by March 2022, that's what we are expecting, the reduced syllabus and the textbooks to be implemented, not in all classrooms, but at least in some, and with the local content and flavor. And all this is also going to be available to us, not only on the website, but on the digital version of the Diksha app, right? And the weight of the school bags, which was increasing, is going to be decreased. And finally, the setting up the Parak, where the assessments are going to be checked. Like for IITs and the medical, we have a board which is going to check all this. So there is going to be this organization called Parak, which is the Performance Assessment Review and Analysis of Knowledge for Holistic Development. So Parak means to test. So they've it's a beautiful full form that they have formed this. And with the help of the NA survey, which already has taken place in many of the schools, I think it's going to be a beautiful program. And there's going to be a lot of support for the gifted students. There's going to be a support for all the special talents, because what happens to in countries like US and all, where the gifted students, they are encouraged, they're promoted, they're given double promotions. We have a family relative in US. That guy is only 17 or 18 years old, and he's already completed his post-graduation, right? So they identify the gifted kid. So when he was 10 or 11, I think he completed his 11th and 12th. So they have this provision. Whereas here, what happens, our children get bored in the same class. He may be super intelligent, but there is no question of giving him a double promotion or triple promotion. He has to stay there. And that's why you don't find students who are 14 or 15. Exceptional cases may be there. Otherwise, most of our students are going on the same pace as with everyone. So is we are going to transform the culture of assessments totally. And the NAS survey, which many schools participated, is going to give a beautiful outcome of the learning outcomes of the students. And we are going to shift from rote-based learning to a learning which is actually going to help educators in truly educating our kids. And this part, I think we have a session in the evening, the holistic progress report card. This is also beautiful. We have a 360-degree evaluation of the report, where the evaluation is not only taking place from the teacher, but your peers, okay, and your parents, everyone, your community, everyone will be involved in this report card making. So this is about the teacher education. It's going to be a 4-year integrated program so that your graduation plus your B.Ed will be completed. And as I told you, you become teachers not by chance, but by choice. So you are going to enroll this program only if you want to become teacher. So that's it from me. I hope in the short time I was able to cover the basics of NEP. And with this, I finish my presentation. If there are any questions, probably we can take that up. And it's a long topic, but I tried to go as fast as I could. I'm sorry if I took a few minutes extra.
No
No,
worries,
no, sir.
sir.
I
The thing
think
is,
talking about a policy which has taken years to be framed and telling people in 45 minutes is what I would say a very well played inning, sir.
I
So
was racing against time. So,
so middle
yeah.
order batsman gets limited time, but they have to do a lot in that time, right? So,
Yes,
like
yes,
you
yes.
said.
Thank you.
So we do have a lot of
so there
questions
are
for you, sir.
few questions, yeah, Shali. Yeah.
Yeah, just hold on a second. So it's about, so like you said that the curriculum is going to change and the role of teacher is going to change. So how do you define the role of teacher in this entire NEP
Yeah, so
implementation journey? Yeah.
I was attending one seminar by the former chairman of CBSE, Sir Balasubramaniam sir, and he was telling there is no future of teachers. Teaching because learning there is a lot of scope. Teaching, what is going to happen is that unless the teacher is going to become a facilitator, you are not going to fit into the system, because you cannot give the same answers which you've been giving for the past 4 years or 5 years or 50 years of your career. You need to keep on innovating and give different answers. Earlier, when students used to ask questions, some teachers who don't know, they will say, just shut up and sit down there. They used to say that. And because the teacher themselves don't know. And the modern approach could be, okay, let's do one thing. Let's check. I have a laptop. Let me check that answer, because I also am hearing this question for the first time. That's a very good question. So we can encourage that. So unless we become facilitators of learning, and we are actually, some of the students know better than us. So we need to acknowledge that. So in most schools, they used to give us a pedestal for standing teachers, and the students used to sit slightly below that. So now we are on equal footing. I would suggest sit on the mat with them, sit on that bench with them, and it has to be a learning where they learn from themselves, where they learn from other sources, and you are just facilitating because all the information is available. No teacher is giving anything new to them at the moment. We just have to
Absolutely.
make use of technology. We have to make use of art integration, and we have to use things to make our lessons interesting. That's it. Information is already available.
Awesome. And one more question that has been going on in the chats while you were taking up a session is the language. So
Hmm.
in India, there's a lot of importance given to language English, right? As far as other
Yeah.
countries are concerned, so in China it's Chinese and so
Nice.
on. But
Yeah,
in
yeah.
India, it's more of English, English, English. If you speak English,
English,
you're
English.
intelligent,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
So
yeah.
what do you want to share about it, and how
Yeah.
should somebody perceive? Yeah.
So unfortunately, what has happened is that now in India, only English textbooks and reference books are available. So if somebody asks me any document in Hindi, I will really struggle, or for that matter, any language. So this is the basic problem. I don't know whether we'll be able to get stuff or books in regional languages. So English is considered as an international language. You go anywhere, you need English, because the majority of Indians will understand English. They cannot speak, but at least the basics they will understand. If you have gone to if you have gone to a school, read basic stuff, you can at least understand. So there will be, if you go down south, there will be people who can understand. Their language may not be perfect, but at the same time they will speak. So English is very important. Why? Because the thing is that all our documents, because see, we were after all with the British. So वो कहते हैं ब्रिटिश चले गए लेकिन अंग्रेजी छोड़ गए, अंग्रेज चले गए अंग्रेजी छोड़ गए. So that's what happened. So the English men have gone, English women have gone, the English has stayed with us. So when the English has stayed, we have not really made efforts to promote regional languages. Let's be blunt about it. We don't get books, standardized books. Everybody refers foreign authors for any reference books. If you go to IIT or medical, you are referring to Resnick Halliday, or you are referring to foreign authors. You don't get Indian authors. So what is that? That's because our system has not given encouragement to our people who are doing research work. Somebody who's doing a research work, he will be washing test tubes for his guide for the first 2 3 years, or you buy saman for me and all that. So our systems are like that. So I think with the NEP, when the regional textbooks are promoted, I think the Indian languages will get prominence and dependence on English will get reduced. So as it is now, see, the communication if you go to an engineering college, they will teach you in English. So now there are engineering colleges which are coming up, which says that, okay, we have colleges in Punjab now, okay, you teach in Punjabi. There may be rural sector guys or very, very intelligent guys, they can't understand English, so they fail in the exam because they can't understand English. So this is a very good question. But at the same time, I think we have to be prepared. Our system is not prepared for the regional languages yet. It will take some more time, maybe 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. Then I think the situation will be better. At the moment, it's pro English. See, suppose I don't know how to speak English, then actually I am in the uneducated category. That's the perception. You may be a scholar in Hindi, but if you are not able to speak in English, you are not looked as high as a person who is fluent in English. So that's also a perception which has to change. And this actually takes time.
Absolutely. And Vishal, we have one more question. You want to take it up?
Yeah, just one last question, Matthew sir. I think this is what I found very relevant. So somebody's asked that how would we know that we've been able to implement NEP successfully in our school? How do we measure the success of implementation in a school?
So I would say if your children are enjoying your classes, you have successfully implemented NEP. So if
Wonderful.
if I can see smiling faces, if I'm taking a class of maths or history or whatever, I can see very serious grim faces. I'm not successful, I think. So I should see happy faces because they're enjoying it. Oh, sir is telling me something very nice.
True.
Oh, how nice it is. There should be occasional laughs where the educator also is free to laugh. Oh, why to maintain that strut? So I always tell the teachers, you need not be strict. You can be stern, but at the same time, it's not necessary that some teachers will come into the classroom and say, "I want pin drop silence in the class." Then how will the student ask questions? Why this pin drop silence? I will go to the class and say, ask as many questions as you want. That's important. Then you are a confident teacher. So
Absolutely.
if you don't have confidence, you will ask for this pin drop silence in the class. So NEP should be holistic, enjoyable. If you're a student and you yourself are enjoying. So after coming back from school, you will say, "Arey, yaar, today was a very bad day for me." Then I think you have not enjoyed your classes. You can take 7 classes or 8 classes or 9 classes. And if you're enjoying it, you will not get tired.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. I think very well said. And I'm sure students of your class are enjoying so much. I think looking at you will bring smile on their face. Thank you so much, Matthew, sir. Thank you so much. NEP has been a game changer, and thank you for throwing light on its application, implementation in the classroom. I think that is very critical. Like you correctly said, policy to bana diya. Implementation is going to be the key. So thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, for those who are interested in the certificate, I've already shared the link in the chat, and I'll also be filling the feedback form for this session. Uh, Moving ahead, so, when we teach our learners, the future is the unknown and the world is an unpredictable place. This is the world learners will grow up into. They will meet enemies, allies, and face tests for which no amount of knowledge will necessarily prepare them. That's pretty much our state too. Nothing prepared us for this phase in our lives, but honestly, we navigated and we learned along the way. Isn't that what we have to do to prepare our learners? Ready them for adopting the new, adapting to what's available, cracking codes to problems they face. Give them the skills to learn and unlearn.
Our next session is led by someone who prefers to call herself a learner, Miss Ruchi Sengar. She is a CBC resource person, content developer for CBC and NCERT, and a much respected ELT author for leading global publications. She is also a certified storyteller from Kathalaya. Ms. Ruchi has been a much loved teacher for over 26 years. She's had an impressionable journey of the evolver, the creator, and now an extremely revered trainer. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us today. And over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Vishali Vishal. Vishal, that was very gracious. Thank you. Vishali, you did a fab job summing up, uh, and laying the tone for what we are going to do today. I think I also have to thank Matthew for doing quite a bit of my work, because he talked about innovation, he talked about planning. He simply said that if you encourage the children to ask as many questions, and if they are happy faces and they are involved, and your teacher talk time is minimum, and you are a facilitator, you are definitely teaching them to learn how to learn. Okay, so it's a great takeoff point for me to sort of initiate my. So I'm just going to take a few seconds to set my PPT. Rushali, I'll ask you whether it's visible, right? So
Yes,
I'm going to
ma'am, I'm
share
here.
screen, and this is about sharing the screens. Do I share the slides from my computer? I think I'll go with sharing the screen then. Okay, just a second. Okay, is this visible?
Not yet,
Rushali,
ma'am.
is this,
Not yet.
is
It has not appeared.
well, how
Can
about
you can
now?
you share can you share the screen again?
Yeah, I can do that.
Sure.
Yep. So sharing the screen. Okay. And here we go. What do you think now?
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
it visible? Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Brilliant. Okay. Yes. Okay, so like this very clearly says, this young lady is Rushali here, and she's definitely telling you that the session today is strategies to help learners learn how to learn, right? So we will begin on the note that we were talking about. This is not going to be a fun session, but it's definitely going to be an interesting session, because whenever we do strategies, it involves a little bit of involvement from your end, a little bit of thinking. Okay, so let's roll. So I will begin by sharing something that Professor John Dunlosky from the Kent State University said. Okay, this is just to lay the ground for what we are doing today. So he says, in our school, the emphasis is on what students need to learn, whereas little emphasis, if any, and please remember all that Matthew was talking about, if any, is placed on training students how they should go about learning. So, like, remember the example he gave about the teaching, the difference between teaching and learning. There is hardly any scope for teaching, but yes, if you're a facilitator and you ask the right kind of questions to get them to answer, so that they will learn new things. That is where the game is. So, how they should go about learning the content, and what skills will promote efficient studying to promote robust learning. Okay, so teaching students how to learn is as important as teaching them content. It's very important to teach them how to learn, almost as important as teaching them content, because acquiring both will promote lifelong learning. Okay, acquiring both will promote lifelong learning. Remember how Rushali introduced the session? That is precisely what it is. We don't even realize half the times how we are able to manage or address certain things, but somewhere along growing up, maybe some blessed teacher taught you those life skills, asked you those questions, helped you become an autonomous learner instead of just spoon feeding you. Okay, so God bless those teachers. Okay, so promotes lifelong learning only if the students are taught how to learn. All right, so for today's session, these are the two websites that I will be banking heavily on. I think it's only fair to give them due credit. All right, So what's the lineup for today? What's the lineup? The lineup is very simple. We are going to do a 10-minute slot on cognition, metacognition. We will talk about one fantastic strategy called answer. Okay. We will talk about several other strategies that are done perhaps at the before the lesson stage, during the lesson stage, and after the lesson stage. Okay, so we'll spend about 15-20 minutes for that. That should sum up our 35-40 minutes, right? Okay. So the question is, what is cognition? Everybody knows, everybody has been doing Bloom's, like, there is, the world is ending tomorrow, so we know the levels, we know the critical thinking, we know this, that, etc. All that is cognition. It is simply the mental processes that are involved in gaining knowledge and comprehension and judging and problem solving and doing this. So just think of the levels, analyzing this, that, all that is cognition. That is your content. That is how you're supposed to help them learn. But to teach them how to learn, okay, that is metacognition. Precisely what Rushali said in the beginning. The things that we do without even noticing. Okay, for example, awareness of one's own actions, their effects, posing internal questions, developing mental maps, monitoring plans, without any process. The stimulus hits you and your mind just sort of, sketches it out. Okay, this, that is how I'm going to solve this. Okay, self-evaluating a completed plan, which is why CBSE has started giving these projects and other things, so that we engage the children in the planning, how to go about different steps, doing whatever they have to do, communicating, collaborating, asking interesting questions, anticipating challenges. All of that is getting done, okay, through projects. Unfortunately, a lot of our educators, because of the paucity of time, are just about treating the project as another activity that they do at the end of the lesson, which is why this is going to take some time seeping into our system. Okay, right? So what is the impact of metacognition? Look at this. It increases student motivation. Isn't that what we want? That is precisely what Matthew was saying. Do things that will increase student motivation. So facilitates active rather than passive learners. Please quit lecturing. Talk to them, discuss. That is precisely what the strategies we are going to do today are. That is precisely what it is. How is it that we will promote active learning so that they get an understanding of how to learn? Okay, so it gives them a greater awareness. Naturally, it promotes deep learning, and once they do that, then they know, oh, if this is the kind of question that I have to negotiate or deal with, then these are the processes that I will do. I have done it and it has worked. Okay, but to expose them to those kind of questions and processes, that is what today's session is about. Okay, it also makes students aware of their own thinking. So thinking about thinking, learning how to learn, there are several ways in which we can talk about it. Okay, for example, for excuse me, for donkey number of years we've been doing mnemonics. Okay, that is a perfect strategy example. I'm just using this as an example to tell you that learn how to learn is coming through something like this. Just excuse me a second. Oh, I do beg your pardon. It's very cold here in Delhi. Okay, so for example, if we do mnemonics, teachers can do word mnemonics, spelling mnemonics, acronym, rhyme, image. Can you imagine? Image mnemonic. Okay, now these are all strategies. Once you expose kids to them, then when they are negotiating through their own things, when they are studying on their own, etc., they would start applying this on their own. For example,
Dear King Pratap, come over for good sambar. Okay, so domain, kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. All right, spelling mnemonics. A rat in the house may eat the ice cream. That's arithmetic. Think about it. A young learner having a tough time spelling it. Okay, so what about this one? Very popular, very famous. The rainbow, right? And then I before E except after C, or when sounding like A as a neighbor and way. Okay, some simple way of reminding the child where I will come before E. Okay, and then you have image, very popular, very popular. Okay, so strategies like this, something that we've been doing but don't really realize how important it is for the learner to be exposed to this, so that when they are learning on their own, they can apply these kind of I am so sorry, there is something really wrong.
Ma'am, you want to take a minute break and have water? Please do. We understand. It's really fine.
Okay, I think that's a good idea.
Yeah. Please don't strain yourself.
Okay.
And वैसे भी खांसी का तो कुछ और ही मीनिंग हो जाता है आजकल, so please take care.
Yeah. Well, no, that's not the case.
All okay?
Yeah, all okay. There's pollution here. There is the weather and so on. So,
Okay. All right.
okay.
Thank you.
I will keep excusing myself to drink water off and on. So, yeah. All right. Now, metacognition strategies. Okay. Strategies that help the learner how to learn. What is the impact of that? The learner says, I can apply knowledge to various situations. This is my task. I know my steps. Very important. I know my steps. How am I going to crack it? I know my steps. I have ideas of solutions. I am a learner. Okay. It's not like I am a memorizer. I'm a learner. So I know I can negotiate these steps. For example, I can draw pictures or diagrams to help me understand the subject. I can make up questions. I try to answer about the subject. When I'm learning something new of the subject, I think back. So, how to synthesize previous knowledge. I discuss what I'm going to do in this subject with others. I practice things over and over until I know them well in this subject. Okay? So, all of this, I think about my thinking to check if I understand the ideas in the subject. Am I understanding it correctly? Can I just say or make a note? Why is this problematic for me? When I don't understand something in the subject, I go back over it again. Am I skipping it or am I addressing it? I make a note of things that I don't understand very well in this subject so that I can follow them up. Follow them up. All these are strategies the teacher is not telling. The child knows how to do it. I look back to see how well I did. If you notice something common in the complete checklist that I shared with you, these are all reflections. So, that is the power of reflection that we have in our syllabus and curriculum this time. The NEP banks very heavily on reflection. The NEP encourages experiential learning, which is why reflection is a very strong part. Now, look at this. The first strategy that I want to do with you is called answer. Okay, very simple. A, ask, explain, connect. As a teacher, this is one thing you could do. Ensure that there is no cramming. When I say cramming, I do not mean learning by rote. I mean packing everything all together in one little space. Okay. So switch. W, words and visuals. E, examples. R, recall. That's your answer strategy. Now let me go on to show this to you. Okay. So the first one, A, ask, explain, connect. Very simple. How and why questions help to improve a person's understanding.
we need to rise above the W ones. How and why? That gets the child to think in his or her own head, in their own head, whether what they the inference part of it happens. So ask, explain, and connect. What is the connect part? Oh, this happened earlier. Oh, this has happened here. Oh, I saw this in the news. Okay, so they are processing the information completely. All right, so these are the steps. Okay, connect to your daily life, explain and describe, find the answers in your class material, any question that they might have. Okay, so when, why, what was the result, why was this important, the significance of it all. Do not just leave it at this, there is more to it. Okay, then you have N, no cramming, meaning the key is consistent short study. It is all about short study. Okay, you cannot expect the child, even in the classroom, you cannot expect the child to sit for long hours all together and expect that the child is going to give complete attention. It will not happen. Even when they are self-studying, do not cram 5 hours of studying into an intensive session. Okay, split it into chunks, which is why planning is a big part. That is a skill that we need to teach. And how will we teach it? How will we integrate it in our curriculum? By giving them the learning opportunities to plan. If you are going to do it for them, how will they pick this up? In any case, research says that 15-20 minutes or maybe 12 to 14 minutes of consistent as a teacher for you, 12 to 14 minutes, and then a 5-6 minute an activity, then 12 to 14 minutes of discussing or speaking or presenting, and then 5 minutes of an activity. It has to be broken. If there has to be some opportunity for them to learn how to learn, if they cannot apply what they have absorbed, they will never learn how to learn. Okay, then you have switch. Very, very important. Why is this extremely important? Because don't study one idea, topic, or type of problem for too long. Switch. It's called interleaving. Okay, so that is extremely important because it highlights and contrasts the similarities of differences between topics or question types. If you're going to just keep focusing on one thing for 2 hours, 3 hours, you may not get the kind of merit from different things. And it's quite possible that different things done in small portions will give you more of a holistic picture than just one particular topic in detail. So it's always a good idea. So interleaving, it's very, very important. Okay. Words and visuals, always. This is something that you're doing, we are encouraging, but you need to get them to imagine as well. You need to get them to imagine as well. Not everything is the written word. So you have organizers, you have concept maps and such, which I'm sure you're using, but do not use it just as material to learn from. They need to be able to create those, to be able to become an autonomous learner. They need to be able to create those. So if we have a particular chapter, for example, my subject's English, now if there's a particular chapter that's got done and I give the child a story map or a concept map and say, okay, this is for quick revision, there is no learning for the child there. You have done it, you have spoon fed. The fun part is going to happen if you've taught a particular thing, or if they have read a particular thing, or you've discussed a particular concept, that they sit there and they create in different groups and say, oh, this is what it means to me. Okay, and once that is done, then when it is showcased for 5-6 different groups, then you can figure out, oh, this is where the learning has taken place. Which is why for classes 9 and 10, when there's a portfolio, they say that these are the examples of learning that you need to put in the portfolio. It is not about saying, okay, put a play, they've done a good homework, etc. That's okay. But a portfolio is formative in nature, which means the child has showcased
evidence of learning. That is why it needs to go in the portfolio, right? So something like this, when you combine verbal material with visuals, if they've stuck a picture, if they've drawn, if they've doodled. I remember attending a beautiful session by Sheila Lewis, and this is precisely what she was talking about. Anything that you've thought, irrespective of the subject, if you can visualize or if you can put it down, it assists. It's a great evidence of learning. Okay. So look at the images and explain in your own words what they mean. And imagine once you've done that, then when you're asked to present it, when you present it, people will go, oh, that's one way. That's a fabulous way. I never thought that this could have been a connection. Oh my God, you've doodled an ant, or you've drawn an image of an ant, and then you've sort of connected anthology to it. How did you manage, and so on? Okay, so it depends. Each person is unique. So once they start doing this, it will surprise you. There is so much for you to do as a facilitator. Okay, all right. Examples. The human memory hooks into concrete information better than abstract information. We need to remember that. So it's very important to synthesize the abstract information and ensure that the child is able to give you concrete examples, just so you know that yes, that concept has hit home. So as long as the child can connect to different things around, can relate that abstract concept to things around. Why do you think art integration is promoted? Why do you think a lot of math teachers, took up art that, talks about geometric figures and such? Because it allows the child to showcase an understanding of the concept by virtue of selection of that art form. Okay, so that is important. Examples. So concrete examples, look for real life examples that you can hook up to. So anything that has been taught in the classroom, as a teacher, you must first model how it is connected to the real world, and then ask them, based on their experiences or prior knowledge, how they can connect to such examples. Okay, so now that is ANSWE, and we are left with the very popular recall. So it comes with practice. Are you able to recall points that are worthy, or are you just focusing on the content of it all? Okay, so you can take test without officially taking test. Yeah, I'm ready. So if the learner feels that, yes, I have engaged completely, the learner will say, yeah, I'm okay. You can take a quiz on this. I'm ready. Okay. And put away your notes and textbooks and write down everything you know about that topic. Can you synthesize? Can you evaluate? Can you analyze what has been done? If the teacher gives, and teacher says, yeah, you can open your text. That's the merit of an open textbook test. There is nothing from the textbook. It is all the application of it also. If the child has learned how to learn, if the child has been able to visualize, has been able to connect to the real world, has been able to participate in small chunk, has gone across the topic instead of just focusing on that one thing, the child will be ready. Okay. And of course, when this is done consistently, improvement will come with practice, right? So that was this one thing, very quick, very simple, very doable, basic. It's called the answer. Okay, and I've just showcased that for you. Now, what we need to remember is that learning how to learn. Now, as a teacher, you're in class, you're conducting you're completing your syllabus. So occurs before, during, and after. Okay, which means before at the planning stage, at the self-monitoring stage, and then evaluate and improve stage. All you are doing is facilitating. Now, whatever I will showcase to you is from the desk of a facilitator. Okay, minimum intervention. It is student driven, because they are learning how to learn.
Okay, so now when do we say that planning, monitoring, evaluation? It simply means before the lesson, during the lesson, and after the lesson. That is all that you need to remember. Now, these are different strategies. I will begin from what is most familiar and popular, what is commonly used, and then I will move on to others. Okay. Now, why am I beginning with something that is most popular? Just so you feel happy and you feel proud of yourselves that you already are doing it. Okay, they are big names, metacognition. They are big names that say learning how to learn and such. Okay, you're already doing it. But what I would like to draw your attention to is, are you aware that this is the purpose of it all? Or are you aware that this is the reason why you need to do it? Or is it just because you've come across it and then you want to just apply it? Right? Okay. So, at the before stage or at the plan stage, we get started and it's about facilitating the discussion. So, think, pair, share. Like I said, I will begin with something that is common. Okay. So, think, pair, share. And here we go. Look at this. So, they think, they pair with each other, they put a check on their ideas, then they collaborate, they write down, and then they share. Okay, they listen to the whole group, then they finally write down what they have sort of got out of it. Right now, what is the advantage of it? It gets them to think without teacher intervention. It gets them to collaborate and have an exchange of thoughts, so it's not just your perspective, and then with the larger group. Isn't this what we want our children to do in life as well? Whether they are in the corporate sector, whether they are in the government sector, whether they are freelancers, whether they are entrepreneurs, isn't this what they need to do any which way? Whether they are leaders, whether they are employees, this is what is required. Now, where will it come from? Where will this learning come from? It will come from the classroom. And don't just think that it is an activity. No, it is a means, it's a strategy for them to be able to actually adopt this for life thereafter. Okay, so you have another one: see, think, wonder. And all of these are done at before getting into the lesson stage. Okay, so see, think, wonder. Now you might say, what is it that this helps the child with? Very simple. It will encourage observation. Suppose you show a child of a tree being cut. So you tell the child, first tell me what you see. No comment, just tell me what you see. I see a tree, it is being cut. There is a person who's cutting it. It looks like it is a forest. Okay. And then just what they see. So only observation. It is dry, there are other cut trees, only observation. Then you tell them, what do you think about what you're seeing? So, what do you think is going on? Etc. And then wonder the impact. You're doing it in stages. So when you have a particular lesson to start, whether it's science, geography, history, English, any language, math, whatever, and you feel that there is a pictorial representation you want to give, show it to them. Or if there is a quotation that you want to give, or if it is a cartoon that you want to show, anything. Okay, so see, think, wonder. All this happens before you get into the actual teaching of the lesson. All right, another strategy is think, puzzle, explore. Pretty much the same with a tad bit of a difference. Think, puzzle. So that one began with C. This one is straight away a notch higher. It says think, puzzle, and explore. Meaning what do you think you know about this topic? We need to ask them these questions. We need to allow them a learning opportunity to learn how to learn instead of lecturing and telling it to them. That is all the crux of all of it is. Okay, puzzle. What question or puzzles do you have about this topic? What questions? What confuses you? What is puzzling you? Is there a point that you would like to mention, and what are you against, or what is it that you agree with? Ask them. Different children, different answers. Imagine groups, pairs. Say all. This is open to all roll numbers, even if you're across the screen. All even number roll numbers, all odd number roll numbers. Okay, all roll numbers divisible by whatever. I'm not so good with math. And then explore. How might you explore the puzzles that you have around the topic? Meaning, is there a solution? Why do you think this has happened? What might happen if this doesn't exist? All these questions. And imagine these are all connected to the topic that you're finally going to teach. And so much of discussion has already happened. And then we say our kids are not ready for analysis and inference and evaluation. If they are not ready because we don't do this, we don't give them the opportunity, learning opportunities. Okay, so the explanation game. This is all pre the explanation game. Name a feature or aspect of the object that you notice. Supposing I want to carry a particular object, not everything has to be done on the whiteboard, blackboard, Padlet, whatever. Supposing it's real life, I've carried something with me. What could it be? What role or function might it serve? Why might it be here, there, whatever? Okay, explain. What makes you say that? Justify, rationalize it, reason it out. Or why do you think it happened that way? It was this, it led to this. What do you think it is? Okay. What else could it be, and what makes you say that? What else could it be? Where else is the application? What are the alternatives? Generate alternatives. Look at the kind of thinking, all your cognitive aspects: creative thinking, critical thinking, communication, collaboration, connectedness. All your 5 C's are all here. Everything is happening. It is joyful, it is inclusive, it is participatory, it's experiential. Everything. Okay. And if you're using a particular art or a sculpture or something, it gets art integrated as well. All right. So now we move to the during part. That's where they are digging deeper and making connections. Okay. Yeah. So over here, another activity that says question starts. Now, this is something that we do often. Like I said, always from familiar to the unfamiliar or the lesser known. Let me say unfamiliar. No, I can't say unfamiliar. You're all fabulous academics. Okay. So the stems are something that I'm very passionate about. I say that in a lot of my sessions. Okay. Brainstorm at least 12 questions about the topic or concept. You've just barely got them to read what it is. Now, just get them to look at this. Are these connected to the content? No. What if we knew, suppose that, imagine them. Now, to create this also requires a lot of thought, lot of processing, which is why this is fabulous. You've got them to start thinking. You've already laid the ground with your pre-lesson, and now you're making them dig deeper. Okay. So what are new ideas do you have about the topic or concept that you didn't have before? Very much like your KWL kind of a thing. Yeah. Claim support question. See, it's already getting a little, higher. All right. Claim support question. Now, for teachers who are doing class 5, class 4, you could simplify the words. You could follow the strategy. You need not use these words. You could use symbols if you want. Okay. Yeah. So make a claim about the topic, issue or idea. Okay. So this is what I feel. So there is a particular theme, or there's a particular message. If in literature there's a particular message the author is trying to give, or in science there's a particular concept, in math there's a particular theorem, or whatever, in history there's a particular event that has happened, or a decision, or a policy, anything in economics, etc. So make a claim. Okay. Identify support for your claim, as in give evidence.
Okay, and then raise a question related to your claim. What may make you doubt the claim? What seems left hanging? What is it that I have not addressed yet? So if this is done as a practice in class, even when the child, even if you're not there, even if the group is not there, when the child is reading, the child will start thinking like this. The child will pick up any during the lesson strategy and say, oh, okay, let me first make a claim of this. Let me then support it. What is my evidence? And then let me just question. What have I missed out? I have to explore it. I have to question what is the point. That is how they are learning how to learn. Let's now go to after. Okay, there are very many others that are done during, but I'm not sort of mentioning them because then we need to get into subject specific strategies. Okay, now after, this is the wrapping up and taking action stage. Okay, you've done the lesson, and now I used to think, but now I think, very much like your KWL. Okay, what I know, what I want to know, what I have, what I have learned, that kind. Okay, very simple. Ask them. You have your exit slips and those kind of things. So I'm not mentioning something you already know, but the purpose is this. You are, once they have finished, and I remember when I was younger, I used to get back home, my mom used to say, what is it that you've learned? Tell. What is it that you did in each subject? She used to open my timetable and we used to say, oh, this was discussed, I'm eating my roti, and she's, I didn't realize that was like a superb way of doing this. Do you agree? Okay, is that what you had thought? Is there something new? Do you have a different take on it? She used to keep asking me those questions. At the end of the day, this is what it is. Now, from what I remember, when my kid was in school, ma'am has given this homework or sir has given this homework, I have to finish it. Okay, so the learning after coming back home is, oh, I've done my homework, now I'm free, I'm going to play. But that's not it, which is why, again, any assignment you set should be along these lines, whatever I'm going to show you. It's not supposed to be, oh, okay, X did this, Y did this, and therefore, where was it? What color was it? Why did it happen? What is that? We have moved forward from rote, right? Okay. The 4 C's. Okay. The 4 C's are here. Connections, challenge, concepts, and changes. So after reading a text, this is more for more subjective subjects. What connections do you draw between the text and your own life? I told you this in the beginning. They will remember if they can associate. What ideas or positions or assumptions do you want to challenge or argue? Encourage it always. Divide the class. Say these are the challengers, these are the connectors, these are the concept builders, and these are the changers. You can go about it in so many different ways. So many different ways. But as long as they do this, what changes in attitudes, thinking, or actions are suggested by the text? Supposing it is political science, supposing it is something that was done in chemistry. Okay, if this is taken, supposing it is something like cloning, or if it is about I don't know, something about replacing an organ, etc. No right or wrong, you're just getting them to think. Okay, yeah. So 4 C's. Then you have reacting to the past. I really love this. So students are assigned character roles. It's a little different from role play because it is about reacting to the past. It is not enacting the past. It is reacting. They need to communicate, collaborate, and compete effectively to advance their objectives. So they are assigned a character. Somebody from the past, somebody that is rooted in their chapter. Okay, no fixed script or outcome. They must adhere to the context of the topic, and they must maintain the ideology or the belief of the character or the setting or the times or the period that is being talked about. Express ideas persuasively. Once they are through, then they must be able to, at least in a paragraph, be able to convince everybody through their speech or their paper or their presentation the reason why they enacted it or behaved that particular way. For example, you could have something on Mandela. Okay, you're reacting to the past, any decision he took. Okay, what if you were the jailer outside Mandela's jail? Or if you were this, or you were that, or you were a reporter, etc., could you act that out? You're not the main person, but you're around the main person. The main person is your basic hook to the time period or the situation which you have read about in your lesson. You could do it with Gandhi, the time. You have it in social science. You have it even in you have both of these, this in class 12, you have this in class 10. Okay, for English. Or you could simply, for again, when you, because we are talking about the past, we basically fall back. You could talk about Harshvardhan, the quote of Harshvardhan. You are one person that has attended the court of commons of Harshvardhan, and there was a discussion happening, and you, what do you want to do? You want to react to it. What was this? It was a decision taken. What was it? Which was a foreign traveler? How was a foreign traveler treated? How do you want to react to that situation? You could have a reaction to the times of a particular poet or a writer. Okay, and what happened around those times. You are the neighbor of this particular writer. What is it that you see? What is it that you want to react to? This person has just come out with this collection of stories. What do you want to say? Is there something you would like to express? You would have scientists or mathematicians or something, or decision that they've taken. What is your reaction to it? What is it that you want to say? Do you want to debate it? Do you want to argue it? Do you want to suggest that, oh, if this was done this way, it could have been popular? And then of course you have 1857, supposing you were a soldier, supposing you were a farmer from Munshi Premchand's times. What is it that you would like to say or react or speak against? Or supposing you want to talk against the zamindari system, etc. What is it that is? But the context remains the same. So I think we have just about another 2 minutes, and then I'm going to wrap up. Okay, you have traffic light reflection. This is really fun, because the moment you showcase a traffic light, the children know what they have to think. So I feel confident. Okay, what is it that I'm feeling confident about? What is it that I'm a little iffy about? And what is it that is confusing me, please? Okay, so if there are very many students in your classroom, you may not be able to do it. But if you want to sort of put them in groups and then tell them, so they could even pick up that particular color placard. A lot of teachers have that in their classrooms. You could do that as well, but it's a great way to sort of associate. So at the end of the class, even if I have 50 students and they've all been told that they have any product that is green, yellow, or red, that should be in their desks, and you say, well, what's the verdict? So the maximum color that you see tells you what it is, and then you note down what are the issues, and then you address them. So it works very well. Connect, extend, challenge, again, very beautiful. Connect the ideas to the real world. Extend, extrapolate. Okay, how do they apply to the real world, and where it can go from there? And then what is the problem? All of this works very well when the children are asked even to write letters to the editor, or when they are about to prepare a concept for a science debate or a seminar, or when they have to sort of do a case based answer or something. This works very well. Okay, so learn how to learn. For students, before learning, ask yourself, what is it that we tell our students? Are you aware of this? Okay, next, during learning, how much have I gathered from this? And after learning, where can I apply this? Okay, have I understood all of this? If all of this is done, I think the child has more or less learned how to learn. But there are strategies which you as a facilitator have to do in your classroom, and they will pick it up as they trot along, right? I think that's it from today. I hope I haven't exceeded the time. So here we go.
No, we are well within time and learning how to learn. So there is a question for you. So when you spoke about the strategy see, think, wonder, the
Yeah.
question was what is the difference between think and wonder in that strategy?
So, thinking is simply looking at what you have observed in that context, limited to that particular picture or quote or stimulant, and commenting on it. Wonder is taking your thinking and extending it further to say, oh, this could happen, that could happen. What if this happens? How can I address that particular situation? That is wonder. Okay, so you're leading the child to go process wise. Usually what they do is everything goes all hodgepodge in their head. So you are training them to go through the stages. Okay, breathe, first look at it. Okay, what do you see? Now what do you think? And now what do you wonder? Okay, so that is you're sort of training them to unclutter so that it's laser sharp when they finally come up with what they've picked up. Yeah.
I think for that to be clear, teacher has to be clear, and that, like you said, planning is very, very
Very
important in
important.
this.
And use only those strategies which you are convinced about. Not all strategies will work very well for all subjects. If this were only for English, I could have shown so many other things, right? But these are generally accepted. So then things change according to the subject and the learner. Yeah.
That's just so awesome, Ruchi ma'am, as usual. It's a
Okay.
pleasure to have you, and it was lovely, Vishal.
Yeah. So we've shared the feedback link in the chat. Please do click on the link and share your feedback with us. Also, again, a repetition, all those who have attended the session and have not been able to register for it, in case you want certificates, please click on the link given in the chat box and you will be receiving these certificates in the next 24 to 48 hours. Ruchi ma'am, thank you so
Thank you
much.
so much, Ruchi ma'am. Yeah, thank
It's
you.
mesmerizing listening to you and learning from you at the same time.
Thank you. Uh, all right, let's move ahead. Yeah, for those who have joined late, don't worry. If you have paid, you have registered, you will get your goodie bag after the session, after the event, and you'll get your certificates in 24 to 48 hours. All right. Okay. So let's move ahead.
So
It's
are we
not
halfway
every
through?
day. Sorry.
Are we halfway through? Are we halfway through?
Yes, we are. So 5:30, 11 sessions. So
Right.
yes, we are more than halfway through, but yes.
Wonderful.
Great. So yeah, we are in the second half of a session, and the energy is awesome. The Josh is high. So let's move ahead. It's not every day we tell stories, but this is your journey. The hero is you. You decided to fight the demons around you, within you, and you stumbled upon the strength you never knew you had. So, what's your strategy? Are you scripting the next revolution? We'd like to walk you through what we are scripting at our slate. So, we'll just play a video.
Okay, teachers, we'll take a 5-minute break and we'll come back and we'll start with classroom management. Hi, I'm Sindhu again, and I'm a co-founder with Orange Slates. Orange Slates was born of a simple idea to enable those who've enabled us to become who we are today, our teachers. The world of education is ever evolving, but is the backbone of the system strong enough to hold the weight of the future? Have we really paid attention to the flag bearers of education, the teachers? It is unfortunate that in India or globally, teacher education has not received the kind of attention it needs to receive. This obviously has an impact on quality of education, students' learning outcomes, and the entire ecosystem of education as a whole. The recently launched National Education Policy has identified this problem, and it provides a broad framework today for us to reimagine teacher education. A UNESCO study highlights another factor that impacts teacher quality: the wage gap of educators versus other professions. It's true, teachers don't get paid enough. That's where we come in. Orange Slate's mission is to address the issue of teacher quality and income by creating a platform where educators come together, collaborate, work, and build a better tomorrow. We invite you to be a part of this journey where we build the world's largest community of educators. Powered by the latest technology and robust pedagogies, we look forward to creating unmatched learning experiences for both the teacher and the student. Let's unlock the future. Let education be the key. The world needs this, literally. Teachers, be good to go? All right.
We invite our co-founders Pradeep Pillai and Sindhu Evan for a brief look into our journey at Orange Slates.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. Pleasure to
Yeah.
be here with all of you. It's been an exciting day for us all through, and I sincerely hope it's been a fantastic learning experience for you as well.
Yeah, this has been like a mind-blowing experience, and coming right after Ruchi ma'am's session, I think that's an awesome place to be. So I'll start first by asking you guys, all of you, how are the session been? How have the session been? We have enjoyed them. We believe they have been awesome. We would just request you to just put in your chat, what is your experience been till now? Great. So I'm here to talk about Orange Slates, how we came about and what we are planning to do. As I said, Ruchi ma'am just created the whole purpose why Orange Slates exists, to bring to you awesome trainers from across the globe, create a space so that each one of you can experience how you can deliver your classroom in a better and in a more productive manner. So the journey started about 2 years back, and the thought came from this whole concept of uh, how do we support the teacher in today's environment. When you talk about EdTech, most of the time the person who is missing, the hero of the piece is normally missing, is the teacher. You look at any of the ads from any of the EdTech companies, the person missing in that is the teacher. And during the last 2 years, you have been some people who have made the maximum amount of impact. From day one, when COVID struck, till today, you've been tireless, you've been innovative, and you've been people who have broken through the barriers and still been able to create that space. So this is to acknowledge each and every one of you for being an awesome professionals and being heroes for so many children across the world. Taking it forward, we started 2 years back. Today is a culmination of something which we dreamed of. We have done almost over 150 plus programs. We have impacted almost about 70,000 attendees across all our programs. We have almost 120 plus trainers, and over the last couple of months, we have also been working with lots and lots of schools who have approached us to help them in supporting their teachers, training their teachers, working with them in terms of curriculum creation and stuff. Everything has come from a single thought. The thought has always been that how can you support the teacher in delivering her classroom and creating an awesome learning experience. In the morning, I think Rushali and Vishal were talking about a hero's journey and how the whole journey unfolds and how uh, you come to the culmination. So those of you who are movie buffs just like me probably can relate to what I'm going to say next. So we consider ourselves as the Shifu to your Kung Fu Panda. So we help you understand your potential, and we are there to stand with you for you to go and win the world. Uh, we have been fortunate to be loved and liked by teachers across India, South Asia, now Middle East. Uh, we've been really fortunate that all all the teachers with whom we have interacted have given us a feedback about the kind of programs that we conduct and also the relevance of the programs for you to go back and use in your classrooms. In order for us to support you better, we have also created small communities which are to support you in your learning endeavor. So I will ask you or request you to do a couple of things right now. First is on your YouTube, you can see one, our YouTube link, which is the Orange Slates YouTube link. You'll also find it in the chat. We'll give you about 30 seconds to just go there and like our YouTube page. Thank you. One of the understanding for us also has been that it is the teachers who can support other teachers. So creating a learning community, creating a supporting community is something which has become our vision. And in that, we have been running on the Facebook something called as an Orange Staff Room. I'll request Sindhu to talk about it more.
The Orange Staff Room on Facebook is a space where you can comfortably join. There are interactive sessions posted there. Questions get asked, questions get answered by the teachers themselves, and that's perhaps what makes it a fantastic place to be. It's interesting to see how perspectives are different, and it's also a great place where we learn a lot more about what a teacher is expecting us also to deliver. So it's a brilliant place for us to learn what more to do and what next to do. Yes, Pradeep.
Thanks, Sindhu. So Sindhu is not well. That's why her voice is a little hoarse, and that's why she's letting me speak so much. Yeah. So Orange Staff Room, again, the link is available. Okay. We'll also share it in the chat. My sincere request, be there as a part of the community, strengthen the community, share your ideas, give us the insights that you have in terms of what more you want. We are there to provide that for you. Now, this has been something which has been a very interesting journey. We started out offering programs for CBSE teachers, moved from CBSE to ICSE also, even to state board teachers, international board teachers, IB, IGCSE, and also to the foreign shores. This has been something which has happened over the last 2 years. And what we are looking forward to going forward are three things, which is what I'm really excited today to talk to you all about. The first thing that we are looking at is expanding our offering of programs by bringing out regional language training sessions. We've been experimenting with a couple of languages for the last 1.5 months, and you'll start seeing more programs which will come out in Hindi, Marathi, and Gujarati. That's the first three languages which will come out. As we go along, we'll go on broadening our portfolio of offerings in languages, and you'll start seeing almost all Indian languages in a short while. The second thing which we have been also working on has been to offer you longer duration certificate programs which can help you break into different kinds of careers. There are quite a few new age careers for teachers which have opened up, and we are there to help you find your positioning in those careers. So I'm really excited to launch today our first certificate program, and I would request Sindhu to give the details about it and what the program entails.
Absolutely. We're launching a course in effective online teaching. The course is designed to be a boot camp and is a 60-hour program. For those of you who would like to know more, we'll have a form filled for you, which will give you an indication of the kind of activities that are going to be there within that course. What it will do, it will ready you for launching your own self-paced program, perhaps on a different platform. It will also ready you for any kind of an activity that will be taking up your talent to the next level. There's a whole lot of things that you do as a teacher. It's time you pretty much can show the world all the talent that you've bottled up, and it's not restricted. The world is your universe. It's a fantastic place to be. So please go ahead and seek more details. We can share this brochure in the chat, and otherwise we can email them to you. If you'd like to be talking to us, seeking more details, we're more than happy to answer.
Yeah, and the third thing we have already shared in the beginning, we have spoken about our institutional outreach programs, which is available for all schools to partake of. I think we are out of our time. It's been an exciting journey, and today's energy has been awesome. I would really like to thank you on the behalf of the whole team for being here and giving us your support. Thanks a lot. Over to you, Vishal and Rishali.
Thank you, Pradeep. Thank you, Sindhu. There are a lot more exciting things in the pipeline, and I'm sure the Learn Fest is going to get us access to a lot more learning leaders, as some user has put it about that if they need to lead education, they need to be learners themselves. And we will do our best to stand behind every teacher in the country in whatever skills, resources, content, community that they need to be the best versions of themselves. Okay, over
Thank you
to
so much,
our
Andrew.
next.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Pradeep.
over to our next session. The education revolution is all about a 360-degree approach. If we are redesigning our entire education system, then report cards have to be redesigned, both for us and our learners. It is time that the applause is both for process and result, for preparation and performance, and feedback is all about being better. Measure me against the previous version of me and not with others around me. If it is then to be, it is all up to me. Let's redesign our report cards. We have Ms. Navinda Kaur Ruprai, who will walk us through the essentials of a 360-degree report card building. A little about Navinda, ma'am.
Navinder Kaur Uprai, a teacher trainer, a career counselor with training accreditation from Scottish Qualification Authority and NABIT. She has 18 plus years of teaching experience as an educationist in ICT in education, pedagogy, teachers' professional development, and training. She has designed effective professional development programs for practitioners in government and in private schools across the country and for international platforms. School audits and building teacher capacity are central parts of her profile. Navinda ji, over to you.
Thank you, Rushali. It's always pleasure for me to being introduced by you with such lovely words. I would like to thank all my teachers who are with me online for this Learn Fest, and I am hope you are having great times, great learnings, and great exchange of ideas with all the trainers from Learn Fest. So I am here to present you about 360-degree report card. NAP has told us to make some changes into assessments. Now, there is a reason why an assessment needs a change. There is a reason why we need to work on our own way of teaching and assessing our students. There is a way and there is a need for us to not only assess a child but give them the feedback for the betterment of their own skills and abilities. With this note, I start my session on 360-degree report card from NAP 2020. So let me share my screen with you all and just let me know if it is visible to all of you.
Not yet, ma'am.
Yeah. Is it visible now?
No,
No?
ma'am, it's not yet shared. No.
Okay, right. Yes. Yeah, Roshali, now is it visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it
All
visible?
visible.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do full
Okay.
screen now.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you so much. So here we are with holistic report card, which we call it as HRC. Now, this is also something which we all have been looking
Ma'am,
forward
just
to.
just hold on a second. Can you do a slideshow?
Just a second. Is it not the slideshow? It is. Mm, Is it not showing as a slideshow?
Ma'am, now it is disconnected.
Okay.
No worries. You can click on share.
No, it's going. It's
Loading.
loading.
Okay.
It's taking a lot of time. Let me share the screen again. Rushali, if you can just help me out. Okay, now is
Yes.
it showing?
Yes, ma'am. Perfect.
Is it
Thank you.
okay? Yeah.
Perfect. Perfect. Yeah.
Thank you. Right. So 360-degree holistic progress card by NAP 2020 by Navinder Kaur Ruprai. You can find me into my social media by my handle Ruprai and Vision. So first of all, let's discuss about why national education policy and what does it says. Now, national education policy was formulated in 2020 to make some changes into our way of teaching, way of learning teaching processes, way of doing the assessments, way of recording the assessments, and also skill building at large for higher order skills for our students. So when I say this, it has been categorically written into national education policy that 360-degree report card is a holistic view of a 360 multidimensional report that reflects in great detail the progress and the uniqueness of each learner in cognitive, effective, and psychometric domains. So what it means? It means that we now only have not only do the assessment for the academic part, but also assess to the child onto the learning of the skills and the abilities that they already have, and also the one they can possess with little bit of hand holding. So what does it mean? It means lot of experiential learning, lot of role plays, lot of uh, clubs has to be introduced, and our students have to be part of it. The progress report will not include the assessment by the teachers, but will have self-assessment, peer assessment, and teacher assessment. It also states that the draft policy states that a national assessment body, the Performance Assessment Review and Analysis of Knowledge for Holistic Development, which we call it as PARAK, will be established. This center will be responsible for setting standards, norms, and guidelines for the evaluation of students for all recognized school boards. Having said this, let's see some of the main points which have been captured by NEP. I'm sure you must all have known this by now, but still, I would like to recapitulate if some of my teachers have not gone through it yet. The progress report will include the self-assessment, peer assessment, and teacher assessment. Progress card will include the knowledge, skill competencies, attitudes, and values, and also the transformative competencies. There will be an AI-based software which will could be developed and be used by the students to keep track of their growth. The report card will reflect the skills of students in an easy, simple, and comprehensive manner. The report card will not only allow about the grades, but will also have more of the descriptive, predictive, and prescriptive feedback. It will make ways for progressive books with complete profiles of the students, their strengths, and the area which they have to work on and is unique to them. So there is a small activity. The activity is what is the purpose and scope of holistic progress card. So I would request my participants, if you can just write it over the chat, what do you think is the main purpose and scope of holistic progress card or a 360-degree report card, which NEP has told us to implement from our next academic year? Quickly, if I would can see over the chat, what is your thought over it? What do you think is the purpose and scope of holistic progress card? So my teachers, if you can just write it over the chat. Rushali, can they unmute and speak also, or will they only be able to write it over the chat?
They'll be able to put it over the chat, ma'am. So
Okay,
there are responses: total and complete evaluation, then to
okay,
show all round development of students,
right,
then
great.
to bring overall development.
Overall development, very good. Bindu ma'am, thank you for your message. Can I have some more teachers writing the feedback?
To show
Okay,
overall
so
development of a child.
Nancy ma'am says to show overall development of the child. Okay. Assessment on skill-based learning. Very great, Niyati ma'am. This is what I was looking for. Okay. Samra ma'am says to have an idea about overall development of the student. Is it only about the student or also about the teacher? This is one question again I am floating to you all. Do you think assessment only for the teachers, only for the students, or also for the teachers? So Priya ma'am says to encourage multidimensional skills in the learners and assess the same, right? Hasmukh sir say holistic development. I'm looking for some more words. Beside holistic development, I'm looking for some more words to show overall development in all areas of learning. So is it only academic areas or is it some co-scholastic areas also? Okay, Sudip sir is saying, Sudeepa ma'am is saying there is a continuous experiential learning happening which will be reflected into the facets. Okay. Some more comments or some more remarks from my teachers to find the areas of their strength. Okay, thank you so much, my teachers. Socioeconomical, emotional skills, Krishna ma'am, thank you. Adishri says going beyond 3 hours of learning, definitely Adishri. Rakesh sir is saying co-scholastic too. Thank you, sir. So with this, I'll just collate what we have here. So I have got some responses online also from my teachers who said that the scope of alternate assessment procedures like record of progress of children in project-based and inquiry based learning. This is so important that we not only assess the child into pen and paper mode, we not only assess the child into the unit test or the periodic test that we conduct, we not only assess the child into the conceptual knowledge of the chapters, but is also for 360-degree holistic progress review. It is important to assess the child for their skills, for their abilities, for their competencies. When I say this, it means that we need to set some criteria for competency skill building with our students. This is the message which our NAV wants to give us as an educator for 360-degree report card. The assessment not only in the hand of a teacher who is a class teacher or a subject teacher, but assessment of peers, assessment of parents, assessment of self is also important to have a 360 review, because many times we as a student ourselves also have to assess our abilities. We have to be confident about our strengths. We have to be known about where we lag and how do I have to work. It is important that when we identify our strength and weaknesses, we take charge of our own learning. That is why 360-degree holistic review is important. Then assessment is to promote the learning and development of the students. Focus on formative assessment for learning rather than just summative assessment. So when I say this, it is important for a teacher to take as much assessment for learning as they can, so that assessment of learning happens automatically and the student grade and the competency for skill development happens automatically. Having said that, what does it mean? Formative assessment means today I have taken a chapter in my class, a topic in my class. In the evening, I float an MCQ, or I give a role play, or I give a writing assignment to a child, or I give a research work for that particular topic to my child. And I am not only assessing my child's ability for the concept, but I am more interested into assessing how he came to that knowledge that he has written or shared into that role play or into that assignment. The process becomes important rather than the end content. This is what we are going to talk about in our 360-degree holistic progress review. Then it is also important for a child to revisit the learning that he has taken so far. It is not only important for a student, but it is also important for a teacher to revisit their own learning process. That is why 360-degree report review is also important, because this will give me as a teacher the review about my teaching strategies, my pedagogies, my teaching resources, my way of communicating to the child, my way of addressing the queries of the child. This is very important for a teacher to know, so that she can better the results, better the skill abilities of the students. It not only helps the student to see the connection and possibility of the direction in which the student is going on. So till now, what was happening, we were just focusing on the test paper, that is the chapter wise unit or the summative examination, mid examination or term end examination. But it is also important for us to guide our students where they are heading towards the end of the session. It is not about the academic, it is also about the holistic development of the child, the skill abilities, and the knowledge for being there into the real world. So now we are going to talk about the action plan. So when I say the action plan, there are few suggestions that I have in my mind which I wanted to share with my teachers. So the first action plan definitely should be the individual goal setting and the tracking. Because when I talk about 360-degree report card, I'm talking about one person, their unique strengths and their weaknesses or learning gaps which we need to address. So it is important that first of all, a teacher should help a student in the individual goal settings and tracking. So here what we can do, we can have some markation or a metric. So I have just a suggestion in my mind. So can I have a markation as beginners, progressive and proficient? So that when I'm assessing my child, I'm motivating my child that you are just a beginner into this skill, but you can go to a progressive level where you work harder. When you have these many suggestions or these things, if you do, you will be to a progressive mode. And then in the end, I also motivate my child by saying that you have been proficient into doing this task, you have been proficient into the skill building, whether it is collaborative skill building, whether it is about critical thinking skill building, whether it is about problem solving skill building, whether it is about the academic results of the child. Then the second suggestion that I have for my educators is that there has to be something that we as a teacher should plan into our pedagogy, into our lesson planning for day-to-day working, so that we can enhance and empower our students into academic and into skill abilities. So there is a key to accelerated learning. So what does it mean? First of all, bridging the learning gaps. Identify the learning gaps by giving formative assessments to the students. Identifying the learning gaps by giving tasks where the student has to look forward for the critical thinking, about the collaborative learning, about the problem solving. Identify those learning gaps first. And how those learning gaps will be identified? By giving the task, by making the assignment or the assessment which help our student to utilize those skills first, so that as a teacher I can identify the gaps. The gaps are not identified by the teacher, but there has to be a mechanism where the student assess himself and identify his own gaps. The peers, the counterparts of the student, also helps the child in assessing their own learnings, their peer learnings, so that there is an identification of bridging learning gaps. The second important thing that I want to share here is that once you have identified the learning gaps, the next level has to be in collaboration to bridging learning gap is scaffolding. So what does scaffolding means? Scaffolding means that the student need to be supportive by the teacher for that particular skill building. It means a teacher will scaffold, will support the child for limited period, and then she will take the scaffold away and make the student independent. So this is also an important aspect of 360-degree holistic progress review, because the child need to be independent at one point of a time, take charge of his own learning. Then we have the next one is exploring and experiencing. The task, the assessments, the assignments, the project work, the inquiry based learning should be done with the different chapters at different levels with different kind of topics, so that the child is able to explore and experience their own learning. The exploration mode can be with the help of a role play, can be with the help of a project work, can be with the help of any research work that we give to the student. Experiential learning becomes important because in experiential learning, it is in connection to the real life. The child in the learning process reflects to his own learning where he stands, and then keep on improving on his own learnings and abilities. So this is also one of the important strategy as a teacher we can use. The next is making connections. It is important for a teacher to not only work as a teacher for teaching one particular concept, but interwoven or interdisciplinary of many concepts together, making connections for their real life to happen, making connection for the reflection by the child to happen, making connections so that skill building happens. That is important key as a teacher, as a school HOD or a supervisor. If you are there, please keep this into your pedagogical leadership plan, so that you are able to make a holistic report card, a meaningful report card, and a good journey for a child to rework on them to enhance themselves. Creating. Now, key to accelerating learning is creating. The child has to create his own learning. He should not be spoon fed for each and every topic. So, what does it mean? Creation is the highest domain of Bloom taxonomy. So, we should work into a scenario where we are giving them some real life connection, some case studies, some project-based project assignments where the child have to create the answer by themselves, not cut copy paste from Google or any textbook. Let them explore, because when they are exploring, they are working into their own 21st century skills. When they are creating their own answers, they are also looking into the perspective of how as a society that concept will help to solve a problem. They are also looking into a perspective where they will have to devise or innovate new ideas from that chapter and put it into their own words. As a result, there is a skill building which is happening. As a teacher, I'm scaffolding my child. As a teacher, I'm making my child able to work on their own skill building. Sharing new understanding, do lot of collaborative work in your classroom. That is important, because when we learn from each other, we share our thoughts, there is a better understanding of the concepts, and also there is a sense of a value and attitude that a child inculcate in themselves. It is like, for example, I would say patience to listen to others, be courteous to answer the question in a right manner, or be courteous to attend to a discussion into a right manner. So it is important for a child to share new understandings. There has to be a collaborative learning. Then we have reflection to integrate. This is also very important, because unless and until child is not able to reflect his own learning, he is not able to even integrate his own learning into a report card where we are talking about holistic 360-degree review. It is important for a child, for a student to reflect into their own learning, to understand and measure where he stands and where he has to work upon. It gives a direction for a child to enhance his own self into academic as well as skill competencies. So this is the major thrust of NAP. It's again and again pointing out that it is not only about cognitive domain, but it is also about affective and psychomotor domain also. The last thing that I want to discuss here is that for academics, we all teachers are equipped. We do our chapters very well. We do make assessments, online assessments, offline assessment, objective type, multiple type questions. Then we have long answer, short answer. We all are equipped with it. But if we can have some project based clubs and circles into our school, that will help our child into the affective and psychomotor skill ability also. So when I say this, NEP has told us to do 10 days of bagless days. So when I go to many of my schools, so good progressive school have already started implementing it. They do not do it as 10 regular consecutive days, but they break it into three, 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 and then one, so that during that time they make activities or campaigns for their children to learn some new skills, to collaborate with others. If I as a student already have a skill, I can teach my other co-partners or co-students those skills. You can invite the industry experts from outside who can take a webinar, a seminar, or a workshop with the students on various clubs and circles. So I can have literary clubs, I can have environment club, I can have best out of waste clubs, I can have clubs like science clubs, I can have, nowadays artificial intelligence is also one thing that everybody is looking into. Coding in something which every school is overwhelmed to do with their students. So you can invite industry experts to work on this. When you are working on club based, project based clubs and circles, make it meaningful, make it some theme, make it in a way that in the end of 2 days or 3 days of club or campaign which the child has attended, there is an outcome, and that outcome should be a measured outcome, and it should be recorded into our 360-degree report, because this will help a child into a direction of building the skills. Any question, any query any teacher has, anything that you want to share, teachers? anything that comes into your own idea which you think is should be done for a 360-degree holistic review or a holistic progress of a student. If I can have that in our chat, please. Rushali, can you help me out with the chat? Teachers, if you have anything else or you have already been practicing in your school, best practices from your school, if you want to share with the community who is present here, I'm sure you will be you will love to share your thoughts on this. So, Suman Pathak ma'am say very effective method of teaching learning. Okay, thank you, ma'am. I was looking forward to some ideas, better way of giving a feedback. That's important, Sneha ma'am, that we give feedback to the students timely at the inappropriate time and then also an appropriate way. So Purvi ma'am says their thinking level, their cognitive gets developed through creating their own work. Definitely, ma'am. So creation is very important here. Purvi Modi ma'am is saying that experience-based learning will give them space to explore. Please include experiential learning is important. NEP is also saying do a lot of experiential learning. There are many chapters. Identify those chapters into your curriculum where experiential learning can be taken. We have various club activities and projects for children. That's great, Suchitra ma'am. We should include the new age clubs and circles for our students so that new age skill building and learning also happens. Teacher will discover where the child stands, his stronger and weaker areas. Because when we do a lot of club activities or circle, definitely the student does not have a fear of being assessed. So they are very free. When they are very free, that is where you are going to give a feedback, and that is where you are going to identify their true sense, their uniqueness as a student, and that is where you are going to identify their strengths and weaknesses. So thank you so much, Manisha ma'am, about this. So Jindal sir is saying that balanced scorecard reviews are done quarterly till this 360 is similar. Yes, sir, it is similar. It has to be broken because 360-degree means not only giving a feedback, it also means giving a chance to a student to work into their abilities, to work into their improvement area. So it has to be into chunks because when you do an assessment into chunks only then you will give some time to the student to work on it and then reassess to the progress level of the child. In my first slide itself I told you that let's give them a goal setting as beginners, as progressive, and as proficient. So Shweta ma'am is saying yes, we are using self-assessment rubrics after concepts and projects. Great, Shweta ma'am. Manisha ma'am is saying assessment is feedback for the teachers. See, it is so important when you assess a child, it is not only about giving feedback or improvement area to a student, it is about giving improvement area to self as a teacher because many times we forget that there can be enhancement into our teaching resources. We forget that there can be an enhancement into our way of lecture giving to our students, the way we design any activity or task. So it is not only assessing of the child, but also assessment of the teacher. Now on the screen, you can see that we have learning metric rubrics. So when I say this, it is a way of assessing a child by giving them the grades or descriptors. Now it is important not only to give a task to a child, but also set some benchmarking. So when I say benchmarking, rubric is the best way to set some benchmarking with the students. Not only does a rubric helps for a benchmarking, the rubric also gives a descriptor where the child has to work into what areas for that particular task, for that particular assignment. In a way, what I'm doing, I'm guiding my child to do that task and keep in mind the important areas so that in the end the task is completed to the fullest, the task is completed with the good cognitive knowledge or cognitive concept that we have designed for that particular task. Not only this, also it helps the child to work for the skills for that particular task. So rubric should be a regular habit. Rubric should be given to the child not only once the assessment has been done, I personally feel, and I always work for this, that rubric should be given to a student before you give any assessment or any task to the child. It can be a pen paper test. It can be any role play that a child has to do. It can be any experiment that he has to perform. It can be any project work or map work that he has to do. It can be any writing activity. It can be any debate and discussing activity. It can be any diary writing. It can be any letter writing. It can be anything related to construction of diagrams. So anything that you can think of, you can create a rubric for the same. And please give this to a child before they start the task. The child should know what is expected out of him. The child should know the rating or the grade the student is going to get. If he complete this task, he is going to get 3 as the rating. If he complete this much task, the child is going to get 2 as a rating. It not only helps the child to know about the ratings, but also it most importantly helps the child for the improvement, because every child will look into the enhancement to the best of the ability to score to the highest level as much as he can. So what I am doing, it is also part of a 360-degree report card that you are guiding your child with the descriptor and with the prescription that what it should be like. NAP has also told us to look for some indicators for the report card. Now, these indicators includes critical thinking. So, Ranjana ma'am is saying it helps teacher, child, parent to work on the area where he or she is lacking for overall development. Right, ma'am. Rubric will allow even the parent as an engaged parent, because parent would also know what the child has to do for that particular task, and if he has got 2 or 1, how he can do level up to get 3 as the rating. So Shweta ma'am is saying completely with you, Navinda ma'am. We are doing this in our school from last 6 years. Thank you so much, Shweta ma'am, for this lovely message. I am sure you are a progressive teacher from a progressive school. So all I would request all my schools who have not started with rubric, please do it. It is very easy way of creating a rubric and implementing it with your students. Okay. Now we talk about indicators of a report card. NAP has given categorically into the document that there has to be some indicators like critical thinking, problem solving, managing information, creativity and innovations, communication, collaboration, cultural and global citizenship, personal growth and well-being. So what does it mean? When I'm assessing my child and I'm recording it into my portfolios, I also have to record into the parameters or indicators which are listed here. As a teacher for 360-degree report card, it is advisable to have a portfolio created for each child. Put your the best work and the weak work of the student, okay, where he has performed good, where he had did not manage to do well. Even those should be part of our portfolios, because only then you will have a true reflection of the child. You will be able to motivate a child that if you can do the best in this, why not the best into the other. I'll give you an example here. My child is very good into English but has some poor grades or less proficiency into maths. So if I have the best of English and if I have the best of maths as well as I have the weaker part of the maths, I can motivate my student with the help of that portfolio that if you can do best into English, why not into maths? That is a motivation the child is looking for from you, from a 360-degree report card. That's a feedback that I can give to a child. As an informed teacher, I can include my parents, engage them into the students' learning, especially into our junior classes, where the conception knowledge is there for the first time. Foundation is required for those conceptual knowledge that is happening. For example, it is decimal in maths. For example, in science, you have circulatory system. Then if I talk about history, you are talking about any chapters like Indus Valley Civilization. If I talk about social and political life, we are talking about government. So if you have those kind of chapters and if you have put those chapters tasks, assignments, papers. As a portfolio, you can guide your students, you can give them direction for their strengths and for their improvement areas. Maybe my child has strength for writing. Maybe my child is good with vocabulary building. Maybe my child has strength for computation. Maybe my child is very good into analyzing part of the science or social studies topics. And maybe my child needs improvement into area where problem solving questions are being asked, or some project work where problem solving is being asked to do. Identify the weaker areas, give them the improvement areas list, help the child by scaffolding, help the child by giving direction. That is an important part of 360-degree project report. So I'm again saying again and again that it is not only about assessing, but feedback and improvement area becomes important part of 360-degree report card. Here are few templates that I have put here into my slides to just help my teachers know that if we can incorporate this, till Parak give us a standardized template for our 360-degree report card, we can start giving such kind of templates to the students. Like the first one is 2 stars and a wish, where after each chapter, after each concept, my children are able to write what is the best that they have got from the concepts. They already know, they are confident about. And any wish means any improvement area which the child think is still there, the child has not got hold of that concept or that skill. So this can be one of the template. The another template that I have given you here is teachers feedback form, because the 360 review, so it is self assessment as well as a teacher assessment. So here as a teacher I can write it down, the things which was done successfully by the student, some things that the child can improve upon, and then what is the next step, what is the remedial action. If you give a remedial action to a child in a timely way, into a way where the child can understand and practice more or enhance more, it will be great as a teacher gift to your students. Then we also have one more template for self-assessment task, and it can also be a peer assessment task, where you will have to write down I did well into these areas. So suppose I've given a project work, or I was being invited into a club, or I was a part of a education circle. During the campaign time, what was given to me, what my instructor had given us as a new learning, so what went well in that, what could I have done to enhance my abilities, my skills, and in the end, what is my focus for the next time. So these all can be part of not only the academic but also the project works, also the assessments and assignments, and the clubs and the circles. So this is what I had for all my teachers for the webinar today. Any question, any query? And if you want to take us a detailed session, please let us know. We'll be happy to take a detailed session on this with our teachers.
Absolutely,
So,
definitely.
any feedback, my teachers, any query, any questions do you have? Please post it into the chat so that are able to interact with each other.
So there's one question, Navindaji. Um how many assessments should one take? What is that right number that, itna to karna hi hai? What is that number?
Okay, very interesting, Rushali. Many times, many teachers, when I do some trainings into schools, they ask, "Ma'am, kitni assessment kari jaye?" So there is no decided number. It is all about the chapter that we are doing, the concept that we are doing. The assessment for learning can be on daily basis. Assessment for learning can be twice a week. Important here is that whatever concept you think is a hard topic or maybe a hard topic to my child, give assessment for that hard topic first, because the fear of not knowing the concept should be taken out from the child in a fun way, in an easy way. An assessment for learning is not only by pen and paper. Assessment for learning is can be by just one dialogue writing, can be one role play, can be one project work. So that my main idea is not to assess the child, but help him understand the concept and help him develop the skills which I can take out from him. Like if I talk about any hard topic where some debate and discussion is required, please do it, because in this case you are not only working onto the academic or cognitive domain, you can also work into the transformative skills here, like collaboration, like attitude and value. Like if anybody is speaking, I have to wait for my chance. Be a good listener, be a good speaker. My communication skills are increasing, my research is for critical thinking in increasing. Any debate and discussion where problem solving is there, please use those skills. So it is important for assessment for learning to assess from the chapter itself what cognitive domain I have to assess, and then with your cognitive domain include the transformative skills also, competencies also. That is the best way of doing assessment for learning.
I think that makes a lot of sense. And one more question. So, at a time, a teacher will have, ideally, they should have less students, but one teacher can have 40, 50, 60 students in classroom. So, when one activity is going on, it's very difficult for one person to observe all the students at a time, right? So, how do you recommend to address this issue?
Rubrics. Rubric plays very important role. Group activity is important because we understand in our Indian classrooms we have 40 to 45 as an average attendance of our students. So when we have this, first of all, please plan your activities which are group activities. Use rubrics because then that will save your time and will give justice to the student, and importantly it give an appropriate feedback to a child what is expected out of him and what is the benchmarking.
I think, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And again, self assessment is also part.
Self-assessment is there, peer assessment, because 360 degree itself means teacher assessment, self-assessment, peer assessment, and student assessment.
I think once teachers start practicing this in the classroom, then we'll have more and more questions. I'm sure in some part of our school we do implement, but not in an extensive way that NEP says. Thank you so much, Navinderji, for an insightful session. And this is a mandatory thing that we all should start from now,
Now,
right?
thank you, Purvi ma'am, and thank you all my teachers for being part of the Learning Fest and listening to me and with great messages and feedback that I'm getting. Thank you so much. You have really motivated me for my own improvement areas also. Okay, thank you so much.
You have to look at this feedback before you exit.
Okay, definitely love to attend more of such sessions. Thank you, Navinda ma'am, for an informative and amazing workshop. Thank you so much, Sina ma'am. Thank you so much. It's a lovely message. And what a lovely message before I say goodbye to everyone.
Thank you so much, Navinderji. Thank
Thank you,
you.
ma'am.
Thank you, Navanda
Yes.
ma'am. And yes, okay. So, viewers, we've pasted the feedback form for this session in the chat. Please do click and let us know how you felt about the program. Also, all those, and again, repetition, all those who have not registered and have not paid for the certificates and want to avail, the link again is given in the chat box. Please go ahead and click on the link. All right, now over to our very, very special guest for the day. It might come as a surprise to a lot of you, and it is my absolute pleasure to invite our special guest for the day. Our next speaker is a dynamic force and a nation builder. Ms. Shweta Shalini is an official Bharatiya Janata Party spokesperson as well as an advisor and election strategist to Honorable former Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Shri Devendra Fadnavis. She is one of the most active, spirited, young and dynamic Uttar Bharatiya leader in BJP Maharashtra, who brings together a vast array of skill sets for her political party with her corporate and entrepreneurial background, bringing professionalism into politics. Being a seasoned entrepreneur and founder of Fortune Cookies UX Design, a well known education organization, along with two IT companies, before starting her incredible journey in Indian politics, which eventually led her to be conferred upon as Entrepreneur of the Year Award in 2011. Shweta ma'am, thank you for taking out your time, your precious time to come and motivate teachers who joined us from not only across the country, but from Middle East and Southeast Asia as well. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Vishal. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. I was waiting to hear, and I always say this that I'm still an entrepreneur in my heart. You know, deep down inside, I'm an entrepreneur, and a mentor and a guide to a lot of young entrepreneurs like you. And that's why somewhere down inside me, a teacher lives on. So while I'm talking to a lot of teachers, I want to congratulate you, Orange Slates, and the entire team. I see Vrishali here. I was seeing Vrishali here. So the entire team, thank you so much for doing what you're doing, because I personally feel that a lot of corporates talk about train the trainer, but actually on ground implementation of training the trainer is very challenging. So if you've tread on this path, I think the first step is the most difficult step. Having said this, to all the teachers who are listening to me, I will start and begin with a small story. I think I don't know. It's not a two-way platform, so I do not know. I will mix a Hindi and a English, considering that you will have all kinds of crowd. तो शुरुआत एक छोटी सी स्टोरी से करती हूँ. And this story is about Japan. हम सबको हिरोशिमा, नागासाकी और वर्ल्ड वॉर 2 की कहानी पता है. And we know that Japan was completely destroyed. And there was a certain point of time where the Japanese themselves thought that we are not going to sustain this blow. We are going to be finished forever. इतना छोटा सा देश है. हमारे आप अपने भारत के मुताबिक आप देखिए तो हमारे एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट से भी छोटा देश है वो. So the Japanese wanted to stand back on their feet. And today, if you look back, you see one of the most technologically advanced, electronically advanced, and one of the best technologies come from Japan. कैसे किया उन्होंने? और इतने short समय में कैसे किया? सोचा है आपने? One of the things that very few people know is soon after the World War ended, the Japanese government came up with this resolution. They said, any Japanese origin or parental Japanese person anywhere in the globe who's a teacher, please come back to this country, because this is the time the country needs you. Please come back and create the country as Japan the Great once again. And as luck would have it, every Japanese heard this call. They came back, and most of them were professors, teachers, and Asians are all over the American universities, and so were Japanese. So they all came back to their schools, colleges, and built the entire nation back. And they said, this time we are going to pick up something in which we are going to be 10 years beyond this. So जब हम 3G 4G की बात करते थे और जब हम 2G पे ही अटके थे और काफी सारे G और जीजा जी की बात करते थे, तब they were testing 6Gs, 5Gs, and that is the story of creation of a nation. That is how important teachers are to a nation. जब भूटान कोलोनाइजेशन से निकला और उसने बोला कि मुझे अपने देश को सशक्त बनाना है, तो सबसे पहले उन्होंने ये कहा कि मेरे जितने एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव ऑफिसर हैं, उनके बच्चे, मेरे जितने पॉलिटिशियंस हैं, उनके बच्चे, मेरे जितने राजा हैं, उनके बच्चे जो स्कूल में जाएंगे, उस टीचर को मैं सबसे ज्यादा तनख्वाह दूंगा. And that created, and today Bhutan is considered the happiest nation. It is considered the only nation which has carbon deficit. These nations stood strong because they created the nation on the shoulders of the teachers. आज हमारा देश भी उस मुकाम पे है जब हम बहुत जल्द we are going to become the next superpower, and hence we need a tribe, a vibe which is called teachers, who are not going to create other educationists, who are not going to create students, who are just going to create the building blocks of the superpower called India. Having said this, I think मैंने बात शुरू की थी कि भाई क्यों जरूरी है और ये train the trainers में क्या challenges हैं, what are the challenges? I think see we are we are in a very dynamically changing world. अब आप सोचिए, COVID times में, see, people have been saying that, a lot of us have been listening to data ये है, data is the next big thing, data is the next oil. Look at the amount of data that we have created during COVID times. Everybody has gone online. All the teachers have gone online. ये डेटा जो है, ये हमारे देश की आज जागीर होने वाली है. ये सोना है. And within this data, we will need to create, we will need to analyze, and we will have to create building blocks by which the teachers can learn. And hence, there are challenges. Because ये जो हम वेब फिर वेब 2.0 फिर वेब 3.0 अब वो इंडस्ट्री 4.0, what are all these programs? Are our teachers attuned to what we are talking about? आप देखिए, बहुत जल्द एक ऐसा समय आने वाला है जब reality, the physical and the virtual world is practically going to merge in a very real manner. Practically, अभी आप थोड़े दिन पहले तक ये सेमिनार मैं आपके सामने खड़े होके कर रही होती, आज भी आपके सामने खड़ी हूं. So it's a mix of a real world, a very practical world, but yet it's a mix of a virtual kind and a technology kind, and a dynamic changing real world. And yahi cheez, I think the teachers need to learn, because the world is changing, and especially thanks to technology, a lot of things are changing. अब देखिए, मैं हमेशा एक बात पूछती हूँ, सबसे पहले मैथ्स में क्या सिखाया जाता है? सबसे पहले मैथ्स में सिखाया जाता है एडिशन, फिर सिखाया जाता है सब्ट्रैक्शन, फिर दिखाया जाता है डिवीजन, फिर फ्रैक्शंस, फिर परसेंटेजेस, फिर अलजेब्रा, फिर ज्योमेट्री, फिर डिफरेंशियल्स. मैंने इंजीनियरिंग की है, मैंने मैथ्स उसके बाद भी पढ़ी है. आप ये बताइए, किसी ने तो दिमाग लगाया होगा और कहा होगा that I will follow this textual process in my textbook. Who decided that? Did they know that there is going to be a Google one day? There is going to be a Siri one day? क्यों ऐसा नहीं हो सकता है कि ये वर्कफ्लो चेंज हो सकता है? क्यों ऐसा नहीं हो सकता है that there is something that a child will think, no, I want to learn algebra before I learn geometry, or I can learn division before I learn multiplication or addition and subtraction. Who has decided this flow? आज लॉजिकल लगता है, but these processes, so these workflows are going to change, and this is what you people have to embrace. And there are so many other things that you will have to really embrace. पता है कितने लोग आज हमारे देश में व्हाट्सएप पे हैं? लगभग 5.5 करोड़ लोग हमारे देश में केवल मात्र व्हाट्सएप पे हैं. That is the sequence of technology. आज हम एक दूसरे से वर्चुअली बात कर रहे हैं और हर क्षेत्र में बात कर रहे हैं. आज के टाइम में क्रेडिट, आप रिज्यूमे लेके जाने की जरूरत नहीं है. आपके रिज्यूमे एज अ टीचर, बिफोर यू गो, people have already searched you online. So your portfolio is actually your resume. Think about it. The students that you are preparing, इनके आप credits, कल को, these people look at credits and credit scores, and then they go to international universities. Everything is going to be footprint based, and very soon we are reaching that space where everything that you do online, everything that you do technology based, everything that you do in education is going to be your individual footprint, and that is going to be your independent resume. How are you going to tackle this if you do not know and if you're not equipped with this technology? And इसीलिए मैंने शुरुआत की थी ऑरेंज स्लेट्स को धन्यवाद देकर, because someone has to take this up. Someone, our teachers are very, very smart. But remember this, आज हम हर उस चीज, and मैं ये बात कहती हूँ, being in politics, being in governance, I say this, the 21st century challenges are going to be multi-sectoral challenges. They are going to be multi-segmental challenges. आप किसी भी एक सेक्टर को, हो सकता है बायोलॉजी एंड टेक्नोलॉजी कम टुगेदर, हो सकता है हम जीन को मल्टीप्लाई कर दें, हो सकता है हम 3D प्रिंटिंग कर दें अपने लिवर का, हो सकता है हम हार्ट ट्रांसप्लांटेशन के लिए दूसरा हार्ट ना करें, हो सकता है एम्ब्रियो लेवल पे हम, कुछ भी हो सकता है. एंड दिस कैपेसिटी ऑफ कुछ भी हो सकता है is something that you have to imbibe first in yourself and second in your students. Think about it. आज तो कंटेंट आप बना रहे हैं, But there is going to be a time very soon, and I see it in months, years time, that your students are going to compete with you in the same content. We are inviting that kind of technology and that kind of collaboration and that kind of learning environment and adaptiveness. And that is what we need to be ready for. Are you ready for that? The question is very, very simple. आज वीडियो कंटेंट या फॉर एग्जांपल अ वीडियो लाइब्रेरी, आप चले जाइए, खान अकेडमी है, फ्री रिसोर्सेज है। क्या आपने सोचा है ये वीडियो इज कमिंग एज अ वेरी नेचुरल टूल, आप भी बना सकते हैं। बट आज के दिन में किसी व्यक्ति को गूगल में, हमेशा आप में से सारी माएँ होंगी, बहुत सारी, आई एम श्योर देयर आर लॉट ऑफ वुमेन लिसनिंग टू मी आउट देयर, राइट? द चैलेंज विथ मेरे टीनेजर बच्चे हैं, और मैं हमेशा कहती हूँ कि मेरे माँ बाप के टाइम पे आसान था, बिकॉज वी थॉट, हमें लगता था हमारे माँ बाप को सब पता है। आज के दिन में तो आई एम कंपीटिंग विद गूगल, बिकॉज मुझे गूगल से ज्यादा बिल्कुल पता नहीं। और मेरे बच्चे को अगर मुझसे कोई किसी बात का जवाब नहीं मिलता है तो वो सबसे पहले गूगल से पूछता है, और अगली बार वो पहले गूगल से पूछता है, बाद में मुझसे रिकन्फर्मेशन के लिए आता है। सो इफ वी आर गेटिंग इनटू दिस वर्ल्ड, देन is there another way of parenting? Is there another way of education? Is there another way of learning and adaptability that we need to imbibe in us? And most important is there another way, another pedagogy of how we can embrace this and go on so that ये हमारे लिए फायदेमंद हो? See, nothing, मैं, बहुत लोग कहते हैं कि अरे टेक्नोलॉजी आई तो लोगों के जॉब्स चले गए। आप लोग जो अलग अलग छोटे छोटे टियर 2 टियर 3 सिटी से हमें सुन रहे हैं, आप समझिए, टेक्नोलॉजी हैज ओनली क्रिएटेड जॉब्स। लोगों ने कहा कि अरे एटीएम फैसिलिटी आ गई, क्रेडिट कार्ड आ गया, तो कैशियर का जॉब चला गया। एक कैशियर का जॉब गया है, लेकिन एटीएम खुला, एटीएम का सिक्योरिटी वाले को जॉब मिला, एटीएम तक पैसा पहुंचाने वाले गाड़ी वाले को जॉब मिला, वहां पर जिसका एटीएम, जिसका रियल एस्टेट है, उसको काम मिला। सो technology will only increase employability. The only thing is we need to embrace, हमें अपना दिमाग खुला रखना है। And who better than teachers to embrace it first? Because it's the teachers who not only teach, they accept, they tell you that change is natural and it can come, but what you need to do is to change with changing times. And that's why you need to follow trends, you need to learn continually. और ये शब्द जो है ना, continuous, is actually wrong. It is continual, and that's why it is very very important to continually evolve, to learn. और आप टीचर नहीं हो, you have to unlearn, you have to relearn, and then you have to learn, because ultimately मैं कुछ कमेंट्स पढ़ सकती हूँ यहाँ पर। अभी मैंने किसी का कमेंट पढ़ा, कंप्लीटली आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स। मैं एंटरप्रेन्योर हूँ और मैं आपको ये बात लिख कर कहती हूँ, ये बॉक्स जो होता है ना, ये हम खुद ही अपने चारों तरफ बनाते हैं। देयर इज नो बॉक्स, there is absolutely no box, and that's why if somebody tells you you're thinking out of the box, do not say that, because I have never created a box. तभी तो मैं पंख पसार सकती हूँ, तभी तो मैं उड़ सकती हूँ। आप समझिए, एक ऐसा समय आने वाला है जब आज बच्चा जाकर गूगल से पूछता है कि मुझे इसका मतलब बताइए तो सही। मेरा छोटा सा बच्चा है, उसने वापस आके मुझसे बोला कि मॉम, व्हाई डू आई हैव टू लर्न हाउ टू लुक अप अ डिक्शनरी? So his father told him, yeah, why don't you want to learn how to look up a dictionary? So he said, because मैं सीरी से 1 मिनट में पूछता हूँ, सीरी इसका मतलब क्या है, वो मुझे 2 सेकंड में बता देती है। मैं एलेक्सा से पूछता हूँ, एलेक्सा 2 सेकंड में बता सकती है। Why should I look at the dictionary? So I was listening to this conversation. The father said, yes, of course, that's right, that's true. But when I looked it up, I said, बेटा ऐसा है, किसी ने जब डिक्शनरी लिखा तो सोचा कि जब कोई दूसरा आदमी उसको ढूंढेगा तो उसको अल्फाबेटिकली ही जाना चाहिए, ताकि आप अल्फाबेटिकली अपने शब्द को ढूंढ सको, उसका मतलब ढूंढ सको। धीरे धीरे पहले डिक्शनरी आया, फिर थेसॉरस आया, फिर that went online, then came Wikipedia. What we need to understand is the logic behind what's happening, and that's why I say that there is going to be a time when computers are going to be contextual. आज आपको पूछना पड़ रहा है कल आज आपकी जो सामने कंप्यूटर बैठा है वो आपसे इस तरीके से बात करेगा जैसे कोई भी ह्यूमन बीइंग बात करता है. मेरा knowledge is based on my experience, my exposure, my learning, my reading habits, my teachers, everything. बट सोचिए ये कंप्यूटर जो करोड़ों कंप्यूटर से कनेक्टेड है, उसकी अडेप्टेबिलिटी वो टेक्नोलॉजी है. ही इज गोइंग टू बी कंटेक्चुअली, वो आप ये पूछेंगे वो आपको इसके साथ जुड़ा हुआ 4 चीज और बता देगा. अच्छा, आप डिक्शनरी पूछ रहे हैं, ये लीजिए थेसॉरस, ये लीजिए विकिपीडिया, ये लीजिए ये लीजिए वो. क्या एज अ टीचर you will be able to contextually appear. आज आप कंटेंट भी बना लेंगे, लेकिन क्या आपको आज आपके बच्चे आपको सर्च करेंगे दैट मेरी टीचर खान एकेडमी की फलाने टीचर को मुझे आप वीडियो मटेरियल दीजिए. कल ऐसा नहीं हो सकता है. मे बी द कंप्यूटर डज नॉट contextually throw you up. What will you do? How will you ensure that you are always relevant and that you are always prepared for this change, one step ahead of the teacher, of the student himself? And that is the challenge that you need to work on. And that's why I personally feel that the teachers need to get smarter. And when I say smarter, I personally feel that it's not about the usage of technology. आप सब जानते हैं wearables क्या होता है. सब आजकल एक बैंड पहनते हैं जो आपके हार्ट बीट चेक करता है, बताता रहता है आप कितना भागते हैं, चलते हैं, सब चीज आपकी फिटनेस कैसी है. Is someone thinking about a wearable in education? I'm sure a lot of people are. मैंने गवर्नमेंट में काम किया है और बहुत सारे ऐसे क्षेत्र हैं जहां पर आज ब्रॉडबैंड नहीं है, तो हम ऐसी चीजों की बात करते हैं जहां पर पूना से कोई व्यक्ति गणेशवाड़ी यवतमाल के गांव में सिखा सकता है. धीरे धीरे वो रिसोर्सेज भेज सकता है, धीरे धीरे वो एक ऐसी चीज भेज सकता है जो वहां रहकर ये देखे कि भाई मॉनिटरिंग करे कि पढ़ाई ठीक से हो रही है कि नहीं, टीचर टाइम पे आ रहे हैं कि नहीं. सो टेक्नोलॉजी इज ओनली गोइंग टू एडवांस and there is change which is going to definitely happen. The question is, are you prepared? And for everyone out there who's listening to me, including the teachers, the felicitators, the mentors, याद रखिए, लीडर वो व्यक्ति होता है जो अंधकार में रास्ता बनाता है. So the road is going to be difficult for you. बट जब वो रास्ता बन जाता है तब बहुत सारे फॉलोअर्स उस रास्ते पे चलते हैं. सो यस, यू आर टीचर्स, ये तो आपके पास एक्स्ट्रा जिम्मेदारी है कि आपको रास्ता बनाना ही है ताकि आपके फॉलोअर्स, आपके स्टूडेंट्स उस रास्ते पर चलकर वहां तक पहुंचे जहां पर वो ये बात कह सकें कि हाँ, I am going to, it is on my shoulder that this country will stand and become the superpower. और इसीलिए मैं कहती हूँ, वसुधा का नेता कौन हुआ, भूखंड विजेता कौन हुआ, जिसने न कभी आराम किया, विघ्नों में रहकर नाम किया. जब विघ्न सामने आते हैं, सोते से हमें जगाते हैं, मन को मरोड़ते हैं पल पल, तन को झकझोरते हैं पल पल, पर सतपथ की ओर लगाकर ही जाते हैं हमें जगाकर ही. इसलिए खुद भी सतपथ पे राह पे लगिए और अपने बच्चों की भी लगाइए. हमारी शुभकामनाएं आपके साथ हमेशा रहेंगी और कभी भी किसी भी प्रकार की आवश्यकता हो, जरूरत हो या query ho, please feel free to get in touch with anybody in the Orange Slates team, with me. I'm available on the internet. Thank you so much. And thank you, Vishal. Thank you, Rishali, for this wonderful opportunity.
Thank you so much,
Shweta
ma'am.
ma'am.
As you can make out from the comments, people are exploding all over. They couldn't have agreed with anything more than what you have said. It is brilliant. You've given the much needed energy to all our viewers that the future is in their hands if they're just willing to take it up. And we are behind them. And it is so endearing to have you also support us in this largest event for our teachers in their learning today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vishal. Thank you.
I just like to add, Shweta ma'am, I just like to add, it is like over the 4 बजे की चाय का जो किक होता है, your conversation, the way you were talking to people and the way you gave example, it was the kick that they got वो 4 बजे की चाय वाली perfect timing पे. Thank you so much, Shweta ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you so much.
All right. So yes, there is no box. We don't have to create a box for ourselves. That's what we learned from Shweta ma'am. It was just amazing interaction with her. And let's move ahead.
Absolutely. Right.
Thank you, Vishal.
So let's continue the learning journey now with much more vigor, energy for an excellent and exciting session coming up. Uh, we have so when
Immersive
immersive
learning.
learning experiences. Yeah, Shall please take it up. Yeah.
Yeah. When immersive learning experiences and 360-degree report cards are at work, the added challenge is building engagement, keeping the learner audience hooked to the story. A multifaceted classroom will need a challenge, differentiation, and things may not always go as planned. The audience we face are multitude. Things can go wrong, and more challenges can come our way. Some of these are classified as crisis. Yes, there are days like that. Well, if there is a game to be played, by default the learner is going to want to win. Leaderboards and healthy competition matters, but how to design it? There is enough and more that can be done.
Dr. Narjeet Kaur is a creative and resourceful educator and administrator. With varied instructional experience of 15 years, she wears multiple hats of a podcast creator, a blogger, Google certified trainer and innovator, and a Microsoft certified innovative teacher, amongst many more. She is also recipient of 5 prestigious awards for work in the field of education. She has created course modules that have helped students and teachers equally across the globe. She is a published author with a passion for creating innovative ways to bring substantial change to the present education system. Thank you, Narjeet ma'am, for joining us today. Over to you.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to be a part of this fest where there is so much learning going on. Amazing sessions, amazing sessions taking place since morning. And I wouldn't take much time talking. And with that, I would like to, Roshali, to share my screen. I see my screen there. And yes, in continuation, with what Shalini said in the previous session, teachers are nation builders, and teachers are the one who are going to take the classrooms and turn them into a set of students who are going to be the future of our country, right? So here we are. I'm Dr. Narjeet Kaur, administrator at Gurharkishan Public School, Kalkaji, New Delhi. And as Vishal just mentioned, I am a Google educator, level 1, 2, and trainer, and freshly minted innovator. That's my trainer profile. If you want to check that, you can definitely do. And I'm going to be a little hurried with the session because I have already lost on 5-7 minutes. And let's talk about gamification in teaching and learning. So, what I believe is that in the educational realm, gamification is starting to pick up steam with success stories, as we call, with success stories such as Classcraft and Class Dojo and Risley leading the charge. The potential for gamification to spread more and more classroom is foregone conclusion. There are also pockets of educators in the teaching landscape that are designing their own gamefully designed learning environments, me included, Vishali included here. In this session that we're going to follow, we're going to we're going to talk about the EdTech tools to gamify learning. We have a whole plethora of different game tools to use, all kinds of fun, engaging games that you can play with your students. And when we talk about gamification, it is not only going to be EdTech tools. You can bring the traditional games also in the class and turn your classroom into a gamified class, and turn your class into a engaged class. So please do not get into this misconception that I do not know about edtech tools, or I do not know about technology, so my classroom cannot be gamified. That's not so. We can do that with traditional games also. I want to start here by talking about what it means to gamify learning. When I first heard the word gamification, or when I first heard about gamifying learning, initially what comes to your mind is that you are going to play games in that class, right? I'm going to play games. Of course, we're going to play games. Of course, we are going to gamify learning. But it also means that you are going to take elements of your class that might not typically be a game, say your day-to-day activities, your group work, your behavior management system, and you are going to turn those into games. So you are turning everything, right from attendance to report card to behavior to everything, into game, right? So gamification in education aims to make learning more engaging and appealing, and it goes beyond traditional learning methods. Along with traditional learning methods, as many of us might find that traditional learning methods is something that the children have already explored a lot, so let's give them something new, but don't overwhelm them, please. Start one by one. The gamification of learning allows learners to see, I believe, the real world application and benefits of the subject matter. They are able to get a first hand look at how their choices within the game result in consequences or rewards or badges or certificates. I feel it's all about getting your hands dirty, getting the hands of the children dirty, dirty not with dirt, but dirty with application, implementation, doing everything that they can to make the classroom better, to make the learning better. So learning on the job, I call it learning on job. Gamification is all about learning on the job. It is going to be a very effective way of cementing skills by applying them to practical scenarios. So basically, the gamification of education can enhance levels of students' engagement, very similar to what games can do, improve their skills and optimize their learning. And that's what we look for as teachers, how to improve their skills and how to optimize their learning. So gamification theory, in the entire theory in education, is that the learners learn best when they're also having fun, right? So not only this, they learn best when they have goals, they have targets, they have achievements, and of course they have everything to do but in a fun way, and they perceive everything as fun. And because of the addictive features of games, that intrigue children and adults, uh, all of them, and they get hooked onto this, it's only natural that we see similar engagement results when these game based elements are applied to the learning materials. So I would say that if we are going to talk about gamification, then what does it mean to gamify learning? What it is mean? I mean, gamification in learning involves elements. I see gamification as a way to turn our kids into 21st century students, to apply those 4 C's, the skills of communication, collaboration, critical thinking, creativity, all that is needed in order to succeed. That will help children to assimilate the new information and test their knowledge, apply it to the school based subjects, but also widely use it in the self teaching apps and the course content material, showing that the effects of gamification do not stop with children. They are there with you even when you grow up. And technology, as Shalini just pointed out, also it permits a lot of our day-to-day lives, having changed the way we live, we shop, we work, we play, we meet people. Even when we socialize, technology is there. And we are going to explore a lot of edtech tools, and we are also going to see how these tools, how these games can be used to support learning with immense and great benefits, right? So talking about there are many models of gamification, many models. 3 of them are very very popular, which are vertical planning, small group, say the station based learning. I am not going to talk about everything in detail right now because we have to explore more on how you can use edtech tools about it. But just I'll take just station building learning as an example to show you that there are many models, and these models also depend upon what kind of classroom are you having. Are you having a traditional classroom? Do you have a blended classroom, or you are having a hybrid learning classroom? So the model changes according to the kind of teaching learning model that is going on. So for example, if you take station based learning in this co-teaching approach, and station based learning, I'm talking about a hybrid classroom where half the class is online and the other half is sitting physically there in the class. The teachers are going to divide the content and the students, right? So the teacher teaches the content to one group, maybe online, and then she comes back to repeat the instructions for those who are sitting in the class. And in the meantime, she's going to give some work to the children who are online, make them collaborate or give them individual work depending upon what kind of work is she, or what kind of learning outcome is she looking at, right? So this is there are different models of gamification also. We can actually talk about these models later sometime. So we have to have a plan. We cannot go and enter into the class without a plan in hand of how to gamify. आप क्लास में जाके नहीं बोल सकते हो आज मैंने गेम खेलना है, ये लो ये गेम. Children do not know what to do with it. Children do not know what is expected out of it. Children do not know how they are going to be graded or how they are going to be given badges or certificates or marks or scores on that. You cannot do that. That is a sin. That is a crime, actually, the teachers can commit, going unplanned to the class. So for me, the plan of gamification will include learning objectives, learning outcomes, and rubrics. Now, what are learning objectives? In education, as we call, learning objectives are the brief statements that describe what students will be expected to learn by the end of the school year, right? Or maybe by the end of a small unit or a course or a lesson or a project or a class or a small content even in the class. So in many cases, the learning objectives are the academic goals that the teachers establish for students who are working towards meeting more comprehensive learning standards. And learning objectives, mind you, teachers, are very, very important to establish and articulate, because they articulate academic expectations for students. They actually precisely know what is expected of them. When learning objectives are clearly communicated to the students, the reasoning goes that students are more likely, I would say, to achieve the presented goals, right? So when, but if learning objectives are, say, absent or they are not clear to the children, students will not know what's expected of them, which may lead to the confusion and frustration, um, everything that is going to impede the learning process. So please, we have to be very, very careful about the learning objectives and also about learning outcomes, the statements that describe the knowledge, skills, aptitude. Please remember these three words. They are very, very important. Our NEP agenda also is throughout clearly laid that whatever you are doing in the class, whatever lessons you are taking up in the class, they have to be, you have to be, the teachers have to be very, very clear about what knowledge are you going to impart, what skills are the teachers going to give to the students, or what the students are going to acquire by the end of a particular assignment or a lesson. And it helps students understand why are that those skills, or why is that knowledge going to be very, very useful to them. So they focus on the learning outcomes, they focus on the context and the potential application of knowledge and skills, and they help students connect learning in various contexts. They help guide assessment and evaluation. Here I would like to mention that people use assessment and evaluation synonymously. They use it as synonyms. They are different, dear teachers, they are different. Assessment is different from evaluation. I'll come back to that in a moment, and we will see how they are different, right? So the good learning outcomes emphasize the application and integration of the knowledge instead of focusing on हम लोग किसके ऊपर फोकस करते हैं the entire time, and it is not the it is not on teachers to do that. They are made to do it, they are bound to do it, because they are always racing against time. So instead of focusing on coverage of say material or the learning out, if learning outcomes actually should articulate how the students will be able to employ the material that you are teaching them, both in the context of the class and outside the class more broadly. So they are the measurable achievements that the learner will be able to understand after their learning is complete, which actually helps the learners understand the importance of information and what they are going to gain from their engagement with the learning activity, right? And then comes rubrics. Rubrics are very, very important. What are actually rubrics? English teachers or the language teachers would know it very, very well. It is kind of a second language to us. It is kind of a vocabulary that we use every day. It is everyday term for all the teachers for that matter. So rubric is a scoring guide used to evaluate performance of the students, right? And it should have performance criteria, it should have rating scale, and it should have indicators. So the rubric defines what is expected either you are online or face to face with the children, it indicates what is going to be evaluated, and it will make the grading more transparent, more simple, more fairer to everybody, right? So here we are, when we talk about rubrics, how to create a rubric. See, here we are. I talked about three things, right? I talked about three things in the rubrics when we talk about it. First thing is how to create it, right? How to create rubrics, or how to go about it. So you see here, what is the rubric going to look like? On the left side, the criteria describes the key elements of the students, right? And at the top, the rating scale identifies the levels of the performance. So under each section of the rating scale, you will see the indicator provides the examples or the descriptors for each level of performance. So this is how the rating scale of performance or the rubric should be like. How can you design this rubric? I am again going to come back to that in a moment, and then we come to how to develop our rating scale. Okay, this is how you develop a rating scale, right? A rating scale is showing you how, where to begin and where to end. So on the left, always begin with the highest from the left, right? So in the chart that is there on your screen, the highest level of performance is described on the left. A few possible labels are there for a 4 point scale that includes what is there on your screen. We can definitely talk about the performance quality of the ideal assessment of each criteria one at a time as well. So you have to create indicators that are present at all performance levels, and you have to edit the indicators also. Sometimes the teachers, you do not have to stick to everything that has been given in the rubrics. If you find a set of rubrics from net or from Google and then you have to stick to that, no, you can take the help of the rubrics, but you have to edit the indicators to assure that the levels reflect variance in quality and not in the shift of the importance of the criteria. And the next that you're going to see on the screen are some of the common descriptive terms to indicate that the progression is on. So this is how it looks like. Maybe the task requirement, frequency, accuracy, content coverage. So this is what you have to give to the children also. Even when they are making a project or they are doing some content, they are doing some lesson, you really, really very clearly have to tell them that this is what is expected of you. 4 marks for all this. Right? Accuracy, no errors, you get 4. Your content, fully developed, fully supported, you get a 4. Vocabulary, range, variety, broad, it is non-repetitive, you get a 4. But if it is occasionally repetitive, you might get a 3. But if there is no variety at all in your vocabulary, you might get a 1. And if you have memorized very basic, then you get a 1 there, right? So you can share, you have to, not only can, you have to share this rubric with your kids so that they also know what they have to work on, what their projects should be, what are the requirements, what is expected out of them, and how they are going to move on with the project, right? So this is how we go on with the rubrics. And then we have creation of rubrics, how to create rubrics. So first edtech tool to create rubrics is, there are many tools to create one. So Ruby Star is my favorite. I use it all the time to create rubrics for anything that you want. For example, again, an English teacher, so I will go over maybe the writing, right? If you click on writing, you will be given a lot of options on how to customize or how to make a rubric, on what to make a rubric on. For example, you're making a brochure, or you are doing a digital storytelling, right? So if I make a poster, let's go on poster, which is very simple. Let's click on making a poster. So you want the rubrics to
Najit
be,
ma'am, sorry to disturb you. People are saying that they're not able to read the screen. Can we
is
zoom
that
in a
so?
bit or something like that?
I'll try.
Yes, thank you.
What they were trying to read was maybe the previous document that I had created.
Yeah.
But definitely, yeah. So sure,
Okay. Sure.
I'll
Thank
do
you.
that. Is that okay now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. This is much better. Thank you so much.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Carrying on. So carrying on, you can create your rubrics like this also. You can create your own rubrics. You can edit your own rubrics, and this is how your rubrics goes on. So you have to select in the maybe when you are creating a poster. So what all other categories that you can set for rubrics in the poster making? Maybe graphics, right? The first thing, originality of the graphics. So 4 points is going to be going to those who have used the graphics on the poster, which reflect an exceptional degree of student creativity, of their own creation, for originality, right? This is how you create rubrics, right? You can use this tool to create rubrics for all the excuse me, for all the activities that we have designed. Now, coming back, we have done the rubrics. Now, the strategies of gamification. What strategies are you going to use, and what strategies are going to work in your class? Strategies always are going to depend upon the group work, right? uh, is it going to be a collaborative project? Is it going to be an individual project? What kind of assessment are we looking at? Depending upon whom you want to give the assignment to, definitely you can create your activities based on these the elements that you use in the class: collaborative work, or single student work, or a pair work, or a group work, peer peer to peer partner work. There are so many strategies that you can use to assess and to create what you have to do in the class, right? Now, ice breaking. Let's start when we go to the class. Now, ice breaking is something that is very, very important when you go to the class. Now, what is they are the activities designed to know the students. The students know each other. Students know the teacher. Teacher knows the students. All this is designed to allow the students to become acquainted with the content and the expectations. So what are these icebreaker activities going to do? They are going to help create a relaxed environment where the students are going to share ideas, participate, encourage. They have to have the ownership for the learning of the class. You have to encourage students to share the ownership for the learning in the class. And for all this, these activities are very, very efficient. They are very simple activities. One is free rise. Now, free rise, I have taken up this EdTech tool. I will not call it a tool. It is a website by the UN. It is an educational trivia game that we can call, that helps the students get smarter while making a difference for people around the world. Every question that the student is going to answer correctly will trigger a financial payment in the form of a grain of rice to the World Food Program to support work saving and changing lives around the world. So what are you doing here? Aren't we encouraging our children to be digital citizens, be responsible citizens? Along with that, we are gamifying the class. So erase means maybe rub out. Fine. Oh yes, my things are fine. Now I get the next game, and from these three, this hamburger, as I call these three lines, you can select categories. You can select the difficulty level of the game. You can give your children challenges. You can make groups, and you can have a leaderboard as well. As Rushali pointed out when she was introducing gamification, that leaderboards and etc. are very important, because that gives them the level of competition, the healthy peer competition, right? So this is one where you can try it. And the next one of my favorites is World War. So I am going to share the link of World War with you all. Maybe in the private chat, Roshali, I'm just pasting the link in the private chat. Maybe we can share it with our participants, and let's see how they play it. How what do they feel when they play it? So this is another form of gamification, wherein we are going to give them an assignment. And not only are they going to do the assignment, they are going to learn. They are going to learn in a fun way. They are going to learn in a manner which is going to give you a lot of authenticity on the learning. And yes, we can create more than 5 activities in World War as well. We can create many activities. There are a few tricks which we will not uh, you know pronounce it in public, but then you can do a lot of stuff there, right? So when we are playing this game, if I click on start, and you see, so let's start playing. Brain is here. Lung, maybe I'm going to do it a little wrong, a little right, just, and then I submit my answers. The moment I submit my answers, you will see the wrong answers and the right answers. All of them are wrong, right? And then the students is going to get a score. You can see the answers, that these answers were wrong, and also the student will be able to see the correct answers. So why your answer was wrong? Why is this correct? This is one form of gamification which we can use for many subjects. And there are so many activities here. There are many activities that we can see in WordWall. It is not only one kind of activity. We see so many activities involved here. All right, here we are with WordWall. And there are so many activities. There are apps, there are games, there are video games, there are spinning wheels, so many things that you can try. All of these activities you can try, right? And you can see the results, you can see your activities, you can also create. I have created more than one activity here, more than 5 activities here also. It wasn't a problem. And you can also see the results of what the students are doing. So one result I have got, 47 people have attempted it, and this is the result. The teacher is able to see it in the real time. So this was the result, and this is the leaderboard. This is the leaderboard with which the students are leading. If you see the name, or if you see by correct time, you can choose or sort how you want to see the result of the students, right? So this is a graphical representation of the results. So what the teacher is doing is she's saving on time also, she's saving on effort also. Children are enjoying, children are learning, and your class is gamified, right? So there are so many things that we are doing with this WordWall. Coming next is lesson plan. Now we have learned about how we can design games. We are going to have have a template of your lesson plan for gamifying your class. Right from the moment you know that I have to go and prepare a lesson, to the moment the children's learning is cemented, there is a lesson plan which you have to follow. There is a template. So I'm going to share this template with you, wherein we start first with evoking. Now, what is evoking? What is engaging? The purpose of evoking, this is a phase, this is the phase, one of the phases in the lesson plan or in the template, where you elicit the students' prior knowledge, stimulate their interest, and gather diagnostic data to inform teaching and learning. So each unit, begins with a lesson that mentally engages the students with an activity or a question. Because why it is important? Because it captures the students' interest, provides an opportunity for them to express what they know about the concept, or again I repeat, the skill, prior knowledge, again skill that you are developing, and helps them to begin to make connections between what they know already and the new ideas that the teacher is going to build in the class. Which EdTech tool we can use for that is, one of them is Mentimeter. It's a brilliant tool if you can use it. In Mentimeter, what happens is you are going to show them, English teachers use it a lot. There are so many words on the screen. You can ask them to describe global warming. So when you give them an activity, describe global warming, they are going to answer you in as many words as they want. Or if you can restrict them, if you want to restrict them, you can do that as well. You can give them only one answer, two answers, or as many words as, this is a vocabulary building exercise also, as many words as they want. And when you finally see your screen, you will see that the children have answered in all these words. So global warming is global, it is devastating, it is severe, it is radical, it is massive, it is ultimate death for us, right? So you can create these activities, you can jump onto these activities using Mentimeter. Mentimeter is a very uh, I will call very interactive software, where you can make polls, quizzes, word clouds, as I just showed you. This was a word cloud, and one of the ways in which you can enrich the activities, enrich the vocabulary of the students, and enrich their thought process, make them think outside the box. As Shalini said, that there is no box, so we will not use as of today, we will not use that word outside the box, but they are going to think beyond what they are even capable of. Every child is capable. Give them a chance to enhance their learning, their thought process, their vocabulary. So you use Mentimeter to prepare, to engage, and to follow up. So this is one of the most exciting, I will call, um, activities that you can use with the children. Then we have to engross them, right? We have to make them explore. They have to carry out hands-on investigations in which they can explore the concept or the skills. They grapple with the problem or a phenomena and describe it in their own words. This part of the template or the lesson plans also allows the students to acquire a shared set of experiences that they can refer to help each other make sense of the new concept or skill. So this is characterized by multiple opportunities that you give to the students to experience hands-on learning and represent their thinking. So you can have a puzzle creator, you have Kami, you have Slides Mania to do that. So puzzle builder is one of the very, very prominent what do you call, thing in which you can give the children to make puzzles. These puzzles, if I talk about mathematics, you can take mathematics and you can take formulas, you can create puzzles out of them. You can take nouns, pronouns, adjectives and create a spin wheel out of it. You can create a scene, you can take a scene out of the lesson, and then also will be able to make puzzles out of it. So there are so many things that you will be able to do. This is one of the best websites I have I have explored, wherein you are going to make a lot of puzzles. You can make your widgets, which is one of the best ways to engage children. You can give them an image, you can give them a scene, you can give them anything that you want. The science teachers can give them diagrams. They should be able to bring the diagram, bring the puzzles, and make remake the diagram that the teacher wants them to make. For example, it is digestive system. Excuse me. You can cut the pieces of the picture into puzzles, into small puzzles, and ask them to rebuild the diagram. As simple as that, right? Then we have Slides Mania. In Slides Mania, also you have free choice boards, templates with which you can gamify your classroom. There are so many templates here which go as free templates. They are all free templates. You just have to give them make a change here and make a change there, and they are all ready to be used. See, find a treasure, very, very interactive slide template, or a challenge board, or a choice board, cinema, or activity board. There are so many. All these are free to use, right? Please make use of such things, such tools, so that you can make children engrossed in the class. And then we come to elucidate or explain. The purpose of this is to support the students to develop explanation, scientific explanation, maybe literary explanation, drawing from the experiences, their observations, using representations, develop knowledge of concepts, and demonstrate deeper understanding. So what can the teacher do that? What can the teacher do to make children understand what is there in the lesson, or understand what she's trying to tell, which is Google Slides, I find, is one of the best tools, free tools. All these tools that I have shown you are free to use. You do not have to pay for anything. They are free to use. For example, there is a poem in class 12th, Aunt Jennifer's Tiger. You can take that lesson, make slideshow out of it. This is the picture of the poet, what she was like, who she was, what was her thought process when she wrote, Aunt Jennifer's Tiger. What is the previous knowledge? You can check out the previous knowledge of the children also, and then you can demonstrate the lesson through pictures, and then you can give them. You can do hyper docking also. After having given them all this, you can give them a small test in the form of a form, right? In a form of a Google form, so that you can test their understanding in the form of an exit ticket, as we call, right? Those exit tickets can also be incorporated in the same slide deck that we have used for explanation. So one of the best free tools to use that. And what next we come to is, I'm going to just rush through. What next we come to is expansion of knowledge, right? What is expansion? They have to elaborate, right? They have to elaborate, they have to use their inquiry skills. It is very important for the students to discuss and compare their ideas with each other during this phase, right? And using during this part of the design template that I'm sharing. So investigations in this phase will build the student capability for the inquiry skills, but in a meaningful context, and the teacher has to take care of that, right? For example, see, I have created a small Jamboard, again, a free tool to use that. You can share it with a group of children as a group work, as a collaborative work, or you can give it to individual children. I'm not going to go into the working of that, but then you can use this Jamboard, say, unjumble the sentence, right? Or create a sentence out of it. Or, for example, this is a Pictionary, right? This is a Pictionary. So what you're going to do is, you can ask the children to drag and drop, right? This is view only, and that is why we are not able to do anything about it. So you are going to be dragging and dropping. For example, who is a he here, who is a she here, where do you use is, why am I not using are, why are they eating and they haven't eaten, where is the cake placed, in, on. So you are testing so much of grammar here, so much of grammar. So you're testing nouns, pronouns, adjectives, verbs, so many things, right? And see, so for example, a few descriptive words. This is for the senior classes. The other one, the previous one, maybe was for the primary or for class 1 and 2. This can be used for middle school and for senior children also, wherein they have to write a descriptive paragraph here using the clues in the drop box, or seeing the picture also. They can use it, they can write a descriptive paragraph, even if they want to, even if they're not in the mood of using the drop box help box indications that you have given. It's absolutely fine, they are able to use that. And then explore, consolidify, or cement their learning. You can give them a small video to test themselves. Have they learned it? Do they know it? Have they done everything that was taught to them? Have they already grasped what the teacher wanted to give to them? So this kind of a thing can be given to them. See, you can create it, it is already free to use, H5P, free to use. This was submitted, I have borrowed this from one of my friends, Sushmita Mathur. She created a beautiful template out of it, and this is how you are testing them. See the picture, see the clip, and then fill in the blank. So the young photographer is clicking pictures, right or wrong? It's wrong. So let me see, is clicking is the right answer. You want to retry, you can retry as well. So if I write is clicking, unless and until you are going to write the right word or the right fill up, it is not going to move forward. Now it will continue because it was right, and so you can move on. A small clip.
I think Najit ma'am dropped off.
Then evaluation. I said in the beginning also, evaluation and assessment are different. The primary objective for using the strategy or the tool determines its purpose. Is the data going to be gathered for assessment or evaluation or both? Right. So assessment is a classroom research to provide a useful feedback for the improvement of teaching and learning. And assessment is the feedback from the student to the instructor about the student's learning, right? So there are so many tools that you can use, techniques that you can use for classroom assessment. Surveys, minute papers, pre-test, post-test, reflection paper, embedded questions, group formal feedback on teaching. Then there is classroom feedback, analysis of the test items, right? And then for evaluation is summative result. All this was assessment. What is evaluation? That is the summative results for the purpose of grading, appraising, judging, etc., right? And the purpose is to grade or to appraise or to judge the students. सो यू कैन यूज क्विज एग्जाम्स वर्कशीट्स क्लिनिकल, ये तो हम लोग रोज यूज करते हैं, इसके बारे में तो बात ही नहीं करनी. पेपर बनाते हैं, पेपर देते हैं, वर्कशीट्स, एवरीथिंग वी आर डूइंग all the time. This is something that we have been doing all the time. And then can they do something more than what you have taught them? Let's click and see if they can do this bingo. You have to generate a card. This is another free tool wherein the teacher can generate. For example, we are doing sight words. So this is a ticket that you have to generate. The children will say the ticket, and these are the instructions. Every student is going to have its unique bingo card. Okay, and they are going to play this game over. They can bookmark this page also. They can play it over multiple days also. What we have to do is the teacher is going to tell them, please mark the word wherein there are eyes. And what do we call that? Look. And the child is going to mark it, cross it out. And that, if they are able to do it, and the teacher can create that kind of a gamification in the class, that if you are going to do it row wise, you're going to do it column wise, you're going to do it diagonal, the one who does it first is going to be the winner, so on and so forth. So this is the way to consolidify or to cement, again, as I call, the learning. Again, this is one of the best ways in which the gamification works. This is a excuse me, a small spread, slide deck that I have borrowed from Slides Mania. As I said, you have to make connecting words. Okay, just pick and drop. Maybe you can pick and drop in the boxes, and then you can call this a boggle game. You can call this a full screen game. You can call it an attractive interactive game. You can call, and you can download it as a PNG also to be later used and uploaded. And these tools, most of them are integrated with the Google Classroom. So that we have just seen, you can copy the games and definitely post the links in their classrooms. So what we have learned, what we have found out in all the process that we have just gone through, is how we can gamify our classroom, how we can engage children, how we can make them learn different tools, learn different things, consolidate their learning, make them engaged, and then at the same time, they are also having a lot of fun. So that was my time, and definitely I come to the end of the session. So if there are any questions, here I am.
Thank you so much, Najit ma'am. And it was such a nice session which took them through the entire journey of why it is important and what to do in the classroom. So, why and what of gamification is addressed in this session. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to have you with Orange
And it's
Stage.
always a pleasure to connect with Orange Slates. Always. You guys are doing great job. Many congratulations.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. And we move ahead. Thank you, Najit ma'am. Um, those who are interested in certificate for this program on gamification in teaching and learning, we'll post the link here in the chat. You can click and make the payment. And we also request you to fill the feedback form for this session. All right, quickly moving ahead. Okay, is my voice echoing, Vishal?
Not to me.
Okay. Okay, so quickly moving ahead, I'm going to play a video. So, like I shared sometime earlier, we did a panel discussion on 27th. We had eminent panelists speaking about what it takes to be a new age teacher. All right, and we're going to play this video for you.
If you compare what was happening in the education system till now, and we are moving to 2022, so what is the one thing that you would like to change in 2022, and something which we are already following? What is that one thing? So you just have to answer in one word or one line.
I think lifelong learning is the most important thing.
Okay, so lifelong learning, that's great. So that comes from Ajay sir. So Mridula ma'am, would you like to say something, one word or one line? What is the thing that you want to change in 2022 compared to what was happening till now?
Well, sir, I think what Prem Kumar sir said is very relevant. We have to be future ready schools. So change in pedagogies is a must.
Change in pedagogies. Okay, so these are the key words, and I'm sure coming from people with experience, this has got a lot of weight. So I'm emphasizing again. Gauri ma'am, what do you think?
I think I would say mindsets and attitudes.
Beautiful. That's amazing, because yes, the mindset is something which is very, very difficult. You have still parents forcing the kids to take engineering, take up science when the kids don't want to do it. So that's yes, definitely I agree with you, ma'am. Prem Kumar sir.
Teachers to be learners first.
Teachers to be learners first. Yes, absolutely. I think reflecting on the lines of what Archana ma'am said, learning hub. It's no longer the teacher who learned something in the B.Ed, graduation, post-graduation, and repeating the same stuff over a period of 20-25 years. Thank you, sir. Archana ma'am.
I would say a super mindfulness.
Mindfulness, yes. Coming from a true psychologist, that word mindfulness, that itself brings in so many things when you talk about mindfulness. Absolutely wonderful one-liners and one word. Thank you, dear panelists.
So we would like to invite Adishri.
So yes, hi Vishal and hi Vishali. How's it going and how's it going with everyone? How's the Josh?
Hi, sir.
Yes, that's what, because we are teachers, and as everybody said that yes, who dares to teach must never cease to learn. Teaching as a profession is the most dynamic in nature for obvious reasons, because we are dealing with the future. And to raise the future, one must become future ready. And to become future ready, one must be a lifelong learner. Need for ongoing learning is no brainer for teachers. It is important that teachers interact with other professionals, teachers interact with each other, and of course, there is need for discussion. There is need for knowledge exchange, and of course, there is need for professional development. There is need for change in training culture now. At Orange Slates, we are on a mission to make teachers future ready. Yeah. So, hence, we are providing teachers an opportunity for continuous learning that suits both their busy schedule and, of course, their pockets. We are offering teachers an amazing offer, which is AMC, Annual Membership Collaboration, which is at a discounted price of rupees 10,000. Now, what does that mean? This means that teachers can attend 100 trainings at a cost of rupees 100 each, which is valid for a year. They can choose trainings from our live programs, which are conducted monthly, and that can be chosen from our monthly calendar, or you can choose from our digital library of self-paced courses.
You can go on www.orangeslates.com to check out our both live and self-paced courses. And to know more about this and to have access to our next 3 months of training calendar, please, there is going to be a form in your chat boxes. Kindly fill the form and tick the option AMC. So any questions, anything, we definitely are here. And if you can just click on the form and fill it, if you would like to go for this offer.
Yeah, thank you so much, Adarshi. So, when you say AMC, so as an individual, can I apply for this, or do I need to be like a school teacher to attend this?
So an individual can apply, be it a school teacher or be it a professional, whoever feels that our trainings are, worth and value add. Of course, they can apply, and also schools can apply as institutions for their teachers.
Oh, that's really interesting. And can my ticket be used by somebody else as well?
Yes, your tickets are transferable. It's just that you have to just give us the name and the details of the person attending.
Okay, perfect. Vishal,
Uh, Thank you, Adishri. I think this is a brilliant offer for teachers who already begin their continuous, or should I say, continual learning journey, and even for schools who are not able to decide which programs to, commit their teachers to. I think this opens up a lot of options for them to pick
Yes,
from
of
our
course.
vast array of live programs or self-paced courses. Great. So, thank you, Adi, for sharing this with all our users. I would request
Thank you.
everyone who's interested in availing this opportunity to please click on the link given in the chat. Please fill in the form, and our team will get back to you for all your further queries and assistance. Thank you, Adi. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Thank
and
you so much.
for anything else, you can always write to us at support@orangestates.com. We'll just put it in the chat. You can always put your queries there.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adashi.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful. So, let's move on to our next session. And I think this is one where I'm really, really excited for, because this has to do with the frontier of technology being brought into our classrooms, right? So,
Absolutely,
who doesn't
absolutely.
like gifts? Who doesn't like gifts? And what better game where all of us emerge as winners? The power of augmented reality makes each one of us, teachers and students, as heroes. Our journey becomes more exciting with the possibilities future technology throws at us. Our next gamifier, Ms. Shalini Chauhan, is a mathematics educator, teacher trainer, academic researcher, and examination officer at Indrapuram Public School and an AR champ.
Shalini is a 3D Bear ambassador for India, and today she is going to take us through augmented reality based deep learning. 3D Bear is also one of our partners for LearnFest 2022, and all of you, those who have registered, are getting 6 months free subscription for one teacher, 30 students to use augmented reality in your classroom and take learning to the next level. So, if you're watching this session and haven't registered yet, please do so you don't miss out on this amazing offer in the digital goodie bag along with many others. Shalini, over to you. You're on mute. Shalini, you're on mute.
Thank you, Vishali. Thank you, Vishal, for lovely words. And hello, everybody. First of all, thank you, Orange Slates and All India Educator Forum, for creating this lovely opportunity for us to share our learning among with all educators. So I was listening to Shweta Shalini ma'am. She explained mentors or teachers' role very beautifully. I believe to the world we may be teachers, but to our students we are heroes. And as their heroes, it should be our passion to provide them quality education. I have always striven to find novel techniques to facilitate robust and pragmatic education for my students. I have found a 3D Bear app in making learning fun for my kids by employing 21st century skills. In this journey, 3D Bear app has played an important role. because I believe if the child can't learn the way we teach, maybe we should teach the way they learn. Before moving forward, first of all, I would like to invite you all to know something about 3D-Bear Deep Learning Academy, which brings an exciting opportunity for Indian educators to learn world-class teaching skills using an engaging technology that is becoming increasingly integral to society. If you have ever wanted to have superpowers to motivate and inspire your students, so this is your chance. This app will help you to learn to engage your students so that they learn efficiently and master the materials. I would request Rushali to share the screen.
Yeah, it's already shared, Shalini.
I can't see the slide. Yeah, yes, please change the slide. Yes. Next one, please. The 3D-Bear Deep Learning Academy consists of 5 sessions. In the first 2 sessions, you will learn how to use augmented reality and how to apply it to your classroom. You will have the opportunity to design and create in augmented reality, and you will see how 3D Bear helps your lessons come alive. In the third session, we will be bringing in an internationally known educator from Finland to talk about teaching techniques. Hello? Hello? Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
Yes, sorry. About techniques of engagement and student motivation. We know that for over 10 years, Finnish education has been the gold standard, and we will have hands-on learning on how to apply their pedagogies to our own classrooms. In the fourth session, we will guide you in how to use the over 70 3D Bear lesson plans, how the lesson plans are created, and as a group, we will create an engaging lesson for student learning. This will prepare you to create a lesson yourself that will incorporate what you have learned. And then in the fifth session, we will all share your lessons and we will learn from each other. So this was all about 5 sessions, which will be offered by 3D Bear Deep Learning Academy. So I thought it might be helpful to show you just a few samples of what your students will create using 3D Bear. You might think of 3D Bear as a form of augmented reality digital storytelling. Students can create their own stories or base them on an existing book or poem. Students can demonstrate different social interactions and describe emotions. The third picture you can see there are many lessons on science and biology where students build visualizations about animal habitats, plants and animal adaptations, and scientific and biological systems. And finally, many students find maths so much easier when they can visually recreate math concepts and operations. So this is just a small sampling on how you will be using 3D Bear with your students. Everyone who attends the 3D Bear Deep Learning Academy will be leaving with superpowers of students' engagement. But also, you will have a 6-month classroom license for 3D Bear for you and up to 50 students, a certification that you have mastered deep learning methods, certification as a 3D Bear certified educator, and level 2 ambassador, and become eligible to pursue opportunities to be a 3D Bear trainer. Let's have some fun and learn together. So you have to register for that. So register now so that you can attend our next academy starting January 21st, 2022. Before moving forward, yeah, I would like to talk why educators and students love 3D Bear. Change the slide, please. Yeah. So I will tell you some of the features in brief. 3D Bear is a powerful way to connect your learners to reading, writing, and digital literacy. So first feature is augmented reality, which we have discussed. You can create a most engaging classroom experience using AR. Then you will find lessons and challenges. Inbuilt lesson plans are also there. You can search for lesson plans in app and browser-based teacher dashboard. Then classroom management. Your students' work can be presented from teacher dashboard on browser. Then video recording. AR screen can be recorded for engaging stories. I'll show you, I'll give the demo of it. 3D models. You can import your own 3D models or search from Sketchfab. Then share the pictures and videos can be shared on social media channels. So this was all about 3D Bear. And now I will tell you, first you need to, log in. You have to create your account. Next slide, please. So for that, you have to install and open. Then the second step, I am giving you this just a brief idea about it. First, you need to install and then you have to sign up. Then you can place the models, which I will give the demo on this placing models and all. Then you can record the video and then you can publish it. And next slide, please. So for this, please select, you have to select email login with which you want to create an account with 3D Bear. Then you have to press forget your password. Then you will have to type the email. Then you will get the email. You will receive mail and you have to click on the link to create your password. This was the method how to create your account on 3D Bear. Now I would take you to a demo which you all would be waiting for. So that for that I need to share my screen. I would like to request all of you to please get ready with your phones if you have already installed it. Otherwise, I will help you to just a moment. Give me a second. I'm sharing my screen.
So in the meanwhile, while Shalini is sharing the screen, so Orange States has partnered with 3D Bear Augmented Reality app, and we are going to have a deep learning academy where not only we are going to learn about the augmented reality app, but we are also going to learn about how this can help into deep learning in our students. And we are also going to have trainers from we are going to have a trainer from Finland who is going to talk about the best practices and importance of deep learning, immersive learning in education. So that's how it is. We'll be sharing the link of we are going to share the link of how you can register for that academy, and there's a special offer for participants who have registered for LearnFest. We are going to give a 500 rupee discount on the academy, which is going to have I'll just which is going to be an international level academy training. So for those who are interested, you can definitely register now, or for any questions that you want to ask for, please you can post it in the chat and we'll take it up towards the end. Yes, Shalini.
Bushali, is my screen visible?
Yes, it is. And but your video is switched off. If you can switch it on.
Yeah. What can you see now?
Yeah, we can see the meet. Yeah. Yeah, and the phone. Perfect.
Yes.
Yeah.
So am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, perfectly.
Hello.
Yes, Shalini ma'am, you're audible.
Am I audible?
Yes, Shalini, we can hear you.
All right. Can you see my screen?
There's an echo happening, Shalini ma'am.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Is it 3D Bear?
Yes, but there's an echo.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Now, as you
It's
can see,
perfect. Yeah.
this icon you will see on your phone screen. This is 3D Bear icon. And now, first of all, I am clicking on this icon. And now you can see this plus icon, this green plus button. After installing and signing up, you all will find this app on your screen. Now we will explore basic design functions of the 3D Bear app. Before you start designing, move your device around to scan the ground, as it makes it easy to work with 3D models. Now you need to find a space where you can create a scene. Second step is to tap on this 3D collection icon on the bottom left. These collections include letters, numbers, dinosaurs, India, about India. You can find about space, plant and vegetations, basic forms, home, emotions, artifacts, etc. So these collections include multiple options. Now select the model. For selecting the model, I am taking you to 3D shapes. This icon is basic shapes. Now you have to click on any shape. You can find it in your room, on the floor in just front of you. I am repeating the steps. First step was just scan the floor, scan the space where you are going to create a scene. Second step, select the model. As long as the model is selected, you can see an arrow. As you can see an arrow above, by moving or pinching your finger, the model can be easily moved around and scaled, as you can see. You can change the size, you can change the position where you want to keep it. Now the second feature is color. Now I have clicked on color. You can change all the color. You can change the color of the object, the selected object, right? Now you can select the rotate icon to rotate the model. In which position you want to keep it, you can rotate it. Then after that, if you want to keep it duplicate, you need not to go back to select another cube. You just click on duplicate. So you will find two same models. So first was selecting model, second was changing color, then rotation, then duplication. Now if you want to group them, you have to click on group, select all and group. Now they will move together. If I make them, if you want to see the mirror image, you can just click on mirror, and this way you can find the different positions. Now you want to make it stable. So for that you need to click on lock. Now it will not move. Right? Then if you want to first feature was color, then rotate, then duplicate, then group, then mirror, and then lock. Now I am going to tell you the advanced feature that you need to click again on the model and then color, and you have to slide the screen. Here you will find the texture. You can change the texture of your image. This is again. And if you want to delete it because it was duplicated, so I deleted one. Now the next advanced feature is you can bring any picture on this model So what we can do, there are three options for that. You have pressed the texture icon. You have three options to customize your model. You can either take a photo, as you can see here, or you can take the selfie and you can take the picture from the gallery. From here, you can select any picture. So I'm selecting this one. Now we will place this picture on our model. So this way you can customize your model. Yes. Now this is your model. This is ready. As you finish the designing, press the camera button. First you have to click on right. Now this picture is ready. Now you have to click on this camera button. So you will have this picture in your gallery and you can publish it. You can give any hashtag, like I can give hashtag fun and I can click on done and I can publish it. Or you can hold the picture if you want to record your scene. If you have created any lesson with the help of 3D Bear and you want to record, so you need to just press this icon, this camera button, and your video will start recording. Oh, sorry. So for recording, you need to just hold that camera button. And your video will start recording. I'll show you one. Okay, I'll show you another picture. This is funny items. Let's invite some guests. Now you want to record it, so you just have to why it's happening. The recording, in this way you can record your screen. Maybe I'm using two devices, that's why it's not. See, my scene is published already. It is in the gallery on 3D Bear gallery. It is already being published. I'll try again. No, it's not working because I have logged in with two devices. That's why you just need to click on this camera and you will have your recording ready. And you can browse the designs by tapping the gallery icon on the bottom right here. You will find all your scenes here. See, I have just created these three scenes and they are in my gallery. You can share it again. If you want to share these scenes, you can share it. You can mail it, you can WhatsApp it, you can post it on social media. You can copy the link as well. You can add to the drive also. You can copy and edit. If you want to edit this scene, you can edit it. You have just copy it and now you can make the changes in already created scene. Now I want to add more. So this way you can create your scenes. Let's try if it is, no, it's not working. It's fine. Now I will tell you, I have told you how to publish your created scenes. First you will just create the scene and you will click on this button, click the picture and you will publish. You can publish your scenes. And if you want to create a new scene, you need to click on this icon, which is on the right side, new scene. Now you have to create new scene. Now I'm telling you how to create a scene. Let's create a scene with Taj Mahal. This is Taj Mahal. Now I can take some greenery. Always you have to click on that model to move it or to change its position or to change its size. First you need to tap on that particular model. Now I want the same tree, so I'll duplicate it. No need to go back. Now it will come this side. Now I am calling a cow here. Yes. It's here. So we will rotate it first. Okay. Now one gate. From here, Sketchfab, I can take a gate also. And I'll just, where is the gate? Okay. I can't find it. Okay, fine. So we will take another thing. Some flowers. In this way, we can create a scene. Now I want to publish this scene. This cow, I just change the position a little bit. Yes, see, cow is also moving. Now I am taking the picture of the scene and now I can publish it by giving hashtag. Any type of hashtag you can give, Taj Mahal, and then done, and then publish. Right? Now I will repeat the steps. See, now you want to delete this scene and you want to save this scene. It's your choice. I want to save this scene. I have clicked on save. Now I am deleting this scene. So new space will be in front of me. Now I can create other scene. So first step was just click on this 3D shapes icon. Then you can select the model. You can select from here. You can create any festival scene also. We can select like Christmas has just was in December. So we created Christmas scenes also, New Year scenes also. It was great fun. And we can invite our friends to dance like I did in the previous scene from here. You can even invite dinosaurs. For small kids, this way you can create the scene. Now for small kindergarten or pre-primary, the teachers can create scenes with alphabets and their pictures. Like if I am taking T, suppose I am taking T. Now I want to change the color first. Okay, now I want to take T, any vegetable with T. So T, move this. So T for tomato. Got it? So the teacher can teach, create a rhyme, create a story by taking the alphabet and the picture. And you can also put your real tomato with this picture to give students comparison or clarity. So this way, the small classrooms, you can create magic in small classrooms as well. Now I will tell you, if you want to create any puzzle or any story, so you can just enter the text. Today is a great day. And click on this right button and you will find this sentence in front of you. You can change the color again. This way you can create quotes, you can create puzzles, you can create riddles for your students, you can create some challenges for your students. In maths, you can give them word story, number story to solve them, so that they will have fun also, and they will read the story and they will try to solve it. My kids have done many projects with the help of this 3D bear only. They have created models for SDGs, for maths, for 21st century skills. So what they did, they created videos on number stories. They just written the story first, and then they record their own responses. How should we solve this type of questions? So this way you can create magic with 3D bear. Many other features are there. Here, hope this is clear. If you have any doubts, so I think we cannot take the doubts in this session. So this way, and I would like to tell you the lessons. Lesson plans are also inbuilt. Just look at the last icon, which is group icon. Here you will find lesson plans. Just scroll it down and click on any lesson plan. Suppose we take this ABC lesson plan, which you can click on any lesson plan which you want to explore. All the lesson plans have hyperlinks also. See, objectives are also given, class activities are also given based on this particular lesson. Then it is also given the which stage, which class is suitable for this lesson, what is the time duration. Then how can you take the assessment? The student use the correct sound for each letter. The letter matches the sound. So this way you can create now notes. Full lesson plan. Hyperlinks are also there. Reading, writing, language. You just need to click on this hyperlink and you will find your lessons or your worksheets or your assessment sheet. So these all are inbuilt. Now I will show you one more lesson. Let's take this shapes. I have also created a lesson plan on shapes. Now I will tell you how to see standard 1G1 distinguish between different defining attributes. Let's see. This is the curriculum. Now here is not any hyperlink. I want to show you one lesson plan where you could find some worksheets also. Yes, planning sheets. So this app is amazing. See, augmented numbers. You need not to do anything. You just have to click on the lesson plan or hyperlink. You will find everything ready. And by slowly and gradually, you will also learn to create. In our last academy, educators came up with very great ideas. They created their own lesson plans. You need not to think differently. You just can use this amazing app in already existing lesson plans. Because I am a maths teacher, so I have my lesson plan ready with on 3D shapes. So I just made some changes in my lesson plan, and I got the opportunity to introduce my kids with this amazing app, and they came up with amazing ideas, amazing responses. They created their videos. They compared all the real 3D shapes and the 3D shapes which were inbuilt in 3D Bear. So this way you can use it. And next is you can also change your profile once you will be 3D Bear educator. So you can edit your profile. You can see everything will be on your page. This is setting. Here I will show you one amazing feature of this. You need to click on this use light editor and then see what miracle will happen. And before moving there, I'll just tell you how to edit your profile. You can edit here, you can add your image, you can add your username, first name, last name, email ID. And in this way, now I will tell you that front camera. This is my front camera. You can take your picture also, and you can create scenes by creating this picture, taking this picture. And you can suppose I am calling, actually, all right, let's call Anna. It's taking time. Yes, and front camera, so I can click my picture with Anna. And I can publish it. I can, it's my choice. I can save it or I can publish it. So this way, these were the amazing features, and these are the newest scenes published by different educators, different students all around the world. You can see this I have just posted. Taj Mahal is becoming very famous. You can invite lion also at your place. This is scene with Mahatma Gandhi. So this was all about 3D bear. If you want me to repeat the steps, I can do that. Vrushali?
Yeah, there's one question. So, like we saw that we can invite animals and emotions and so on. If you can give us, if you can throw some light on how teachers can use it in the classroom.
Yeah, I told you I have created many lesson plans because I am not ready with those videos right now. But yes, they can create different lesson plans with the help of, let me tell you. Suppose I have created one lesson on emotions, 21st century skills. I created one video on emotions. So what teachers can do, teachers can invite all the people. I'll just show you, and you can create, you can add your own voice. I'll show you in different emotions. Yes. And if you are a math teacher, I have already given you many ideas that you can, right now I can't show you those things because I am not prepared with that PPT. So you can give them the project of making arrays, making word problems. In science, you can give them project on solar system or habitats or adaptation. So just I give me a second. Yes. So what I did, I invited all the emotions here and I created a scene with them. What are emotions? So my children loved it because we all are human beings and we have different kind of emotions. Once you will join our academy, you will definitely find the elaborated lessons or elaborated sessions on this in details. As I told you in last academy, many educators were able to, create their own lesson plans. So this way you can create a lesson and you can add, take the picture and you can publish it again. If you want to add something, you can add emotions. Right? I have given you the idea how to make your sentences also. You can write sentences also. And you can create puzzles also. If you give me a second, I can show you the puzzles. Just give me a moment. I need to stop sharing.
Sure. So yeah, this app has multiple use. It's a tool, right? So it depends on how creative can we be, and of course, as teachers, we still think in a restricted manner, but students can go wild. Students can create stories. Students can create their projects. They can have their elocution projects, storytelling projects, anything that can be done, which will be visual as well as they can record their own voice as well.
Okay,
Um,
I'm showing you some of the videos from my YouTube channel, which were created by my students,
sure.
and I uploaded there. Just give me a second, so that you can have idea how to use this app. So this girl has added some of the pictures in 3D Bear app, and she recorded there only and created the scene on climate change. And I'm just finding the, this is SDG 2. She has created a story on SDG 2, Zero Hunger.
Yes, Shalini, we can move ahead.
Yeah. And one of the child, how to celebrate Halloween with the help of 3D Bear. So you can invite them to create a story, especially language teachers can invite them to create a stories on already done chapters in the classroom. And one of the educator was doing chapter on Gandhiji. So she invited them to create a scene with Gandhiji and talk about his life. So in this way you can, involve them. This scene was created by my kid.
Just imagine the creativity. There are no limits, no boundaries.
Yes. You just need to introduce it to your students. They will explore better than us. This was the video which I was talking about, 3D shapes. So in this way, you can do multiple activities with the help of 3D Bear. Vishali, hope I could answer the question.
Yes, Shalini, it has helped. Um, if you have any more questions, we can take it up. Mitch is also there with us. He's on YouTube and he's
Hello,
answering a
Mitch.
lot of questions. He's answering a lot of questions posted by
So nice
teachers.
of you.
And yes, so this academy is especially for educators who are creative and who wants to go that next step, that say that nudge, going that one step beyond our comfort zone and bring the best for the students and take the classroom engagement to the very next level. So yes, this is for them. We have already shared the link. We can share the link again. Just we'll share the link. So it's a 5 day course. It's a 5 day, it's a boot camp of 5 days, 3D Bear Academy. starting from 21st of January. It's 21st January, 28th, 4th, 11th Feb, and 18th Feb, of which day 3, 4th Feb, is going to be an international educator from Finland who is going to talk about the best practices. And we all know Finland has been best in education for all of us. It's an example. So they are going to talk about how deep learning is the main thing there and how it has helped teachers as well as students. So do join this academy. And of course, if you have any more questions, we can take it up.
Yeah, I would
Shall
like to add one thing, Vishali. Advantages for educators if they attend this academy. They will learn new skills to engage students, including Finnish pedagogy. They will be expert in 3D Bear. They will be 3D Bear certified educator and level 2 ambassador. And they will be certified, they will get the certification in deep learning. And also along with it, they will get 6 months subscription with 50 students, which is 4,000. The value is 4,000 as per Indian currency. And they will get all these things free if they join us. And of course, they will create a magic because this gamified experience will allow them to see a whole different side of teaching students. Everything from creativity to STEM topics. So they will find if once they will start exploring, they would love it. Like I found it little because this is not the app like others. If we are learning one app, we are able to understand the other very easily. But this is quite different. This brings magic in your class. The students, especially the smaller one, they love when the line is just in front of them. The teacher is standing with line and she's teaching or she is inviting any personality or the guest, they are dancing in front of them, so they just love it. So I would request everybody to just register for this and learn with us.
Thank you so much. And the best part is that, see, whether we teach online, whether we teach offline, whether it's hybrid, this app is going to be very, very useful in any of the
Very, very
formats.
hybrid as well as online or face to face.
Yes. And project based learning. If we keep on listing the advantages, I'm sure the session
Yes.
will get
Once you will
extended.
just, I would request just explore one lesson plan. And it's amazing. You will find ample of opportunity. You will get different ideas for your own lesson planning. I have learned a lot after exploring, after starting exploring this app.
I just wish I was born probably 30 years later so I could
You can
experience
take
this with my.
admission, sir. No problem.
No. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. And thank you to Mitch for promptly answering all the queries. I can see there are a lot of more questions coming on the chat regarding this app. Uh, we would urge all of you who have not registered to please go and register yourself on the site even now. Get access to the amazing offer from 3D Bear as part of the Learn Fest. And if you really want to explore and become a certified 3D Bear ambassador and sign up for the academy, which is starting in January itself. You just need to go to orangeslates.com, navigate to our live programs, and it is listed there. And as part of this LearnFest offer, we're also offering a discount to all our users who registered for today's session to register for the academy at a slightly discounted price. So please do register. I think this is where the future is. This is what eventually will become part of every classroom in every school across the country. So be the first ones
Yeah,
to get
we should be
exposed there.
future ready. We should be
Absolutely.
passionate about learning. We should go out of the box, although we should not create any box around us, but we should be future ready, right?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Thank you so
Thank
much
you,
for taking
Shalini
us
ma'am.
through the
Bye
journey.
bye. Thank you. Thank you,
Absolutely.
everybody. Thank you.
All right. So we have already shared the link for the 3D Bear Academy. We have shared the link for the feedback, as well as if you're interested in getting the certificate for 3D Bear and you haven't already registered and paid, please click on the link given in the chat. Thank you so much. Moving ahead. Orange Slates, in association with Imagine XP, announces a boot camp for a certificate in effective online teaching. I welcome Pradeep Pillai to announce the course and speak about our collaboration. Joining with Orange State CEO Mr. Pradeep Pillai now is Mr. Shashank Shwet and Professor Abhijit of Imagine XP. Imagine XP is a leading higher ed company in future skill that provides full-time degree programs for credit and executive certifications.
It is my proud privilege to introduce Shashank Shwet, who is the founder and CEO of Imagine XP. He's a serial entrepreneur. Shashank has founded, led, and exited various startups in the space of technology and design. He's also worked with the government and Niti Aayog on various platforms such as Champions of Change, a special consortium of young CEOs as a think tank for impacting change in policy.
Thank you. Thank you, Vishal, so much.
Professor Abhijit, welcome. Professor Abhijit Singh is India's first Chief Academic Officer at Imagine XP and a seasoned academician with 16 years of experience. Spearheads the curriculum and academic delivery of industry focused degree programs in UX design and future skills at Imagine XP. Furthermore, he has played an essential role in university alliances, relations, and partnerships. Thank you so much for joining us here today. Over to you, Pradeep, to light fire to this fireside chat.
Thank you,
Thanks,
everyone.
Rushali, and thank you, Vishal. Thank you, Professor Abhijit, for taking your time out and joining us. Thanks, Shashank, for being here. So before we start our discussions with you two, I'm just letting the viewers know we have just now launched, today only, we have launched a certificate course on effective online teaching. And the purpose of this program is for you as teachers to explore new opportunities in the EdTech world. And the best person to talk about EdTech, we don't have anybody better than this with us right now, is Shashank. So Shashank, the first question to you, how do you see the role of EdTech in India in the next 5 years?
Firstly, Pradeep, many congratulations for holding the Learn Fest. The complete seamless learning experience is something that you guys have demonstrated out here for the whole day today. Look, the education sector in India has got about 300 million students, 260 million of them in K-12, 40 million in the higher education. The Indian government spends about 93,000 crores. That's about $15 billion. So if you calculate a per student average, that's about $50 that public money goes over education in a country like India. Now, then EdTech plays a very important role to make sure that we are able to bring out the student outcome on addition and on top of what the government is doing. Secondly, with the pandemic coming in, the whole education moving online, there's been a loss of education, and we've all discussed this throughout the day. And that loss of education, the forefront of solving some of those issues is what an EdTech company has taken up. Amazing business models have come up. Many of them have partnered with K-12 schools as well as higher education universities to get the whole education system better. And we in the EdTech make sure and we endeavor to make sure that the student outcome is better. And we are hoping that the faculties who are going out and listening will keep partnering with us to make sure that our mission is successful.
Awesome. So I understand the opportunity for the students, and that's where what we do. Okay, so this question is for you, Professor Abhijit. Uh, how do you see the role of teachers evolving when the whole landscape in terms of learning is transforming? How do you see the role of the teacher evolving?
Yeah. Thank you so much, Pradeep sir. And once again, congratulations for this amazing event. And, there is a paradigm shift. And I would congratulate each one who's listening to me and is a teacher today, especially the younger generation. I love when people from the young age opt out and become teachers. Future is yours. It was always yours, but I would now say when I'm into an edtech company and have become the first ever chief academic officer of an edtech company, I would say that the future belongs to you. Uh, the only thing that remains same is that student tomorrow or today or tomorrow will always have faith on what you teach, and you have that power to change the lives of students. So for all the teachers who are listening to me, I must tell you that edtech companies are valuing teachers a lot. The pedagogy, the teaching styles, they have been valued a lot. Last 2 years I have seen that change coming. Future belong to all of you. It's just that the shift that we need amongst ourselves would be these teaching styles, because now you become a teacher where using technology, you need to create blended learning pedagogies. You need to create those real-time examples and cases which a smarter student can adapt to. And hence, if earlier we used to sit in a class and draw a geography map demonstrated by the teacher in the classroom, today probably you will have to adapt to some technology tools, or maybe use Google Maps or Google Earth to demonstrate those things online. So one thing that remains the same is the student will learn what you teach them. Second most important thing which is changing is EdTech, and a lot of amazing institutes at the level of the nation and at international level are valuing you as teachers, the new age teachers who need to, create those examples for the learners of tomorrow. So I believe it's a paradigm shift and it's a great opportunity for teachers. They need to think that this is the best time for them to grow.
Awesome, Professor Abhijit. So what I'm taking from your conversation is the first part is key for anyone who's coming into teaching as a profession, completed B.Ed or probably has been spending time as a teacher. There is a new set of opportunities which are opening up, which are separate from the traditional lines of maybe joining a school or a preschool or a college. You can go ahead and join into an EdTech company, and today the demand from the whole EdTech ecosystem is really high, and there is enough opportunities available there, and they don't have enough of manpower for the kind of opportunities which are available. Yeah, so that's what I got a sense for. Am I right, Professor Abhijit?
Certainly it is.
Okay, awesome. So that brings me to the next question. That over to you, Shashank. How do you see these openings, these opportunities which are opening up? How do you see this over the course of the next 4 to 5 years? And probably you're adding on to the way the whole EdTech ecosystem is growing.
So I will speak from a perspective of the faculty. I see 4 clear opportunities that have come up as a career path for teachers out there. The first is to join an EdTech company and follow the path that you're seeing. Abhijit is a great example out here, who started his career as a teacher and then moved into an EdTech company to establish the whole set of operations. There are various companies like a Bright Champ or a White Hat Junior or Unacademy, where you can register yourself as a teacher full-time or a part-time and continue that learning. The second opportunity then comes in is that today teachers are one of the biggest entrepreneurs. EdTech has become the biggest startup example from India, and we are on the stage to display as to what else do we have over the next 10 years, and faculties are going to play a very important role. Teachers are going to play an important role. So there are platforms like a Teachment or even like Google and Microsoft that you can go out and use and set up your own EdTech business, right? And we will encourage a lot of teachers to go out and do that. The third is to become teacher influencers. The world is going into Web 3.0, so there's a new internet phase is coming in, and creators of content will have a large amount of value and even money with it. So in the creators economy, it would be the teachers who will create the content and the student will consume it on social platforms like YouTube and so on and so forth. And the fourth is, we also believe that the schools and universities themselves will become a startup in EdTech. Take, for example, an Amity or a Manipal. And the teachers have a great role to play in those schools as well as in those universities and colleges who are going online, because they need to understand online pedagogy, need to create content that can work both in blended model, manage the risks, because you don't know if the next week the classes will be offline or will it be online. So clear 4 opportunities: join in EdTech. The second is to become a teacher influencer. The third is to then go out and start your own business in terms of EdTech. And the fourth is that you're helping the schools and universities to come online and become an EdTech on their own. We believe that universities and schools will be the next big challengers in the EdTech space, and we'd love to see some of those coming in, and teachers will play an important role because they are the ones who are leading that particular organization.
Awesome, Shashank. I mean, that paints the whole picture brilliantly. Coming back to you, sir, being an educator, what would be the suggestion you would give to someone who's completing a B.Ed or just completed a B.Ed and coming out into the workforce? What would be the things that you would like to suggest to us?
Yeah, so there are a lot of things in my mind, and I can take a session on it separately. But just
Absolutely.
I'll tell you, 2005, I started my career as a teacher after engineering. I had all those negativities around me where people said, engineering ke baad teacher kaun banta hai? And that's why I said I have special love for those people who choose teaching as a career just after their graduation and post graduation. Uh, and I have witnessed it that young teachers have those power to change the world. With that, I don't. I mean, I'm with all due respect to people who have amazing experiences in teaching. Their experience, in fact, and the way they are using technology is amazing. There is no doubt about it. But today it has all of a sudden become a more respectful career, and not only respected and respectful career, but I would say the pay packages have increased, and I'm loving that fact as well. uh, there are few countries where the packages are at par. Trust me, in an year or so we witness in a country like India, where I'm sure a lot of people would love to opt teaching as a career because of amazing packages as well. But yes, somebody who's passing out a B.Ed or an M.Ed, or is entrusted to become a young teacher, it is very important for them to upskill. Even for the teachers who have amazing experiences of 10 years, 20 years, I would say you all are living in a time where you really need to upskill, because like I mentioned, we need to adapt to something known as internet based pedagogy. We need to adapt of something known as the blended learning, like I mentioned. So there has to be a control over my online audience, and I can do that when I have my digital footprints in place. And when I say that, I mean I need to actually learn those tools, softwares, and mechanisms which can help me create videos, edit videos, create those PowerPoint presentation, create some research over PDFs, and record podcasts, and upload them on various channels and become famous. And hence, uh, please pick and choose some amazing online certifications that are available, or postgraduate certifications available. Again, just because the way you are teachers to a lot of students online, you need to become a student and adapt to these challenges and courses. Get yourself upskilled, leave a digital footprint, because this digital footprint in next 5 years is going to become your portfolio. And hence, that's my message to all young ones and even the experienced ones. Please make use of technology, do online certification programs, create your digital footprints by creating your content over the internet.
Awesome. I think this is one topic where we can go on for about probably an hour with both of you. So I'm taking three major takeaways from the conversation that we have had till now. One major thing is what you shared about creating your own digital footprint. Second is about exploring the new age opportunities which are opening up for you. Okay, it's not only EdTech as an opportunity, but being an entrepreneur as an opportunity. These are all unfolding in front of you. And to all our viewers who are here, okay, these are some thoughts which has prompted us to launch this program, which is our certificate program, which is a certificate in effective online teaching. You will be able to see the link on the chat, and we are launching this program today only with people who have registered for the LearnFest. You have a special discounted pricing which is available for all of you, which will be available in your goodie bag. You will get it in your mail. There is a time under which you need to use it up. We are starting our first batch from 5th of February. And we look forward to having a lot of you coming and taking it on and creating your own new pathways. So again, thanks a lot, Shashank, for being here, taking your time out and being here. Awesome for all of us that you are here. Professor Abhijit, same goes for you. You took your time out and you're here to spend time with us. Thanks a lot.
Pradeep, thank you so much. It was a pleasure speaking with you.
Thank you. Over
Thank
to
you.
you, Vishal and Vishali.
Thank you, Pradeep. Thank you, Shashank and Professor Avijit. I'm sure such innovation through collaboration is going to transform teacher education forever. Charlie, you're on mute. Can you unmute?
Yeah,
Thank
of
you.
course.
It happens to the
All
best of
right.
us. It's all right.
Yes. All right. Coming back. So, destiny is in our hands, and we decide how to write our story and the course it takes. As educators, we have taken on exams with a little help from Bloom's, applied drama to call on our own adventure, sometimes refused our calling to take it back on Warfront to become EdTech savvy teachers, remembered meeting our mentors with experiential learning, crossed the threshold of new age learning with NEP, tested our allies, and taken on the challenges of helping learners how to learn. We redesigned our approach with 360-degree report card, took an ordeal to make our classes fun with gamification, and rewarded ourselves with the glimpse into the world of AR. Whew! We discovered so many innovations.
Now it is on us to decide where this journey of learning takes us. As educators, we try new approaches and work on the mistakes we made to be rewarded by a sea of smiling faces each day. The story of each one of us is embedded in this universe as Miss Rituparna Ghosh takes us on a journey of the pedagogical power of storytelling.
You can describe her as a story digger, story charmer, story gatherer, story extractor, story spotter. Rituparna is anything but just a storyteller. An international storyteller and a TEDx speaker, Rituparna is the founder of Your Story Bag, a storytelling, training, and consultancy company. She works with listeners, children, adults, organizations, not for profit, and corporate, helping them harness the power of stories. In the goodie bag, she has also offered 25% off on her upcoming program. So I'm sure we all are very excited to hear you, Rituparna. Over to you.
Thank you, Roshali. Thank you, Vishal. And thank you, Orange Slates, for having me over. I know it's a big action packed day with a lot of learning, conversations, and spotlight on many different kind of speakers. And I hope you are energized to spend another few minutes listening to me and talking to me about the power of storytelling, especially in a classroom. So let me begin by asking whoever is right here, you can write it in your comments. You can tell me a little. Do you remember the first story that you heard? It could be any story that you heard in your life. Do you remember the name of the first story or the one story that takes you back to some of your earliest days that you had heard? You can write the name of the story if you can. I was a terror, and I would make my parents tell me two stories and sing me two songs every night. And I wouldn't let them go to sleep till they told me two stories every night. So I have many, many, many memories of stories. So Thirsty Crow, Three Little Pigs, fantastic. Okay, very, very common stories. Anything else that you do remember? Any other story? Thirsty Crow, Three Little Pigs. Anyone remembers a story that their teacher told in a classroom? How many of your teachers told stories in your classroom? You heard stories of Krishna, mythology, perfect. All right. A bit of fairy tales, a bit of mythology, which is fine. Anyone else? Raja Harishchandra, Cunning Fox, Tortoise and Rabbit, Goldilocks, Hansel Gretel. All right. You remember the story. Now close your eyes, and while you just told me that name of that story, do you remember the storyteller who told you that story? Do you remember? Can you, in a moment, close your eyes, go back to that classroom, go back to that your house, to that setting, in a car, in your living room, and the dining table, under the tree, wherever you heard that story? Can you picture yourself right there listening to that story? If you try a little bit harder, I'm sure you will be. Because stories are the stickiest glue that connects us to ourselves and to the feeling that we get when we listen to stories. I'm very passionate about stories and storytelling, and the best way for me to talk about stories is to tell you one. Okay, so while I am here and I can't see any one of you, I want you to sit back, lean in and listen to my story. And then we're going to talk a little bit about it. All right, are we ready? Okay. So let's begin. Somewhere between the Jaitya and the Khasi hills, there lived a busy flock of birds. Yellow birds, blue birds, green birds, purple birds, red birds, orange birds. All these birds, they flew up into the sky between each other, twittering and chattering and twittering and chattering and telling each other about their homes and their hills. Amongst this flock of birds, there were two birds. One who lived on one hill, the Jaitya hill, and the other one who lived somewhere in the Khasi hills. And these two birds, they were friends. Every day when they flew up in the sky, they met each other and they twittered and chattered and twittered and chattered. And somewhere they went down and they told each other the stories of their life back in their hills, on their trees. And that's how these birds were. Every day they flew into the sky, met each other, they again flew down somewhere, telling each other the stories that they had gathered through the day before. That was the life of these birds. One day, one of the birds said, "Well, my little friend, why don't you leave your tree, leave your jungle, leave your hill? Come and stay with me on my tree, in my forest, in my hill. You see, my forest and my tree and my hill is better and bigger than yours." Now, this other bird, who heard her dear friend lure her out of her tree, her forest, and her hill, didn't like it as much. She said, "Oh, well, thank you for your kind invitation, but you see, I'm very happy on my tree, in my forest, in my hill. It's very nice indeed, and I'm happy being where I am. So, thank you. I don't think I'm going to leave my house to come and live with you." Now, this other bird who invited the friend first said, "Oh, no. You don't know. I mean, I've heard all your stories. You tell me every day about your tree, your forest, and your hill. Let me tell you, this is nowhere compared to my tree, to my hill, and to my forest, and to my hill. It's much better than where you live. I am telling you." The bird the other one, was not ready to give up. So she asked, okay, I've told you stories, and you have told me stories too. And from the stories that you have told me about your tree, your forest, and your hill, no, it doesn't look like your tree and your forest and your hill is any way better than mine. So thank you. If you want to really stay with me, you can leave your tree, your forest, your hill, and come and live with me. I'm sure my friends back home will give you a place to build a nest on the tree, in their forest, on their hill. Now, as you see, these two friends were not willing to give up, but they were very keen that the other one comes and lives with her. But Neither of them were willing to leave their home and go and live in the other hill, on the other hill. And so the two friends, they twittered and they just kept fighting and twittering with each other. Now the sun was about to set and it was time for the birds to go back home. But they had not resolved their conflict. So the two birds, they looked at each other and said, we need to solve this. We are good friends. We should not be fighting. And all the other birds, they came down to these two birds and said, well, you should not be fighting. You need to stop this fight of yours about whose tree, whose forest, whose hill is better than the other one. So the birds looked at each other and said, okay, how do we solve this mystery? We need to know whose tree, whose forest, and whose hill is better. Maybe the one whose hill is higher is better. The birds had no idea how would they even solve it. Till one of the birds said, let's go to the woodpecker. You see, the woodpecker is always pecking at a tree. He doesn't have time for all these other, he doesn't have the time or the patience for all kinds of quarrels. And he is really wise. Maybe he knows about the tree and the forest and the hill. He will have an answer. So the two birds flew and found the woodpecker. And the woodpecker, as usual, was busy poking his beak into the tree. And the two birds and all the flocks of the red and the yellow and the blue, green and the orange birds, they came down and said, woodpecker, woodpecker, we need your help. The woodpecker stopped poking and said, all right, you need my help. How can I help you? You see, these two birds are fighting about whose hill, whose forest, whose tree, whose hill is better than the others. So the woodpecker thought for a bit and said, oh, that's a very easy question to answer. So all the birds looked very thoughtfully. Said, well, figure out which, okay, let me tell you this way. Well, you wouldn't know the answer in any case. Tomorrow in the morning, when the sun rises, all of you fly up into the sky. And when you fly up into the sky, look down at the hills below. And then, well, when you look down at the hills below, see and find out which of the two hills cast a longer shadow. You see, the one with the longer shadow will be the taller hill. And the one with the taller hill is the better hill, of course. So go figure it out. And so next morning, the night was spent with all the birds going back to the nest, waiting in anticipation for the next morning to come. And when the sun rose, all the birds, the red, the yellow, the blue, the green, they flew out of their nests up into the sky, searching for the shadow of the hills. And they discovered that the shadow of the hills overlap. And they all cast long shadows. And it's very difficult to find out which is longer than the other. And the birds kept flying and flying and flying up for them to see how long the shadows are. And they realized something about the shadows. What do you realize about the shadows? What do you think the birds realized about the shadows through the day? Anyone who's been listening to the story, what do you think the birds realized? Anyone has been listening to the story? Do you know what the birds realized? That the shadows were changing length through the day. And it was very difficult to say which of the two hills was taller than the other. Because at one point, one seemed taller, and a little while later, the other one seemed taller, and the other shadow kept changing shape. Yes, that's how it was. So the two birds, they went up in the sky again, and they looked at each other and said, oh no, what a silly fight would we have. I think we should stay where we are. And sometimes you can visit me, and sometimes I can visit you. That way, we will be able to experience and enjoy our own homes and the others. So that's how two birds found out which of the two hills are higher. This is a folk tale, a Khasi folk tale from Meghalaya. And yes, shadows change according to the sun. Shadows keep changing constantly. Both are equal, shadows are similar. Well, yes, now that's a story which I picked up from a folktale book, and it's one of the stories which really make me, just think about the many possibilities of using this story, particularly in a classroom. So, for all of you who just heard the story, can you figure out where and how can we use this story? Where and how can we use this story? Think of what you teach in a classroom. What concepts can we teach? Can we use this story in primary, in the early years, in middle school, in senior school? Where and what can we use this story and how? Let's talk about language. I have a version of this story. I read this story in Hindi first, and now I'm telling it in English. So, a very good example of this usage of this story would be to read it in Hindi to a classroom and then perhaps tell it in English, or vice versa. How a story is experienced in the two languages, what are the words, what is the usage, the phrases. So, a perfect example of how language can be developed by using a story. So the example that I'm trying to make here is to see how can you use a story for multiple purposes. Does this story have relevance in a social studies classroom? Yes, it does, because we are talking about forest, we are talking about hills, we are talking about vegetation, we are talking about wildlife. There is a lot of possibility to identify which is the kind of, yes, we can use it in science about where and how are birds found. What other concept in science can be measured in this? Can be shown. Light and shadow. Perfectly. Light and shadow. Which grade is light and shadow taught? Can you tell me? Which age is light and shadow taught? This story can be used in all subjects. Can this story be used in math? Can you use this story to teach a particular concept in math? Which concept in math can you use it? Time, yes, of course, time for the younger audience, for younger classes. What else? Another very interesting concept. Trigonometry. Perfect. There you go. Absolutely. So fifth, sixth, trigonometry, place value. Oh my God. See, all of you, when you look at a story, was it entertaining? Was the story entertaining? Of course it was. It was fun. I put on a bird whistle and all of that. Heights and distances. Absolutely. This is a story which fits in to your social studies, geography, science, mathematics, language, geometry. Absolutely. One story which fits into many, many spaces. That's the utility of a good story. A good story is one that can have many derivatives. And when we pick up stories in the classroom, we look at it. Of course, you as a science teacher, as a maths teacher, as an English teacher, may try to use a story for only one specific purpose. But all of us have studied all these multiple subjects, and we can draw different meanings or different derivatives or different usage of each story. And that's how you do it, right? Wonderful. Thank you so much, Shamla. Thank you so much. Shadow changes. Yes, you've got it right. This is a story where you can talk about shadows. You can talk about the study of shadows and the study of time. How was time discovered? How was time measured? The usage of Jantar Mantar that we have in the country. How is Jantar Mantar a tool to measure time? And what did it do? Perfect. So there are so many usage, and that was a perfect example that I found, and I think all of you are wired for stories. Well, if you the usage of stories in a classroom, which is a very specific technique to use a story to either introduce a subject, to assess the knowledge of children, to use it to illustrate and explain a certain concept, or to even assess children at the end of it. And when you begin using stories in a classroom, think about think about the particular time and purpose of where and how will you use a story like this. Now, the story and the way I told you right now, I could use the story perhaps in talking about time. and how time changes and how shadows change with that, or the light and how light changes. Now, if I were to tell a story like this with a little older children, I would stop the story and say, how would they measure which is a higher hill? Now, if the children have already done, the concept where they know how to draw triangles in geometry, for example, then there itself they would be able to apply it, and they would be able to create it like a problem, like a solution to a problem. But if I was to tell it in a classroom just to illustrate a topic, then it's the perfect example where I can illustrate, I can demonstrate, and I can really make it an exercise for children to use different heights, different lengths, move the shadow. Let's see which throws a bigger shadow and from where at what time. So those are some of the ways that a particular story like this can be used. NEP says in regional language, yes, NEP is making it open for educators to use the regional language, and therefore telling stories in regional language is perfectly fine. For those of you who are telling stories in different regions of the country where a regional language is better accepted, particularly in the younger years, I'd strongly recommend the use of mother tongue or a regional vernacular language to be able to tell stories. There are many techniques to tell stories. We're going to turn to that a little later. But let's talk about some of the popular misconceptions or the popular notions that I hear from a lot of teachers. First and foremost, that stories are meant only for the early years. No, they are not meant for the early years. You can tell stories for all ages. For example, I work with listeners of all age groups, and therefore I can verify and I can validate and tell you that stories work for all age groups. Yes, when children are small, they are more tuned to listening to stories because they find it entertaining, they find it engaging, it's memorable for them, and they want to sit and listen if a story is well told. But if we are using stories only to entertain a child, to get them to sit down and listen, we are limiting the usage of the story. Pretty much similar, if you're using a story only to teach a value or a moral, that's really limiting the usage of the story. I'm going to come to the use of a story for value education and moral based education a little later. But the most important thing is, if we are only using stories to entertain and we are using stories for value and or moral education, we are limiting the scope of what stories and storytelling can do. So the way stories and storytelling works is that our brains are wired for stories. Every time you listen to a story, and especially when you are young, you are learning to anticipate that the story will follow a certain curve to solve a problem. The moment you heard this story, and without me even telling you what will happen, you know that the two birds, that if they start fighting about whose hill is better, within the story there will be a solution to it. And using your own rubric of whatever knowledge that you have, your brain starts to think ahead of its time, try and solve it. You know, like when we watch a good mystery film or a thriller, a murder mystery particularly, your brain starts thinking that I know who's the killer, right? That's the thing that happens even while you're listening to stories. And children, they do it very well because their brains really work faster than any one of us. Children, like adults, also try to bring in the knowledge that they have known. For example, if I was to just tell this story to a child, who is learning about light and shadow, or even without even learning the definition of light, or learning the definition of a shadow and how does it really work, I'm sure the child has already experienced light and shadow. And that's one of those ways that if you tell a story and ask the students in your classroom, how do you think we'll solve the problem? Chances are that somebody would already suggest it to you. So that's where you assess knowledge of your classroom, assess the knowledge, the pre-existing knowledge of your children, and you begin from there on. So therefore, using a story in a classroom, one has to be aware of how the brain works. So children are assessing, putting their knowledge, assessing and putting a sequence to that story, trying to solve a problem. They are critically evaluating it, they are reasoning it, they are rationing between different options, and then they choose the right option to solve that story. All of this happens within a fraction of a second. And because it's the fastest, the way, if you're telling stories, is the fastest way to keep their brains working. That's one of the ways that when you use a story within a classroom, it has a definite purpose of its own. Uh, when you're using a story in a classroom, I said a little while earlier, it is illustrative, it is demonstrative, and at the same time, it is descriptive. You can show the story, you can describe what's happening in it, and you can demonstrate the story. That's like watching it happen right then and there. If you create models out of this particular story, the students will see and understand how do the shadows really move, what it means when the sun moves from the left to right, where does the shadow fall first, from where does it origin, where does it end, and as the shadow moves, how does it change with time. That's something that's beautifully illustrated while within the story, and there's a scope for you to do that. uh, Storytelling, another one of the most important functions that it has, therefore, is to take away the focus from rote learning. Children understand by play, they understand by demonstration, they understand by logic. And that's a better, safer way to use storytelling in the classroom than to go with a definition, with a Q&A, because that's one way. When you make storytelling participatory, when you use stories, because it is memorable and sticky, it's the children learn to understand it right then and there, and therefore it is more memorable for them. They understand the concept a little better. At the same time, stories which creates opportunities for them to solve problems is something which children like a lot, because they're assessing their former knowledge, they're also assessing what they have learned, and therefore stories are a perfect way to assess a child's understanding of a particular concept. There is a methodology in which you can use storytelling to assess the understanding of a child without just even the definition, without even writing the definition, whether they've understood the usage of a particular concept and they can explain it in their own words or through a story. So here are some of the things that I would recommend for people who would like to begin using storytelling within their classroom. No matter which grade you are, I don't know which grades are the teachers here for. So I would like to perhaps break it down and give you a universal steps for you to begin with. Number one, try and understand what are the stories that you know. A simple a question that which are the first stories or the earliest stories that you remember. All of you've listed the Cinderellas of the world, the Goldilocks of the world, and maybe some mythology stories. Now, whatever story that there is that you've heard, I would always recommend you begin with what you know, and begin by reading that story again, or revisiting that story, or telling it to someone and identifying where and how can this story be used. Does it have a concept behind it? Does it have a concept which I can use the story to introduce a topic, or it can be a story about which illustrates a particular concept. So whichever story that you know, try and begin. I'll give an example of somebody said Goldilocks and Three Little Pigs. The Three Little Pigs is a classic story where we talk about the three different kinds of houses that the three pigs make with different kind of materials. If you were to use that story within a science concept, I'm going to tell you, I'll give you the hint that it can be used to teach a science concept. What would it be? Can you tell me? Very simple. Anyone? Anyone? I'm sure you can. Think.
Yeah, I'm sure. Types of houses. See, yeah, that came in germination.
Okay, types of germination. About Three Little Pigs about germination. Is it about germination? No. There is no plant life of a seed, germination of a seed, materials bonding. Okay. What else?
Food chain.
Food chain. Okay, food chain. Yes, I will give that. Food chain. Air pressure, types of houses, foundation. Okay, what else? Togetherness. No, something which is very academic. Sorting materials. Air pressure, evolving of building houses. Perfect. I will give that. Evolution of how houses are built, different materials. How about force? How about force? Between the three houses, how much of force did the wolf have to exert to break a, a stick house, a stone house, a stick house, a brick house, a stone house? Yeah. Valency of electrons in chemistry. Yes, you can. If you talk about the different kind of materials, effect of wind on houses, force and energy, absolutely. That's what I was talking about. Force and energy. That's what it is, the story all about. Any story in the world. And again, when you tell the Three Little Pigs or use the Three Little Pigs as a story in a science classroom, you don't need to tell the Three Little Pigs story. It's a story that the children know already. They are familiar with it. They may have heard it, unless sometimes children wishfully forget stories because they think recalling certain stories is about recalling a younger part of themselves, and they want to pretend that they have forgotten this story, or they just want to spend some time getting you to tell that story again in class. But whichever be the case, whether you choose to tell that story or get somebody to tell it in class, there is a possibility that you can use the story to teach a concept. Similarly, let's do another one. How about Goldilocks and the Three Bears? How would you use the story in which teaching which concept? Area and perimeter, I'm using, that's for probability. Okay, yes. That's a good one. What else? Now this time we are talking about Goldilocks and the Three Bears. Degrees of comparison, perfect. Sequencing, yes. Okay. All right. Time, okay, yes, I can give that as well. So begin with the stories that you already know. See where a story can fit in, what kind of a concept can it really illustrate, and how will you use that story. The other is to assess the learning needs. Sometimes when as educators we go in with that understanding that I need to teach a particular concept, do I have a story for this? Maybe that's not the first step that you will follow. Try the other way around, that children usually find this particular topic subject difficult. Let me go and find a story for this. Sometimes concepts are easy, you don't need a story for it, but sometimes teaching a difficult concept is through a story is easier. I've taught in Delhi University for 5 years, and I taught storytelling and children's literature. And every year I sat with my bunch of Bachelor of Elementary Education students to identify the concepts which they found really boring or they found it very difficult in their class. And because they had just passed out from school, their memory of the topics, particularly in high school, was very vivid. So they brought out very interesting concepts which they found very boring and difficult to understand. And we worked on creating stories for them. That's where you can begin. You can go and ask children, or from your understanding of which is the most difficult topic that children find it tough to understand or apply, you could begin identifying stories from there. Height, if you're saying height, then there is okay, somebody's talked about inculcating values. Now here is my storyteller's take on how to really use stories to inculcate values. Now we all know that there are certain universal values which we want to imbibe and embrace, but at the end of the day every individual has their unique and their individual application of a value. Value is extremely important, but it cannot be taught to a child. You cannot use a story, or you rather should not use a story to say that this is why it is important. It is important for children to form their own value system, their own take on how do they nurture relationships, friendships, How do they handle truth? How do they handle honesty? How do they handle courage, ethics, or whatever value that you want to create in them? It's important that children understand their emotions very well. Therefore, social emotional learning is more important than value based learning, because as long as a child is emotionally strong, is emotionally aware of his or her natural impulse to respond in a particular way, the child will understand their own response to a certain value. How to react when your friend is not being very friendly with you, how to react when your parents are lying in front of you, you can see that, and you don't know how to question it. Your parents are telling you, tell your teacher that you were unwell, that's why you didn't go to school, or you didn't do your homework. How will a child even handle that kind of emotionally difficult situation? So the value that the child will grow up with is very confused. There's somebody, my teacher tells me you should not tell a lie, but my parents are also are forcing me to cover it up with a lie. So I'm giving you a very small example, but this is the kind of examples that children have asked me, that how do you even know when to say the truth and when to lie? Because your parents tell you one thing, your friends tell you another thing, your teachers tell you another thing, and you, the storyteller who's come in, and you're telling us another thing. So that's what I feel. A story should help a child explore that there are different situations where their take on honesty and truthfulness is tested. And that's where the child learns to understand how to form his or her own value system. That's something that's very tricky. It is something which is done over a period of time, but the moment you tell a story and say therefore we should behave like this, is limiting, like I said, the scope of what a story can do. So I have a very strong I feel very strongly in using stories for moral and value based education, because it is not done optimally well in our homes and in our schools. So therefore, that's why I would really request and advise all teachers to look at a value as an exploratory space where the child gets to question, experience, narrate their own lived experiences, and therefore share what he or she feels about that particular value. But values are important, because I've worked with varied age groups, and even in the corporate world, people want to talk about human values which are universal, as well as values which are shared. And therefore, having a deep understanding of it in an early age is very, very important. uh, Somewhere, okay, now we were talked about the stories that understanding the needs, and understanding the needs of your listeners or the students where they find it difficult. The third step that all educators must do is to go and seek stories and resources. Where you go and find story, where will you go and find stories? You can ask another teacher, I'm looking for a story like this, have you experienced this, that, whatever, I need a story which will explain this. Or you go into your library, which sometimes we don't utilize as much, but ask your librarian to find books and stories where a lot of these concepts are covered, and chances are that there will be a story which has a particular concept. Once you've done that, you identify the story, or perhaps the next is, if you can't find it, you create one. And that's one of the most important steps that educators can do, to even create stories. And this particular story that I illustrated, that I used right now, is a perfect example. It's a folk tale, but at the same time, it is the rubric of a tale which can be used to create another story. And to let's say talk about weight, or to talk about distance, to talk about sound. Imagine the number of stories you can make with the same setting to explain many different concepts. Yes, book fair has been closed. How about mythological stories and panchatantra? So panchatantra, as well as all fables, are very binary. By the word binary, I mean that there is a good character and there's a bad character, or there is a gray character, and there is no space for the gray character to redeem himself during the course of the story. And fables and panchatantra stories are largely prescriptive, which means that the teller will tell you what to do at the end of it. It's, like I said, limiting the usage or the intelligence of the child or the listener to question and arrive at why I can do something different. I can respond to this story or to this situation any differently. When we tell a Panchatantra story, that's where it is being limited. With mythological tales, I also have a problem, because mythological, we tell mythology like as if it's the truth, that this is how it happened and this is how we should all believe in it. Mythology has roots in people's beliefs, and there is a reason why mythology exists. It does not mean that the stories are real and therefore they have to be followed. So we sometimes tell mythology from the prescriptive point of view. Mythology has its own problems of violence, of very highly sexualized behavior, or having a very highly opinionated take on the gender, or on disability, or on certain lack of virtue. So those are things which are problematic in a mythology. So there needs to be there is a time to understand mythology. I do not recommend the use of mythology in a classroom. You may want to use mythology for to celebrate a certain festival, but like I say, it should be, if you're using mythology of a certain religion or a faith, you should be open to using mythology of all faiths, so that everyone is exposed to different kind of stories. So that's about it. Absolutely. Film clippings. I strongly recommend the use of film, video, animation, as well as newspaper media. Daily events, they have a lot of scope on, to get children to talk, debate, share, and question, and explore what they are studying in a classroom, whether it's economics, whether it's history, whether it's geography. There are a lot of things which are used within, which can be gathered from real world media, world events, where any story can be told, retold within a classroom, and you can use it to explain a certain concept. So that's where a use of news media can come in. Uh, when you are using stories, the next step would be to, of course, create a lesson plan. We wouldn't have time today to talk about what does a story based lesson plan look like, what should it do, because it should address one of your needs that you had for your class, at which stage are you going to use the story, for what purpose. So your lesson plan is based on that, and therefore how you can use the story in reverse, or use that concept in reverse, to assess a story from your assess whether the child has understood that concept and is able to name. Remember a good movie named Baby's Day Out? Good example of storytelling. Absolutely, the baby remembers everything that he had read in a book, and he was just trying to follow that story. Yes, it's a great story by itself. We have a story, The Tale of Two Birds. Okay, great. So that's all I have time for today. I do have a storytellers course. For those of you who are from CBSE schools, I would recommend you to go and look up Storytelling as Pedagogy, the manual, the storytelling manual that Deepta Vivekanand and I designed for CBSE. It's a 5-hour course, a self-learning course, where you can understand about what storytelling, how to use it in a classroom, how to create stories, how to pick up stories and apply them for certain subjects, and how can you use stories to assess your students. So that's a complete 5-hour course. If anyone of you has done it, you can leave a comment here, or you can go and find it out through CBSE. That's number one. Number two, we have a storytelling program called Tickle Your Storyboards at Your Story Bag. We have a fresh batch beginning from the 17th of January. Besides that, we're going to have a lot more storytelling programs for educators, and we do have different workshops and programs where we help educators create their lesson plans, to create original stories around concepts, and in fact just better their skills in storytelling, which can be done very easily. For those of you who are interested in the program beginning 17th of Jan, there is a discount, and you will get that discount code in your goodie bag. Do write to us, share your feedback, and we'll be very happy to have you join us. Lots of school teachers have joined our program, and trust me, not just because it's there in the NEP, because we know how education is progressing with time. There is a need to break out of that clutter, to make learning joyful and stress-free and experiential for your students. And storytelling is one of the beginning steps that you can take if you've never explored it enough. Thank you so much. Thank you, Roshali. Thank you, Orange Slates, for having me over. Thank you, Krishna. You've done the course and you've liked it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ritu. It was really, really lovely. And like
Very quick.
initially the sound of bird chirping was so, so nice. And that start from there till now, it was mesmerizing. Thank you so much, Ritu.
Thank you to close it. Then perhaps I'll let the birds chirp for you a
Please.
little bit more.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Trust me, in cities, we can just hear horn, car horn, truck horn, bike horn, and sound of we have bikes with big so much of noise. Yeah, thank you so much, Ritupana. Thank you so much. And we have shared the feedback form link in the chat. Thank you, Ritupana.
Thank you so much.
We have shared the feedback form link in the chat. And if you're interested in the certificate for this session for Pedagogical Power of Storytelling, we have shared the link in the chat. If you have not already paid and registered, please do so. All right. And now we move on to a tool again. It's an EdTech tool, Cami. Cami is also a goodie partner for all registered users. You will receive a 4-month premium subscription for using Cami in your online, hybrid, or face-to-face classroom. I'd like to welcome Miss Nicole. Yeah.
Greetings. It is
Hi,
so
Nicole.
lovely.
I'll just quickly introduce you. So Nicole has joined us all the way from Cape Town, South Africa. She's a BDR at Cami. She's a tech coach and a Google certified trainer. And trust me, she is so passionate about education and integrating technology in education. And she's going to take us through how we can use Cami in online, offline, hybrid classroom. I think that's the need of an hour. Nicole, thank you so much for joining us. It's a
You're
pleasure
very
to have
welcome.
you.
Thank you for having me, Rishi. It is amazing to be here with you, and I might have some bird sounds to share too, because I am coming to you live from a family camping trip. We've taken a few days leave, so I'm grabbing a little bit of connectivity to spend some time with you, and it is an absolute privilege, because nothing makes me filled with joy more than to share with educators. They are my favorite people, and all you amazing educators who are with us today, I know that you go beyond for your students in your classroom, and it makes us super proud. You're the classroom heroes. And so nothing makes me happier than to share something with you that can help you in this time. I know that it's been a difficult time in education for our teachers, and you've worked tirelessly to try and pivot and work out how to engage and connect with your students in these difficult times. And whether you've got your students in your class or you're needing to teach remote, Cami's going to be here for you, and I'm excited to bring Cami to you today. So Rishi, thank you so much for having me. As she said, I'm coming to you from Cape Town. We're going to take a quick look at a What is Cami video for those of you who have never heard of Cami before.
I'll just share the screen again so that I want to share the sound as well, right? Just hold on a second.
Fabulous. Thanks, Rishi.
All right. Yeah.
Every day, teachers do incredible things, but juggling excellent teaching with managing assignments, tech troubles, and catering to every student's individual needs can become overwhelming. So we wondered how we could help. What if we could reimagine the digital learning environment by providing you with an all-in-one tool that unlocks potential, ignites creativity, and nurtures collaboration? Welcome to Cami. Upload any learning resource into Cami and share it with your students to create an interactive canvas ready for expression, analysis, and discussion. Cami fully integrates the programs you already use to power a seamless assignment management workflow, allowing you to create, assign, give feedback, grade, and whiteboard all within Cami. Empower students at every level with powerful and versatile tools to complete work their way, unlocking potential at every stage of their learning journey. Watch your students progress and provide feedback and encouragement at any time to drive engagement and improve learning outcomes. In class, remote, or a bit of both, online or offline, Kami will keep you teaching and learning wherever you may be. And as an all-in-one tool, you can spend less time learning a million new ones and more time with your students. Join millions of educators and transform your classroom today.
I really hope that got you excited. I'm going to give Rishi a thumbs up when we go to the
Every
next
day,
screen,
teachers do
because
incredible.
she's helping me with these slides. Thanks, Rishi. So we can go next slide. So Kami is our digital pen and paper. And we understand at Kami that the teacher is incredible at the craft that you do. We understand that pedagogy is super important. And we want to give you the tools that you need to be able to teach and connect and engage with your students wherever you are. And so Kami helps you not to have to learn a million different new platforms. Within Kami, we've got all the tools you need. You can learn remotely, you can learn in your class, and you can learn with the same workflow you're used to. So we integrate with all of your LMSs seamlessly so that your workflow stays the same for you and your students. So never before has it been more important but more difficult to engage with our students and make connections. We want to still do that, but it's hard for us to do that at times. And Kami is here to make it easy for you to elevate your classroom activities. We're going to show you how to get Kami right here today. We're going to share these slides with you afterwards so that you will have access to all of these links. So don't worry if you don't catch it all straight at once. But the easiest thing for you to do, for you to get Kami, is for you to go to www.kamiapp.com, and you'll just click on the green button and you will get to sign up for free with your school account. Makes it easier so that you can use the collaboration with your students. And because you're part of this LearnFest festival today, Rishi has organized through Orange Slates an extended premium trial for you. So you will have in your digital goodie bag that'll be emailed to you a special referral link. So once you've signed up for Kami, all you need to do is type in that referral link, hit enter, and your trial will be extended compliments of Orange Slates to a full premium trial for 3 months. And if you find that you are experiencing Kami and you feel your other teachers in your school are needing Kami, you can reach out to me and I will organize a full school trial for you. So with the extension, the Kami Chrome extension will allow you to work with your integration with whatever LMS you use. So you will go to kami.app/extension and you will add the extension either through Google Chrome or Microsoft Edge. So it's not an app in the sense that you download it through iTunes or Google Play. It works in the browser with an extension. And so you will, once you have the extension, be able to dive into Kami in any way you would like in order to have collaborative experiences with your class. Here are some examples. So we can take a blank page in Kami and we can immediately have an interactive whiteboard. We can take a free KWL chart like this one on the top left here that you can just open from the internet into Kami because you have the Kami Chrome extension. Or you can open some of our Kami templates and you can straight away in Kami share that with your class and get collaborative. The bottom left example is a maths example just by adding one picture to a blank page, sharing it out with your class. You can ask all the students wherever they are to tell you what they know about straight line graphs. They can all put something on the page and in real time, you as the teacher can see who's on the page, who's contributing what, and you can encourage your students. We all know that the biggest driver for our students is encouragement. And so Kami makes it easy for you to be able to encourage your students. They can see success happening on the page. And even if they're the shyest students in your class that wouldn't ordinarily jump up and shout out the answer, within Kami, we've got a safe space to use the tools to express on the page all together. So once you have the Kami extension, you'll see in the top right of your screen a little Kami K circle. And that is the way that you get into Kami. You'll just simply click on your Kami K and you will go to our Kami landing page. Here's what it looks like. So this is our souped up landing page. Our creative team have been very, very busy making it even better than it has been previously because we've added so much more. Let me talk to you about this landing page. From the landing page, you can open up anything you'd like to do with your students in Kami. It can be a slide presentation, it can be an image, it can be anything you like. You can open it in Kami, either from your Google Drive, from your computer, from your OneDrive, and you, if you would like a blank page, can open various blank pages. Completely white screen for whiteboarding, lined page if you want to do some writing, grid paper if you'd like to do some math work, or even manuscript if you'd like to do some music notation. On the right-hand side of that page, we've now added some trending resources. So we are creating resources every day for educators. And so if you've got ideas, don't forget to tell us what you need, because Kami is a product that is developed for teachers by teachers. So we take your requests very seriously and we are super responsive. If you need something for your classes, we're going to get it ready for you and we're going to have it available here for you to open up in Kami and enjoy with your class. The bottom of that screen has some small little learning nuggets if you want to keep on your journey of learning to make the most out of Kami. And I'm going to talk to you about how you can get certified with Kami in a few slides' time. So from your Kami page, this would be an example of having opened up a blank page in Kami. And you'll see on the left-hand side, we have got a whole array of tools. So you can use these tools to bridge the equity gap. If you've got students who are needing a little bit of help with accessibility, if you've got students who are perhaps a little bit needing to speak out their responses instead of type out their responses, for little people that can be super helpful. Or if you're wanting to bring yourself into that page to personalize it, you can use these tools to do that with your class so that you can really connect and engage in meaningful ways with our tools. To get this to your class, you would just click on the share button, which gives you share options. Rather like those that you probably have been used to when you share something from Google, those sharing options are similar. You can choose to make everyone a collaborator so that you can have an interactive document with your class, or you can choose when you share out through Google Classroom or your LMS to have everybody have their own named version that they work on themselves. So your assignment workflow is integrated with the tools you already use in meaningful ways without changing what you know and without changing what your students know. So you may be working with Google Classroom, you may be working with Google Canvas or Schoology. We work with your LMS, and I'll show you an example of Google Classroom. This is how the workflow works in Google Classroom. So here we can see you would normally click on the plus create button in order to assign some work to your students. Once you have the Kami Chrome extension, you will have a magic Kami assignment button, and you will click on that and we will give you even more power than you normally have. Your assignment window will look very similar, but we will also allow you to scaffold the tools that you want to assign your students access to. So for example, sometimes you want your students to be able to use all of the Kami tools. But if you've got little people, you may want to just untick those tools and just tick the drawing tool. You're just going to require them to use the drawing tool. Or if you're sending out an English comprehension, you may want to have your students not have access to the dictionary tool for that particular assignment. So you can choose what you want to give your students access to from our array of tools. And also, when you have assigned work to your class, you can give feed forward in real time. So not only do you get to give feedback once students have turned in their work, but during the process of the work, students can reach out to you or you can check in and you can give real-time feed forward. So by going to your drive, because you've got the Kami Chrome extension, you will be able to check on the files shared with you which Kami and Google Classroom will automatically name as normal. You could click on the student you'd like to give feed forward to, and you can use the Kami tools to do that efficiently and easily. You can give a voice comment for feedback, you can voice type a feedback, you can give a video feedback, you can even give screencast information to your students, showing them what is expected, setting your students up for success. So we're going to leverage the digital enhancements possible with Kami. We can use video content. We've just heard from our previous presenter how important it is to use story and dialogue and media in our teaching, and Kami makes this super easy. You can add video content onto the page, as that top example shows you, or onto the right-hand side of the document if you don't want to interrupt the flow of the worksheet that you're working on. And you can actually connect and engage in a personal way. If you're doing some work that is not quite contextualized, your students can't really relate as much as you'd like to it, you can add that picture that really bridges that gap and makes your students feel connected to the work that they are studying. You can put yourself in the document with a video explaining exactly what's expected, saying hi to your students. We know how much they miss their teachers when they can't be in class with them. But Kami makes it easy for you to stay connected, to say hello, and to show students what you're expecting of them, to set them up.
I'm sure, Nicole, this is very, very, very exciting, and we can keep on continuing, but because of lack of time, uh, I think let's keep a bit for their own exploration. Let teachers explore how to use Kami, and of course, if there are any questions, they can write to us. We can get in touch with you, and we can have a session for them of how to use Kami for their schools, if at all they want it for all the entire school for their teachers. What do you say?
Fantastic. Let's just give everybody the link to our fundamentals course. If you would like to learn how to use Kami yourself, we have our own fundamentals course, which is at kamiapp.com/certified. And you can do our Kami Level 1 Certified Educator course. Thank you so much, Vrshi.
Thank you so much, Nicole. And it's a pleasure to have you. And thank you so much for joining from your vacation time. You took out some time for us. Thank you so much for being here.
You are most welcome. And you can reach out to me at nicole@kamiapp.com if you've got further questions. Thank you, everybody.
Absolutely. Thanks, Nicole. Bye. Take care. Yes. So,
All right. We move on to the last but not the least session for the day. And this is one session I would encourage every educator to call all their colleagues back onto the link, because this is all about you. All right. The story of our lives does not stop here. In fact, it continues to a deeper journey of self awareness and self compassion. We bring back all our experiences, learning, and strength to move forward towards hope and a bright future. Just one step, one person, one initiative, one kind word, one compassionate look, one smile, or one good intention can make a difference. Devarati Basak is that one person.
Hello.
Devrati Basak is a founding partner of Carpe Diem EdTech Consultancy. She's also a practicing psychologist with 18 plus years of experience in research, counseling, and psychotherapy. She is a recipient of a scholarship from Lady Tata Memorial Trust for her research in the field of disability. She has extensive experience in school counseling, taking care of the mental health of stakeholders in the school, and supporting schools in their journey towards inclusion. She is a CBSE Master Trainer in Life Skills and Inclusion and Inclusive Practices. Devrati, over to you for the most important session, self care and compassion for educators. Over to you.
Thank you, Vrushali, and thank you, Vishal. Thank you specifically to Vrushali for this kind of an introduction. Really, the topic is very close to my heart, and which basically denotes my expertise in the area. So, welcome all to my session. And without wasting much time, I'll just share my screen so that we can get on to the topic for today.
Yeah, so yeah, it is shared. Yes, we
Vishali,
can see the screen. Absolutely.
okay, okay, fine. So to begin with, I must say today that teaching is indeed a very, very challenging job. So there are expectations from all the areas in your professional front, in your personal front, and many a time I hear from teacher nowadays that I just don't have any time for me. But my response to those teachers would be that if you want to be the best teacher you can be, you need to allow yourself time to relax and recharge yourself. So, just take an example of a pitcher of water. If you constantly pour out your energy but never refill the pitcher, you have nothing to give out at the end of the day. So, it's the need of the hour to talk about the self care and compassion for the teacher. What all you are looking at my slide. So it's basically a very small pat on the back, right? It's a show of praise or approval. And sometimes I must say that we all deserve a pat on the back for making things possible for us. So if you give someone a pat on the back or if you pat them on the back, you show them that you think that they have done well or deserve to be praised. For example, if a player, suppose a player plays well in a particular game, he gets a pat on the back. Even your students, whenever they are submitting an assignment or they are excelling in an assignment you have given, you give them a pat on the back, right? So if you do something well, give yourself also a pat on the back. And you did because you did a great job. So it's an action we are all familiar with. So, teachers, today our journey together will cover decoding burnout, response to the burnout, and how self care and compassion can be one of the major response to the burnout. Moving on, uh, so we started our journey today with an action, and what was that action? The pat on the back, right? So, what is the psychological connotation of such kind of an action? So, when we look at our own behavioral processes, all cognition, action, and emotion happen simultaneously. So, when we perceive a particular thing, we can't stop ourselves feeling about it. Either we feel good or pleasant, or we feel bad or unpleasant. So, these are just the feeling tone which is attached with a perception, with our perceptions, right? So when we try to name these feelings becomes emotion. And as we all know that emotions are one of the most driving force of any kind of an action. So that is why from the very childhood, we learn from our environment how to name these feelings. And socio-emotional learning of a child is nothing but recognizing emotions in others, expressing their emotions in a right way, or finally able to control the emotion based on the situation, person, or time. So, as I have posed two very relevant questions over here on my slide, that the first one, how you are feeling today, it is all about recognizing your own emotion and naming it. But more importantly, it is really, really necessary to identify the quantity of it. And that is the second question, that how strong is that feeling? Because emotion are very, very natural to human behavior, it is nothing wrong with experiencing an emotion. But the concern is if it is strong, it requires certain kind of adjustive demands on part of our body and one part of our mind. So are we equipped to handle that kind of adjustive demands of the situation? That's the question. So let me give you a very, very simple example. Many a times we talk about depression, right? So, what exactly it is? It is basically a prolonged feeling of sadness and which is intense, right? But sadness, if you see as an emotion, is very, very common, right? We may feel sad if we don't achieve something. If somebody we love are hurting us, we may feel sad, or if the things are not happening around us according to our expectations, again we feel sad. But there is a very thin line between this sadness and depression, because depression, it's basically the degree to which we are able to handle it or adjust with it. So it's very, very important not only to recognize, identify your emotions, but also that how much, the quantity, because quantity defines that whether the sadness has left its boundary to a depression or not, right? So it is not only important to recognize emotions, it is important to understand and realize that how strong it is and whether we have the adequate capacity to deal with it. So the first part, decoding the stress and burnout. So if I talk about stress, nowadays we all are very, very familiar with this term stress, and we all have experienced it. All of us have a reason, and the experience is very, very different, right, for all of us. Why the experience is different? Because we come from a different background. Not only that, we have a different kind of coping strategies within ourselves, and those coping strategies are totally different from each one of us, right? So let me take you through a little dynamic aspects of the stress. So these days we routinely recognize the red flags of chronic stress on the body. We experience fatigue. We experience low moods. We sometimes experience headaches or some kind of an illness or infections in our body, right? If not to ourselves, at least in others. So here I want to mention the name of a gentleman who is known as the father of stress, Hans Selye. So he had determined that any stimulant or any kind of a stress would trigger the same kind of reaction, but it took almost 40 years for him to identify that all stress reactions are equal due to the differences in the subjective perception or any kind of emotional reactions toward it, right? So if we think about the emotional reactions toward the stress, we can distinguish stress into two things. One is positive, one is definitely the negative stress. And Sally actually introduced two kind of a terminology to denote this positive and the negative stress. They are like, as you can see on my slide, they are named as eustress and distress, right? So if you look at the graph here, it shows the level of stimulation under any kind of stress reactions. So if there is no stimulation, we are bored. And once we get stimulation, we see some kind of an improvement. And eventually it reaches to the optimum level of the best performance. And again, it shows a downward movement where the stimulation leaves us with a fatigue, exhaustion, maybe sometimes health concerns, sometimes burnout, right? So here is the significance of how strong your emotions are. The stronger it is, it will prolong the period of fatigue, exhaustion, and eventually the burnout. Here, I would like to share the insight of a psychologist whose name is Noel Birch, who made one of the most significant contributions to understanding how adults learn, right? So he suggested that a four-stage model to describe how people go from ignorance to mastery. Now, let me take a very, very simple example to explain this particular model. Uh, think of a cricketer, a decent one, who has been consistent in his performance in all the games he has already played and who is happy with his performance, right? So one day, all of a sudden, he experienced that a particular senior of him is commenting on his batting swing, okay? And he is identifying some kind of a mechanical issues that are limiting that particular cricketer's performance. So the cricketer is very, very surprised to receive this kind of a feedback because he was totally ignorant about his incompetency. But at the same time, he has a willingness to getting better, right? So he started with a stage called unconscious incompetence. Why it is unconscious? Because he was totally ignorant about it. Now, next step, by paying more attention to his batting capacity or the kind of a techniques he was using, maybe sometimes he started recording himself during the practice, and he can clearly visualize the flaw, that what is the wrong thing or what is that drawback which was not able to or which what was the reason that why his senior basically commented on that kind of a flaw. So whatever the incompetencies he had, that came to his conscious existence. He became aware of it, and as soon as he became aware of it, he started committing toward it, like he has increased his maybe the duration of the practice sessions, or he has started taking the guidance of a particular senior who is better than him. So after all this, the cricketer slowly applies that particular new skills into his games or into his kind of a techniques he is using, and he begins to notice some of the measurable changes, right? So his competence became conscious to him. That means he got to know that, okay, fine, through practice, through the guidance, he is getting it better, right? A year later, if we see that his skills became almost automatic. So he is no longer has to actively worry about employing a proper technique. It happens very naturally to him, and he continues to practice regularly and can move on to the next challenge. So again, his competence become unconscious because he didn't require any kind of attention allocation on his part to take on this kind of technique, right? So if we take out this particular model in the response of the stress, we see that stress response can be also learned through these steps, which finally become an automated response to our part, that which skill or which coping strategy we need to use at what point of time, which is a very, very important part when we are talking about burnout, right? Now, a little bit of research orientation I would like to present to you all. So, people who are, say, for example, struggling to cope with some kind of a workplace stress, or may place themselves at high risk of burnout. And burnout can leave people feeling very exhausted, very empty, and unable to cope with the demands of the life. It may be accompanied by a very like varying degree of mental and physical symptoms as well. So here I want to mention about a psychologist called Dr. Christina Mashlak of University of California, who started doing research about the concept of job burnout, what are the causes of it, and what can be done to prevent it. So in the course of her research, she could figure out a particular measurement or a scale for the healthcare workers and the workforce environment, just to measure that how much burnout that particular workforce had. And till date, believe me or not, that is one of the major and most commonly used instrument for burnout, right? So it basically captures three dimension of burnout. First one is emotional exhaustion, second one is definitely depersonalization, and third one is personal accomplishment. So coming back to the specific population, the teachers. Teachers are usually very high achievers who like to work hard and are always looking for ways to improve, right? So one of the major reasons that researchers feel so worn out is because of the decision fatigue which the teachers come across. Many research has found that teachers make more minute by minute decision than even like more than some brain surgeons. So, and that's very, very tiring, and it's very, very exhaustive as well. Now, the point is, what could be the reckoner, or what could be the sign and symptoms for you to identify that whether you are having some kind of a burnout, or whether your stress is basically taking you to a distress and not a new stress, right? Uh, I will just mention few of the pointers, maybe feeling irritable and quick to anger all the time. But if you look at the teacher's characteristics, basically they are very friendly personality. But be observant if there is a shift in that kind of from that kind of a personality or not, right? uh, if you don't have any desire to attend any social gathering, increased complaints, chronic fatigue and exhaustion, which I've already mentioned, chronic insomnia, difficulty in falling asleep as well as difficulty in remaining asleep, right? And change in appetite, either you are overeating or you are undereating, which is totally showing up in your weight gain or weight loss, any kind of a physical symptoms, or even brain fog, right? So these are the basic symptoms and signs which you need to look out for when you feel exhausted, when you feel tired, and you feel that, okay, fine, this is enough for me for the day and I don't want to go with it anymore, right? So causes of burnout, there are various causes, but in this particular talk, I thought that I will be only talking or mentioning just about a few of the workplace or the professional causes for the burnout, because that are more generalized for this teachers population rather than the personal causes, because personal causes can be varied based on the kind of a background you are coming, based on your coping strategies, right? So when we talk about the workplace burnout, maybe one of the reason could be an extreme number of responsibilities above and beyond the instruction, right? Maybe there could be lack of administrative support. Sometimes evaluation of the teachers based on any kind of a standardized course also leaves them totally stressful, right? Increasing difficulty student behavior with increasing in the frequency and severity. So basically how to manage that classroom behavior of the students, that also sometimes leaves the teacher stressful. So maybe forcing teachers to teach outside their area of expertise. They don't having any kind of an prep time, right? Extreme amount of paperwork, maybe a lack of respect or empathy from the administrators, maybe some kind of a challenging interactions with the parents, right? Lack of resources, lack of training for new initiative and technology also may leave you stressful, or you may experience burnout. This is the most important part, that how do we respond to this burnout, because which is very common, and each and everyone is going through it, right? So I would like to focus on these 3 R's, which you can all see on my slide. First one, definitely to recognize the fact that everyone goes through this kind of a stress. I'm not alone in this, right? And find out what are the trigger points for your stress, what are the causes for your stress. Secondly, have a review from your previous experience, that what is the point your stress becomes a burnout, right? You need to find out and review for that particular point to identify that whether you can cope with that particular situation or you need help. So and then definitely how well do you cope in that particular situation. And finally, respond. That means you will have a bunch of coping strategies along with you, but what particular coping strategies you need to pick up for a particular situation or a particular type of stress, that is very important. So definitely when it comes to response, first recognize, then review, and then respond, right? Here, I would like to give you a very small exercise which you can do it at least monthly once to feel better and feel to transfer your distress from the eustress. So what you need to do is identify 5 things that give the greatest meaning to your work. Make this list from the most important to the least important and protect this list. Okay. Next, what you have to do is write down the things that frustrate you the most about your work, right? Whether if it is a difficult student or a difficult parent, or if it is a overwork, or it's a bureaucracy, what exactly it is. You need to identify the most to the list and recognize these frustrations and write it down in another one list. And then finally, list the factors that are causing you difficulty and which are likely to cause stress in your future, right? So now walk through these list of things that give you a meaning item by item. For each item, look at the list of frustrations where these threaten the things that are most important to you. Note these down, and these are basically the particular pressure points that you need to monitor, like periodically, and review your frustrations also. And finally, respond to it accordingly. So if this particular exercise, at least monthly once, you take out 10 minutes of your time and do it, definitely, it will definitely give you a feel good factor about yourself, right? Now coming to the self-care as a like positive response toward burnout. So as I put on my slide, the definition of self-care is any kind of action that you use to improve your health and well-being. But the question is, what are the aspects of self we need to take into account when we are telling about self-care, right? So simply stated, and the answer is the simply stated, an individual is composed of three basic but very, very different aspects of the self. First of all, they are the physical or the tangible aspect as they relate to their body. The second one definitely is the intellectual or conscious aspect as they relate to the mind. And finally, the emotional and the intuitive aspect that they very, very specifically relate to their spirit, right? Now, the second question over here is why self care should be a priority as a response to any kind of a burnout or any kind of a stress reaction which you are coming across, right? So, prioritizing self care is what allows you to live your life smoothly and very, very effectively, and bring your best to whatever you prioritize, and challenges your whichever the challenges are coming your way. So this won't take away from your productivity, but it will increase, definitely eventually it will increase your productivity. And so take time to connect with yourself and pay attention to what exactly you need, right? So the question is now how to practice this self-care. First of all, as I put on my slide, the physical self-care. So take care of the basics first, right? So eating a healthy diet, maybe like getting adequate sleep and breaks, maybe exercising, be mindful on how your self-care impacts other people. That also is very, very important in this. Secondly, definitely comes the social care and the connection. So, nurture connection over consumerism, I should say. Maybe eating together. And then, thirdly, definitely take care of your emotional health. So, firstly, you need to name your emotions. As I told previously, that recognizing emotions not only enough, but also to identify that how much it is, whether it requires any kind of adaptive demands on my part or not. So, that is very important. And let your emotions guide your actions. Ask for help, and like if any help is provided, accept it and whenever it is offered, right? And maybe at last I should say that detox your social media and try to do something you enjoy every day, right? So that may help you some kind of strategies to take care of yourself, right? Here I have mentioned about the 6 areas, that sensory pleasure. By pleasure I mean to say over here the feeling tone, emotional, physical, social, and mental mastery. The strategies are there on the slide, so I won't go into the detailing of it due to the time constraint. But at the same time, I would just like to mention over here that which one aspect needs to be picked for a particular given moment depends on the severity of the moment as well as what from where the stress is coming for. That's what the causal relationship needs to be established. You need to find out what are the trigger points. It's not enough for you to recognize your emotion, not only enough for you to identify the quantity of it, but you need to identify, you need to know that from where it is coming from. So it will definitely help you to pick up any particular aspects from it. Definitely, if it is coming from an emotional, go for an emotional self-care strategy. If it is coming somewhere from your physical, definitely look into the physical strategies, right? So now, how compassion become a response to the burnout, right? So here I would like to say that self-compassion involves acting the same way toward yourself when you are having a difficult time, maybe you are failing or notice something you don't like about yourself. So instead of just ignoring your pain with a stiff upper lip mentality, you need to stop to tell yourself that this is really difficult right now. How can I comfort and care for myself in this moment, right? You may try to change in ways that allow you to be more healthy, more happy, but this is done because you care about yourself, not because you are worthless or you are totally unacceptable as you are, right? So perhaps in this particular scenario, perhaps most importantly, having compassion for yourself means that you honor and accept your humanness. Things will not always go the way you want them to, right? So you will encounter frustrations, losses will happen, you may make mistakes, you may bump up against your limitations, fall short for your ideas, right? Short of your ideas, I mean to say. So this is the human condition and a reality shared by all of us, right? The more you open your heart to this reality instead of constantly fighting against it, the more you will be able to feel compassion for yourself. Here I would like to mention about Christine Neff, and I have given one particular site address. Request all of you to go through this particular site. There are nice videos which tells you that how can you practice self-compassion for yourself. So self-compassion entails being warm and understanding toward ourselves when we suffer, when we fail, when we come across any kind of a criticisms or even criticism from the self, right? So it was Christine Neff who has operationalized self-compassion as consisting of three main elements. First of all, she recognized kindness. Secondly, the common humanity, and thirdly and most importantly, the mindfulness, right? Now, the question is that how can we practice this? There are very, very basic 5 steps which is given by this lady Christine Neff. I would just mention those steps before I leave today's session. So the step 1 definitely is practice forgiveness. So stop punishing yourself for your mistakes. Second step is employ a growth mindset. Thirdly, express gratitude for whatever little things you have or you achieve. Find the right level of generosity and be mindful. So these are the steps given by Christine Steff for practicing self-compassion. So like lastly, I would like to finish to request you all to give yourself a pat. Pause and notice your thoughts. Always remember that you are doing a tough job and tune into positivity. Thank you all. Thank you for your patient listening. Vrushali, over to you.
Such a simple thing, but yet we are not able to do it. So thank you so much, and I'm sure this is a great learning for educators. It's so important to take care of yourself. Thank you so much, Devrati, Vishal.
So all of you who have not registered, and I'll repeat this again for this session and would want to avail the certificates, please click on the link given in the chat. And this brings us to the end of a very very
Just
exciting,
before that,
enriching day.
just before
Yeah.
that, Vishal, like Devrati shared that we have to pat ourselves. So, Devrati, first we start with you. Why don't you be a role model and pat yourself for such a
Yes,
lovely session?
sure. Thank you so much, Vishali. My pleasure.
Great. Thank you. Please.
All right. So what comes after all the sessions? It's a bunch of thank yous we have to say to a lot of people who have made this possible. I don't think I haven't seen so much learning in one day for so many educators from so many places with so many awesome sessions. So we'd like to ask Mr. Matthews to start with the vote of thanks for all those who have made this possible today. Over to you, Matthews, sir.
Yeah, this is not a formal vote of thanks, but it's an impromptu thanks. We all know the kind of work that has gone into a marathon session like this. It was almost like Shankar Mahadevan singing Breathless and Ab Saans Nikal Raha, like so from
I would
morning
call it
till
sleepless.
so 10 hours 45 minutes सांस लेने की भी फुर्सत नहीं मिली आप लोगों को. So you've been
Right.
great wonderful hosts, and I'm sure that today when you go to sleep you will go satisfied with the program that was well conducted, well received, with so many comments, positive comments pouring in from the morning, and unbelievable but true. That's from the morning till evening. We have a lot of. I was seeing the comments of certain people from morning. They are very persistent, and I was getting comments. Sir, khana bhi bol gaye. They didn't have their lunch also because. And one teacher, Jaya ma'am, if you are there, she messaged me, sir, is there going to be a break because I have to have my lunch. So that was the kind of. And they were so engrossed they didn't want to leave even a minute because, sir, I don't want to miss anything, I want to see everything live. So that was the kind of energy and enthusiasm that we could create today. And I'm sure that this is just the beginning. Abhi to wo kehte hain na, picture baki hai. This was the trailer. So on that note, big thanks to Orange Slates and all the resource persons who were there from the beginning. And what is best and what we should be known for is the timing, and all of our educators kept the timing. That's the beautiful part. It's not that we crossed over the limits and we said 7:30 and we finished at 7:30. And so all the resource persons right from the beginning till the end did a fantastic job. And the part, and also the people who participated, lovely comments, because without the comments we don't get that motivation. So constantly that motivation was coming. And kudos to you who handle this from morning till evening. This was a great thing. I'm sure you're going to remember this for your lifetime, that you conducted this
One
for
take
11
done.
hours.
We did this.
We did this, to do 100 things. So maybe the next thing is going to break this 11-hour record. So it's fantastic. It's very difficult to conduct a session like this of 11 hours. So the maximum that I did was about 5 hours, and usme hi halat patli ho gayi thi, so I can imagine that 11 hours is a little too much. So amazing sessions. Thank you, Vishal, Roshali, Pradeep.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Full Slates team,
Absolutely.
you handled it so well. And you kept up that energy. That's important. Otherwise, if you also feel sleepy and you are tired, I know that you're physically tired, but you can't show that to the people. So it's been amazing. Thank you so much. And on this note, I want to invite all the participants for all the future programs that we are going to organize. So remain connected. So it's good that you gave them a lot of links today so that they're associated. I'm sure there will be a lot of members now who will be joining this, because the session was so amazing. It's going to grow further and further. People are going to share it further and further. So
just the beginning, sir. It is just the beginning.
Yes.
A lot more to come.
I'm sure that this has 2022, the LearnFest 22. We have started on a good note, and I think it will pay rich dividends, especially to our education, the educators, and the whole community at large. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, sir. Also, on behalf of the entire Orange Slates team, I want to thank each and every educator who has joined us today, especially those, and I could read some comments, people have been there since morning till now. It's not that difficult, but I think it's amazingly encouraging for us that it's not difficult for us to host, but I think it's very difficult to listen to all the sessions. But because they have been so brilliant, I think that's where time went by and they didn't realize that we've spent almost 11 hours plus on this event today. I want to thank every educator who has joined us today. It just strengthens our belief that the future of education belongs to all those educators who keep reinventing themselves through constant learning and upskilling. And that's what Orange Slates is all about, to help every educator chart out their own path and provide them whatever support, knowledge, skills, resources that they need to fulfill their own journey. I would also like to thank all our mentors who have delivered brilliant sessions throughout the day, providing really deep insights into new age teaching pedagogies, tech tools, and of course, essential self help tips. A special mention to Carpe Diem for bringing two amazing sessions for our educators. And not to forget, we would like to thank our partners, Matthew Sir, AIEF. We've done a lot of work to make this entire event a success. I would also thank Imagine XP, Cami, Padlet, Homework App, Vinual, and My Story Bag for offering amazing benefits in form of our digital goodie bag. Please, you will get the goodie bag by today night in your inboxes. Please go through all, read through every document, every page, every link. This has taken our team almost 2-3 months to get all these amazing tools and offers for you to start your EdTech journey, or we can call it your learning journey or your upskilling journey as much. And do not miss out the two amazing courses we're launching. One is the 60-hour certificate course for effective online teaching that can really elevate your teaching career. And the way we see EdTech is moving, I think we need educators from traditional schooling systems to start participating in this booming industry. And we would like to help you upskill yourselves with the right tools, with the right knowledge to become an educator in the EdTech space. And also the 3D Bear Academy that we're launching in January itself. Please visit our website. The program is already live up there. You can go and register. The discount code is in your goodie bag that you'll receive in some time. Thank you, everyone. And we are signing off from our first Learn Fest of 2022. We hope to come back soon with a lot more events with different themes. If there is something specific you would want us to cover in the next event, please do write to us at support@orangeslates.com. And like a mandatory script, please do follow, like, subscribe us on all the social media channels. Please search for Orange Slates and AIEF and follow us wherever you can. We would want this learning community to grow. Talk to your colleagues who have not been able to come today to be a part of this. These videos will be available on YouTube for perpetuity. If you want certificates, please write to us. We will be more than willing to help you fulfill your professional development responsibilities and quotas. Thank you so much, everyone. Signing off, Orange State and
Good
AI.
night.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Good night, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye bye. Good night.